Chapter 1. From now on, it is the former Crown Princess. This year's winter seems particularly harsh. Thick paper covers the windows, allowing only a faint glimmer of light to seep through. Cough, cough, cough. Beneath several heavy silk blankets lies a frail figure, whose chest rises and falls only with the intensity of a cough. Miss Sun Mama said, holding a cup of warm water, intent on feeding Pei Yunshu. Mama, please open the window. Though the charcoal fire in her room had not extinguished since winter's arrival, it was not the fine silver thread coal, but rather the poorest quality black coal. Pei Yunshu's health had deteriorated severely had it not been for Sun Mama's unwavering vigil. She might have suffocated in the night without anyone knowing. Has it snowed outside? It snowed last night. As Sun Mama opened the window, a chill swept into the room, instantly lowering the temperature. Pei Yunshu leaned against the bed, gazing outside. Apart from the snow that had fallen the previous night, all she could see was a barren tree in the courtyard. What is that sound outside? Pei Yunshu inquired, straining to hear the faint music. Is the army returning triumphantly? She felt a flicker of strength return. Is father back? Seeing the hopeful expression on Pei Yunshu's face brought tears to Sun Mama's eyes, and she quickly wiped them away. My lady, hold on. When the Duke returns, he will surely stand up for you. Pei Yunshu wished to smile, but her current state rendered her little more than a shadow of her former self. An outsider. It would be inconceivable that this frail being was once Pei Yunshu, the most celebrated daughter of the Duke's household. Now, the person lying in bed resembled nothing more than a skeleton draped in human skin, barely clinging to life. My lady, please endure a little longer. When our Duke returns, he will undoubtedly advocate for you. Sun Mama watched helplessly as their young lady was tormented to such an extent, barely holding onto a breath that grew weaker by the moment, uncertain of when it would cease. Entirely. Pei Yunshu nodded, her dim eyes fixed on Sun Mama. The people around her had either departed or perished, leaving only Sun Mama by her side. Mama, when will father return? I long for the crab roe pastry that mother made. Leaning against Sun Mama, Pei Yunshu spoke softly, pausing frequently to catch her breath. Soon, Sun Mama replied, her voice choked with emotion. Please wait a little longer, the Duke will be back. All right, I will wait. Pei Yunshu did not wish to die. She could not die. She was the legitimate daughter of the Duke's household, the Crown Princess of Dichun. If she were to perish in this desolate servants' quarters, would it not tarnish the reputation of the Pei family? As twilight descended, the sky darkened like an inkstone, and the paper on the windows blocked out even the dim light from outside. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and a gust of cold wind, mingled with light snow, rushed in. Pei Yunshu shivered and opened her eyes to see a woman dressed in a phoenix crown and flowing robes entering. Jiang Luyan, Pei Yunshu exclaimed, as if suddenly infused with strength, her face contorting into a fierce expression. How dare you appear before me? Why should I not? I, Jiang Luyan, am the rightful Crown Princess. Is there any place in the Eastern Palace that I cannot enter? Jiang Luyan stood before Pei Yunshu, bending slightly to trace her fingers across Pei Yunshu's face. Ah, dear sister, your beauty once captivated the capital, yet now it is only fitting that those who once admired you witness your current state of utter disgrace. Her tone dripped with disdain. When has our noble residence shown you any kindness? How could you become such an ungrateful wretch, subjecting me to this humiliation? At that moment, Pei Yunshu seemed to find a surge of strength. Before her stood Jiang Luyan, adorned in a resplendent phoenix crown and intricate attire, her exquisite features marred by lips painted a striking red. In Pei Yunshu's memories, Jiang Luyan was merely a cousin dwelling in the Duke's residence, gentle and unassuming, akin to a delicate white flower on a branch, seemingly harmless. Yet now, Jiang Luyan loomed before her, haughty and merciless, intent on trampling Pei Yunshu into the mud. Ungrateful wretch? Jiang Luyan scoffed. You are the legitimate daughter of the Duke, revered and pampered by all, while I am but a dependent, so lowly that even the servants in this household dare to trample on me. Standing at the foot of the bed, Jiang Luyan unleashed the pent-up pain and grievance she had harbored, finally spilling forth in the presence of Pei Yunshu's near-tragic plight. Thus, I shall rise the Duke's residence, and you, the Crown Princess, shall serve as my stepping stones. Jiang Luyan observed the wide-eyed horror on Pei Yunshu's face, a malevolent smile curling at her lips. I have heard whispers that the Duke is colluding with traitors, and upon his return to the capital, he shall face execution. The Emperor would never do such a thing, Pei Yunshu replied, her voice imbued with a sudden glimmer of hope. The Emperor will assist me. The Emperor? From tomorrow, the occupant of that dragon throne shall be replaced, Jiang Luyan replied with a derisive snicker, eyeing Pei Yunshu. The Emperor truly values you as a daughter-in-law. He shall surely savor your delicacies, just as the Duchess does. Rest assured, dear sister, not only will I become the Crown Princess, but I shall also ascend to the status of Empress as for you. The former Crown Princess shall perish this very night. What have you done to my mother? Pei Yunshu grasped at Jiang Luyan's garments, exerting every ounce of strength, nearly in hysteria. Yunshu, with your favor, I dare say the people of the Duke's residence would never let you tread the path to the underworld alone. Gently, Jiang Luyan patted Pei Yunshu's cheek. In this world, for every person who loves you, there are just as many who despise you. Have you never considered that your arrogance and disdain have garnered so much enmity? Jiang Luyan poured forth her frustrations, knowing that after this night, she would no longer be the cousin who could be bullied until she would emerge as the most esteemed. Matriarch of Dechun, Pei Yunshu, do not blame me, the world operates thus. If one does not act for oneself, they will face dire consequences. If blame is to be placed, let rest upon your own folly. With that, Jiang Luyan rose, casting one last glance at Pei Yunshu, relishing her sense of liberation. Next time, I hope you find such fortune again. A better birth would serve you well. Jiang Luyan stepped out of the room, followed by a robust matron entering. After this night, Pei Yunshu would become the former Crown Princess. Jiang Luyan gazed at the vermilion lacquer adorning her fingers. She too aspired to be Empress, to bear and nurture heirs. Perhaps this act of allowing Pei Yunshu a swift departure would repay her family's kindness. The river of smoke gradually recedes, the crimson cloak trailing through the snow like a stream of blood, flowing from the powerless hand of Pei Yunshu. Jiang Luyan did not hear her before her demise. Pei Yunshu uttered 2 words amidst the blood she coughed up, embodying her final hope. Master. Once those words escaped her lips, they dissipated into the air, and Pei Yunshu's wide-open eyes turned ashen, devoid of life. Chapter 2. Selling oneself to bury one's father. A delicate-faced young woman knelt before a tattered straw mat, which enveloped an elderly man. Her lips were parched, and unable to withstand the discomfort any longer, she moistened them with her saliva. Countless passers-by traversed the area, primarily common folk struggling to make a living. Perhaps some felt pity for her, yet none paused to offer assistance. The act of selling oneself to bury a father was not an uncommon occurrence in the capital. Now and then, one would encounter individuals, whether fair maidens or somewhat talented scholars, who sought to attach themselves to a benefactor. As the sun reached its zenith, the young woman, clad in coarse, unadorned garments, appeared increasingly frail, teetering on the brink of collapse. A kind-hearted woman from a nearby tea stall, unable to bear the sight, offered her a bowl of tea. "Child, at least drink some water," she urged. The young woman accepted the bowl gratefully, hurriedly swallowing the contents, quenching her thirst in great gulps. As the tea was returned, the woman observed the girl closely. Indeed, she possessed an exquisite beauty, fair and delicate, clearly not a child of their village. This bustling area of the capital was frequented by the carriages of the nobility, coming and going, and one could only hope that the young woman would have her desires fulfilled. In the capital, the carriages of distinguished families often bore insignia, signifying their status and serving as a cautionary measure for others. 2 magnificent horses, shod with iron shoes, clattered over the cobblestone streets of the city, pulling a carriage adorned with a circular emblem featuring a long knife crossed with a sword. This was the crest of the Duke of Pei's household. Duke Pei Yuan, a trusted general of the late emperor, hailed from a lineage that had fought alongside the founding emperor. The Pei family were loyal ministers, steadfast in their service to the throne. They never meddled in the struggles for succession, adhering strictly to the emperor's command, which ensured their favorable treatment regardless of who ascended to power. After all, who would refuse the service of such a capable sword? The Duke's carriage arrived and halted before the young woman who was selling herself to bury her father. "Miss," "She is a girl offering herself for sale," remarked a lady who emerged from the carriage, her attire more exquisite than that of many young ladies from lesser families. Yuehua glanced at the kneeling figure, then turned to speak to those inside the carriage, her tone devoid of surprise or significant pity. There were many unfortunate souls in this world, yet it was evident that the girl before her had ulterior motives. The lady had instructed that no one of unclear background was to approach the young lady. The carriage window was opened by a graceful hand, and the kneeling girl lifted her gaze towards the occupants within. The sunlight was blinding, revealing only that singular hand, smooth and delicate as jade, complemented by a slender arm that shimmered in the light. Selling oneself to bury a father. Pei Yunshu mused as she regarded the girl before her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It had been 3 months since her rebirth, and for over a month, she had wandered in a daze, oblivious to the passage of time. Fortunately, those who caused her demise in her past life continue to thrive, while she remains the esteemed young lady of the Duke's residence, impervious to any indignities. If in recent days she has avoided Jiang Luyan like a venomous snake, it is due to her trepidation, not knowing whether her current state is merely a beautiful dream before her impending death. Upon encountering the person before her today, Pei Yunshu has finally descended from the clouds, firmly planted on the ground. She is certain that she has indeed returned, for the woman before her, who sold herself to bury her father, is the first person Pei Yunshu has personally slain. Yuehua observed Pei Yunshu staring blankly at the individual. Did the young lady find this person pitiable? Pitiable? Pei Yunshu mused over the word and let out a derisive laugh. Indeed, it is pitiable. Yuehua, provide her with a few taels of silver and have someone take her back to the residence. As she spoke, Pei Yunshu had already closed the carriage window. Yes, Yuehua replied, instructing others to carry out the task. As the chief made by the young lady's side, such matters were not for her to handle. The young lady intended for this person to serve in the courtyard. Yuehua did not specify that she would serve by her side, merely in the courtyard. In her previous life, Pei Yunshu had consented to let this person serve in the courtyard, but the girl had a knack for winning hearts, charming her to the position of chief maid beside her. How were maids typically acquired in the residence? They would be sent to the steward, tasked with menial chores. Those of pleasing appearance will be trained to serve and dispatched to various households. Then let her be sent to the steward, Pei Yunshu decided. Yes, Yuehua sighed in relief, fearing that the young lady's compassion might lead her to welcome the woman into the courtyard. Do you not favor this person? Yuehua nodded, noticing Pei Yunshu's neutrality, as if it were merely a casual inquiry, and spoke the truth. The young lady may not be aware, but 5 or 6 years ago, a woman of considerable beauty was in a similar predicament. Unexpectedly, she caught the eye of a 4th-rank official who took her as his wife, elevating her status to that of a lady. Was she not transformed into a phoenix? Pei Yunshu's brows furrowed slightly. This was news to her. So, there are those who seek to emulate her? Indeed, young lady. Just look at that girl. She hardly resembles the offspring of a poverty-stricken family unable to afford a proper burial. Yuehua elaborated, ultimately shaking her head, as if to suggest that the girl was likely seeking to ascend socially. No wonder, then, that you may harbored such resentment towards her in her past life, as it was she who obstructed her chance at a fortunate marriage. If that is the case, let her observe closely. This time, without Pei Yunshu serving as a stepping stone for these individuals, will they be able to fulfill their desires? Young lady, we have arrived at the Long Princess's residence. Pei Yunshu descended from the carriage, stepping onto the footstool. She had dressed with great care for this occasion. With her striking beauty, the young lady of the Duke's residence, adorned in a vibrant red gown, rode through the bustling Zhuke street of the capital, undoubtedly capturing the hearts of many. Today, she donned a floor-length crimson silk gown, its voluminous hem flowing gracefully. Yet, as it is now midsummer, she wore the finest lightweight fabric. The summer breeze rustled through, creating cascading waves of red. Pei Yunshu entered the residence of the Princess Chong, her fingers delicately brushing against the hairpin nestled within her coif. Today, the princess hosted a banquet, to which the Crown Prince Xie Shaoxing was also invited by his aunt. With the Crown Prince's attendance assured, Pei Yunshu felt compelled to grace the occasion with her presence. 2 years prior, on the occasion of her coming-of-age ceremony, the Crown Prince had attended to offer his congratulations and gifts, leading to much speculation among the nobility of the capital regarding his intentions towards her, suggesting he favored Pei Yunshu as a potential crown princess. Over the past 2 years, their frequent appearances together had only fueled the rumors. Yet despite Pei Yunshu having reached the age of marriage, no suitors had come forth. The garden where the banquet was held lay outside, but beyond it was an inner courtyard, shielded from the prying eyes of outsiders. Presently, however, a dozen or so golden-clad guards stood vigilant outside the inner courtyard, assigned to protect His Majesty. A eunuch, upon spotting Pei Yunshu, hurried over to greet her. "Miss, the Emperor has been awaiting your arrival." Before stepping inside, Pei Yunshu exhaled deeply. The proximity of others filled her with trepidation. Yet, upon catching sight of a familiar figure, her eyes brimmed with tears. "Sir." Chapter 3. "Sir, I wish to marry you." A smile graced Xie Yanchuan's face as he observed Pei Yunshu approaching him. She began to quicken her pace until she leapt into his embrace, leaving him momentarily astonished. As he gazed at the girl clinging to him, his arm instinctively encircled her, tenderly stroking her long hair. "What troubles you? Has someone wronged you?" Pei Yunshu was in the arms of none other than Xie Yanchuan, the current emperor of Dechun and her childhood mentor. Following the untimely demise of the previous emperor, the throne had passed to his younger brother, Xie Yanchuan, who ascended at the tender age of 18, a veritable boy emperor. Now, at 28, he had grown into a wise and powerful sovereign. When he first took the throne, he donned the guise of a commoner to investigate a treacherous minister, inadvertently becoming Pei Yunshu's teacher at that time, when she was merely 7 years old. Although he wielded supreme authority from his dragon throne, the weight of the realm rested heavily upon his shoulders. The only moments of respite he found were those spent in the company of Pei Yunshu. Afterward, Xie Yanchuan returned to the palace, but left his heart in the form of letters exchanged with Pei Yunshu, their correspondence and meetings frequent yet concealed from the public, including the noble family of the Duke. "Xiao Nian," Xie Yanchuan spoke softly, likely unaware that even Xie Changyan did not know that Pei Yunshu, affectionately called Nian, had persuaded her mentor to bestow upon her a new name when she was 7, dissatisfied with her original one. "Nian, do not weep. Tell me, has someone indeed wronged you?" Over time, Xie Yanchuan had amassed considerable authority, accustomed to maintaining an air of composure. Yet, witnessing Pei Yunshu silently shedding tears in his embrace, he sensed her deep grievance. A shadow of darkness flickered within him. "With your teacher here, rest assured that I shall defend you against any wrongdoer." Gently, Xie Yanchuan seated Pei Yunshu, and with a mere gesture, a silk handkerchief was presented, soft and delicate against her skin. He bent down, carefully wiping away the traces of her tears. Those around him had long since grown accustomed to his tenderness, as he showed such affection only to this young lady of the Pei family, even willingly attending to her needs. Pei Yunshu's heart was a tempest of emotions as she gazed at the man before her. "Did you not wish to see me? What is the matter? Before you cry, please speak to your teacher." Though he uttered these words, within Xie Yanchuan's heart, he had already condemned the one who had caused Pei Yunshu such distress. Hailing from a noble family and under his clandestine protection, she had always enjoyed a life of ease. How could she possibly endure such humiliation? "Sir." Pei Yunshu looked into Xie Yanchuan's eyes, and he found himself unable to refuse her. She had long been aware of this. "Will you allow me to marry the crown prince?" In a previous life, Xie Yanchuan had once asked her if she wished to be the crown princess. Pei Yunshu had declared her desire to be the most revered woman in the realm, while Xie Changyan had artfully concealed his true self, causing her to nearly believe that fate had intertwined their paths. "I yearn for it." Pei Yunshu nodded, and thus she became the crown princess. Yet, Xie Changyan gazed at her with evident disdain. "Were it not for your vile and arrogant demeanor, and the emperor's coercion to marry you while expecting me to treat you kindly, I would never have wed you." Pei Yunshu observed the worried expression on Xie Yanchuan's face. Having been reborn, her foremost resolution was to never assume the role of crown princess. "Xian, do you desire to become the crown princess?" Such familiar words marked the inception of her descent into despair. Pei Yunshu remained silent, her gaze fixed upon him. Xie Changyan was handsome, yet he was but 6/10 as striking as Xie Yanchuan. A beauty mark graced the corner of Xie Yanchuan's eye, exuding both sharpness and pride. However, when he smiled, his entire demeanor softened. Suddenly, Pei Yunshu raised her hand to caress Xie Yanchuan's face. He momentarily stiffened before returning to his usual composure. His young disciple had always been drawn to those of fair appearance. It was due to his looks that she had once cried to have him as her teacher. Esteemed? In this vast realm, is there anyone more esteemed than the person before me? Sir, I do not wish to marry the Crown Prince. Please do not compel me to marry him, Pei Yunshu implored, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears. Sir, I do not wish to marry the Crown Prince. Very well. If you do not favor the Crown Prince, then do not wed him. Am I not here to ensure no one can force you into such a union? Xie Yanchuan furrowed his brow. Xie Shaoxing was the child of his elder brother. Thus, he had always indulged the boy. After being adopted, the Crown Prince was established. As long as the Crown Prince's position remained secure, the identity of the Crown Princess was inconsequential, especially given Pei Yunshu's reluctance. Yet, everyone insisted that I must marry the Crown Prince. I have never expressed such a desire. Why do they all presume that I should naturally aspire to be the Crown Princess? Listening intently, Xie Yanchuan understood that the Duke's residence represented military power. Xian was innocent, yet to him, it seemed she felt ensnared by circumstances beyond her control, possibly manipulated by the Crown Prince's influence. Was the child truly so impatient? A shadow crossed Xie Yanchuan's gaze. The Duke shall return in a few days. I will address this matter with him. Who does not know that Xian is the apple of the Duke's eye? Should you refuse and continue to act with willfulness, the Duke may resort to forceful means. Sir, a lady from the Duke's residence cannot choose a military general or a civil servant. I to marry a commoner? Nonsense. Xie Yanchuan's expression darkened. There are countless fine gentlemen in this world, any of whom would be worthy of you. And what of you, sir? Am I worthy of you? Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan. Xie Changyan was the Crown Prince, and the Duke's residence must yield to him. Yet Xie Yanchuan was different. He was the Emperor of Dechun. In terms of esteem, could anyone surpass him? The small garden was enveloped in a profound silence, save for the sound of cicadas chirping in the trees. Sir, I will not marry anyone else. I wish to marry you, if you will allow it. Pei Yunshu remained indifferent to the nearly palpable tension, resolutely declaring her desires, as she always had. Xie Yanchuan's throat felt as if it were obstructed by something, rendering him incapable of uttering any unpleasant words. The depth of his contemplation was obscured by astonishment, alongside an unmistakable joy that even he could not conceal. What nonsense you speak! How old are you now? The gentleman is of considerable age. How could he possibly be wed to someone like you? Last year, during the palace selection, were there not younger concubines among those who entered? Pei Yunshu understood that, at this moment, reason would not sway the conversation. Yet she reveled in her favored status, allowing her to indulge in reckless and obstinate banter. It seems His Majesty no longer holds me in esteem. Then let it be as if I never graced this place. Surely, Pei Yunshu can still find someone who desires to marry me? Chapter 4. Merely the cousin Miss Xie Changyan was engaged in conversation, with His Highness the Crown Prince exuding an air of refinement and maintaining a commendable reputation. A lady clad in a flowing green gown approached, holding a stack of papers, and offered her respects to Xie Changyan. Miss Jiang, do you have something to discuss? Xie Changyan's gaze softened imperceptibly as he regarded Jiang Luyan. The Grand Princess is in high spirits today. We are composing poetry over there, and it would be splendid if your highness could contribute a piece of calligraphy. Very well, I'm not skilled in poetry, but allow me to make a modest attempt today. Jiang Luyan stood by the table, grinding ink, while Xie Changyan bent over to write verses. From a distance, they appeared as a pair of flawless companions. Miss Jiang possessed exceptional beauty and remarkable talent. However, it was a pity that she was merely the cousin of the Duke. Her status inherently humble. Someone murmured a remark, which Jiang Luyan overheard clearly, yet her expression remained unchanged. Xie Changyan, upon hearing it, darkened in countenance and subtly gestured for the indiscreet individual to be excused. "Miss Jiang, there is no need to heed such remarks." Jiang Luyan nodded and smiled at Xie Yanchuan. "Your Highness need not be so concerned. I am well aware of my humble origins, yet I have never felt inferior. Everything I possess now is something I have fought for." Xie Yanchuan regarded her with admiration. "I have long recognized that you are unlike the other women. Had you been born a man, you would surely ascend to high office. Your Highness holds me in too high esteem." Understanding that Jiang Luyan disliked discussing such matters, Xie Yanchuan refrained from further defending her, for doing so might only invite trouble upon her. "Have you seen my sister? Pei Yunshu has also arrived." Xie Yanchuan set down his brush, suddenly feeling a twinge of impatience. Although he was a noble prince, he found himself bowing to Pei Yunshu until the duke's promise of marriage was fulfilled. Pei Yunshu was willful and self-indulgent, oblivious to his struggles, solely concerned with her own pleasure, forcing him to wear a smile even when it pained him. "Where is she?" Xie Yanchuan's tone was indifferent. Jiang Luyan sighed and shook her head, indicating her ignorance. "Forgive me, Your Highness. Yunshu has always been capricious. She must have been drawn away by something entertaining. She is always like this. I have grown accustomed to it." Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes briefly, as if suppressing his rising anger. Jiang Luyan observed him closely, her demeanor remaining gentle and warm. To outsiders, Xie Yanchuan held a revered position as the legitimate son of the late emperor, adopted as the crown prince after his uncle ascended the throne. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Xie Yanchuan felt as though he stood on the precipice of a cliff, his heart brimming with anxiety and vigilance, acutely aware that his position could be snatched away at any moment. Such matters were beyond the comprehension of someone like Pei Yunshu, who believed they were simply destined for their roles. However, Jiang Luyan recognized that in Xie Yanchuan's heart, she was indeed the most exceptional one. "Pei Yunshu," she thought, "even if your status is more illustrious than mine, what does it matter? You may cherish Xie Yanchuan, but he regards me as a confidant. In this world, there will always be things that Pei Yunshu cannot attain, yet I may possess them." Jiang Luyan departed with the poetry in her hands, while Xie Yanchuan observed her retreating figure. Had the individual seated upon the dragon throne been his biological father, he might have unhesitatingly appointed Jiang Luyan as his crown princess. Yet, in the present moment, despite the mutual affection shared between him and Jiang Luyan, they both comprehended the unspoken truth. Their feelings must remain concealed. Consequently, Xie Yanchuan harbored an additional layer of tenderness towards Jiang Luyan. Throughout the banquet, Pei Yunshu was conspicuously absent, yet the Princess of Chang did not inquire about her absence. And naturally, others refrained from speaking on the matter. When the festivities concluded, Jiang Luyan departed the princess's residence alongside a few friends, but when the crowd dispersed, the carriage from the duke's estate was nowhere to be seen. Standing outside the princess's abode, Jiang Luyan, though accustomed to maintaining a gentle demeanor in public, could not help but feel a sense of rigidity in her expression. Surrounded by familiar faces, she found herself in an exceedingly awkward predicament. Even a young lady of a fourth-rank official should possess a carriage, yet she did not. "Miss Jiang?" Xie Yanchuan appeared at the entrance of the estate, seemingly unaware of the situation. "Is there something amiss? Why do you linger?" Jiang Luyan felt a twinge of embarrassment, having never encountered such a scenario. While she believed that the duke's estate had not treated her poorly, it was nonetheless inappropriate to subject her to such discomfort in full view of others. "My lady's carriage has gone missing," her candid maidservant blurted out. "Gone missing?" Xie Yanchuan grasped the situation immediately, discerning that it was not merely a case of misplacement. It seemed the duke's estate could not even muster a coachman for their esteemed cousin. "Since our paths have crossed, allow me to escort you home," he offered. Jiang Luyan should have declined. The gathering was rife with onlookers, and the timing was far from ideal. Yet, she could not remain standing there indefinitely. "Then, I must trouble your highness," she replied, yielding to the circumstance and boarding Xie Yanchuan's carriage. "I had no idea the duke's estate was unable to provide even a single carriage. I assumed there must be pressing matters at hand. I rarely encounter such situations when I venture out," he remarked, intending to support Jiang Luyan. However, the duke's estate was a complex matter, with the duke currently away at war and the Eastern Palace favoring Pei Yunshu as the crown princess, while the duke's lady and heir were reluctant to engage. Xie Changyan had to proceed cautiously. For now, he and Jiang Luyan were entangled in this affair, and the duke's household would inevitably speculate. Should you feel truly aggrieved, I could discreetly assist you, he added. When that time comes, I shall not hesitate to seek your highness's aid, Jiang Luyan responded, gracefully disembarking from the carriage. The duke's residence already in sight. Xie Changyan signaled for the carriage to depart. At times, he felt a kinship with Jiang Luyan, yet she was far more candid than he. Nonetheless, Jiang Luyan was merely a distant cousin, not favored within the duke's estate. When Pei Yunshu wed him, perhaps Jiang Luyan would accompany her as part of the dowry, and once she entered the Eastern Palace, he would be able to protect her openly. As the carriage from the Eastern Palace receded from view, two figures emerged from a nearby path. The duke's second daughter, Pei Yunshu, observed the scene with caution, glancing carefully at the expression of the person beside her. Pei Yunshu, born of a concubine, is typically of a quiet disposition, rarely making her presence known within the household. In the capital, people often mistake Jiang Luyan for the legitimate daughter of the residence. Elder sister, what does this imply? Pei Yunshu mused, aware that others often labeled her sister as ill-tempered. In truth, Pei Yunshu possesses a straightforward nature. Although her words may not always be pleasing, her intentions are never malicious. The lady of the duke's residence treats her and her mother with kindness, and naturally, she wishes to foster a good relationship with her elder sister, especially after Pei Yunshu had offered her assistance today. Pei Yunshu's expression was as still as water. It was the first time she learned of her cousin's close acquaintance with His Highness the Crown Prince. Indeed, her efforts today had not been in vain. Chapter 5. Aunt Jean Pei Yunshu returned to the mansion and cast a glance at Pei Yunshu. I shall not accompany you. Let the maid assist you instead. Pei Yunshu nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, sister, for today. Pei Yunshu acknowledged her with a brief response before hastily departing. The relationship between Pei Yunshu and her sister was rather ordinary. In contrast, Pei Yunshu shared a closer bond with Jiang Luyan. However, today, Pei Yunshu, supported by a maid, returned to the courtyard, secretly clutching her handkerchief, contemplating the possibility of an opportunity. Upon her return, Pei Yunshu appeared unwell, having left the house in good spirits, but now needing assistance. Aunt Jean, upon seeing her, was alarmed. What has happened? Why are you in this condition? Pei Yunshu gestured reassuringly. I am fine, Aunt. Do not worry. I merely sprained my ankle. A few days of rest will suffice. Shall I summon a female physician to examine you? Aunt Jean inquired. Pei Yunshu shook her head. No need to trouble yourself. It will be better to seek the lady of the house to arrange for a physician. Why disturb the lady over such a matter? At this moment, Aunt Jean calmed down, realizing that her daughter's condition hinted at deeper issues. Pei Yunshu dismissed the maids nearby and took Aunt Jean's hand, revealing the day's events. So, Jiang Luyan was returned by the Crown Prince? Yes, I noticed my sister seemed quite surprised. Aunt, should this matter not be disclosed to the lady? Aunt Jean, a merchant's daughter, despite her affluent background, held a lowly status. Her position as a concubine in the duke's residence was not solely due to her beauty, but also her cleverness. Indeed, what you say is true, my dear. It is regrettable that a mere cousin has overshadowed you. You are the legitimate daughter of the duke's household. Aunt Jean harbored a dislike for Jiang Luyan, who, along with Pei Yunshu, constituted the four daughters of the duke's residence, aside from the youngest child who was just beginning to walk, and the eldest, Pei Yunshu. However, Jiang Luyan was formidable and connected to the lady's family, compelling both Pei Yunshu and her mother to retreat. Yet today, a situation was different. Regardless of how highly the lady regarded that cousin, she could not favor her over her own daughter. You rest. I shall go to the lady at once. The mistress of the duke's residence, Lady Jiang, though the Pei family was of the highest rank, had married Pei Yuanzheng under circumstances of relative social disparity. Lady Jiang's grandfather was a renowned scholar of the Chun dynasty, celebrated for his literary contributions. Although Pei Yuanzheng was a martial figure, somewhat rough around the edges, he was known for his integrity. Their eldest son was granted the title of heir after reaching the age of 10, and Pei Yuanzheng held great respect for his wife. maintaining a modest household. Lady Jiang had enjoyed a smooth life and was known for her benevolence. Currently, her greatest concern was her daughter's marriage. Many sought to marry the Duke's daughter, yet few dared to pursue her. Lady Jiang had not been anxious, but now the Crown Prince sought her daughter's hand. Whether it be an advantageous or less favorable match, it was certainly preferable to entering the Eastern Palace. Lady Jiang did not believe that the Crown Princess' intentions were solely based on affection for her daughter. As long as the Duke remained absent, she could delay matters, but eventually, a refusal would be necessary. Today, Nian Nian visited the princess's residence again. She listened intently, aware that the Crown Prince was also present. If Nian Nian were to take a liking to him, her parents would indeed find themselves in a dilemma. Lady Jiang appeared burdened with worry as a maid entered. "Madam, concubine Jean has arrived. Let her in," Lady Jiang commanded, instructing someone to check if Miss and Miss Biao had returned. She decided to momentarily set aside her troubling thoughts. When concubine Jean entered, her countenance was marked by distress. "What troubles you?" Lady Jiang inquired, observing Jin's troubled expression. "Madam, Warner went out today and returned injured. I wish to find a female physician to examine her." "Injured? How did that happen?" Lady Jiang had a favorable impression of Pei Yunshu. Both mother and daughter were honest and straightforward individuals, and as the matriarch, she would not impose difficulties upon them. The girl was careless, and her maid was of no help. They say she fell and hurt her leg. I am worried that the child might have broken it. So serious? I will send the house physician to take a look immediately. Lady Jiang hastily instructed a maid to fetch the doctor. "I am grateful to you, madam. Your kindness and that of Miss are something Warner and I shall never forget. How is this related to Yunshu?" Concubine Jean, sensing the physician's arrival, seemed to breathe a sigh of relief as she replied to Lady Jiang. Today, while Warner was out, it was fortunate that the eldest young lady came to her aid. Otherwise, who knows how she would have returned home. They are all sisters in the household. If they encounter one another, it is only natural to lend a hand. Lady Jiang nodded in satisfaction, believing wholeheartedly in her daughter's benevolence. "I must also apologize to Miss Biao. Due to Warner's situation, the eldest young lady borrowed her carriage today and even troubled His Highness the Crown Prince to escort her back." Concubine Jean noticed a slight change in Lady Jiang's demeanor, a subtle furrowing of her brow, and realized she had said enough. The girl was careless. It is the eldest young lady who bears the worry. "Warner is my sister. It is only normal for Yunshu to watch over her. Speaking of which, now that she has come of age, it is time to consider her marriage. I lack the insight for such matters. Warner's marriage will naturally depend entirely on you, madam." Lady Jiang exchanged a few pleasantries before dismissing Concubine Jean. Once Concubine Jean had left, Lady Jiang furrowed her brow and turned to the maid beside her. "Has the young lady returned?" "Yes. It is said that upon her return, she went straight to her courtyard and locked herself in. It seems she is not in a good mood. Come, let's go check on her." At that moment, Pei Yunshu was seated in her room, gazing at the scenery. This courtyard, which she had once grown weary of, now appeared somewhat fresh to her. She recalled that, in the eyes of others, she had already developed mutual feelings with Xie Changyan. If she were to suddenly marry Xie Yanchuan, she would likely be viewed as a femme fatale in the literary world, a siren leading to ruin. Thus, it seemed that only Xie Changyan would be at a loss. Miss Yuan knocked and entered. "The madam has arrived. Why has mother come suddenly?" "I do not know, but I heard the maid say that concubine Jean just visited the madam's courtyard." Pei Yunshu was unaware of the fate that awaited this mother and daughter duo in their previous lives, but it seemed evident that they were both astute individuals. "Please let my mother in," she murmured, her demeanor somewhat languid. Jiangshi entered and, upon seeing Pei Yunshu's weary appearance, inquired, "What troubles you, dear? Who has upset our little girl?" "I'm not upset," Pei Yunshu replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. Jiangshi took a seat and continued. "I heard that Qingwan was hurt today. Was it you who came to her aid?" "Yes, I happened to witness it on my return from the princess's residence." Pei Yunshu acknowledged. "Did Yinner not accompany you back?" Jiangshi probed cautiously. "No." Pei Yunshu turned her head away, clearly reluctant to discuss the matter further. "But did you not have His Highness the Crown Prince escort her home?" Jiangshi asked directly. "Mother, you think too much. My daughter lacks the audacity to have the Crown Prince act as her charioteer, Pei Yunshu replied with a hint of sarcasm. Yena has always been by your side. It is reasonable to assume that His Highness would remember her and lend a hand. Do not be so quick to anger, Jiangshi suggested. Pei Yunshu's expression softened. I understand. After Jiangshi had coaxed her a bit more and saw a smile return to Pei Yunshu's face, she finally rose to leave. Upon returning to her own quarters, Jiangshi had just settled down with the tea served by a maid when a servant approached, informing her that her cousin had quietly wept in her room after returning. Jiangshi merely nodded in response. It is only through tears that one's grievances are acknowledged. Take a few sweet delicacies to comfort her, she advised. Chapter 6. Who is upright and honest as night descended, the once vast imperial palace transformed into a shadowy abyss, devoured entirely except for the flickering lights that illuminated the darkness. Within the chambers of Xie Yanchuan, Xingluan had instructed someone to replace the cold tea at the emperor's side with a fresh brew. Since returning from the residence of the Grand Princess, the emperor had sat in this place for an entire day, the tea repeatedly replaced, yet he had not taken a single sip from any of the cups. When I first ascended the throne and took a consort, she wept profusely, declaring her intention to marry me and forbidding me to wed another. Yet, she was only 7 years old at that time. How could the innocent words of a child be taken to heart? After sitting in silence for a long while, Xie Yanchuan finally spoke. At this moment, Xingluan was the only one by his side, having been with him since his days as a prince. Xingluan was perhaps the person who understood Xie Yanchuan the best. She is 11 years my junior. Were I to age a few more years, I could almost be her father. She remarked that the candidates for consort in the palace are younger than she, questioning why she should not be considered. Xie Yanchuan exhaled deeply, but never had she contemplated that in my heart, she could never be compared to anyone else. Xingluan, clear-minded, recognized that the emperor placed excessive importance on Miss Pei from the Pei family. He understood all too well that the young lady held extraordinary significance for the emperor. However, if regarded as a daughter, that young lady had already reached maturity. Did she not comprehend the boundaries between men and women? It was merely the emperor's indulgence. Had Miss Pei not taken the initiative, perhaps the emperor would have remained blissfully ignorant, but now that she expressed a desire to become the crown princess, the emperor might truly grant her that wish. Yet Xingluan perceived the gravity of the situation. Knowing that Miss Pei wished to enter the palace, and observing the emperor's demeanor, he understood that Pei Yunshu would indeed gain entry, and there was a possibility she could assume the position of the empress. Your Majesty, if I may be so bold, he ventured, does not Miss Pei understand that should such a situation arise with another, who would dare to treat you in such a manner? She had always been this way, and as her mentor, I had never taught her the proper decorum. Perhaps this is indeed my fault. Xingluan discerned the underlying protection in those words, elevating Pei Yunshu's already high status further still. Thus, if Miss Pei desired to enter the palace, would the emperor refuse? Xingluan posed a foolishly direct question. Xie Yanchuan gazed around the chamber, momentarily lost in thought. I do not know. What do you think? Should I acquiesce to her wishes? The servant dared not speak presumptuously, yet based on his understanding of Miss Pei, he feared that should the emperor decline, it could lead to upheaval. For she was well aware that the emperor was at her mercy. Such words bordered on insolence. An emperor should never be constrained by anyone. Yet Xie Yanchuan accepted this sentiment with remarkable composure. Indeed, I have always been at her mercy. She possesses the innocence of a child, yet I am not. I have always believed myself to be the elder, providing silent protection from the shadows. Thinking it inappropriate to harbor such sordid thoughts about a child I have seen grow up before my very eyes. Xingluan dared not respond, merely bowing his head, feigning ignorance of the emperor's words. Xie Yanchuan held the teacup, conversing with himself. However, today, when Pei Yunshu expressed her desire to marry him and enter the palace, Xie Yanchuan understood better than anyone that he could not muster even the slightest refusal. Alas, I'm not as magnanimous as I wish to be. The sovereign upon the dragon throne sighed softly. The following day, when Pei Yunshu awakened, having just sat up from her bed, her maidservant entered with the washing supplies to attend to her. As she wiped her face with a damp cloth, Pei Yunshu gradually regained her senses, pondering the brightness of the day. "Miss, it is already nearing the hour of the snake," the maidservant replied. "Why is it so late?" Pei Yunshu inquired. "I called for you during the hour of the dragon, but you did not awaken," Xie Yun explained while assisting her. It seemed that she had not rested well the previous night, thus sleeping soundly this morning. As Pei Yunshu rose, she allowed her maidservant to assist her in dressing. "Miss, your cousin has arrived and has been waiting for almost an hour," Xie Yun whispered. "An hour? What could she possibly want so early?" Pei Yunshu recalled that in her past life, her relationship with Jiang Luyan had been exceptionally close. Jiang Luyan had indulged her, coaxed her, and cherished her, while Pei Yunshu, lacking guile, had naturally reciprocated with heartfelt affection. However, during this period, the household was aware of the discord between the eldest lady and her cousin. Despite Jiang Luoyin's continued attempts at flattery, the eldest lady appeared disinclined to engage. Though she was indeed a cousin, over time, the disparity in their treatment became indistinct, and even those from the duke's household had grown accustomed to Jiang Luoyin's presence. Now, Jiang Luoyin's demeanor made Pei Yunshu appear rather unreasonable. "Miss, we have been waiting here each time. Is this not intentional humiliation for you?" A maidservant by Jiang Luoyin's side could no longer contain herself. Jiang Luoyin, however, seemed indifferent, even somewhat indulgent. Yunshu is still young. It is only natural for her to be a bit headstrong. As her elder sister, I ought to be more accommodating. The maidservant scoffed, believing that her own mistress was not much older, suggesting that if anything, it was her mistress's gentle nature that allowed the eldest lady to take advantage of her. Jiang Luoyin remained oblivious to the shadow stealthily lurking in the corner of the room. "Cousin, why had you arrived so early without having anyone wake me?" Pei Yunshu entered the main hall with a light step, her face adorned with a smile. She was aware that Jiang Luoyin's reputation now far surpassed her own, having long since lost her sense of propriety. "It matters not. I had nothing to do in the courtyard. I heard from Yue Hua that you were unwell, so it is best for you to sleep a little longer." "Yes, I have been plagued by nightmares lately, which has affected my mood. I apologize for troubling you, cousin." "What are you saying? There is no trouble at all. We grew up together. Could I ever blame you?" Jiang Luoyin replied, her voice gentle and her smile warm, feeling a sense of relief. She had feared that something serious had transpired, but it seemed that Pei Yunshu was merely in a whimsical mood once again. Still the same naive and easily deceived girl. "Cousin, you must have already had breakfast, while I have just risen and have yet to eat. Would you mind waiting a little longer?" Pei Yunshu spoke as the maid entered, carrying a breakfast tray adorned with crystalline dumplings, steaming crab roe porridge, and a plate of delicate crystal pigeon cakes. Pei Yunshu indulged in her meal, while Jiang Luoyin sat awkwardly beside her. Today, she had made a considerable effort, having risen early to prepare herself and had foregone breakfast. Typically, she would share breakfast with Pei Yunshu, waiting for her to invite her to partake. However, at this moment, she could not directly admit to having skipped her meal. Thus, Jiang Luoyin sat beside her, watching Pei Yunshu eat, her own stomach grumbling with hunger, and could only sip a few cups of tea to quell her appetite. Pei Yunshu observed her with keen interest, aware that Jiang Luoyin was usually adept at maintaining her composure. In truth, Pei Yunshu had never wronged Jiang Luoyin. It was merely the perception of others that painted her as spoiled and domineering towards her cousin. If Jiang Luoyin chose to maintain this facade, it would be prudent for Pei Yunshu to play along and embody the role of a gracious companion. Chapter 7. Naturally going to meet the one she admires, Pei Yunshu engaged in conversation with Jiang Luoyin, who, after a roundabout inquiry, discerned that Pei Yunshu remained unchanged towards her compared to the past, which relieved her heart. Pei Yunshu had always been reckless and capricious. When she was pleased, she would carelessly toss precious items to her, as if they were mere toys, and when displeased, she would vent her bad temper without restraint. In Jiang Luoyin's eyes, Pei Yunshu's behavior was merely an expression of their familial bond, as she was but a distant cousin living under the roof of the duke's residence. However, Jiang Luoyin decided to probe further. The previous day, she had quietly shed tears, and according to her aunt's usual demeanor, she should have inquired after her well-being and offered her consolation. Yet, only a servant had come, bearing some inconsequential snacks. Last night, Jiang Luyan had tossed and turned, reflecting on her impulsiveness in allowing the crown prince to escort her home. Knowing Pei Yunshu's temperament, she anticipated a tempestuous reaction had she been aware of this incident. Despite her careful consideration of Pei Yunshu's feelings, she could not ascertain whether she had unwittingly offended the young lady. Speaking of which, at the banquet held at the princess's residence yesterday, I arrived early and waited for you for half a day without a sight of you. Cousin, you mentioned yesterday. Pei Yunshu blinked, her gaze evasive, a flush creeping onto her face. Jiang Luyan's heart raced at this sight, thinking it resembled. Could it be that Yunshu had gone to meet her beloved? Jiang Luyan jested, probing further. Since Pei Yunshu had come of age, she had subtly encouraged her interest in Xie Yanchuan, which, while not deeply rooted, was indeed favorable. Furthermore, Xie Yanchuan had maintained a teasing distance, recently managing to stir Pei Yunshu's emotions. Yet, the previous day, he had evidently been in her company. How would he know, cousin? Pei Yunshu's eyes widened in surprise and shyness. Cousin, I must confide in you about this matter, but please do not tell mother, or she will surely scold me. Jiang Luyan's smile momentarily twisted before returning to normal. She knew she must remain composed. Of course, I stand by your side. You went to see the Crown Prince yesterday, did you not? At the mention of the Crown Prince, Pei Yunshu could not help but pout. Cousin, what nonsense are you speaking? It was certainly not His Highness the Crown Prince. I have someone I'm fond of, but I cannot disclose who it is. This was implausible. Although she did not accompany Pei Yunshu every day, they met regularly. She should have been the first to know of anyone new in Pei Yunshu's life. Yet this time, she was utterly in the dark. Yunshu, do not frighten me with such significant news. Jiang Luyan felt somewhat distressed. That is precisely why I cannot reveal it, cousin. Do not worry. I will not put you in a difficult position, Pei Yunshu replied, wholly considering Jiang Luyan's feelings and effectively silencing her inquiries. To press further would be to overstep. And what of the Crown Prince? Yunshu, it seems His Highness harbors feelings for you. As she spoke, Jiang Luyan leaned in closer, holding a round fan that obscured half her face, resembling intimate friends whispering in a boudoir. Was there affection? Pei Yunshu regarded Jiang Luyan with a hint of surprise in her eyes, and Jiang Luyan was acutely aware that her words might be somewhat ill-timed, likely to draw attention from others. However, before her stood Pei Yunshu, who, despite her sheltered upbringing, was far from foolish. It was merely the fault of the Duke's household for raising Pei Yunshu in such luxury, sparing her from any trials. Jiang Luyan, on the other hand, had endured hardships from a young age. Her fortuitous arrival at the Duke's residence had kept her in a constant state of trepidation, fearful of being cast out, and she had learned to read the room adeptly. Thus, unnoticed by the masters of the Duke's household, Jiang Luyan had inadvertently grasped the intricacies of this treasure jewel. Indeed, Pei Yunshu lifted her delicate chin, exuding an air of arrogance, proclaiming, I know, but my parents have decreed that I, Pei Yunshu, shall only wed the one I truly adore. Even if he is the emperor, they cannot compel me. A twinge of bitterness stirred within Jiang Luyan, yet she had long since grown accustomed to it. Pei Yunshu was the apple of the Duke's eye, no matter how capricious she was or how many people she offended. The Duke's household would always shield her. What Pei Yunshu said held truth. As the esteemed young lady of the Duke's household, she would invariably have her wishes granted. It had always been this way, and Pei Yunshu would casually nod her head, thus earning a notorious reputation. The Crown Prince was indeed not without merit. But given his lofty status, Jiang Luyan felt that the Crown Prince maintained a certain distance from her. Cousin knows that I have never been one to flatter anyone. Pei Yunshu's current remarks resonated with her character, and Jiang Luyan felt no dissonance. If anything, she could only think that Pei Yunshu had indeed been pampered into a state of ineptitude. After all, he was the Crown Prince, the future emperor, one of the two most esteemed men in the world, already treating Pei Yunshu with commendable courtesy, yet from her perspective, it was still insufficiently accommodating. How much more deference did she desire? Should the Crown Prince of Diqin stoop before Pei Yunshu like a servant? Moreover, of late, it seemed the Crown Prince held a disinclination toward her. In these past 2 years, she had already been quite accommodating to him. After all, her parents were not particularly keen on her marrying the Crown Prince, so she might as well let it go. Pei Yunshu's words were spoken with a casual air, yet they seemed to have been carefully considered. Cousin need not worry. I've already found someone else whom I admire. Pei Yunshu emphasized this point, and indeed, Jiang Luyan had no intention of continuing the conversation. Her expression was one of clear reluctance. Pei Yunshu did not insist on her staying, merely watching with a smile as Jiang Luyan walked away. In truth, Pei Yunshu was not devoid of flaws. It was just that she had never paid heed to them before. She had placed her trust in her cousin, while her cousin had always regarded her with a measure of caution. A shadow emerged from the darkness, stepping forward to recount, verbatim, the exchange between Jiang Luyan and the maidservant. Yueying, my dear cousin, in light of your unwavering support for me, I find it disconcerting that a certain maidservant by my side is sowing discord between us. Such a meddlesome maid. I implore you to speak to your mother about her presence. It is indeed a source of trouble, and we must not allow you to be put in a difficult position. Yueying nodded in agreement. I shall inform the madam at once. Pei Yunshu lifted her teacup and took a sip, for she had been parched after speaking. While she could not discern the hidden implications in Jiang Luyan's words, her mother surely would. Ultimately, whether those words bore good or ill was a matter for her mother to decide. Cousin, it seems I ought to earnestly learn from you now. Chapter 8. The olive branch extended to Pei Qingwan. Yueying serves as the personal maid to Pei Yunshu, typically remaining in the shadows, rarely called upon by her mistress. Reflecting on this, Pei Yunshu realized that it was time to utilize her services more effectively. Yuewa, whatever happened to the pot of flowers I had? Pei Yunshu inquired, her fingers delicately brushing against a potted plant on the wooden table beside her bed. Was it the jasmine presented by my cousin? Yuewa responded, not long ago, you mentioned your distaste for it, and I saw fit to have it removed. Where did it go? In her earlier haze, Pei Yunshu had been intent on discarding anything that could potentially harm her in the future. It was sent to the flower house, where the gardener is tending to it, Yuehua explained, as she would never throw away her mistress's possessions. Being Pei Yunshu's trusted maid, she understood the importance of discretion and careful action. It must be returned. That flower was sought from the temple and has been nurtured with great care. It would be a shame to leave it with the gardener. Yuehua instructed a junior maid to retrieve the pot of white magnolia, intending to place it back in its original position. However, Pei Yunshu merely cast at a distant glance. Never mind. I have grown fond of this flower now, the pot of white magnolia. She observed it for a moment longer. Let it be placed somewhere out of sight, and the maid can tend to it as needed. Yuehua's ability to remain unobtrusive was a significant reason for her position as Pei Yunshu's chief maid. She rarely contradicted her mistress or posed questions. Very well. Yuehua did not allow the maid carrying the flowers to enter, but directed her to take the flowers away. As she watched the maid depart, Yuehua noted the subtle estrangement that seemed to have developed between Pei Yunshu and her cousin. Yuehua, has any physician visited the second Mrs. Courtyard? Yes, she has received a visit, but it was merely a sprained ankle. Nothing serious. Just a need for a few days of rest. Please fetch a few items from my storeroom to see what Warner might like. I shall pay her a visit. At this time of year, as summer reached its peak, the room felt dim. Aunt Jean had set up a soft couch in the courtyard, accompanied by a small table, where Pei Qingwan reclined with a book in hand, while Aunt Jean busied herself with needlework nearby. Pei Yunshu arrived unannounced, making her way directly to the courtyard. The eldest miss has arrived, Aunt Jean exclaimed in surprise, as Pei Yunshu seldom visited their quarters and had not sent word in advance. Aunt Jean, Pei Yunshu acknowledged with a slight nod. The hierarchy within the household was evident. It was not merely a matter of legitimacy, but also reflected the status of the lady's maternal families. Aunt Jin's family was of humble merchant background, and although Pei Qingwan was her daughter, she still held the title of a young lady of the Duke's estate, often referring to her mother as aunt in public. Aunt Jean exhibited a degree of deference towards Pei Yunshu, a fact not lost on Pei Qingwan, though she believed her cousin would remain indifferent. Aunt, please prepare some tea and snacks for my sister. Certainly, Aunt Jean replied. I shall attend to it at once. You two carry on with your conversation. Indeed, Aunt Jean is deliberately trying to ingratiate herself with Pei Yunshu. In the capital, any invitations for banquets or outings among the young masters and misses are invariably directed towards Pei Yunshu, although Jiang Luyan also receives invitations nowadays. It was Pei Yunshu who initially brought her into the public eye, which has contributed to Jiang Luyan's current reputation. Aunt Jean believes that her daughter is no less capable than that cousin of hers. It is merely the confinement within these deep walls that keeps her talents hidden from the outside world. If she could persuade Pei Yunshu to take her daughter out more often, it might afford her the opportunity to secure a promising match before her engagement, thus increasing her chances of marrying well. Everyone else may leave. I wish to converse with my sister, Pei Yunshu instructed those attending her. Seated in the courtyard, Pei Yunshu observed the well-tended garden. Neither Aunt Jean nor I are fond of venturing outdoors, so we have devoted more attention to this courtyard. However, you cannot avoid going out forever. You have reached the age of maturity. How will you find a suitable husband if you do not? Pei Yunshu rested her chin on her hand, a playful smile gracing her lips as she gazed at Pei Yunshu. Is that not so? My marriage is a matter for the matron to oversee. Pei Yunshu replied, while it is indeed my mother's concern, you must also take some interest. Your reputation will inevitably draw more eyes towards you. Look at your cousin, who has recently gained such renown. Pei Yunshu fell silent for a moment, recalling the events of the previous day and the lingering pain in her ankle. At this moment, she felt a clarity she had never experienced before. Although she was unaware of the intricate relationship between Pei Yunshu and Jiang Luyan, she recognized this as a perfect opportunity. Whatever Pei Yunshu offered to Jiang Luyan would eventually be bestowed upon her. For every morsel Jiang Luyan loses, she gains. Is your foot well? Pei Yunshu inquired with a hint of concern, recognizing that the unfortunate incident weighed heavily on Pei Yunshu. It was merely an accident that I brought upon myself. Thanks to you yesterday, I have no cause for worry. Pei Yunshu concluded that her injury was merely an unfortunate mishap, one that anyone would have suffered. Pei Yunshu was not one to be overly benevolent. Since Pei Yunshu was so understanding, it spared her from the trouble of further explanations. I must admit, I have been blind to your intelligence. You are quite astute despite your quiet demeanor. Sister, you flatter me. It is merely a bit of cleverness, hardly worthy of high regard. As a maidservant brought in tea and snacks, Pei Yunshu lifted her cup and took a sip. I have sent 2 boxes of fine jasmine tea. I shall have a maid deliver one to you shortly. Very well, Pei Yunshu replied straightforwardly. Pei Yunshu felt a sense of satisfaction. Having given a gift, the recipient ought to graciously accept it. Yet in the past, she had gifted numerous fine items to Jiang Luyan, superior teas, fabrics, jewelry, and writing materials. But Jiang Luyan had always declined, only accepting after repeated insistence, displaying a reluctant demeanor. Pei Yunshu had long since grown accustomed to this. Her mother had once mentioned that her cousin, having lost both parents, was particularly sensitive, prompting her to be more accommodating. Over time, Pei Yunshu had become accustomed to this dynamic. It is rather amusing that during her past life, when she was languishing in illness, Xie Yanchuan spoke of such matters, revealing to her that accepting those offerings was, in fact, a form of charity, a humiliation for Jiang Luyan. Many harbor a disdain for the astute. However, it is the clever who invariably thrive in this world, while the less wise are destined to serve as stepping stones. Pei Yunshu rose to her feet, casting a glance at Pei Yunshu. Yet, the truly sagacious individual is one who possesses intelligence, yet remains the sole custodian of that knowledge. Is it not so? Pei Yunshu regarded Pei Yunshu with a contemplative expression, as if she had never fully comprehended her elder sister. What her sister said held truth. After Pei Yunshu departed, Jean Yanchuan approached Wanner, inquiring about the purpose of the eldest young lady summons. Pei Yunshu reassured her mother, no need for concern. It is indeed a fortuitous matter. A fortuitous matter? Jean Yanchuan was puzzled, and Pei Yunshu smiled softly, lowering her gaze to her book. This was an opportunity, her singular chance, one presented by Pei Yunshu, a means for both mother and daughter to ascend to greater heights. Jean Yanchuan observed silently, unaware of her daughter's intentions. Yet she had never witnessed Wanner exhibit such a light-hearted and joyous demeanor. In truth, Pei Yunshu remained oblivious to the fate that befell Pei Yunshu in her previous life. After marrying into the Eastern Palace, She was nearly severed from all ties to the outside world. Even during family visits, she was administered medication that clouded her mind. Uncertain of which celestial being had bestowed upon her the chance of rebirth, she felt no fear. This time, she would gamble everything. And she was resolute in her determination not to lose. Her greatest uncertainty lay in the fact that Pei Yunshu casually plucked a passing flower. The current emperor of Dachun, her esteemed mentor, whether he regarded her as a junior or truly harbored romantic feelings for her remained a mystery. What she failed to discern in her past life eluded her still. Pei Yunshu grasped the flower petals tightly, pondering whether her mentor had feelings for her in his previous life. Yuehua approached Pei Yunshu, addressing her as the eldest young lady. Mr. Yin has sent a letter. Chapter 9. The clever maid bowed before the young lady. I have come to pay my respects. Mississippi Pei Yunshu gazed at the unexpected figure kneeling before her, a visage she did not recognize. From which courtyard do you hail? How dare you disregard propriety? The kneeling woman suppressed her frustration. She had meticulously orchestrated this encounter with her family, enduring considerable hardship for it. Initially, she had thought that serving a third-rank official would be satisfactory, but entering the Duke's residence was an unexpected boon, especially since it was the young lady of the Duke's household who had rescued her. She had hoped that by serving this esteemed young lady, she could find an opportunity, even if it meant becoming a concubine to one of the young masters in the Duke's estate. Such a fate would be considered extraordinarily fortunate for her. Miss, I am the girl you saved from the streets a few days ago. Yuehua whispered softly in Pei Yunshu's ear. Oh, it is you. How fare you in the Duke's residence? Are you being mistreated? No one has wronged me. Everyone in the estate is kind. I simply wish to kneel and express my gratitude to you, Miss, for your benevolence. Pei Yunshu regarded her with a discerning eye. She had encountered many like this girl, who, though tearfully grateful now, would not hesitate to betray her once their own interests were at stake. I see. Has the steward informed you which master you are to serve? Not yet, but if given the chance, I would prefer to serve you, miss, as a way to repay your kindness from that day. Very well. Although I am not in need of assistance, it is merely a courtyard. I shall speak to the steward, and you may come to serve by my side. The girl's face lit up with a mixture of astonishment and joy as she bowed repeatedly. Thank you, miss. I shall certainly dedicate myself to serving you. Pei Yunshu displayed no sign of disbelief at the girl's fervent vows of loyalty. She merely smiled in response. What is your name? I am but a humble farm girl. My name is unremarkable, merely what my parents called me. In that case, allow me to bestow upon you a name. From now on, you shall be known as you may. Thank you for your gracious naming, Mississippi. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Pei Yunshu permitted Yume to leave. Miss, do you truly wish to have Yume come to our courtyard? Why? Do you suspect her? Pei Yunshu observed Yuehua, who remained silent and expressionless. Her head slightly bowed as she replied, This place where you stroll is typically off-limits to servants. The steward should be aware of this. Then how did she arrive here? I do not know. You do not know, nor do I. Only heaven knows. When Pei Yunshu recounted this incident to her mother, she also shared how the girl had beseeched her. Yuehua remarked that although the girl was from a farming background, she was indeed intelligent, and since she sought to serve her, it was not unreasonable. Perhaps she would be more devoted than others. Lady Jiang listened, observing her daughter's seemingly naive demeanor, and thought herself quite astute. Yume, though I find solace in the company of my beloved Yuehua and Yueyun, her arrival before me prompts contemplation. After all, an additional presence in the courtyard is of little consequence. Mother, what are your thoughts? You have mentioned that our courtyard is not lacking in inhabitants. Lady Jiang cast a reproachful glance at Pei Yunshu. Xian, the attendants by your side have been meticulously chosen by both your father and me. It would be of no harm to have another to serve you. What do you intend for her to do? Naturally. She shall perform the duties typical of a maidservant, Pei Yunshu replied. Very well, then tell me which maid in the house is lacking in capability, and I shall have this girl replace her. They are all quite competent and have committed no faults, Pei Yunshu insisted. With a knowing smile, Lady Jiang regarded her daughter, aware that her reputation outside was not particularly favorable. However, the servants in Pei Yunshu's courtyard were unfailingly loyal, if the mistress were unkind. How could the attendants remain so devoted? You lack not for company, yet since you have promised that girl, it would be unwise to go back on your word. What not? Pei Yunshu hesitated, indeed. Then, what do you think of sending her to your cousin? To my cousin? Yes, you may not be aware, but the maidservant attending your cousin is not particularly competent in my eyes. I was considering replacing her. Since you have mentioned that Yue Mei is clever, shall we part with her and send her to your cousin? Very well. After all, there is little difference between being by my cousin's side and mine. It is best that you think so. By the way, have you dressed in your birthday attire to go out today? Yes, I have an appointment. I heard that Xiongyu Pavilion has released new pastries, and I wish to try them. Pei Yunshu lifted her teacup and drank half in one go. Then go. You have an appointment, do you not? A gaggle of young maids, always frolicking outside, lacking any semblance of decorum. Mother, they are waiting for me. I must leave. Hearing her mother begin to chide, Pei Yunshu lifted her skirts and slipped away. Ah, do be careful, lest you stumble. Lady Jiang called after her. Understood. Observing Pei Yunshu's departure, Lady Jiang could not help but sigh. Despite her age, she still retained such childishness. Yuehua, since Yue Mei has been given to your cousin, do inform her, for she is in need of attendance, and I cannot compel her to stay. Pei Yunshu boarded the carriage and offered a word of instruction to Yuehua. The servant understands, but I wonder if the young lady truly desires Yue Mei. What do you think? Yuehua queried, perplexed. You know well. Act according to your judgment. I have always placed my trust in you. Yue Mei is like a fickle reed, ever eager to attach herself to those in power. One wonders if, having delivered her to the vicinity, Jiang Luyin can still command Yue Mei's loyalty. Chapter 10. Is it not the gentleman who wishes to see? Xiongyu Pavilion is a renowned confectionery establishment in the capital, famed for its exquisite pastries crafted by masters who have retired from the palace. The delicacies at Xiongyu Pavilion are not only intricate, but also quite expensive. Even affluent families must summon great resolve to purchase but a small portion for a taste. As summer has arrived, I yearn for something cool and sweet, yet the household is strict. Shall we indulge in a treat at Xiongyu Pavilion today? The lady has decreed that the young miss must refrain from indulging in cold delicacies. On such a sweltering day, am I to be denied even a sip of sweet water? Miss, we have arrived at Xiongyu Pavilion, Yuehua announced, not responding further, merely lifting the curtain of the carriage. The Crown Prince has also arrived. Yuehua observed a carriage without markings parked in front of Xiongyu Pavilion. It belonged to the Eastern Palace. Ah, the Crown Prince is here as well. How fortuitous. Pei Yunshu cast a glance at the nearby Xiongyu Pavilion and gracefully alighted from the carriage. Pei Yunshu was aware of her beauty, though she had never been particularly concerned with it, for as the daughter of a duke, her status rendered her appearance superfluous. Yet now, as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, she recognized that in dire straits, like anyone else, she could perish. Thus, she no longer hesitated to leverage her beauty. Dressed in a delicate lavender gown embroidered with intricate begonia patterns and cinched at the waist with a tassel ribbon that danced with the breeze, Pei Yunshu descended from the carriage and immediately spotted Xie Yanchuan standing nearby. Though Xie Yanchuan believed he had not seen Pei Yunshu for several days, in truth, she had secretly observed him on multiple occasions, fearing that her suppressed resentment might lead her to harm the Crown Prince. As Pei Yunshu approached, her every step graceful, the corners of her mouth lifted in a radiant smile, causing Xie Yanchuan's heart to flutter momentarily. He had known her beauty well, yet her temperament was less than agreeable. If only she could be as gentle as flowing smoke. Should Yunshu be more compliant, he too would find greater ease. A golden hairpin adorned her locks, chiming softly with her movements. While the opulence of gold and jade is often ill-suited for ordinary individuals, requiring equally extravagant attire to complement it, Pei Yunshu was different. Her striking beauty demanded the accompaniment of such adornments. Your Highness, what brings you here? I intended to visit your residence, having heard of your fondness for the pastries here. I plan to procure some for you, and how serendipitous to encounter you. What would you like? Allow me to treat you. Pei Yunshu smiled graciously at Xie Yanchuan, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, but I have an engagement today. Please enjoy on your own. I believe the pastries at Xiongyu Pavilion will suit your taste. Despite knowing that Pei Yunshu was upset with him, Xie Yanchuan remained unfazed. accustomed to her childish temper. A few gifts would surely mend their rift. Yet today, upon seeing her, he could not help but feel a tightening in his chest. Pei Yunshu appeared much more reserved and polite, unmistakably displeased with him. Is Yunshu indeed upset with me? Why would you say such a thing, Your Highness? Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan, her expression perplexed and devoid of pretense. Xie Yanchuan had grown accustomed to displaying a semblance of vulnerability before her. Recently, it seemed that Yunshu had taken a disliking to him, leading him to ponder if he had inadvertently offended her. You are the Crown Prince. How could I possibly harbor any disdain for you? She replied, Your Highness, I am yet unengaged, and with my father and elder brother soon returning to court, should they catch wind of the rumors circulating, I can only imagine the reprimands I would face. Rumors? It is precisely because the Duke is returning that he intends to secure a lifelong commitment with Pei Yunshu in advance, ensuring he possesses sufficient leverage when proposing to the Duke's household. Yet at this critical juncture, Pei Yunshu had inexplicably distanced herself from him, causing even Xie Yanchuan to feel a flicker of anxiety. Where did you hear such things? Who dares to spread these rumors? I do not know, but having heard them repeatedly, it is evident that numerous tongues are wagging. Please do not trouble yourself over me, Your Highness. As Xie Yanchuan stood there conversing with her, few people entered or exited the Qiongyu pavilion, yet many recognized the two of them. He truly did not grasp how these rumors had emerged. It was a pity that Pei Yunshu had only just begun to understand. He could not afford to act hastily. Xie Yanchuan wore a look of helplessness tinged with affection. Very well, I shall not press you. When you are in better spirits, I shall come to see you again. With that, Xie Yanchuan took his leave, seemingly casual as he raised a hand to lightly caress Pei Yunshu's hairpin. Pei Yunshu instinctively recoiled, but did not evade his touch. With a soft sigh, he murmured, I merely wish to see you smile. Her happiness or lack thereof bore little relation to Xie Yanchuan. What he brought her was torment and suffering. Watching her retreat into the Qiongyu pavilion, disappearing upstairs, he turned to leave, appearing to others as a lovesick gentleman from a tale. The upper floor of the Qiongyu pavilion was desolate, with the door of a private room wide open, revealing a solitary table and chair occupied by one person. If you do not like it, why not simply avoid it? Do you think the teacher wishes to see? If not, why does he not lend me a hand? Pei Yunshu regarded Xie Yanchuan, who sat composedly, yet only he knew that his grip on the cup had turned his knuckles pale. Chapter 11. Is it really worth entering the palace? He had been schemed against, and the moment Xie Yanchuan saw Xie Yanchuan's appearance, he realized this. The orchestrator of his predicament was none other than his own dear disciple. As an emperor, he should have been most wary of such manipulations. Yet ironically, it was Pei Yunshu who ensnared him. This young disciple of his employed such open and clumsy tactics that one could see through them at a glance. Yet, despite their ineptitude, they resembled the playful antics of a child, and when he discerned the connection between Xie Yanchuan and Pei Yunshu, he could not help but unwittingly step into this trap. It was quite rational of him to remain seated here, as the prospect of Pei Yunshu entering the palace still held considerable allure for him. However, Xie Yanchuan was acutely aware that he was no paragon of virtue. He was an emperor surrounded by numerous beauties of the harem, and had never been one to uphold chastity. Pei Yunshu was a remarkably special individual to him, representing a secret longing he harbored. Soon, he would be the emperor of Dachun, and all his actions were for the sake of the empire. Save for those moments spent with Pei Yunshu, where he was merely the Xie Yanchuan of the past. Xie Yanchuan wished to express his thoughts. Yet Pei Yunshu suddenly reached out, her fingers brushing against his knuckles. His hands were large, a testament to his upbringing in both the arts and martial skills, with slightly prominent knuckles that tightened when he exerted force. In contrast, Pei Yunshu, a delicate young lady, possessed fingers soft like petals, resting upon his hand as if caressed by the most exquisite silk in the world. Can you see, sir? She inquired. See what? Xie Yanchuan retorted. Yet he did not deter from drawing near or from their intimate exchange. He observed the diminutive hand that lay upon his, clearly much smaller. Can you discern the current sentiments of His Highness the Crown Prince towards me? Do you still believe I can marry another? Pei Yunshu leaned against the table, displaying a lack of decorum. Yet Xie Yanchuan found himself unable to scold her. Perhaps she merely perceived the crown prince's pursuit as a nuisance and did not wish to wed him. But Xie Yanchuan saw through the machinations of Xie Changyan. Duke Pei appeared to be a brawny warrior, yet he was quite astute, a clever man at heart, while Pei Yunshu was a pure minister, loyal solely to the one seated upon the dragon throne. To all emperors, such loyalty was invaluable. The crown prince could not forcibly claim a bride. If Pei Yunshu were unwilling, Pei Yunshu would make a scene in the court, not needing to articulate his objections. Merely refusing the marriage would suffice. In due course, the old foxes in the court would grasp the crown prince's intentions. However, the person before him was different. Pei Yunshu was willful, a trait nurtured by the duke's household. If Pei Yunshu truly harbored affection for the crown prince, all she had to do was acquiesce to the marriage, and he, Xie Yanchuan, would witness her lack of propriety firsthand as she perched on the table, a bittersweet feeling stirring within him, unnoticed. He would comply. He was aware of the crown prince's unease. The ministers in the court wavered, and he understood this well. After all, Xie Changyan was merely his nephew. Although his harem had yet to bear offspring, Xie Yanchuan was still young and held significant power. Thus, everyone perceives the status of Prince Xie Changyan as precarious. However, in truth, he has severed his own lineage, fully aware that Xie Changyan will ascend to the throne. Given that Xie Changyan is destined to inherit the crown, and considering that his young disciple harbors affection for him, how could he possibly refuse? Therefore, Xie Changyan need only accomplish a singular task, to lead his naive disciple to believe that she is enamored with him. Regrettably, despite his meticulous efforts, he still allowed Pei Yunshu to misstep. Should she wish to avoid marrying the prince, the duke's residence remains an option, ensuring she would never be wronged. Pei Yunshu, upon hearing this, retracted her outstretched hand with a huff, asserting that she knew she could not deceive her master. Sister, my harem is not as splendid as you might imagine. Entering it means enduring true hardship. Xie Yanchuan regarded Pei Yunshu, realizing this would be his final moment addressing her as teacher. Sister, think carefully, will you? Pei Yunshu turned her gaze towards Xie Yanchuan, a hint of perplexity in her eyes. Your Majesty, do you truly find pleasure in addressing me as your teacher? Before Xie Yanchuan could respond, Pei Yunshu continued, but sir, I have matured. I no longer require a teacher. An emptiness enveloped Xie Yanchuan's heart. He had long recognized this truth, which had been unacknowledged until now. His dear disciple no longer needed a teacher, yet he clung to this identity alone. Pei Yunshu observed him, her innocence tinged with a hint of cruelty. Your Majesty, at present, I seek only a husband. Xie Yanchuan, gripping his teacup with great intensity, felt his resolve wavering. That moment had marked his last struggle. Sister Yu, he yearned to inquire whether his young disciple comprehended love. Was it genuine affection or merely a fleeting fancy? Discussing love with an emperor was a folly, and should an emperor himself broach the subject, few would believe him. Before sovereign, who would dare declare their lack of love? Yet in Xie Yanchuan's eyes, Pei Yunshu still appeared innocent. Did this young disciple truly grasp the intricacies of love between men and women? He should not have acquiesced. Yet now, the one unable to withstand temptation was he. Sir, I have no choice. You should also reflect. In my youth, I encountered individuals like you. Now, when it comes to marriage, you expect me to wed someone of ordinary status. Who could possibly be deemed ordinary enough to match the duke's family? Are you truly intent on entering the palace? Xie Yanchuan rose, hands clasped behind his back, embodying his role as the emperor of Dechun. Yet Pei Yunshu seemed entirely unperturbed by his imperial presence. That depends on whether your Majesty consents. After all, the young lady currently bears a tarnished reputation and is entangled in significant troubles. To Xie Yanchuan, those around him were oblivious. I am aware. You need only utter a word, and I shall resolve these matters for you. Xie Yanchuan, as the emperor, retained his authority over Dechun. I only wish for you to marry me. Xie Yanchuan exhaled slowly. Very well. Now, will you assist me with a matter? Now, what is it that you wish to do? Xie Yanchuan faced merely the next decision, which proved to be the most arduous for him. As he had already surmounted the most challenging obstacle, He longed for the delicate pastry known as Su Shan, yet under the vigilant watch of Yuehua, he was forbidden even the slightest indulgence. "Dear sir, please do treat me to a portion," he implored. Xie Yanchuan had prepared himself for the outcome, yet found himself in a state of bemusement, his heart oddly comforted. Even if he were to marry her, the person before him would not necessarily regard him as a sovereign to be served. At his age, how could he still harbor such cravings? Nevertheless, Xie Yanchuan gently tapped the table, requesting a serving of Su Shan to be brought forth. "You are already of a frail constitution, so you may only sample its flavor." Pei Yunshu listened, her expression betraying an ineffable sentiment. "How similar you are to my mother." Chapter 12. The geometry of self-interest. Zhongluan was remarkably perceptive. Having early on brought over a chair for himself, Pei Yunshu expressed her gratitude. Those in Gonggong humbly replied that it was merely the duty of a servant, unworthy of thanks from a noble. As Pei Yunshu took her seat, she acknowledged that, in truth, Zheng Gonggong and the gentleman were the closest companions. They were merely servants. And how could they presume to accept such words from someone of higher status? Zhonglin smiled knowingly, aware that while there were many ladies in the palace, this particular one had experienced a profound change since entering the royal court. Moreover, he had interacted with this esteemed young lady from the duke's household before. She was spirited yet not unruly. When she had previously met him, her demeanor had not been overly courteous, nor had she shown much deference to his majesty. Su Shan had already sent the kitchen to prepare the delicacies, which needed to be freshly made and would arrive shortly. The pastries from Cheongyu Pavilion would take some time, and Zhongluan was reminded to ensure a generous portion was set aside for her. Pei Yunshu fanned herself continuously, evidently feeling quite warm. "Just a taste will suffice," Xie Yanchuan interjected, signaling for Zhongluan to step out. Yuehua, standing behind Pei Yunshu, appeared relieved. "Miss, if you indulge too much, you'll have to take medicine when we return." "Mind your tongue," Pei Yunshu retorted, casting a displeased glance at Yuehua, laced with a hint of threat. "What is the matter?" Xie Yanchuan discerned that the issue was likely more complicated than mere coldness. "It's nothing," Pei Yunshu replied, clearly too apathetic to even feign a convincing excuse. "Yuehua." Xie Yanchuan uttered her name, prompting Yuehua to hesitate before kneeling and divulging Pei Yunshu's condition. "Your Majesty." A physician was summoned to examine the young lady at the estate. "Sick? No. Please do not inquire further, sir. Matters concerning women are best left unexamined, lest you become the subject of ridicule." Pei Yunshu attempted to intervene. "What is it that I cannot know?" The female physician stated that the young lady suffered from a condition of internal coldness, experiencing excruciating pain during her monthly cycle, necessitating careful nurturing to avoid future complications in childbirth. While most young women would shy away from discussing such matters, Yuehua's expression remained impassive, revealing no trace of embarrassment. Yuehua had been assigned to Pei Yunshu by Xie Yanchuan, so how could she so easily meet her demise? Moreover, she had not sent word to him. Why is it so serious? The young lady is frail, but has a penchant for coolness, and she has neglected her medicine, leading to a worsening condition. Though Yuehua was indeed sent by Xie Yanchuan to care for Pei Yunshu, he had stated it was not for surveillance, but for her well-being, and unless danger arose, there was no need to report to him. "Remove the Su Shan and replace it with warmer pastries," Xie Yanchuan commanded. "Sir, I have not indulged in coolness for several days." Yuehua seemed poised to speak, but Pei Yunshu shot her a sharp look, prompting Yuehua to lower her gaze and remain silent. "Furthermore, what harm is there in my inability to bear children? After all, I am destined to enter the palace." It was customary for women entering the palace to aspire to bear sons and daughters. Why then did she express such sentiments? Xie Yanchuan's harem cannot be deemed chaotic, for it lacks a queen, a favored concubine, or even a particularly cherished consort. This emperor, well versed in the art of ruling, has always practiced equitable treatment. Although there are rivalries within the harem, they are not overly severe, and for the most part, Xie Yanchuan refrains from intervening. Yet, how could his young disciple survive the intrigues of the harem without his protection? I wonder, would you impose punishment upon me for stating this? Xie Yanchuan remained unfazed by the memories of her childhood mischief, when she had even dared to snip his hair, and he did not seek retribution then. To stir unrest above the emperor's head is no trifling matter. Even Pei Yunshu, not to mention the elderly duke at that time, had nearly been driven to fainting by his own granddaughter's antics, prompting immediate contrition. Pei Yunshu opened her mouth, a rosy hue creeping onto her charming face as she recalled her youthful indiscretions, feeling a sense of embarrassment even now. She distinctly remembered that it was the first time her grandfather had punished her, forcing her to kneel in the ancestral hall and transcribe texts for 3 days, ultimately requiring the emperor himself to plead on her behalf. Yet still, there were those who remained ungrateful, causing quite a stir during that period. Xie Yanchuan observed the young lady before him, now a breathtaking beauty, recalling her extreme mischief in her youth. Since then, he had cultivated considerable patience towards the younger generation. When Xie Changyan was adopted under his name, Xie Yanchuan initially found the child excessively docile, having previously assumed that all youngsters were as unruly as Pei Yunshu. Having engaged in such antics, did she now fear to converse with him? Do not jest, master. Was I not merely brave in my ignorance? Pei Yunshu understood that Xie Yanchuan's indulgence stemmed from her distinctiveness compared to others. As long as she remained within the confines of his boundaries, she enjoyed countless privileges beyond those granted to ordinary individuals. Master, you are nearing your 30s, and while there are numerous beauties in the harem, you have yet to father a single child. Although it may not be openly discussed, surely not every woman in the palace can be at fault. Pei Yunshu bit her lip, leaving faint imprints from her pearly teeth on her full lips. You have a crown prince now. Is it not true that without offspring, there is little to be said? Xie Yanchuan, both exasperated and amused, regarded the young lady's guilty expression. Master, that is not my intention. Just then, Zhang Luan entered, carrying a delicate mountain of sweet cream. Pei Yunshu took a silver spoon presented to her and savored a mouthful. It was sweet and icy, the perfect treat for the summer heat. She had barely taken 3 bites when someone gently restrained her wrist. Xie Yanchuan placed his folding fan upon her wrist. This is sufficient. Do not be greedy for coolness. Xie Yanchuan paused in contemplation. I am in good health. As for offspring, shall we discuss this matter further once you enter the palace? Pei Yunshu nodded nonchalantly, not overly concerned with the topic, though she gazed wistfully at the sweet mountain. Such a pity. Xie Yanchuan took the spoon from her hand. Allow me to use it. You may watch. Pei Yunshu observed his expression, akin to that of a greedy thief, as Xie Yanchuan leisurely partook of the bowl of icy cream. Beside him, Zhang Luan observed his young apprentice trembling. A palpable expression of alarm etched upon his face. He cast a discreet glare at the lad, thinking him a pitiable creature, unable to seize the opportunity presented to him. Xie Yanchuan departed through the back entrance, for Qiongyu Pavilion was indeed his domain, allowing him to come and go with ease. Once seated in the carriage, he chuckled, repeatedly proclaiming his intent to enter the palace. Yet in her eyes, he appeared as one competing for her favor. When this young lady of the Duke's residence addressed His Majesty, it was never in such a manner. To her, he remained the same esteemed teacher from yesteryear. Zhang Luan remarked with a smile. Indeed, she still regarded him as an elder, persistently indulging her whims. How could he possibly enter the palace under such circumstances? Naturally, Xie Yanchuan would not allow an immediate entrance. He intended for the Duke's residence to voluntarily permit access, ensuring that none among the court dared to oppose him. For he had much to accomplish. Yet, joy danced in Xie Yanchuan's heart, nearly overwhelming his patience. Yuehua, what do you think His Majesty signifies? Pei Yunshu casually inquired while savoring some chestnut cakes. This servant does not know. You do not know? But I do, Pei Yunshu replied, observing Yuehua's puzzled expression as she offered her a piece of chestnut cake. Take these pieces to Yueyun, lest she cause a ruckus. Pei Yunshu gazed out at the scenery, pondering the fact that her teacher had never sired offspring throughout his lifetime. Today, she had deliberately broached the subject, as one must ascertain the path ahead. With Xie Yanchuan's health being sound, the only possible conclusion was a deliberate avoidance of progeny. It remained a mystery how deeply Xie Yanchuan cared for his adopted heir, Xie Changyan. Nonetheless, knowing that her teacher faced no impediment regarding offspring was sufficient for her. Human nature is inherently selfish, and her esteemed teacher was no exception. Otherwise, he would not have permitted her entry into the palace during Xie Chongyan's fervent pleas. Yet, the extent of this selfishness remained unclear. Chapter 13. When did you become so understanding? Pei Yunshu delicately carried a plate of pastries to her mother, Jiang Shi. Upon seeing the still warm chestnut cake, remarked, "Ah, you have finally begun to show some consideration." Although Pei Yunshu was usually indifferent to such matters, to a mother, her daughter always appeared obedient and well-behaved. "Mother, I have always been understanding. However, I spent a longer time with my cousin. She had already given her gifts, so I hardly thought to bring anything else. My child, how can that be the same? She is she, and you are you. They cannot be conflated." In the past, Jiang Shi had been somewhat unconcerned about these distinctions, but now that both young women were of marriageable age, she had to consider her daughter's reputation. "Look, your cousin has gained quite a reputation in the capital, and what about you?" Recently, Jiang Shi had sensed some unease within herself. Nevertheless, she had raised Zhang Luyan for 10 years. Even though her niece was slightly inferior to her own daughter, she believed the difference was minimal. Zhang Luyan, upon stepping outside the gates, was not at all lacking in dignity compared to the other young ladies of noble families. Jiang Shi softened a little. The child had lost her parents, and it was understandable for her to harbor her own thoughts. Perhaps, once a suitable match was found, she would be able to find peace. "Your cousin has a virtuous reputation, and your daughter has her own beauty," Pei Yunshu cheekily asserted, wearing an unabashed expression. Jiang Shi tapped her forehead. "How can a young lady speak of herself in such a manner? What if others hear you? Isn't it more appropriate for them to observe?" Pei Yunshu nestled next to Jiang Shi, affectionately leaning against her. "Mother, isn't it only half a month until father returns? Indeed, your father and your second brother will finally be home soon, and in a couple of days. Your eldest brother should return as well." Jiang Shi, upon reaching this point, gazed at Pei Yunshu knowingly. "You understand what I wish to discuss, do you not?" "I do." Pei Yunshu pouted. "I know you dislike your eldest brother's strictness, but he only means well. If anything were to happen to you, he would be more anxious than anyone." Pei Yunshu had never favored her eldest brother, Pei Zimu, the heir to the duke's estate, who had always been self-disciplined to an almost rigid degree. He often reprimanded her for her lack of decorum. Yet in her past life, when her father was sent to battle and framed by Xie Chongyan, her elder brother had held the precarious duke's household together, standing against Xie Chongyan for her sake. Traitorous acts, she thought, recalling that at that time, she herself had been burdened with accusations of poisoning the emperor. Even Xie Yanchuan could not fully trust the duke's household. "As long as my brother does not constantly scold me, I shall not ignore him." Jiang Shi observed Pei Yunshu's slightly petulant demeanor, yet she appeared earnest. "Our daughter has grown up and learned to care for her brother, hasn't she? I do not care for him. What is there to feel pity for my brother?" After lingering by Jiang Shi's side for a while, Pei Yunshu was eventually sent away. Once she departed, Jiang Shi slowly withdrew her smile, her brows knitting with concern. The maid beside Jiang Shi fanned her gently. "Madam, what troubles you?" "Mrs. grown wise now. The lady should indeed feel joy. Approaching the age of marriage. Her newfound understanding brings me happiness, yet I know my daughter all too well." Zhang's expression remained somber as she rose. Since childhood, Nian has been astute. Yet due to the family's indulgence, her simplicity often rendered her intelligence ineffective. "I had always hoped to find her a husband of respectable lineage, a man of integrity, ensuring her life would be smooth and pleasant." For Jiang, this would be the ideal outcome for Pei Yunshu, her daughter living a life of ease and tranquility. Yet, unexpectedly, she has become entangled with the crown prince. Such sudden maturity and cleverness must have roots in something. Recently, for an extended period, Nian seemed lost in thought. And now, having gained clarity, it appears that someone has wronged her, perhaps grievously so. Jiang, hailing from scholarly family, has always been calm and gentle. With the duke absent, the Grand Duke's residence is under her command. "Madam, our daughter is the esteemed young lady of the duke's household. Who would dare to wrong her?" The maid who accompanied Jiang upon her marriage spoke freely. Who else could it be? Jiang gazed at the overcast sky. The morning had been bright, but now dark clouds gathered ominously. As summer arrived, the rain often came swiftly and unexpectedly. Fortunately, the Duke would soon return. With him at home, even the Emperor would not press for Yin to wed the Crown Prince. Jiang sighed lightly. The Emperor has only this one Crown Prince, and there should be no issues. Yet, as he is not of his own blood and in the prime of his life, the Crown Prince is adept at forging alliances and engaging in intrigues. In such murky waters, she would never allow Yin to be caught up. In the past, I refrained from overthinking, but Yin's recent behavior compels me to ponder deeply. Jiang closed her eyes before the Duke's return. She must sever the ties between the Crown Prince and Yin. I know Mother is wise, I mused. Father once said that had Mother been a man, he would not have surpassed her. Pei Yunshu stood by the window. Outside, a long corridor shielded her from the rain, allowing only the sound of the afternoon downpour to reach her. The rain came swiftly and departed just as quickly, leaving behind a refreshing chill. Madam is clever, and so is the young lady, she reflected. When she was younger, all the tutors we invited praised her intelligence. Yue, thinking the young lady was merely engaging in casual conversation, spoke candidly. Pei Yunshu turned to regard her maid. Yue was her own choice, drawn to her fair and attractive countenance. Yue had family in the capital, though of modest means, they were relatively well off. Where a family fell gravely ill, the young maid sold herself, fortuitously catching Pei Yunshu's attention. Seeing their daughter favored by a noble, her family felt reassured and quietly saved to redeem her. Thus, both Yue and Pei Yunshu shared a certain innocence. She now recalls that in her previous life, Yue was not redeemed by her family and did not accompany her to the Eastern Palace, but was instead deceived by that black-hearted individual in her household, destined to endure a life of suffering. Yue, do you understand the saying to play the pig, to eat the tiger? Some individuals are genuinely intelligent, while others exhibit their cleverness through unscrupulous means. Such people are the ones we must guard against. Miss, whom are you referring to? Yue asked, gazing at Pei Yunshu with a perplexed expression. Never mind, I'm not particularly astute myself. When you marry, I shall surely find you a worthy family to wed into. Yue blinked, feeling a flutter of anxiety within her. Did the young lady perhaps sense something? Why did she suddenly mention that the lady was clever? Ah, that is simply because your young mistress lacks intelligence, Pei Yunshu remarked. She was not foolish. During her childhood, the Duke's residence had engaged tutors who were well-versed in both literature and martial arts, complemented by her grandfather, a great scholar who personally educated their siblings. However, the smooth sailing of her past life had blinded her to the truth, and Xie Chongyin's cruelty struck when she finally began to perceive reality. In those years, under the influence of the poison, Pei Yunshu's memories were exceedingly vague, yet recollecting them still brought a deep-seated pain. Yoa, that pot of white magnolias is currently in full bloom. Today, I have embarrassed His Highness the Crown Prince. You should have the maidservants pluck some petals to make a sachet and send it along with the flowers to the Eastern Palace. Remember to inform His Highness that those flowers were personally requested by the young lady of the Duke's residence. Chapter 14. Sisterly affection. When Xie Chongyan returned to the Eastern Palace, he was beset by doubts. Was Pei Yunshu merely throwing a tantrum, or was she genuinely unhappy? He prided himself on his ability to discern such nuances. Pei Yunshu seemed to harbor a hint of resistance towards him, a feeling that Xie Chongyan found somewhat nebulous. After all, he had spent several years as the Crown Prince, revolving around Pei Yunshu. Unfamiliar with the nature of love, Pei Yunshu would surely come to see him as her beloved with just a little guidance, especially with Jiang Liuyan's covert assistance. Their bond had already grown considerably intimate. He believed he had devoted a significant portion of his lifetime's patience to Pei Yunshu, and in his eyes he had already given more than enough. She ought to be utterly devoted to him, or at least consider his feelings. Yet, nothing of the sort had transpired. Even a clay figure would retain some semblance of spirit, let alone Xie Chongyan. He could always choose another. For the realm of Dechun was not solely governed by Pei Guogong, and the wielders of military power extended beyond Pei Yuanzheng. Whenever Xie Chongyan reflected on this matter, a sense of regret would wash over him. Had Jiang Liuyan been the legitimate daughter of the Guogong's residence, such troubles would have been averted. At that moment, A steward from the Eastern Palace arrived to report that the eldest daughter of the Guogong's residence had sent a gift. Xie Yanchuan instructed for it to be brought forth, revealing a pot of flowers and an exquisitely embroidered sachet. Was this all that had been sent? He mused, observing the gifts. Indeed, it was typical of a young lady to present such trifles. He had heard it was personally procured from the temple to calm the mind and spirit. Xie Yanchuan was skeptical of such notions, but since Pei Yunshu had taken the initiative to send it, he chose to interpret it as a gesture of goodwill. Moreover, the sachet appeared to hold considerable utility. With a more relaxed demeanor, he instructed that the flowers be taken care of by the gardener. As a young eunuch prepared to carry the flowers away, Xie Yanchuan paused. He took another glance at the exquisite magnolia, blooming splendidly, and recalled it was sought from the Pudu temple. Take it to my study, he directed. His study, frequented by visitors, would allow for this gesture to be acknowledged. As for the sachet, he reminded himself to take it with him when he departed. Taking a deep breath, Xie Yanchuan concluded that he had indeed overthought the situation. Pei Yunshu now had aspirations and a purpose, no longer lost in the disorientation of her rebirth. She was acutely aware of the path she intended to tread. She understood her parents' wishes to find her a reliable husband, but the human heart is often inscrutable. Why had she trusted Jiang Luyan and Xie Yanchuan so implicitly in her past life? She had believed that her kindness would be reciprocated, only to nurture two ungrateful wolves. Thus, Pei Yunshu had resolved to abandon such naivety. She sought to ascend to a higher position, to attain a more esteemed identity, compelling those who had wronged her, even those who loathed her deeply, to grovel at her feet. Today, Pei Yunshu donned a pale green blouse, holding a new round fan in her hand. It had been several days since she last visited her cousin. It had been 5 days since she last saw her dear cousin. Yuehua approached with a cup of warm tea, inquiring whether the young lady wished to visit her cousin. Indeed, it was time to pay a visit, if delayed any further. The cousin, being of a sensitive disposition, might feel slighted and retreat into silent tears. Listening to this, Yueyun observed that Pei Yunshu, already prone to feeling warm, would have to placate her cousin in such sweltering weather. What a predicament! Pei Yunshu lightly tapped Yueyun on the head with her fan, admonishing her not to speak foolishly. My cousin resides in the Duke's mansion. She must harbor some worries within her heart. We ought to be kind to her. As she spoke, several young maidservants were nearby, lively and animated in private. Who could tell when such words might escape their lips? The heat had indeed been unbearable these past few days. Jiang Luyan had sent someone to fetch ice, but the maid returned empty-handed, reporting that the ice in the storeroom was nearly depleted due to the recent warmth, leading to a reduction in the rations for each courtyard. Jiang Luyan merely nodded in acknowledgement, understanding that if the entire household's rations were cut, there was little she could contest. Moreover, Jiang Luyan had always been gentle and compliant in the Duke's residence. On occasions when she felt wronged, she simply wept quietly in her chamber. Naturally, she would not dwell on such matters. Most of the time, she sat by the window with a scroll of books, teaching the young maidservants around her to read and write. Does the young lady not feel the heat? A tranquil heart brings coolness. If one finds the heat unbearable, surely they have not found peace. Jiang Luyan turned the page of her book, glancing at the maidservant beside her, who nodded in innocent understanding. What my cousin says is true. Pei Yunshu emerged from the window, and Jiang Luyan remarked with surprise, How did you come here? Dear cousin, the sun is particularly fierce today. You must be cautious not to overexpose yourself. She quickly pulled Pei Yunshu inside, noticing her flushed cheeks, and fanned her with a handkerchief. I was merely thinking of how long it has been since I last visited my cousin. Though it is somewhat warm today, I have only been moving about the mansion. There is no need for concern. Pei Yunshu settled into a chair, her smile radiant. Yet to Jiang Luyan, her cousin's carefree nature evoked both admiration and envy. Did you come to me for something? I felt a bit stifled indoors, so I thought to converse with my cousin. That is well. However, my room is rather warm as well, and I fear you may find it uncomfortable. No worries, one must acclimate. This year seems to be warmer than previous ones. Yet the rains have been plentiful. Mother says it is a year of bountiful harvests. Did my aunt really say so? How splendid. Pei Yunshu, accustomed to this casual banter, treated Jiang Luyan like a companion and confidant. Whenever Pei Yunshu sought her out, Jiang Luyan would indulge her, providing company. Cousin, I have heard from mother that she is currently seeking a suitor for you in the capital. Pei Yunshu whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to Jiang Luyan. A suitor? Jiang Luyan paused, her fan faltering momentarily. Cousin, mother is quite invested in this matter. She awaits father's return to finalize arrangements. Given your age, she is anxious, fearing that your marriage prospects may be delayed. Without allowing Jiang Luyan to respond, Pei Yunshu hurriedly divulged her thoughts, leaving Jiang Luyan momentarily stunned. She remained unhurried, for the Duke's residence cherished its young ladies and would not hastily arrange their marriages. Moreover, the matter of Pei Yunshu had become a source of concern for the household. When she came of age, she had assured her aunt that there was no rush, as she sought a worthy partner. Jiang Luyan, having ascended to the favor of Xie Yanchuan, would not demean herself by marrying the mundane. However, the Duke's household was intent on finding her a husband. Observing Pei Yunshu's teasing gaze, she could not help but reveal a bashful smile. How can we speak of this matter? It is entirely up to my aunt's arrangements. Cousin, how can you be so indifferent to such an important affair as marriage? I have quietly observed whom mother favors, and I wonder if we might secretly meet them? Her aunt, aware of the impending reprimand, had a clear understanding of the situation. Upon glance, Jiang Luyan noted that among the chosen suitors were the vice-general, a scholar who had excelled the previous year, and perhaps even a younger prince. Cousin, rest assured, as a member of the Duke's household, you shall undoubtedly become the principal wife. Pei Yunshu spoke earnestly. These were indeed the individuals her mother had in mind. Yet, with the Crown Prince's affection, would her cousin be content to marry another? A second son? In the future, he may not even be a prince. Jiang Luyan clenched the handle of her fan, pondering the insignificance of such identities. Who among them would be worthy of the title of principal wife? Pei Yunshu merely mentioned it casually before shifting the conversation, leaving Jiang Luyan to wrestle with her inner turmoil while feigning a smile, maintaining the facade of sisterly affection. At lunchtime, Pei Yunshu's uncertainty was palpable, and Jiang Luyan remained puzzled until Yuehua took the initiative to state that it was hot and the small kitchen had prepared refreshing dishes for the young lady. Thus, she would not be dining with her cousin. Jiang Luyan did not insist on her staying. It was only when Pei Yunshu carefully scrutinized the situation that she discerned the forced nature of the smiles exchanged, reminiscent of the phrase from a story, a smile that masks the pain beneath. Pei Yunshu departed, feigning her usual obliviousness, but among those sent to escort her, one familiar face caught Jiang Luyan's attention. Was that not the maid, Yuemei? Chapter 15. The insatiable greed. Pei Yunshu halted her steps, observing the slight excitement on the girl's face after she called out that name. You have indeed been sent to your cousin's side. She sighed softly, a hint of regret in her tone. Come here. Pei Yunshu beckoned to Yuemei, who hurriedly approached and stood beside her. Pei Yunshu showed no disapproval for the girl's impulsive actions, allowing her to fall slightly behind as they walked together. I intended to retrieve you from my mother's side. Although I do not lack for people in my courtyard, I feel a connection to you, and thought it would be fine to have another presence. It seems that preparing an extra set of belongings for you does not trouble me much. However, upon reaching my mother's place, she insisted on sending you to my cousin, claiming that the maid at my cousin's side was unsatisfactory. My mother heard me praise you and was adamant about having you accompany my cousin. Yuemei had come to understand why she was sent to the young lady's side, and she was reluctant to accept it. She had inquired and learned that the young lady was indeed favored in the household. Favored? Regardless of such favor, she could never compare to Pei Yunshu, who shared a deeper bond with her. My mother mentioned that you were to serve as a senior maid at your cousin's side. I thought this would not be a great injustice to you, considering I already have a senior maid by my side. A senior maid? Yet upon arriving beside Jiang Luyan, she found herself relegated to the tasks of a mere servant, utterly unbefitting of a senior maid. Yuemei glanced at Pei Yunshu, lowering her head, her eyes tinged with red. Since I have entered this courtyard, the young lady has only assigned me menial chores. Is that so? My mother should have discussed this with your cousin. You need not worry excessively, Yuemei, as you are newly arrived at your cousin's side. Directly serving as a senior maid may indeed invite jealousy. Moreover, your cousin is quite particular about rules and decorum. You must not provoke her displeasure. Having been sent to her cousin's side, it was unexpected that the favor fell upon the eldest young lady. You may have not anticipated such a mix-up upon her arrival at the estate. Now that you are here in my courtyard, having walked such a distance with me, you must be feeling warm. There are some delightful pastries in the small kitchen. You should try them. Such precious delicacies. How could they be given to a servant? Would they not be a waste? Yume exclaimed, startled. She had only heard of these pastries by name until she entered the Duke's residence and saw someone deliver a small bowl to Jiang Luyan's courtyard the previous day. The pastries were white and fragrant, chilled with ice to prevent them from melting in the warmth. What waste are you speaking of? Ultimately, they are meant to be consumed. Pei Yunshu felt the heat and instructed someone to fetch the pastries, saying, Yun, please take Yume to the kitchen to enjoy them. After calling out this name, Pei Yunshu did not immediately depart, but rather realized, I had intended for you to come to my courtyard, and now that you are in your cousin's residence, let her bestow upon you a new name. It would be best to avoid displeasing her. You may notice the faint melancholy and helplessness in Pei Yunshu's demeanor. After entering the estate, she had only heard of the good relationship between the eldest young lady and her cousin, but now it appeared there were deeper matters at play. Yu Yun led Yume to the small kitchen and handed her a bowl of pastries. Miss Yu Yun. Yume observed that Yu Yun was still quite young, full of childlike innocence, and thus recognized her as someone easily deceived. Are these things of any use to you in your daily life? The pastry known as Su Shan was more delicate than ordinary confections. Upon scooping a spoonful and letting it dissolve in her mouth, its chilly sweetness spread across her lips and tongue. Not at all. However, once it is delivered, if the young lady cannot finish it, she shares it with those in the courtyard. Yu Yin was not familiar with this individual. She regarded it merely as casual conversation. The young lady instructed her to bring the person over to partake in the food, and after they had eaten, to send them away, which she dutifully obeyed. As she watched Yu Mei's figure fade into the distance, Yu Yin turned back to report to the young lady, noting that the person appeared somewhat displeased. Pei Yunshu was sipping the prepared mung bean soup, pleasantly cool, which was the most refreshing beverage she could enjoy. As for the Su Shan, each courtyard received its share, and here she had merely half a bowl more than others. Unable to indulge herself, she gave all of it to the little maidservants in the courtyard. In truth, the portion her mother sent to Jiang Liuyan's courtyard was not significantly less than that given to Pei Qingwan. However, for someone like Yume, even if her master treated her kindly, it could not compare to the smallest act of kindness from others. She could not help but recall that had it not been for Jiang Liuyan's interference, she would have been enjoying her fortune in her own courtyard. That girl was indeed pitiable, now reduced to an orphan. It would be wise to befriend her and offer some support when time permitted. Although Yu Yin found this puzzling, she accepted it as her young lady's directive. After Yu Yin departed, Yu Hua collected the white porcelain bowl from before Pei Yunshu. Is it acceptable for Yu Yin to go? That girl is often naive. What if she speaks out of turn? What did she possibly say wrong? It is precisely because she appears innocent that others trust her. She merely exchanges a few words, contingent upon whether others believe her. Jiang Luyan sat by the window, engaged in embroidery, with her wet nurse attending to her. When Jiang Luyan arrived at the Duke's residence, she was accompanied solely by her wet nurse and 2 maidservants, who were the ones she felt closest to. Miss, could it be that Yume is someone the eldest young lady has placed beside us? Perhaps we should find a reason to send her elsewhere? Unlikely. She would not have such intentions. I am well aware of Pei Yunshu's character. Jiang Luyan lowered her gaze, stitching the handkerchief in her hands, reflecting, I wonder why at this moment she would remove my senior maid and replace her with Yume. It seems to be something Pei Yunshu did not desire. Miss, the Duke's wife is arranging a match for you. Surely she would not do you a disservice. The wet nurse knew that the Jiang family was seeking suitors for their young lady. She was fully aware of her lofty aspirations. However, having the Duke's residence as a backing was immensely beneficial for their young lady. Would she truly not do me an injustice? Do you know why they wish to marry me off? It is merely out of concern that I might impede Pei Yunshu's path. Jiang Luyan lowered her eyes, snapping the thread. I have long grown accustomed to it. Yet, she is unwilling to accept her fate, She is more intelligent and talented than Pei Yunshu. But what does Pei Yunshu possess? Aside from her beauty, she has nothing, and yet she can easily surpass me. Only one thing remained. Jiang Luyan gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It had been some time since she last laid eyes on the Crown Prince, and it was indeed time for a visit. Zheng Luan had arrived quietly, not even stirring the Jiang family, and when Pei Yunshu beheld Zheng Luan standing before her, she was taken aback. With his status, there was no place in the capital that he could not access, yet this esteemed eunuch usually attracted a retinue wherever he went. Even at the duke's residence, the Jiang family would send servants in advance to greet him, but now, Zheng Luan had appeared silently in her courtyard without even alarming the young attendants. Either Zheng Luan possessed exceptional martial prowess, arriving and departing like a shadow, or there were trusted confidants of Xie Yanchuan within the duke's estate. Master Zheng, what brings you here? You did not send word beforehand, Pei Yunshu said, gathering her scattered thoughts as she rose to converse with him. Individuals like Zheng Luan were cunning and should not be underestimated. The emperor mentioned that if word were sent ahead, it would create a grand spectacle, thereby causing unnecessary trouble for Miss Pei. Zheng Luan replied. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan was meticulous in his considerations for her. Sir, you have thought of everything, Pei Yunshu acknowledged, realizing that a sudden and ostentatious gift from Xie Yanchuan would undoubtedly attract unwelcome attention. The emperor naturally always has your best interests at heart. He is aware of the recent oppressive heat and fears that Miss Pei may not withstand it. Thus, he sought a piece of cool jade from the treasury for you to carry, providing you with a touch of relief. Zheng Luan presented the jade, lingering only briefly before departing with a hurried farewell, leaving behind a letter. Pei Yunshu opened the purple sandalwood box in her hands, revealing a brocade pouch. As she lifted it, a piece of cool jade tumbled into her palm, its surface pleasantly cool to the touch, adorned with simple, swirling cloud patterns. She gently caressed the jade. She recognized it well. Jade nurtures the spirit, and her fondness for its cooling properties was known. She had previously seen this piece in Xie Changyan's possession, said to be a gift from the emperor to the Eastern Palace. Initially, she had assumed Xie Changyan would present it to her, yet it had ultimately found its way into Jiang Luoyin's hands. What if this was indeed meant for her all along? What if it was Xie Yanchuan's thoughtful preparation for her? Chapter 16. The cat and the mouse. Pei Yunshu bore a piece of jade that did not attract anyone's attention. After all, in comparison to the priceless jewels adorning this young lady, the jade was rather inconspicuous. As the legitimate daughter of the duke's household, Pei Yunshu had never lacked exquisite possessions. In contrast to Jiang Luoyin's usual understated elegance, Pei Yunshu had always preferred to adorn herself with gold and silver. When Yue Ying appeared before Pei Yunshu, she was engrossed in reading. The books before her were familiar, having been perused in the past. However, she now sought tranquility through the act of copying texts. Miss, what has prompted you to copy Buddhist scriptures? Yue Ying inquired. I recall that the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is in October, is it not? Indeed, but it is not a grand celebration, so it shall not be overly extravagant. The Empress Dowager is devout. What do you think of my transcribing a scripture as a gift for her? Yuehua, upon hearing this, revealed a rare smile. Did you not typically present exquisite and valuable items? Why this sudden inclination towards copying scriptures? I have given all that I could. One cannot know precisely what the Empress Dowager favors. Did my cousin not say that the sentiment is what truly matters? As Yuehua conversed with Pei Yunshu, Yue Ying entered and informed her, Miss, your cousin is preparing to go out. Do you know her destination? To the tea house. The tea house? Wasn't my cousin once quite averse to such places? Pei Yunshu set down a brush. Jiang Luoyin was dressed beautifully today, although her attire remained in understated hues. It was crafted from the finest flowing silk. With a light touch of makeup and delicately chosen adornments, she exuded a refreshing charm amidst the sweltering summer heat. Pei Yunshu observed her cousin, recalling how comfortable she always felt in Jiang Luoyin's presence, finding satisfaction in whatever they engaged in together. Upon reflection, it became evident that Jiang Luoyin was merely adept at winning hearts, whether it be those of the duke's household or the crown prince. Cousin, Pei Yunshu said with a bright smile, stepping in front of Jiang Luoyin. Yuan. Jiang Luyin, despite her careful composure, could not entirely conceal a hint of alarm. Are you also seeking a place to cool off? I have heard that the bamboo grove is quite pleasant. Would you care to join me? We could share a meal there. Jiang Luyin smiled serenely. No, I cannot accompany you, lest I disturb you. How could that possibly be a disturbance? I would find it rather dull alone. You could at least converse with me. Jiang Luoyin's smile nearly faltered. The Crown Prince was perpetually occupied, and such an opportunity to meet him was not one she would relinquish lightly. Yuan, I truly cannot accompany you today. I have an errand to run. Is my cousin going out? Is there something of importance? Pei Yunshu inquired, her curiosity piqued. Jiang Luyin, without a trace of doubt, understood that if her words resonated with this young lady's desires, she would undoubtedly wish to follow her. Why today of all days? What makes it so special? I have heard that new poetry has been released recently, and I wish to see it and transcribe it for my collection. This endeavor is rather tedious. Do you not typically disdain such tasks? Jiang Luyin spoke hastily, realizing only afterward how her eagerness had rendered her refusal far too evident. As expected, Pei Yunshu's eyes reflected surprise and confusion. Nevertheless, a stroll would be beneficial. Would Xiangxiang like to join? Jiang Luyin, of course, could not take Pei Yunshu to meet Xie Yanchuan, and it appeared this opportunity would be squandered. How intriguing, Pei Yunshu mused, observing her cousin. It was the first time she had seen her cousin in such a state, unable to conceal her alarm. In her previous life, she had been a caged mouse, and now she found herself as a raccoon servant. After observing enough, she feigned reluctance, deciding it was best to refrain. I am not as composed as my cousin. In this sweltering heat, the carriage would be stifling, and I refused to subject myself to such discomfort. Watching Jiang Luoyin's nearly frantic retreat, Pei Yunshu began to comprehend her cousin's thoughts from her past life. She turned in the opposite direction, fully aware of everything. While observing the uninformed individuals consumed by anxiety and worry, pulled along by their emotions, a truly delightful spectacle. No wonder, just before her demise in her previous life, Jiang Luyin had felt compelled to reveal everything to her. All her actions were born out of a desire for revenge, and withholding such revelations before her death surely deprived her of the chance to flaunt her power. My lady, did you rush here merely to exchange a few words with your cousin? Yuan queried, somewhat bewildered and feeling a touch of sympathy for her mistress. Look at your cousin. It is evident she is reluctant to engage with you. Indeed, Pei Yunshu intended to wander through the bamboo grove. Upon hearing Yuan's words, she scrutinized the little girl who had been by her side since childhood, known for her gluttony and gullibility. Why do you gaze at me so, my lady? How did you perceive that? Pei Yunshu inquired with curiosity. Had she not intentionally sought to observe, she would not have discerned anything. I just sensed it, Yuan replied. I hadn't noticed before. You are rather astute. Your cousin likely has her own matters to attend to, so let us not be bothersome. Who among us lacks a few secrets? When Pei Yunshu arrived at the bamboo grove, Pei Qingwan was playing the guqin. Pei Yunshu stood for a while, listening. Who taught you to play this instrument? She interrupted the melody. Pei Qingwan rose and bowed, noticing Pei Yunshu's displeasure. It was a female tutor invited by my aunt. Do you find it improper, sister? Pei Yunshu approached and sat down, watching Pei Qingwan standing cautiously beside her. Sit down. I have not come to scold you. Pei Qingwan, have you ever contemplated the kind of person you wish to marry in the future? Pei Qingwan paused, taken aback. She had indeed thought about it, but previously, her aspirations were modest, merely to be wed as a legitimate wife. Yet she was puzzled as to why Pei Yunshu suddenly broached this topic. If you marry, it is only natural that you would aspire to be a lady, and you ought to marry into a prominent family. Has your aunt taught you none of this? Pei Yunshu had previously overlooked this younger sister, but she was aware that Jiang Luyin had shared the same education and knowledge with her. Pei Qingwan's complexion paled slightly, unsure how to respond. Do not pursue such frivolous pursuits. While they may serve as a source of amusement within the confines of boudoir, performing in public will surely invite ridicule. As Pei Yunshu raised her hand to play a piece, Pei Qingwan was momentarily entranced. The melody, devoid of warmth and tenderness, possessed an ethereal quality that transcended the mundane. She had previously believed her elder sister to be utterly unaccomplished, never considering that a favored daughter of the Duke's residence could genuinely embody the traits of a frivolous young lady. How could this be? Until now, she had never heard her sister play the guqin. Who, she mused, would dare to expect me to perform as a courtesan of the Qin Tower for him? With a dismissive flick of her fingers, Pei Yunshu casually plucked a string before removing her protective armor. I possess a 70% certainty of securing a prosperous marriage for you, yet my involvement ends there. It is your responsibility to learn how to win over your husband and to navigate the complexities of being a lady of a distinguished household. Pei Qingyuan nodded, understanding, and requested her elder sister's guidance. Naturally, I'm always generous towards those who are loyal to me. However, she must ensure that this individual is firmly within her grasp, lest she repeat past mistakes. Chapter 17. Companions today. Xie Yanchuan made a special effort to prepare himself, adopting a different guise for his appointment. He often mingled in the capital, and Xie Yanchuan never restricted his friendships with the offspring of noble families. However, today, he was to meet Jiang Luyan, a private rendezvous with a lady, should this be exposed. Even a mere official from the Ministry of Rights could see to it that accusations against him would flood in like a storm. In recent days, Xie Yanchuan had entrusted him with several tasks, and Xie Changyan believed he had exerted himself to the utmost. Xie Yanchuan, having observed his efforts, refrained from reprimanding or praising him, merely casting a calm gaze his way, indicating that he still required further experience. Xie Changyan responded with due respect, yet a hint of bitterness stirred within him. He was the crown prince, yet in matters of governance, officials remained evasive, showing him little reverence. The crown prince's actions were, indeed, lacking in discretion. The crown prince was still quite young. Young? When the current emperor ascended to the throne, he was considerably younger than the crown prince. Such remarks were already relatively mild. The harsher criticisms Xie Changyan had often heard, or rather, those who dared to voice them did, so only in private. Nevertheless, Xie Changyan felt the disdainful gazes of those around him, as if he could never measure up to Xie Yanchuan. Xie Yanchuan, a wise and illustrious ruler, a man admired for his literary and martial prowess, stood in stark contrast to him, much like a father and son. Xie Changyan could not help but wear a weary expression, which Jiang Luyan noticed upon her arrival. She said nothing, understanding that Xie Changyan regarded her highly because, in her presence, he could let down his guard. Thus, even though her heart raced with urgency, Jiang Luyan maintained a serene demeanor, brewing tea and playing the guqin beside Xie Changyan. You must have something to discuss with me, Xie Changyan remarked, cradling a cup of tea, the furrow of worry on his brow easing somewhat. It is but a trifling matter, now that your highness is already burdened with state affairs. There is no need to trouble you further, Jiang Luyan replied, her fingers pausing slightly on the strings of the guqin, her voice gentle. Would your highness care to listen to a tune from Jiangnan? As they occupied a tea house that was otherwise closed to patrons, the establishment was silent save for the two of them, with everyone else present being Xie Changyan's own retainers. Jiang Luyan typically disdained such pleasantries, having lived under the roof of the duke, yet she had not forsaken the proud spirit of her scholarly lineage. However, in the presence of Xie Changyan, the dynamic was different. Both were aware that their bond was extraordinary. I have been away from Jiangnan for too long and fear I sing poorly. Please do not mock me, your highness. The tune, a soft dialect of Wu, was unfamiliar to Xie Changyan, yet he found it remarkably soothing. Upon the conclusion of the melody, he gazed at Jiang Luyan, his expression somewhat intricate. Now, I can find a moment of tranquility only with you. It is an honor for me, Jiang Luyan replied, her fingertips lightly grazing the guqin strings, a slight sting accompanying the caress. Do share your thoughts. It is rare to see you so anxious. Surely, it cannot be a trivial matter. Jiang Luyan was always measured in her approach, rarely reaching out to him in the past. Yet this time, her initiative signified something of great import that she could not resolve alone. Yes, my aunt intends to arrange a marriage for me. Jiang Luyan observed the sudden change in Xie Changyan's expression and felt a sense of relief wash over her. She understood that this prince had begun to view her as his possession, and thus, he would not easily allow her to marry another. What had prompted such a swift alteration? Perhaps Yunshu was also eager to wed, and naturally, her cousin would be the one to marry first. Maintaining an air of calm, Jiang Luyan appeared unaffected, while Xie Changyan watched her, his fingertips lightly tapping the rim of his cup. "Have you merely come to inform me?" he inquired. "Naturally. Even if we're not exactly soulmates, I would consider us friends, and it is only right to keep you informed." Xie Changyan's expression was inscrutable, neither joyful nor angry, as he silently gazed at Jiang Luyan until the smile on her face gradually faded. "I had thought the one you wished to marry was me," he remarked. "Your Highness, this matter is but a distant dream for me," Jiang Luyan replied candidly, tinged with a hint of bitterness. She aspired to enter the Eastern Palace, but for someone of her humble background, it was merely a matter of Xie Changyan's word. Yet, she was entangled with the Duke's family. "Have you so easily relinquished your ambitions?" Xie Changyan discerned her aspirations and found no fault in them. After all, they were kindred spirits on a shared path. "Your Highness, I am already immensely favored by the Duke's household. Should I enter the Eastern Palace, do you not realize the slander I would endure from the world?" Jiang Luyan could not bear the burden of such blame. She understood better than anyone that while Pei Yunshu was currently well regarded, a single misstep on her part, seizing Pei Yunshu's marriage, would obliterate all her efforts over the years. She would find herself trampled once more. "You are not a daughter of the Duke's household. You are a lady of the Jiang family," Xie Changyan stated, raising his hand to let his roughened fingertip glide down Jiang Luyan's forehead. She did not shy away, but accepted his somewhat intimate gesture with grace. "Are you truly content to marry another?" She was not content. How could she be? "I need only your word, should you wish for me to enter the Eastern Palace. I trust you will make the necessary arrangements." "And what of Yunshu?" he asked, recalling that Pei Yunshu had been sulking of late. "You know that I require the support of military generals. I would not dare to trouble your Highness, nor would I usurp Yunshu's position. Rest assured on that front," Jiang Luyan assured him. "I merely wish to avoid spending my life with someone I scarcely know. You should, at this moment, be pledging your loyalty to me." "Yet you speak thus," he teased. Jiang Luyan raised her hand to pour him tea. "I believe your Highness desired me to speak the truth." "Indeed," Xie Changyan replied, weary of insincere flattery. A genuine word was a rarity. They were both individuals of profound thoughts. Yet it was precisely because they recognized their shared journey that they could momentarily relax in each other's presence. As Jiang Luyan exited the tea house and quietly departed in her carriage, Xie Changyan slipped out the back door, unnoticed by anyone. "Is that not Luyan?" A woman emerged from a nearby pavilion, gazing at her husband. "Is this a gathering at the tea house to meet a friend? What sort of friend could warrant the reservation of the entire establishment?" The heir of the Duke's residence, Pei Zimu, has returned to the capital today, intending to procure gifts for his sister at home. However, he unexpectedly encountered Jiang Luyan, whose behavior appeared peculiar. After all, it is a matter of personal concern. One ought not to inquire directly, for the lady's modesty is delicate. Lady Lin, aware of her husband's temperament, had forewarned him with a gentle reminder. Since she is a member of the household, what is there that cannot be discussed? Yet, should a scandal arise, how would one manage? Lady Lin shook her head. For Luyan is introspective. Certain matters, when shared with Nai, would merely lead to momentary irritation before resolution. However, if spoken to Luyan, they would fester in her heart for a considerable time. "This is a matter you should refrain from meddling in. I shall converse with her later. Who knows? Perhaps she harbors feelings for someone? Such behavior would be improper." Pei Zimu furrowed his brow and uttered a few words, yet he did not contest his wife's insights. Chapter 18. Nature and Compliance. Recently, Pei Zimu took his wife back to pay respects to their ancestors. With the Duke away at war, he, as the heir, took on the responsibility of honoring them in his stead. Upon his return, Pei Zimu first visited Jiang Shi, who, upon seeing her son, breathed a sigh of relief. "Ah, you are back. After returning to the residence, you ought to see your mother. Jiamo has gone to wash up and will visit me afterward. You both have traveled a long way. It is only fitting that you rest before coming to see me," she replied. "It is of little consequence. Having been away for so long, I wish to assure you of my safety to alleviate any worries you might have." Jiang Shi understood her son's unwavering adherence to propriety. Thanks to your mother, the household has been well. Is all still well at home? With your father absent, there is little to trouble the household. However, after your departure, Xie Yanchuan fell ill. Ill? What happened? How is she now? She has recovered, though she was unwell for quite some time. We consulted a physician, and while her body is healthy, it is said to be a matter of the heart. A matter of the heart? Xie Yanchuan? Pei Zimu expressed surprise, his brow furrowing in concern. Xie Yanchuan had always been spirited and forthright. It was unusual for her to harbor such heavy thoughts, let alone suffer from heartache. I thought so too. Moreover, it seems that recently, Xie Yanchuan has experienced some discord with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's interest in Xie Yanchuan is likely motivated by the Duke's household. Yet, given her innocent nature, she may have developed genuine feelings. Has something unexpected occurred? Has she discovered the truth? That is my suspicion as well. She has ventured out little of late, and as a mother, I cannot pry too much into it, especially since the Duke's household has never been forthcoming about the matter. Jiang Shi feigned ignorance regarding her daughter's affections for the Crown Prince, aware of the underlying tensions between them. With both you and father away, I cannot speak freely. Although you have returned, this matter is beyond your resolution. We shall await your father's return to discuss it. Understood, mother. Given Xie Yanchuan's temperament, it may ultimately be simpler. If she is unwilling, no amount of scheming from the Crown Prince will suffice. While Pei Zimu had occasionally reprimanded Pei Yunshu, he secretly held the belief that the Crown Prince could never compare to his sister. In his eyes, his sister's affections were merely a result of the Crown Prince's machinations. Such disingenuous sentiments could hardly be trusted. The situation concerning Xie Yanchuan required careful deliberation, while the matter of Lu Yin's betrothal could no longer be postponed. Your maternal grandfather wrote recently, inquiring about it. The clan intends to send that young man to our Duke's household, and we cannot allow him to be wronged. Jiang Shi continued to elaborate. Mother, regarding my cousin's marriage, you know that my second brother has feelings for her. Pei Zimu hesitated to speak directly, aware that although Jiang Lu Yin resided in the Duke's household, it was inappropriate to speak openly before an official engagement. Jiang Shi's smile faded slightly. I have other plans for Xie Yanchuan's marriage. Her son may be simple-minded, but her niece is certainly no fool. Zhang's conviction in her son's genuine feelings was unwavering, yet she harbored doubts about her niece's affections. As the matriarch of a noble household, she understood well the subtleties required for a woman to navigate the inner chambers of marriage. She herself had employed such strategies and did not perceive them as untoward. Thus, she was acutely aware of Jiang Luyin's pitiful facade and her innocuous little antics, yet she had never voiced her observations. Xian, in her innocence, appeared somewhat naive to others, bordering on foolishness. Perhaps it would serve her niece well to learn a lesson. However, as a mother, Jiang did not wish for her son to be wed to a woman laden with schemes. The matter was settled. Her second son was always obedient. Pei Zimu's wife, Lin, had been chosen by their parents, and since their marriage, they had maintained a respectful and harmonious relationship, which was commendable in its own right. Do you have something to discuss with me, my son? Jiang observed Pei Zimu's demeanor, noting his rare hesitance to speak. Speak freely, what is it? It pertained to his cousin, as he began to recount events from their return to the capital. Jiang allowed her eldest son to retire, aware that Pei Zimu, as the heir, ought not to interfere in domestic matters. Yet, reflecting on recent occurrences, she could not suppress her murmurs of concern. After refreshing himself in his quarters, Pei Zimu brought gifts to Pei Yunshu's residence. Since you prepared these personally for your sister, just be candid. There is no need to involve me, Lin remarked, unable to suppress a smile at her husband's awkwardness. His stern countenance only softened in the presence of his siblings. Brother, sister-in-law, why do you linger at the entrance? Pei Yunshu's voice echoed from behind them, accompanied by Pei Qingwan, who offered them a respectful greeting. Come in, why stand outside? Pei Yunshu urged them to enter. You need not wait at the threshold. Pei Zimu cast a meaningful glance at Pei Yunshu, recalling how she had previously disapproved of their casual visits to her quarters. Pei Yunshu paused, momentarily forgetting that detail, as so much time had elapsed. The additional decade had refined her demeanor, and even she had learned to be more accommodating. Those were bygone days. I was immature back then, she reflected warmly, smiling gently at her elder brother. As Pei Zimu prepared to speak, Lin discreetly nudged him, signaling him to refrain from unnecessary words. "How is Xian? I heard she was ill recently. Is she recovered?" "She is much improved. Sister-in-law need not worry," Pei Zimu replied, exchanging a few pleasantries with Lin before departing, leaving behind a generous array of gifts. Once they had distanced themselves, Pei Zimu turned to his wife. "Why did you not inquire further? You have often deemed Xian thoughtless, yet now that she has grown more sensible, you seem displeased." Lin regarded her husband, struck by his rare moment of silence. "If she has become so understanding, it is likely due to some hardship. You are usually so forthright. Yet that might only serve to upset Xian further." Pei Zimu paused for a moment, then nodded, acknowledging her point. "You are right, especially considering." Lin suddenly recalled her concerns when she married into the Duke's household, particularly regarding her notoriously willful and favored sister-in-law. Yet in the end, she discovered that it was merely the disposition of a child. When she first wed, she too had faced disdain from the outside world, accustomed to enduring it in silence, while Pei Yunshu stood before her, shielding her and rebuking those who dared to scorn her. At that moment, Lin pondered whether the disdainful remarks stemmed from hatred or jealousy. Moreover, with such an indomitable spirit as Yan's, how could she ever be easily swayed? Pei Zimu softened his expression, acknowledging the lady's words. After Pei Zimu and Lin departed, Jiang Luyan emerged from the shadows, gazing distantly at Pei Yunshu's courtyard. What could have prompted such sudden maturity? Could it be that she has become wiser? Chapter 19. The Lotus Appreciation Banquet. As the sweltering heat began to dissipate, the Duke's residence received an invitation to the Lotus Appreciation Banquet hosted by Princess Xie. This princess shared a kindred spirit with Pei Yunshu, both belonging to the esteemed echelons of society, and both being rare, flamboyant young ladies in the capital. However, in recent days, Pei Yunshu had suddenly withdrawn from social engagements, prompting Princess Xie to send an invitation, as she could no longer contain her eagerness. Princess Xie Shaoxing is the daughter of a brother to both the late emperor and the current sovereign. While their relationship isn't particularly intimate, it is certainly amicable. Presently, her father holds the status of a leisurely prince, yet commands great respect. Shaoxing has brothers, but she is the most favored child, according to her father's words. She alone among his offspring has inherited the true essence of the dandy, princely lineage. Pei Yunshu took the invitation to her mother, expressing her desire to take her sister to visit the Jiang family. After contemplating for a moment, her mother nodded slightly, indicating her approval. That evening, Jiang Luyan became aware of the matter. Holding a book, she found herself increasingly perplexed. Recently, Pei Yunshu had indeed exhibited unusual behavior. If it wasn't a sudden awakening, could it be that she had uncovered something? Jiang Luyan's thoughts spiraled in confusion, unable to arrive at a conclusion. In the days prior, Pei Yunshu had frequently engaged her in conversation, but wait, Jiang Luyan furrowed her brow, the flickering candlelight obscuring her expression. On that occasion, Pei Yunshu had broached the subject of her betrothal. What if Pei Yunshu had intended to convey something significant? Had she discovered Jiang Luyan's clandestine connection with the Crown Prince, thus choosing to distance herself deliberately? The abrupt engagement and the conspicuous assistance to Pei Yunshu seemed to suggest a degree of cunning, yet the realization came too late. On Jiang Luyan's desk lay an invitation as well. It was too late. She no longer needed to rely on Pei Yunshu. Nonetheless, she felt compelled to probe further. If this indeed stemmed from her association with the Crown Prince, once the truth surfaced, it would not only implicate her, but also embroil Xie Yanchuan in significant trouble. Should Pei Yunshu decide to create a stir, it would undoubtedly cause a tempest in the capital. Thus, preparations with the Crown Prince must be made in advance, or perhaps it would be wise to take the initiative. On the day of the banquet, when Pei Yunshu encountered Jiang Luyan, her motion to board the carriage faltered momentarily. Her cousin was also departing, presumably to the same destination. Jiang Luyan nodded. After all, it was Princess Xing's invitation, and it would be impolite to decline. Pei Yunshu turned and entered the carriage, saying, "Let us depart, cousin." The Duke's carriage arrived, and Xie Yanchuan awaited her at the entrance. "Oh, look who it is. Isn't this our Miss Pei? Finally willing to emerge from your residence? Invited by the princess, I naturally must attend. Otherwise, I would be deemed a recluse in her presence," Pei Yunshu replied. Standing at the gate, Xie Yanchuan donned a sleek outfit tied back in a high ponytail, a style she was accustomed to. In the past, there had even been formal complaints regarding the lax discipline of the princely residence, yet with the title of prince, what regulations or etiquette could one truly uphold? Ultimately, even the censors had grown weary of reprimanding her. Xie Yanchuan extended her hand to assist Pei Yunshu as she disembarked from the carriage. After all, the princess had specifically sent 2 invitations to her residence. As Jiang Luyan approached, she respectfully saluted Xie Yanchuan. The princess, engaged in conversation with Yunshu, indicated that she would enter first, expressing her apologies for the oversight. Jiang Luyan departed at a leisurely pace, yet she could still hear Xie Yanchuan's words. "That invitation from your cousin was given by my mother. You know how fond my mother is of her." A faint smile graced Jiang Luyan's lips, for the endeavor she had pursued over the years were not in vain. Watching Jiang Luyan leave, Xie Yanchuan felt a flicker of confusion. Have issues finally arisen between you two? Finally? What is wrong with her? Why do you harbor such disdain for my cousin? No, it is merely her demeanor that I find disagreeable, Xie Yanchuan shrugged. Guiding Pei Yunshu into the garden for the lotus viewing banquet. I had intended to show you the new garden this year, but my father mentioned that there are esteemed guests today, and I am not permitted to frolic with others. It is wise to keep a respectful distance from the royal guests, Pei Yunshu quipped. Xie Yanchuan rolled her eyes. These days, your presence in the manor has rendered me rather bored. How about I invite you for a drink another day to apologize to our esteemed princess? As Pei Yunshu spoke, she beckoned to Pei Yunshu, suggesting they first pay their respects to the princess. I'll leave it all to your discretion, dear sister. Upon hearing this, Xie Yanchuan cast a glance at Pei Yunshu, who appeared genuinely obedient. Indeed, Pei Yunshu nodded. Their audacious mannerisms contrasted sharply with the decorum expected of their status. While they did not face overt mockery, the unspoken judgments lingered in the air. Jiang Luyan had already met the princess and noticed how the princess admired Pei Yunshu while displaying a closer affinity towards Pei Yunshu, a distinction she was keenly aware of. Your Highness, Pei Yunshu was adept at charming those around her, her playful words bringing smiles and indulgent affection from the princess. You two need not remain by my side. I know you cannot sit still. After a brief conversation, the princess dismissed them, inquiring about Pei Yunshu and bestowing a bracelet upon her, as it was Pei Yunshu's first time introducing her. I wonder what is so captivating about this. Aren't lotus flowers the same every year? A group of young ladies had gathered by the lotus pond, critiquing the blooms when Xie Yanchuan chimed in. Momentarily silenced, they were at a loss for words. But Pei Yunshu engaged them, echoing her sentiment that it was rather tedious, as the flowers were always the same. Xie Yanchuan gestured for the attendant beside her, instructing him to bring forth some entertainment. Why are they simply standing around like fools? Leaning against a nearby post, Pei Yunshu observed as the chaos by the lotus pond unfolded, and soon enough, 3 swings were erected. Pei Yunshu stood nearby, her expression one of uncertainty. You should be able to mingle with them. You need not linger by my side. Pei Yunshu bit her lip, but I am not well acquainted with them. Acquaintance is unnecessary. As long as I am here, they will treat you as a friend. Pei Yunshu gazed at Pei Yunshu, who spoke with an air of nonchalance, and suddenly understood why her elder sister possessed such a temperament, because she was acutely aware that no one would dare to slight the esteemed Pei Yunshu of the Duke's residence. Pei Yunshu had gone out to play when Jiang Luyan approached, inquiring, Cousin, are you also off to have some fun? To which Pei Yunshu replied, I do not wish to intrude upon what the child enjoys. Pray tell, why did you bring Yunshu along this time? Ah, it is because Aunt Jean has sought my mother as assistance in finding a suitable husband for her in the capital. Mother has asked me to take her around to mingle. Is it then that you are subtly distancing yourself from me? Pei Yunshu observed Pei Yunshu, who still wore a gentle smile tinged with a hint of grievance, as if her question was merely casual. Cousin, that day when I borrowed your carriage, How did you return from the Princess Chang's residence? Chapter 20. Confrontation. Pei Yunshu gazed at her, her eyes filled with skepticism, dissatisfaction, and an overwhelming sense of displeasure. So that was it. She had merely initiated a conversation and, without even probing further, had already gleaned the answer. Yet, in a curious twist, Jiang Luyan found herself feeling a sense of relief regarding this matter. That day it was His Royal Highness who escorted me. Did you see Nian Yin? Pei Yunshu scoffed lightly and turned her head to look elsewhere, where several young ladies were playing on swings, with Pei Yunshu among them, soaring high with a gentle push. Despite her usual composure, she could not help but emit a few giggles, for she was, after all, still a young girl. Nian Yin. The situation that day was not as you imagine. If you wish to know, I could elaborate for you. That won't be necessary, cousin. I'm not one to be deeply sentimental. I, Pei Yunshu, have never been one to covet the prince, should I beckon. Even if I were to have feelings for him, there would still be others daring enough to contend. Do you believe me, cousin? Jiang Luyan nodded. Her cousin's extraordinary demeanor naturally instilled trust in her. However, Pei Yunshu's voice was soft yet insidiously sharp, tightening Jiang Luyan's heart. Cousin, what I do not desire, I would rather discard than bestow upon another. As Pei Yunshu brushed past Jiang Luyan, the word disgusting floated lightly in the air. Jiang Luyan's complexion, despite being powdered, could not mask the fury that seeped through. It seemed that unmasking Jiang Luyan's facade was a remarkably simple task. Pei Yunshu then joined others in their revelry, leaving Jiang Luyan standing alone amidst the sweltering summer, the lotus blossoms blooming nearby, and the incessant chirping of cicadas. Yet, Jiang Luyan felt an icy chill, a penetrating cold that coursed through her from head to toe, as she stared at the lotus pond before her. It was the first time she found everything around her utterly distasteful. The cicada's incessant noise and the lotus flower's common beauty. Someone gently tapped her shoulder. Miss Jiang. Jiang Luyan turned abruptly, startling the person who adopted a cautious demeanor. What's wrong? Apologies, I was lost in thought and may have frightened you. It's nothing. Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Luyan pressed her hand to her forehead, acknowledging a slight discomfort from the scorching sun. Standing here, of course, you will feel the heat. We are having tea in the nearby pavilion. Miss Jiang, would you join us? The speaker was a young lady from the Ministry of Rites, Miss Sun, with whom Jiang Luyan had developed a friendly rapport. Then I shall trouble you. As Miss Sun led Jiang Luyan away, they passed by those playing on the swings with Xie Yanchuan. As the swing ascended high, the hem of the skirt fluttered, revealing bare calves. Miss Sun frowned slightly. Though this was a banquet hosted by the royal family, the presence of men nearby made such behavior seem rather improper. Jiang Luyan glanced at the Princess Xingyang, who seemed to revel in such frivolity. What could be done? Miss Sun ascended the stairs while lifting her skirt just enough to reveal a pair of exquisitely embroidered shoes, ensuring that not even her ankles were exposed. The princess's conduct mirrored that of the young lady from the duke's residence, who, despite her noble status, had unwittingly caused many a woman to lose face. Jiang Luyan pursed her lips, releasing a soft sigh that conveyed her sense of helplessness and difficulty. Miss Sun, observing Jiang Luyan, remarked, I seem to have forgotten. That Miss Pei has certainly caused you no small amount of trouble, has she? Not all, Jiang Luyan replied. Though my sister possesses a lively temperament, her nature is fundamentally good. As Jiang Luyan ascended the pavilion, she greeted the young ladies present and, while serving tea, inadvertently cast a glance outside. Amidst the foliage, she caught sight of Pei Yunshu dashing towards a tall and imposing figure. However, as she tried to look closer, the figure vanished from her view. Miss Jiang, what troubles you? Jiang Luyan snapped back to reality. Oh, it is nothing. I merely wish to see if my sister was still around. Since we came together, it is my duty as her elder sister to keep an eye on her. Miss Sun chimed in to support her, drawing several nods of agreement, lamenting Jiang Luyan's plight of having such a sister as Pei Yunshu. Jiang Luyan laughed along, exuding an air of ease, yet beneath the surface, a troubling doubt began to stir within her. The silhouette she had seen was clearly not Xie Yanchuan, but it was evident that it belonged to a man. Pei Yunshu's closeness to this individual was perplexing. She had never heard of him before. They often entered and exited together, So how could she remain completely unaware? Could it be true that Pei Yunshu had forsaken the crown prince for new love? The royal residence was a place where even the cherished daughter of Xie Sifeng was not permitted. When Xie Sifeng made this remark, Jiang Luyan speculated that those who could visit the royal residence as esteemed guests were, more often than not, gentlemen of distinction. Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu standing before him, her radiant face turned upwards, exuding a self-satisfied cleverness as she spoke. What made her so endearing? Or rather, what made her so captivating to him? As he looked at her, a cool handkerchief was offered to him, and he gently wiped the beads of sweat from Pei Yunshu's forehead. Is that why you rushed over? He inquired. Indeed, I have not seen you for quite some time, she replied, her voice imbued with a delicate sense of grievance. Xie Yanchuan regarded her with a softened expression. Chapter 21. Secret meeting. The scenery of this small courtyard is not merely elegant. Even a diminutive teacup exudes exquisite craftsmanship. In the past, I never experienced such affection. Why has it now turned into an unexpected attachment? Xie Yanchuan toyed with the teacup, his gaze resting upon Pei Yunshu. It was not yet the right moment. Currently, his little disciple was merely flustered, stumbling into his embrace in a chaotic manner. Yet, the look in Pei Yunshu's eyes, even Xie Yanchuan, upon occasional reflection, found it somewhat unsatisfactory, a feeling of bittersweet longing. Is it not different now? Pei Yunshu sat closely beside Xie Yanchuan, if seen by outsiders. Her actions were indeed rather reckless. How has it changed? Xie Yanchuan gazed affectionately at his little disciple, whose eyes, though characteristically sentimental, held an unexpected gentleness. It is different. I wish to be nearer to you. In this manner, the occasional unease upon waking in the middle of the night seemed to be soothed suddenly. Such sentiments should not be spoken lightly in the future. Observing Pei Yunshu in such a state, Xie Yanchuan found himself slightly vexed, feeling an absurdity akin to when he first became a teacher. Only in the presence of the teacher could I express such sentiments. Pei Yunshu lifted her hand and lightly hooked Xie Yanchuan's pinky finger. Xie Yanchuan remained still, allowing her playful antics, but perhaps due to the heat, he felt a surge of warmth ignite in his pinky, coursing up along his veins. Do not be mischievous. Today at the prince's residence, there are many eyes upon you. If discovered, do you know what consequences await? Xie Yanchuan's tone was less a threat and more a form of guidance. Then, teacher, does this count as a secret meeting? But Pei Yunshu was no longer the child who once clung to her teacher for writing practice and study. She no longer sought a tutor. She desired a husband, the most esteemed husband in the realm. Teacher, are we indeed having a secret meeting? After asking once, Xie Yanchuan remained silent, prompting Pei Yunshu to insistently inquire again. In all the world, you alone dare to utter the words secret meeting in my presence. After gazing at her for a moment, Xie Yanchuan ultimately conceded. In a few days, Duke Pei shall return. Will His Highness propose to your father? An emperor does not propose. The concubines of the emperor are all offered by their families. Xie Yanchuan needed not lift a finger. There would inevitably be others vying to present themselves. However, when Pei Yunshu spoke of proposing so candidly, Xie Yanchuan pondered that if he were to directly approach Duke Pei with a proposal, the Duke might consider him a foolish ruler. Now, my dear, you intend to embroil your teacher in a tremendous predicament. Just contemplating the matter, Xie Yanchuan understood the uproar that would ensue should he approach the Duke's residence with a proposal. Does the teacher not wish to? Do you still care about such things? Are you not the emperor? Is it not the prerogative of an emperor to act as he pleases? After all, Xie Changyan, as a crown prince, dared to take action against the Duke's residence without fear of the world. Perhaps after her demise, someone would take the blame. I am certainly unafraid. Who dares to implicate me? Yet what of you? Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu and remarked, if you are to marry me and establish your position within the imperial harem, how shall you navigate the treacherous waters if you arrive burdened with a notorious reputation? Much like he had once meticulously guided her in the art of calligraphy, he now commenced teaching her the ways of advancement and ascension. Just as Pei Yunshu was on the verge of exiting the courtyard, she abruptly turned to glance back at Xie Yanchuan, who stood there, beckoning her with a gentle wave. She was acutely aware that she was leveraging the connection forged with this youthful mentor and recognized the clumsiness of her tactics, knowing that any shift could alert Jiang Luoyan. How could she possibly deceive the emperor who wielded dominion over the realm? Yet, Xie Yanchuan uttered not a word of caution. He merely indulged her and acquiesced to her desires. Entering the palace was an uncomplicated matter. Bestow a title upon her and carry her inside. Though her parents cherished her dearly, they would not dare defy imperial edicts to the extent of embroiling the entire duke's residence in turmoil. However, with Pei Yunshu entangled with the crown prince and her reputation in the capital in tatters, her entry into the palace would certainly attract the scrutiny of numerous eyes, both from the former dynasty and the current court. Thus, Xie Yanchuan remained patient, methodically charting a path for Pei Yunshu, ensuring her seamless entrance into the palace and her immediate rise to prominence. It was evident that she was meant to be the consort, the one who ought to serve with utmost discretion, yet their roles had inexplicably reversed. This was a most fortuitous turn of events, given her nature. She should have been audacious and presumptuous, yet now Pei Yunshu felt utterly at a loss. Xie Changyan had once treated her with great kindness, revealing a tender side befitting a crown prince, yet she could discern his disdain and contempt. In moments when he chastised her for her ignorance of decorum and her unrefined behavior, he would gently instruct her on the virtues of a crown princess. At that time, Pei Yunshu had been oblivious, yet she strove to temper her disposition, suppressing her true self to avoid Xie Yanchuan's disdain. It was only upon witnessing the gardener pruning the exuberant flowering trees, carefully trimming them to conform to a more uniform appearance, that she suddenly comprehended. Perhaps Xie Changyan's intentions were akin to this. She sought vengeance and aimed to protect the duke's residence. She was determined to enter the palace, and this time, she would shape her own destiny. Yet, this was Xie Yanchuan, a man who had never dictated her actions or imposed his will upon her, as if she had consistently set the terms, to which he responded with a smile of acquiescence. "What expression is that?" Xie Sifeng inquired, playfully tapping Pei Yunshu's shoulder. She turned her head, gazing at him with a wistful look. "You seem to be lost in a reverie, as though spring's allure had captivated your heart. Is there something in this residence of which I am unaware that could have induced such a countenance?" Pei Yunshu replied, "You are mistaken. The sun is merely too bright, and perhaps I am feeling a touch dizzy. Is that so?" Xie Sifeng remarked, glancing towards the direction from which Pei Yunshu had approached. "That must be the side courtyard of the Wang residence. Pray, do enlighten me. What were you up to just now?" He pursued her with an inquisitive demeanor, intent on uncovering the truth. Pei Yunshu halted her steps, contemplating earnestly as she met Xie Sifeng's inquisitive gaze. "Do you truly wish to know?" she inquired. "Speak freely. What secrets could possibly lie between us? Am I in a position to betray you?" "A clandestine meeting," Pei Yunshu uttered succinctly. Xie Sifeng's eyes widened in surprise as he weakly gestured with his arms. "Is the crown prince also attending?" "Who said it was a crown prince?" Pei Yunshu replied, regarding Xie Sifeng with a knowing look. "It is merely a wild man." Satisfied with Xie Sifeng's bewildered expression, she departed. Chapter 22. Do not fixate on a single tree. By the end of August, several heavy rains had graced the capital, bringing with them a welcome coolness. It was time for Duke Pei Yuanzheng to return with his army. Preparations for his homecoming must be made in advance, as there would be much to attend to once the Duke returned. Lady Jiang, perusing a thick tome, meticulously arranged matters one by one. With the Duke's victory in battle, the Emperor would bestow rewards upon his return, which would inevitably lead to the customary exchanges of goodwill among the various households in the capital. Each household had its own set of rules regarding these social interactions, but much needed to be prepared in advance to avoid a flurry of confusion that could lead to ridicule. Xiang. The dealings among the households are typically well managed by capable stewards, yet it is essential for you to be mindful. For a mistress who remains oblivious may easily fall prey to deceitful servants. Lady Jiang imparted her knowledge to her daughter gradually. Deceive me? They dare not. Pei Yunshu, holding a stack of ledgers, perused the contents. She was quite familiar with the young ladies of the capital, as they were of similar ages, and their families likely shared comparable standings. How could they not dare? They may indeed harbor fear, Yet consider this. With just a couple of illicit dealings, one could secure a lifetime of wealth. Humans are inherently greedy. Though Lady Jiang had reached the age of grandmotherhood, she was a pampered daughter of a noble family. Having never endured hardship, her fingers remained delicate and soft. She clasped Xiang Xiang's hands, asking, "Do you know what is most crucial for a mistress of the household?" Pei Yunshu set aside her book, pondering what could possibly be the most important aspect. Surely, it would not be love. The affection of a husband is indeed significant. Your spouse must not only love you, but also respect you, for in that regard, your position will be most secure. The inner quarters of the Duke's residence were already quite orderly, with merely 3 or 4 concubines, though the number of maidservants and secondary wives was never lacking. Lady Jiang had never engaged in rivalry or jealousy, for she understood better than anyone that, in the Duke's eyes, these women were not worth more than a fine steed. Is this not how it is with your father and me? Thus, I am your mother and the mistress of the Duke's household. Your father would not dare to dismiss me, even if he were emboldened by the heart of a beast. Lady Jiang had firmly established her role as the mistress of the Duke's residence, never once desiring her husband's exclusive affection or the dismissal of the inner quarters. Such notions would be laughable. Your father is a man of great stature and influence. Had I suggested the dismissal of the inner court at the time of our marriage, he may well have acquiesced. But to what end? There will always be younger and more beautiful maidens eager to present themselves. Thus, Lady Jiang had always been virtuous and magnanimous. Over time, she came to believe that such was her true nature. Xiang, the most vital aspect of being a mistress is the power you hold in your own hands. Mother, why are you suddenly speaking to me of such matters? Pei Yunshu inquired, gazing at Lady Jiang. You must be aware of these things. I tell you early, so that you may understand more. When the day comes that you enter another household, you shall not be wronged. Mother, what you have taught me is how to be a mistress. I may not find such knowledge applicable. If I cannot use these lessons, what then shall I do? If you cannot apply them, then you must not intend to marry into another household. This is the capital and the imperial city at that. The realm you're venturing into is unlike that of affluent households. Once you step foot there, neither I nor your father can aid you in the slightest. In such environments, everyone possesses a profound mind, treading carefully at every turn. The Jiang family cannot bear to part with you. In this capital, what parent would willingly send their beloved daughter to the palace, where they might not see her for an entire year? You have encountered few individuals. Yet there are many young men in this world. Perhaps there exists one even more commendable. Why then, should you hastily make a decision now? Await your father's return, and let him introduce you to more suitors. The Jiang family merely perceives that Pei Yunshu remains unwilling to accept the crown prince, hoping to divert her attention by introducing someone new. Speaking of which, your father mentioned in his letter that he has a talented young man from a humble background under his command, someone brave and astute, and also quite handsome, not inferior to the crown prince. Knowing your temperament, he believes you would surely take a liking to him. Pei Yunshu listened, yet her gaze settled upon Jiang Luyan, who sat across from her. At least for now, her mother treats Jiang Luyan with impartiality, albeit permitting the addition of Pei Qingwan to the mix. If he can rival the crown prince, perhaps they should also find a few suitable candidates for her cousin. Jiang Luyan, in response to Pei Yunshu's words, merely maintained her usual demeanor, submissive and compliant to her aunt's arrangements. Is that wise, cousin? One must strive for their own happiness. What if your mother chooses someone you do not favor? Would that not breed resentment? Pei Yunshu's attitude towards Jiang Luyan was quite harsh, even confrontational, prompting Jiang to reprimand her and demand an apology. Do not take offense. I am merely straightforward, lacking the grace you possess. I would never hold it against you. Dear cousin, Jiang Luyan replied, though her expression lacked the previous warmth and charm. She realized her earlier misjudgment. Pei Yunshu's previous treatment of her was far less severe than her own innate cruelty. Their mother raised a hand to halt the exchange between them, declaring enough. It is hot, and tempers flare. Pei Yunshu ceased her remarks and departed with Pei Qingwan. Do you truly still harbor feelings for the crown prince? Pei Qingwan inquired. What is it? Do you wish to chastise me as well? Not at all. I simply feel that you do not seem to favor the crown prince. I would never hang my hopes on a single tree. Even if I were to hang, it would not be upon the crooked branch of Xie Yanchuan. The tree I am currently courting is far more steadfast. However, to guard against any unforeseen circumstances, she resolved to sever ties with a tree that could lead her to despair. In a few days, father will return. Once he and my elder brother arrive, our engagements shall be arranged. Are you afraid? Pei Yunshu regarded Pei Yunshu, who was still quite young and newly of age, utterly unaware of her own matrimonial prospects. Why should I be afraid? The lessons imparted to me by my mother have been invaluable. While I may not reach her level, I shall ensure I do not bring shame upon the Duchess household. Pei Yunshu had already contemplated the kind of matriarch she aspired to be, resolved to embody grace and virtue, determined not to tarnish the reputation of the Duke's residence. For an unmarried daughter, Pei Yunshu displayed remarkable maturity. Pei Yunshu, you are the one who is marrying. You must know whether you truly like that person, right? Will you live your entire life this way? The first half devoted to the Duke's residence, and the latter half to which household? Yet is it not all the same? Pei Yunshu was momentarily taken aback by the question. Pei Yunshu gazed at her for quite a while, reflecting on the truth of it all. In my past life, I was restless, and in this life, I remain so. No, you should contemplate what Pei Yunshu truly desires. Pei Yunshu raised her hand and gently tapped the person before her, questioning whether she seeks love or merely power. What is it that I desire? Rest assured, whatever you wish for, I can provide. As Pei Yunshu returned to the courtyard, a sudden curiosity arose within her. What is it that her suddenly transformed sister truly yearns for? Chapter 23. The return of the Duke at the end of August. Duke Pei Yunshu triumphantly returned to the capital. Adorned in armor and astride his magnificent Qilin steed, he stood outside the city gates, where the Crown Prince Xie Shaoxing came personally to greet him. Pei Yunshu dismounted with his deputy and bowed to the Crown Prince, who gestured for him to rise, allowing only a half bow. The Duke's victorious return was a moment of great significance, and the Emperor had specifically commanded the Crown Prince to welcome him and extend congratulations. While Xie Yanchuan stood there, he intended to engage Pei Yunshu in casual conversation. However, the Duke was eager to enter the palace to report on his duties. Between them, the decorum of sovereign and subject was impeccably observed, yet it was precisely this adherence to protocol that made Xie Yanchuan feel somewhat uneasy. The Duke held considerable esteem among the military ranks, and he could hardly believe that Pei Yunshu was oblivious to the matters concerning himself and Pei Yunshu. The Duke's distant demeanor spoke volumes. It reflected his attitude toward the Crown Prince, one that was not befitting of a promising junior nor that of a future son-in-law. Your Highness, the Emperor awaits us in the palace. Perhaps we should proceed to meet him first, suggested Xie Yanchuan, who shared a camaraderie with Pei Yunshu, having known him since his own ascension to the throne at a tender age. Without the Duke's support, Xie Yanchuan might have struggled to maintain his position. Congratulations, Duke. On your triumphant return, Xie Yanchuan remarked. The imperial edicts of reward had long been prepared, and after the honors were bestowed, only Pei Yunshu would remain. As they strolled into the imperial garden, Xie Yanchuan personally served tea, and at that moment, Pei Yunshu appeared considerably more relaxed. In my opinion, those matters will not take much time. This time has already been considerable. Your Grace, such words should only be spoken in my presence. Should the ministers hear them, I fear they would present a memorial accusing you of being remiss in your duties, Xie Yanchuan observed, looking at the Duke, who, despite his high status, was known to be a mere soldier at heart. Only in the company of old friends could his true nature be revealed. Regarding the matter you previously petitioned, I have yet to grant my consent. This issue is substantial. Even if we reach a consensus, how will the court perceive it? I lack the magnanimity to accommodate your soaring achievements, he continued. In the past, Pei Yunshu's understanding of the greater picture would have served both him and the Duke's household well, but now, Xie Yanchuan recalled Pei Yunshu's disposition. If she wished to establish herself within the palace, the Duke's household must not falter. Your Majesty, I understand your regard for elder statesmen. Yet I am of considerable age now. It is time for me to return home, to savor the joys of family and the pleasures of life. Rather than continue fighting on your behalf, Pei Yunshu replied. This recent conflict was merely Pei Yuanzheng's means of selecting new military leaders for Xie Yanchuan. While my second son, Xie Yanchuan, inquired about Pei Zishan. My second son is indeed valiant, yet he lacks cunning and is easily deceived. The rewards you have bestowed are already sufficient. Should he ascend further, he would struggle to command those beneath him. Pei Yuanzheng was acutely aware that he could not promote his son at the risk of jeopardizing the Duke's household. That is indeed a valid point. Before Xie Yanchuan lay a chessboard, the game halfway through between him and Pei Yuanzheng. Both men appeared to have unspoken words, yet neither dared to break the silence. "If your majesty remains silent, I shall speak plainly," said Pei Yuanzheng, gazing intently at Xie Yanchuan. "I am well aware of my daughter's character, and your highness should understand as well. The matter of the crown prince is not for me to discuss. However, the glint in Pei Yuanzheng's eyes convey that the crown prince's situation is something the emperor should also comprehend. I understand, yet he is the only heir of my elder brother." Pei Yuanzheng regarded Xie Yanchuan before letting out a sigh. "The emperor's actions over the years have honored the late emperor's trust, yet your majesty remains overly sentimental." Xie Yanchuan lowered his head, pondering the notion of being overly sentimental. "Your majesty, I shall speak candidly in private. The loyalty of the duke's residence is beyond doubt. But there is no need for the crown prince to harbor thoughts of my daughter." Xie Yanchuan, feeling an unusual twinge of guilt, realized that it was not the crown prince who was preoccupied with Pei Yunshu, but rather he, the emperor himself. "I will discuss this matter with the crown prince. Though I fear his stubbornness may complicate things, I can only endeavor to persuade him. Your majesty, with all due respect, your indulgence towards the crown prince may not bode well for the future. I am aware the crown prince is still young, and I shall take care to guide him properly." As Xie Yanchuan bid farewell, he instructed that a food box be prepared containing an assortment of delicacies. "Please take this back with you, Duke. Recently, foreign dignitaries have presented some rare fruits, and the imperial kitchen has prepared new dishes to accompany them. I'm deeply grateful." "Your majesty," replied Pei Yuanzheng, not one to stand on ceremony, as he himself had once nearly become the emperor's mentor. Upon returning to his residence, Pei Yuanzheng found Jiang Shi waiting at the entrance with the concubines and younger members of the household. "My lady," he dismounted and stepped forward, grasping her hand. "Your safe return from the battlefield is my greatest wish. During your absence, I owe much to you." Pei Yuanzheng held deep respect for his wife. Her grace far surpassed the superficial beauty of others. "Father," Pei Yunshu rushed forward, unreserved, embracing her father with the innocent charm of a young daughter. Pei Yuanzheng returned the embrace, remarking on how much their girl had grown. Jiang Shi playfully chastised them, saying, "You too, look how much she's grown. It's rather unbecoming in the eyes of others. Is this not our daughter? Never mind the formalities of those martial figures." Pei Yuanzheng sipped his tea, while Jiang Shi chuckled softly. Coming from the Jiang family, she was raised amidst intricate customs, yet she understood that Pei Yuanzheng valued family harmony above all else. Thus, she allowed her children to interact with their father as any ordinary father and child would. Pei Yuanzheng was affectionate toward her children, while the offspring of other concubines were beyond Jiang Shi's control. As Pei Zishan entered the residence with his father, Jiang Luyan greeted him respectfully to welcome her cousin's victorious return. Pei Zishan, seeing the delicate figure before him, felt his demeanor soften considerably. "Upon my return, I have prepared some gifts for you, which I shall deliver to your courtyard shortly. I extend my gratitude to my cousin." But before Jiang Luyan could finish her sentence, Pei Zishan had already waved his hand, indicating that he would have someone bring them to you for your enjoyment. With that, Pei Zishan hurriedly departed. Jiang Luyan gently pressed her lips together. Her second cousin had always treated her with great kindness. Alas, he lacks the title of heir, destined to remain merely a third-rank military officer. Jiang Luyan felt a sense of discontent. Hence, she had never reciprocated his affections, merely accepting the gifts he offered to win her favor, not to mention the considerable number of gifts she had bestowed upon Pei Yunshu. Chapter 24. Family gathering. The Pei family reunion has always included Jiang Luyan, yet she has never felt at ease. In this place, she experiences only awkwardness. They are not her family. While everyone believes that Jiang Luyan enjoys a status akin to that of a legitimate daughter in the Duke's residence, with each family gathering, she becomes acutely aware of her outsider status. Pei Yunshu can freely charm and please the family, but Jiang Luyan cannot. Despite Pei Yunshu's missteps, the Duke's household would never cast her aside. Meanwhile, Jiang Luyan remains perpetually anxious, knowing she is merely a distant cousin among countless others. However, today, even the esteemed concubines from the back courtyard have attended this family banquet, leaving her with no option to retreat. In the chaos of battle, where danger lurks at every turn, does the great Shun truly lack other generals? Pei Yunshu sipped 2 cups of wine, listening to her father's account of his injuries on the battlefield. In her previous life, her father often remarked that as a military general, injuries were inevitable, especially as one aged and bore the burdens of war. Upon marrying Xie Yanchuan, her father could not relinquish his military command. He remained steadfastly protective of her. When she perished, her father was still out fighting. Xiang, intoxicated, began to speak nonsensically. Zhang's mother gestured for silence, her own worries palpable. With her father and second brother away at war, she had visited every temple around the capital, praying to deities whose reliability remained uncertain. Pei Yunshu sat beside her father, chattering incessantly. Pei Yuanzheng, listening attentively, exhibited a gentler demeanor than usual. Pei Yuanzheng had not enjoyed a fortunate childhood. His father favored his elder brother, while his mother showed preferential treatment to his younger sibling, leaving him without guidance. He earned his reputation through valor on the battlefield. Thus, a yearning for familial connection lingered in his heart. He married Jiang, a woman of lower status, and though initially anxious, he was fortunate, understanding the hardships of his youth. Therefore, he held his children in high regard. When his eldest son reached the age of 10, he recognized his promising character and immediately conferred upon him the title of heir apparent. Even his daughter was treated uniquely, while others sought virtuous qualities in their daughters. He believed that the military achievements he earned were meant to empower her. Rest assured, father knows. With the border secure, there should be no more battles to fight. This time, I have sought out several generals to train properly. They will surely be of use. Pei Yuanjing's gaze fell upon Pei Qingwan, seated beside Pei Yunshu. He had entered military life early, his demeanor and appearance somewhat rugged. Yet, his daughter took after her mother, each of them as exquisite as pearls, especially his eldest daughter, Pei Yunshu, whom he had cherished deeply. When she was 13 or 14, he would take her out to show her off, only to notice young rascals flocking to curry her favor. From that moment on, he indulged Pei Yunshu even more, for beauty is the most beguiling of traits, and her somewhat unruly nature was tolerated, as it barely met his expectations. You 3 are growing up. I shall invite those unmarried generals under my command to the house, and see if any may catch my daughter's eye. Pei Yuanzheng, having cast off his burdens, indulged in wine, speaking with unrestrained candor. Jiang Luyan silently sipped her tea, while Pei Zishan, tall and robust, hesitated to voice his thoughts, pondering whether his cousin might not be inclined to accept. Though he considered himself not particularly astute, he felt compelled to contemplate matters concerning Jiang Luyan, for she was unlike the rugged men around him and distinct from his vibrant and spirited sister. His cousin was inherently quiet and delicate, her eyes often veiled with sorrow. He feared that his straightforwardness might alienate Jiang Luyan. In the capital, there were numerous literati, all dashing young gentlemen. Could they not find a suitable match? Zhang's words abruptly stifled her second son's unspoken thoughts. Those scholars, while possessing fair features, often harbored dark intentions. Pei Yuanzheng, inebriated, declared that any suitor for his daughter must resemble him in character. Unless there was genuine affection, no one could claim her hand. The courtyard buzzed with commotion. The Duke's residence upheld strict decorum, yet within the confines of home, familial ties allowed for greater freedom. Amidst the clamor, Pei Yunshu, perhaps slightly intoxicated, regarded the scene before her with a haze in her eyes. It was a vision she had never dared to dream of in years gone by. How had she come to marry Xie Yanchuan? Perhaps the years of hardship had dulled her memory. Was it truly out of heartfelt affection? Did she genuinely harbor such feelings for Xie Yanchuan? The recollections eluded her, her understanding clouded. Ever since her marriage to Xie Changyan, she felt as though she had plunged into an abyss. Now, as she considered Xie Yanchuan, she wondered if this choice led to another abyss. For Xie Changyan had masked his true self adeptly, yet she had no alternative. Her responsibilities extended beyond her family's safety to encompass the entire Duke's estate. Pei Yunshu could not resign herself to a life of mediocrity. Xie Yanchuan displayed no fear of overshadowing his lord, but should Xie Changyan ascend to the throne, he would undoubtedly regard the Duke's house with trepidation. What had driven him to hastily resolve matters concerning the Duke's estate in their previous life? Even before assuming power, partially intoxicated, Pei Yunshu gazed at Jiang Luyan, who had unknowingly moved closer to her side. Jiang Luyan, with her back straight and continuously sipping tea, remained unperturbed by the effects of alcohol. "Cousin, do you aspire to be the crown princess?" Pei Yunshu leaned in, her breath laced with the scent of wine brushing against Jiang Luyan's ear. Jiang Luyan's teacup quivered slightly as she suppressed the tumult within her heart. "You are inebriated." "Dear sister, I'm not drunk, cousin. I wish to share a secret with you. Currently, the daughters of the Duke's house either marry those without power or must enter the royal family. Naturally, father is anxious." "You are intoxicated," Jiang Luyan noted, observing Pei Yunshu for a moment before responding with her usual calm demeanor. "Otherwise, why do you think Xie Changyan is so attentive towards me? The Duke's house must retreat." Yet Xie Changyan dares not. Jiang Luyan attempted to distance herself from Pei Yunshu, but Pei Yunshu grasped her arm tightly, causing Jiang Luyan discomfort. In this game of predation, "Dear sister, are you the mantis or the cicada?" As Pei Yunshu and Jiang Luyan conversed, they stood quite close, appearing to outsiders merely as two individuals sharing intimate whispers. The younger sister was inebriated. Jiang Luyan spoke each word with deliberate weight. Pei Yunshu gazed at her, while Jiang Luyan fixed her eyes upon Pei Yunshu. It was indeed her cousin who spoke. Pei Yunshu rose, carrying her wine cup to seek out Pei Qingwan, and only when she had distanced herself did Jiang Luyan, utterly drained, relinquish her grip on the teacup, spilling tea onto her dress, prompting her to discreetly take her leave. Pei Yuanzheng observed Jiang Luyan's departure without concern. His wife's niece had never been particularly close to the family. At the hour of the rat, the Jiang family had sent everyone back to their own quarters, while she accompanied Pei Yuanzheng to the main courtyard, assisting him in changing garments. Such tasks were better suited for the maidservants, sparing the lady of the house from exerting herself. Behind closed doors, she could share a few hushed words with her husband, which would not befit the ears of servants. "Madam, please speak," he encouraged. The crown prince has shown considerable attentiveness to Nian Yin over the years. She is still young and easily swayed, and we have indulged her to a fault, which concerns me. In this world, it is indeed difficult for women, especially regarding marriage. A mere whisper of affection from the crown prince could lead to dire consequences for our noble house. Have they not developed a rift between them? Our daughter is wise." Pei Yuanzheng frowned. The current majesty is indeed a man of deep affection and loyalty, else he would not have ascended to the throne. Yet, even in the absence of heirs, the crown prince remains anxious about his position. This alone renders him an unreliable confidant for a lifetime. Pei Yuanzheng's dissatisfaction with the crown prince was palpable, having never seen battle, yet being bestowed the title of crown prince from a young age, while he schemed to entangle his daughter through underhanded means. Indeed, there is a rift, but do you know why? Why? In our great Shen, there are numerous fine young men. It is only natural that our daughter might fancy another. It is due to Lu Yan. I only realized upon reflection that she seems to share a close bond with the crown prince. What? For how long? Uncertain. But Nian Yin once shared a bond with Lu Yan akin to that of sisters. The Jiang matriarch held affection for her niece, having raised her since childhood. However, the disparity between a daughter and a niece was evident. That child is clever, yet her thoughts run deep. Even I cannot fully discern her intentions, Jiang sighed. My dear husband, now that Lu Yan resides in our household, though she is merely a cousin, she has been indistinguishable from Nian Yin over the years. Should any trouble arise, it would inevitably reflect upon us. Pei Yuanzheng removed his outer robe and, upon hearing this, struck the table with his palm. "Damn it! I shall be the first to be implicated. I will seek an audience with His Majesty tomorrow." "Why would you approach His Majesty regarding matters of the heart? He is the crown prince adopted by the emperor." Jiang offered a cup of tea. "What is your perspective, madam? Were Jiang Luyan a member of our household, I would expel her immediately. Yet, as she is the niece of the Jiang family, I must respect their sentiments. If she aspires to enter the Eastern Palace, then let her pursue that ambition. After all, Xian has no desire to go. As long as she severs her ties with our noble house beforehand, it suffices." Zhang's words, though calm, bore a hint of ruthlessness. A young lady who has distanced herself from the noble house would find it impossible to maintain her footing, regardless of the crown prince's affections. Pei Yunshu softened his expression, acknowledging their youthful resolve. If they have made their decisions, then let them proceed. With his presence, the foundation of the noble house remains steadfast, and it is unlikely that they will encounter insurmountable challenges. Chapter 25. Personal desires upon the Duke's return to court. The emperor naturally bestowed grand rewards. The Duke's residence had already received ample honors, and any further accolades would merely serve as embellishments. However, this demonstrated to the entire court that the Duke enjoyed significant favor with the emperor. Notably, the military officers recommended by the Duke were granted substantial positions, which held profound implications. Henceforth, many of the generals standing within the Grand Hall would hail from the Duke's lineage. Pei Yunshu expressed his gratitude atop the court. As an esteemed general of the Chun, it was his duty to alleviate the emperor's burdens. Although he intended to present the imperial talisman, Xie Yanchuan believed the time was not yet ripe, and thus, the matter was temporarily set aside. Underneath the surface, the court was rife with undercurrents. Whether ruled by a wise sovereign or a tyrant, little had changed. However, the current emperor possessed a remarkable skill in balancing power. As long as authority remained in his grasp, Xie Yanchuan took delight in witnessing the rivalries among his subjects. Should the entire court unite, it would be he, the emperor, who would be at risk. Gazing through the crown jewels at the Golden Lawn Hall, Xie Yanchuan's eyes swept over Xie Changyan, pausing momentarily. The crown prince indeed exhibited gentleness and diligence, yet lacked the qualities of his father. "Leave the court." The eunuch's shrill voice echoed throughout the Golden Lawn Hall. "We humbly bid farewell to your majesty." After the court session, as Xie Changyan exited the Golden Lawn Hall, he was summoned to the imperial study. "Your son pays his respects to Father Emperor." Xie Yanchuan raised his hand, signaling for him to forego excessive formalities. "I summoned you today concerning your marriage. As the crown prince, you have reached the age of maturity, and it is time for you to take a consort." At this, Xie Changyan immediately knelt. "Father Emperor, I have already found my beloved. Among the vast waters, I seek but a single ladle. I implore your approval." "Unacceptable," Xie Yanchuan stated decisively. He was well aware of Xie Changyan's intentions, yet at this moment, such desires were merely his own selfishness. Xie Changyan was taken aback, and Xie Yanchuan remained seated, allowing him no reprieve, but spoke slowly. "I know whom you wish to mention. It is not permissible. I will not allow it. Aside from that individual, anyone else may do." As Xie Changyan attempted to protest, Xie Yanchuan's tone grew stern. "As the crown prince, you must understand, among the myriad of men, you alone are the crown prince and should refrain from such declarations. Return to the Eastern Palace for reflection." Xie Changyan departed, escorted by Zhang Luan. "Master Zhang, please inform Father Emperor that I shall not relent," Xie Changyan stated firmly before leaving, aware that this endeavor would not be easily accomplished. Yet, with the emperor granting military power to the Duke's residence, how could he feel secure? Zhang Luan raised an eyebrow, observing the determined countenance of the crown prince. "I have watched you grow, your highness, and I dare to offer a piece of advice. Do not be so obstinate. I am a crown prince. Indeed, you are the crown prince, but you must understand that the individual in question is favored by your father." The Duke had not sought rewards this time, but merely requested a decree for his daughter. Zhang Luan did not elaborate further, but Xie Changyan understood all too well. The decree sought for the Duke's daughter was likely a royal edict allowing her to choose her own husband. Once granted, it would mean that the emperor would no longer bestow marriages thereafter. Xie Changyan reluctantly expressed his gratitude to Zhenglun, yet as he traversed the palace path, his countenance was undeniably grim. At present, he had already developed a rift with Pei Yunshu, and he was taken aback that at such a moment, Pei Yuanzheng would beseech such a decree. The duke's residence truly looked down upon him, the crown prince. Upon Zheng Luan's return, he found Xie Yanchuan engrossed in reviewing memorials, his brow furrowed tightly. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has already departed," Zheng Luan reported. "Alas, I have not even sired an heir of my own. Do they truly harbor such doubts about me?" The emperor lamented. "Your Majesty, the crown prince has reached an age of discernment, and it is natural for him to harbor his own thoughts. You must find solace in this," Zheng Luan advised. "Have I not indulged him enough over these years?" The emperor sighed. Zheng Luan, serving by his side with pen and ink, perhaps due to the emperor's affection, noted that the crown prince could speak so candidly before him now. "I indeed seldom refuse the crown prince, but this matter transcends his singular concern," the emperor asserted. "Your Majesty speaks true. Moreover, if I may be so bold, given Miss Pei's temperament, even if the duke's residence were willing, she could still stir up a tempest in the capital," Zheng Luan opined. Xie Yanchuan nodded, his expression noticeably easing, with a hint of a smile gracing his handsome features. Zheng Luan observed that ever since the Pei family's young lady had openly declared her affection to the emperor, the latter had not even set foot in the harem. Unbeknownst to others, the harem remained tranquil. After all, a monarch is often indifferent, lacking in fervent favoritism. So what is there to contend for? Only Zheng Luan comprehended the thoughts of the seemingly indifferent emperor, who, after all, had someone to feel jealous over. Whatever course of action taken, it must be one she consents to. Zheng Luan discerned clearly that while the current emperor indeed favored the crown prince, ultimately, the importance of the crown prince lay solely within the emperor's whims. "Tomorrow, I shall leave the palace," declared Xie Yanchuan. In his past encounters, Xie Yanchuan had seldom mingled with others. As an emperor, indulgences were to be shunned, regardless of their nature. Yet now, he realized he bore no distinction from ordinary men. Even at this age, he felt akin to a mere youth. This should not be the case, Xie Yanchuan mused. Once, he had merely sought a respite for himself. But now he recognized that he held Pei Yunshu in far too high regard, a regard so evident that he could not bear to see her suffer even the slightest grievance. An emperor ought not to possess vulnerabilities, particularly not such glaring ones. His father and elder brother had imparted this wisdom to him, and the Xie family had only ever learned how to rule. Merely seeing her brought him joy, a fleeting desire of an emperor. For Xie Yanchuan was both emperor and man. Zheng Luan, standing nearby, chose to feign ignorance of the emperor's shifting emotions, having long since become accustomed to it. Whenever matters concerning Pei Yunshu arose, the emperor would occasionally find himself in a struggle, yet each time, even in her absence, it was always that Miss Pei who emerged victorious after his internal conflict. As the chief eunuch by Xie Yanchuan's side, Zheng Luan commanded the utmost respect from the concubines of the harem. Yet in the depths of his heart, the status of Pei Yunshu was repeatedly elevated, and now it had surpassed that of the crown prince. On the following day, Pei Yunshu, having indulged in libations the previous night, did not rise from her slumber until the sun had ascended high in the sky. After changing her attire and opening the door, she was met with the sight of a figure of striking elegance in the courtyard. Pei Yunshu gazed for a moment, then turned to shut the door, pondering whether she had truly been so intoxicated the night before that she was still not sober. After a brief interval, she reopened the door, confirming that the person inside was still present, thus dispelling any notion that she might be dreaming. "Sir?" Xie Yanchuan observed the young woman before him, her expression one of dreamy bewilderment, as if she had yet to fully awaken. Pei Yunshu suddenly reached out, her hand brushing against his face, warm to the touch. It was indeed real. Could there be any doubt? A stirring of emotion welled within Xie Yanchuan as he allowed her delicate hand to linger against his skin. The man from her dreams was but an illusion. It seemed he had been fortunate enough to enter her reverie. With that thought, Xie Yanchuan stepped back, and Pei Zimu entered the courtyard, witnessing his sister standing closely before his majesty, their proximity suggesting a degree of intimacy. Yunshu, do not act with such impertinence. Chapter 26. A private visit to the Duke's residence. Pei Zimu was perplexed as to why His Majesty had chosen to visit the Duke's residence today, and in plain clothes no less. The decision to don such attire suggested a profound trust in the Duke's household. As Pei Zimu stepped out of his courtyard, he remained unaware of the unfolding events. His father had only time to hastily inform him of the Emperor's arrival, while Pei Yunshu was equally uncertain of His Majesty's intentions. However, the Emperor's choice of attire indicated a desire to avoid causing commotion. As the heir apparent, Pei Zimu was tasked with receiving the Emperor, treating him as a distinguished guest. The etiquette for welcoming elders was to be applied here as well, with his father stepping back. It was time for the Emperor to take a closer look at him. Pei Yunshu had little time to spare, as Xie Yanchuan was still awaiting him. I will instruct the household to keep a low profile. Should the Emperor inquire, you may introduce him to Nian Yan. Pei Yunshu recalled his wife's words just before leaving. Nian Yan? That seems inappropriate, he mused. There's nothing inappropriate about it. They are old acquaintances, he was assured, dismissing his concerns with a wave as he led Pei Zimu to meet Xie Yanchuan. Having assumed the title of heir at the tender age of 10, Pei Zimu felt no anxiety in the presence of Xie Yanchuan. Yet, one must remain vigilant while accompanying royalty, and Xie Yanchuan was equally alert. The Duke's residence had indeed become much more refined. Observing the flowers and plants nearby, it was evident that the owner had taken great care in their arrangement. Weeping willows were deliberately planted by the water's edge, their branches cascading onto the surface, creating ripples with the slightest breeze. It has been many years since I last visited, and such beauty was not present then, the Emperor remarked. That must have been a long time ago, Xie Yanchuan replied, pondering. It has been nearly a decade, hasn't it? At that time, Xie Yanchuan had just ascended to the throne and had come to serve as a teacher at the Duke's residence, keeping the news private from everyone except Pei Yunshu and the Jiang family. Naturally, Pei Zimu was oblivious to these past events. 10 years ago, my younger sister was still quite young, and my mother was preoccupied with us 3 siblings. It is only in recent years that we have indulged in such leisure. Pei Zimu reflected while walking a pace behind Xie Yanchuan. Would Your Majesty like to rest? I shall have someone prepare refreshments. Nian Yan's courtyard should be nearby, Pei Zimu suggested. Xie Yanchuan paused. Nian Yan, are you and your sister old acquaintances? Indeed, by chance, I had the honor of serving as her teacher for a time. The Emperor acknowledged. That little sister of yours must have caused you some worry. Pei Zimu found this peculiar. His sister, Pei Yunshu, had already come of age, and only close family would refer to her in such an endearing manner. Yet, Xie Yanchuan's casual reference to Pei Yunshu's nickname felt somewhat ambiguous, sparking a flicker of concern within Pei Zimu. Could it be that the Emperor had taken a liking to their Nian Yan? However, Xie Yanchuan had already moved on, leaving Pei Zimu to dismiss this fleeting thought and follow suit. Standing before Xie Yanchuan, he found himself momentarily speechless until a maid announced, Miss has yet to rise. Even at this hour, she remains abed? Pei Zimu questioned. In contrast to Pei Zimu's unease, Xie Yanchuan appeared quite at ease, settling himself comfortably in Pei Yunshu's courtyard. I shall wait here, he declared. Pei Zimu instructed someone to prepare tea and snacks, remaining by Xie Yanchuan's side as they awaited the young lady's arrival. Xie Yanchuan gestured for Pei Zimu to take a seat. Dressed in casual attire, I need not adhere to formalities. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan harbors intentions to test Pei Zimu. Had it not been for your impending marriage, you would likely be on the battlefield, contending with the Duke. Your Majesty jested. How could I ever measure up to my father? Pei Zimu, seated at the lower end, humbly acknowledged his youthfulness, recognizing the vast realms of knowledge yet to be acquired. In this court, where generations succeed one another, what sustains the Duke's residence in its steadfastness? Pei Zimu felt a sudden perspiration in his palms, unable to decipher the meaning behind the Emperor's words. Were they a probe, a warning, or mere chatter? Your Majesty, the Duke's position is merely that of a loyal subject. My father has always instilled in us the values of loyalty to the throne and love for our nation. Xie Yanchuan remained unfazed by this sentiment. Loyalty and patriotism are indeed commendable, yet in this capital, One would be hard-pressed to find a household unwavering in such principles. Each pursues their own aspirations. The Duke's residence has consistently maintained neutrality, which is commendable, but what if I were to encourage a bias? Holding his teacup, Xie Yanchuan tilted his head as if admiring the scenery. Yet Pei Zimu's heart sank, for the Emperor's gaze was directed towards Pei Yunshu's quarters. At the age of 10, the Duke had already conferred the title of heir. I surmised that the weight of the Duke's residence must be of exceptional significance to the heir. Pei Zimu felt the sun's rays unusually harsh. Despite the approach of autumn, he found himself drenched in sweat. The heir may ponder this well. I'm not in haste for an answer. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan fell silent, while Pei Zimu rose, remarking on the lack of decorum among the servants, indicating his intention to check on the tea and refreshments prepared for the Emperor. Upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of Pei Yunshu standing closely before Xie Yanchuan, appearing rather disheveled as if just out of bed. Pei Zimu could only hurriedly call out and stride over, urging Pei Yunshu to properly groom herself, admonishing her for such a lack of decorum. Unafraid of becoming the subject of ridicule, Pei Yunshu glanced at her elder brother, requesting the teacher to wait a moment, assuring him she would be ready shortly. Observing her buoyant steps as she retreated into the room, Pei Zimu sensed trouble. If she were merely a student of a tutor, her character would have led her to dismiss him long ago. Yet in his eyes, their closeness indicated a relationship far beyond that of a teacher and student who had not seen each other for years. Your Majesty, please forgive me. My sister has been indulged by our family, lacking decorum, which may have led to her indiscretions in your presence. Pei Zimu struggled to maintain his composure. Yet the weight of Xie Yanchuan's implications felt like a colossal stone, disorienting him. The principles of propriety are instilled from a young age. Such duties should rightfully fall upon me, though I too am a novice in the role of a teacher. Pei Zimu found himself at a loss for words. What could he possibly say at this juncture? Or what could he dare to utter? Would he truly allow the Emperor to bear this burden? Xie Yanchuan merely strolled through the Duke's residence and did not linger for lunch. Had he chosen to dine there, it would surely have stirred chaos within the Duke's household. Pei Zimu and Pei Yunshu accompanied Xie Yanchuan to a restaurant, stating that he had already reserved a banquet and would not trouble Pei Yuanzheng. Pei Yuanzheng, however, was rather carefree, reminding Pei Yunshu not to act childishly and to heed the Emperor's words. Do not worry, father. I shall listen to the Emperor. Pei Yunshu replied with a smile, while Pei Zimu, beside her, merely managed to say, Rest assured, father, I will be here. Pei Yuanzheng did not ponder deeply on matter. Why should he? The Emperor had, in his youth, enjoyed disguising himself and venturing beyond the palace to experience the hardships of the world. Although he had engaged in such activities less frequently in recent years, whenever the Emperor felt inclined, it was customary for his ministers to accompany him. Pei Zimu shared a meal with the Emperor, having witnessed the sovereign personally serving his sister tea and food, only to receive a remark of disdain from her. I do not like this. At that moment, Pei Zimu had already formulated an apology in his mind, but Xie Yanchuan gently reassured her, if you do not like it, then do not eat it. Choose what you prefer. We must not let you go hungry. The restaurant, Bayou Building, was renowned throughout the capital, often requiring reservations weeks in advance, even for Pei Zimu, who had to pay a deposit days ahead. A single dish at Bayou Building could cost 100 taels of silver, yet its exquisite flavors were indeed well known. However, during today's lunch, Pei Zimu found the meal tasteless, unable to recall what he had consumed afterward. Elder brother, isn't that the shop my sister-in-law enjoys? Should you not buy her something? After their meal, Pei Yunshu urged them to depart. Since that is the case, it is only fitting that my wife takes precedence. Zimu need not accompany me any longer. Before Pei Zimu could decline, the Emperor spoke, and he swallowed his words of refusal, bowing to Xie Yanchuan before turning to leave. I had thought you would wish to conceal your relationship with me from your elder brother, Xie Yanchuan remarked, observing Pei Zimu's departure. Pei Yunshu, leaning on the table, appeared drained of energy. Just a moment ago, you were so brazen in sending people away, she said. It is impossible to keep my association with the Emperor hidden from my family forever. When my father reprimands me, someone must shield me. Pei Yunshu looked at Xie Yanchuan with exasperation. with me alongside the emperor. Does the duke truly feel such dissatisfaction? For a monarch, even the gentlest of them grants you favor at their discretion, but to defy them is solely your burden. Why do you not understand, sir? Pei Yunshu pointed to herself. You know my reputation is not pristine. To outsiders, your choice of me will appear as though I have seduced you, and I will inevitably be branded as a femme fatale. With a deep sigh, she lamented, while Xie Yanchuan playfully tapped her forehead with his chopsticks, a smile glimmering in his eyes. Chapter 27. A road of no return. I have declared that I shall allow you to enter the palace with due legitimacy. Do you fear that I might go back on my word? Today, Xie Yanchuan is in high spirits, accompanying Pei Yunshu on a leisurely stroll through the streets, where Pei Yunshu has had a figurine crafted from dough at a nearby stall. Here, a gift for you, my esteemed teacher. When you think of me in the palace, gaze upon it. Xie Yanchuan muses that perhaps this is why he finds it impossible to refuse Pei Yunshu. Emotions in this world are often subtle and restrained, and he has long since grown accustomed to the dichotomy of sincerity and pretense, depending solely on whether he chooses to believe. Yet Pei Yunshu is different. This student of his is forever fervent and sincere. Are you sure you want me to look at it and think of you? Xie Yanchuan holds the figurine, a perplexed expression on his face. Apart from its feminine form, how does it resemble Pei Yunshu? Pei Yunshu gazes at it for a moment and then suggests, if you wish, I could sculpt one for you, using a mirror as my guide. Very well, I shall await your creation. Xie Yanchuan carefully wraps the figurine in a handkerchief and stows it away. Has the Duke returned? Did he say anything? Of course, he did. He mentioned that he wants me and my cousin to observe the military generals under his command, suggesting that a suitable husband should be akin to him, for the convoluted nature of civil officials renders them unfit as partners. Xie Yanchuan shakes his head. Indeed, it is characteristic of the Duke. It seems time is of the essence. As Pei Yunshu walks closely beside Xie Yanchuan, the atmosphere between them is so gentle that it draws little attention. Xie Yanchuan cannot stay out overnight, and as the sky begins to blush with the colors of dusk, the people beside him urge him to depart. Teacher, you should return. I too must head home, or else my parents will worry. As Xie Yanchuan climbs into the carriage, he gazes at Pei Yunshu through the window. Though I have already spoken to the air, just in case, take this. Xie Yanchuan extends his hand, and Pei Yunshu reaches out to clasp it, a string of prayer beads slipping onto her wrist. Consider this a token of reassurance for the heir. After all, if he cannot deter the Duke, he may have to resort to the tyrannical act of seizing a minister's wife. As Xie Yanchuan's carriage rolls away, it leaves behind Pei Yunshu, who clutches the beads, while Yuehua stands behind her, bowing her head to conceal the fear that is uncontrollably etched on her face. Miss, we should also be on our way. Yuehua's voice trembles as she speaks. After taking a few steps, a carriage unexpectedly blocks Pei Yunshu's path. The occupant opens the window, their expression severe. Why are you still here at such a late hour, Crown Prince? Your Highness, do you now intend to monitor the movements of others? Pei Yunshu lowers her hands, her voluminous sleeves concealing the prayer beads. Who was that person just now? Xie Changyan observes the scorn on Pei Yunshu's face and feels an inexplicable surge of anger. Upon receiving word that Pei Yunshu was seen in close proximity to a stranger, he hurried over only to witness their hands clasped through the carriage window. The chill in Xie Changyan's demeanor intensifies. Pei Yunshu, I once thought you were merely a bit spoiled, and I have tolerated you for long enough. Yet, I never expected you to so brazenly trample upon my affections. Affections? Pei Yunshu let out a derisive laugh. What nonsense are you spouting, Your Highness? What affection could possibly exist between us? You, on the other hand, should not tarnish my reputation. She raised her head, her smile dripping with sarcasm, each word seemingly crafted to provoke Xie Changyan. He nearly turned to leave in frustration, but recalling his recent misfortunes, he gritted his teeth and suppressed his anger. Yunshu, Xie Changyan sighed, gazing at Pei Yunshu as though she were an obstinate child. I understand that you are throwing a tantrum, but there must be limits to such behavior. Continuing down this path will not bode well for either of us. Your Highness, you are blocking my path. Xie Changyan believed he had humbled himself sufficiently. Yet Pei Yunshu remained indifferent, dismissing whatever sincerity he had with the flick of her hand, as if he were mere dust. Pei Yunshu, should you persist in this manner, you will surely exhaust my goodwill towards you, Xie Yanchuan remarked, a note of despondency in his voice. With that, he signaled the driver to depart. Pei Yunshu climbed into her carriage and leaned against the interior, weariness etched on her features. Truly, he was the Crown Prince, exceptional in every regard, even outshining the actors on stage. Yuehua, how much credence do you lend to the prince's words? If it is directed at the young lady, it ultimately depends on whether she chooses to believe it. Yuehua, typically reticent, refrained from speaking further. After all, the individuals Pei Yunshu entangled with were beyond her station to comment on. Thus, I do not believe a word of it. She had long since heard such tales. Upon returning home, Pei Yunshu found the entrance to her residence desolate, with no one but the doorkeeper present. Her elder brother, surprisingly, had not betrayed her. Confused, she proceeded to her courtyard, where she spotted a figure seated within. You've returned, Pei Zimu spoke, his voice low and hoarse. He had been waiting there since his return, not having taken even a sip of tea. You have been here waiting for me? Do you realize what you are doing? Pei Zimu's calm demeanor belied the turmoil within. He had envisioned every disastrous scenario, the worst being the fall of the Duke's house and the extermination of their clan. I understand, brother. I know precisely what I am doing, and I'm already in the midst of it. You are well aware that you cannot stop me now. Pei Zimu rose, raising his hand high, yet hesitated, unable to bring it down. Pei Yunshu had already closed her eyes, aware that she deserved the impending blow. Pei Yunshu, you truly do not grasp the gravity of your actions. Once you enter the palace, the Duke's house will inevitably be implicated, sharing both triumph and ruin. Do you not comprehend this principle? I understand. Precisely because I do, I must proceed in this manner. The Emperor may tolerate the Duke's house, but the Crown Prince will not. The Emperor has no other heirs. If the Crown Prince ascends the throne in a fit of rage, countless lives may be lost. How can you expect to safeguard yourself then? But can marrying the Emperor truly alter this fate? To the eyes of others, it seems you are merely entangled with both the Crown Prince and His Majesty, stirring the waters into an even murkier state. Why can it not be altered? Pei Yunshu raised her hand, gently resting it upon her abdomen. Elder brother, why is it not possible? The Crown Prince is untrustworthy. I merely seek a path to salvation for the Duke's residence. But do you not realize that this could also lead to a dead end? It shall not. As long as you assist me, it will not be. She had already traversed that dead end once before. Elder brother, whether you are willing or not, it is of no consequence. This is a path of no return. You have witnessed today how His Majesty regards me. I cannot retreat. Chapter 28, written on the face in the courtyard. There lies a pond specifically prepared for Pei Yunshu by the Jiang family, providing a touch of coolness during the summer months. Since her candid conversation with her elder brother, he merely mentioned the need for contemplation, advising her to remain composed for the time being. Naturally, she would comply, for at present, she was the one being propelled forward. My lady, what are you about to do? Yueyun inquired, observing the embroidered shoes cast aside. Pei Yunshu sat by the pond, lifting her skirt and dipping her bare feet into the water. I'm simply bored, Yueyun. Why has no one come to visit me these past few days? Indeed, it seems your cousin has not been as frequent a visitor as the second young lady, Yueyun remarked, placing a mat by the pond's edge, where the jade stones felt refreshingly cool to sit upon. Yes, why has my cousin stopped accompanying me? Pei Yunshu mused absently, raising her hand adorned with a bracelet that appeared too large, wrapping around her wrist twice. I am unaware, but perhaps I should send someone to inquire, Yueyun suggested. That is unnecessary. If my cousin is unwilling, why should I compel her? Pei Yunshu replied, lowering her gaze, while Yueyun subtly pursed her lips. My lady has always treated your cousin well, providing her with everything, yet she has shown you disdain. Is that so? A sudden voice interrupted from outside the courtyard, causing Pei Yunshu to smile as her second brother was finally visiting her. Second brother, what brings you here? Pay no heed to this girl's nonsense, Pei Yunshu said, rising as a young maid attended to her feet and helped her don her embroidered shoes. Pei Zishan entered, noticing Pei Yunshu's somewhat dispirited demeanor. Having returned for a few days, he had rested sufficiently, and he often saw Jiang Luyan in Pei Yunshu's presence. You two sisters have always shared a close bond. What troubles you? Pei Zishan casually took a seat nearby. Well, Pei Yunshu appeared hesitant to speak. Is there something that even your second brother cannot hear? Pei Zishan, having spent considerable time on the battlefield, had grown more composed. Second brother, you're the one who asked. Pei Yunshu pulled her brother closer. Father has returned, and our engagement with my cousin can no longer be postponed. You are aware of this, right? Pei Zishan paused, clearing his throat with a clenched fist at his lips. I am indeed aware. Otherwise, he would not have returned in such haste. Speaking of which, brother, shouldn't you also consider marriage? You are older than I am. Do you have someone in your heart? Which young lady has captured your fancy? Pei Yunshu inquired eagerly. Do not speak so frivolously, Nian Yan. Were we not discussing your cousin? Ah, it is because of the Crown Prince. Pei Yunshu's emotions were evident on her face. This trait had previously led her to be easily deceived in her past life. Yet now it served as her greatest asset, for everyone believed her without question. It was well known that the eldest daughter of the Pei family was Navi. How could someone so innocent possibly scheme against others? Just as Pei Yunshu was about to continue, she noticed her brother hesitating. Second brother, please tell me honestly, do you have feelings for my cousin? Coughing. Pei Zishan evaded the question, but his awkward demeanor revealed his true sentiments. Dear brother, I can no longer confide in you. Pei Yunshu expressed her distress, while Pei Zishan instinctively tensed up, his tone taking on a more severe edge. Pray tell, what is the matter? The Crown Prince has been exceedingly attentive towards me these past 2 years. I trust you are aware of this? Pei Yunshu continued. In the past, I regarded the Crown Prince as a confidant. He understood my thoughts and desires far better than you ever could. Pei Yunshu's voice quivered as she dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief. Pei Zishan, observing her reddened eyes, felt a tightening in his heart. Does this concern your cousin? Yes, brother. My cousin shares a deep bond with the Crown Prince, a fact I learned quite unexpectedly. Their relationship is far more intimate than mine with His Highness. Is that truly the case? Pei Zishan's lips trembled. If you doubt my words, you may inquire with mother. In any case, I wish to distance myself from this matter. My cousin, unaware of my feelings, certainly holds our family in higher regard than the Crown Prince. Pei Yunshu paused, contemplating what might have transpired had Jiang Luyan revealed her sentiments in a previous life. Brother, what is rightfully mine shall remain mine. If the Crown Prince wavers, I, Pei Yunshu, would scorn the notion of contention. However, I detest being schemed against. Pei Zishan gazed at his sister's swollen eyes, a few tears streaming down her cheeks. He opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a constriction in his chest that made it hard to breathe. Do not cry. He gently patted her shoulder. Perhaps there is more to this than meets the eye. My cousin is not one to act deceitfully. I would prefer if my cousin could speak to me with sincerity. After a while, Pei Yunshu managed to quell her tears and bid farewell to the already distracted Pei Zishan. My dear brother, you possess a truly innocent heart. Yet you're rather naïve and deeply sentimental. Once Pei Zishan departed, Yuehua approached with a basin of clear water. Pei Yunshu handed her the soiled handkerchief. Dispose of this, will you? Though it is merely stained with a bit of ginger juice, it is rather excessive. My eyes ache terribly. Miss, you ought to wash your face. It is evident that the second young master has long harbored feelings for our cousin. The entire household is aware of this. How could she remain oblivious? Yuehua offered Pei Yunshu a clean handkerchief. Who can say? Regardless, it is imperative to sever my brother's affections sooner rather than later. He remains unwed, and once those two rascals return, who knows what chaos will ensue. The third and fourth young masters are returning? Indeed, after father returned, he visited Aunt Yu's courtyard several times. She must have lamented to him, for after all, he does hold some regard for his own sons. This punishment should suffice. If she clings to the matter any longer, it would be rather petty. Pei Xianan and Pei Linfeng, the twin sons of Aunt Yu, were opposites in temperament. A year and a half prior, they had been deceived, nearly causing significant trouble for her elder brother. Before departing for battle, their father had confined them to the estate for reflection. Whether they were truly deceived or acted with intent remains a mystery. Indeed, the relationship between the third young master and our cousin is rather close, as they often quarreled with the second young master in the past. Yue Hua frowned. In this noble residence, there is no shortage of admirers for my cousin. One must ponder, what would mother do if such disturbances persist? The esteemed matriarch would certainly not permit such chaos to pervade the inner quarters. Yue Hua stood there, hands down at her sides. Thus, it is likely that mother would be quite anxious to see my cousin wed. Pei Yunshu was conversing with Yue Hua in the courtyard, and several maids nearby overheard the exchange. The young lady requires a bowl of bird's nest every afternoon, fetched personally by her maid from the kitchen. As Yu Mei made her way to the kitchen, she fortuitously encountered Yu Yun, who was also waiting for refreshments. Sister Yu Yun, what a coincidence! Yu Mei smiled and stepped forward to engage in conversation. Chapter 29. Knowing right from wrong, Jiang Luyin delicately savored a bowl of bird's nest soup, while Yu Mei stood before her with a submissive demeanor. I have heard that you were rescued by Yunshu and sent to serve as my maid by the madam. Now you claim loyalty to me. How can I be certain that you are not merely attempting to deceive me? Although Yu Mei was her close attendant, Jiang Luyin never assigned her any other tasks, which Yu Mei recognized as a sign of distrust. Suddenly, the maid knelt down with a thud, bowing her head before Jiang Luyin. Please see clearly, my lady. Though I was saved by the eldest young lady, I am now your servant. Gritting her teeth, Yu Mei thought to herself that within this household, she might scarcely see the eldest young lady for days on end, and thus she must consider her own future. Jiang Luyin continued to relish her soup, remaining silent, compelling Yu Mei to stay kneeling. You are quite heartless, Jiang Luyin remarked coldly as she scrutinized Yu Mei. She had always looked down upon Pei Yunshu, considering her foolish and overly generous, believing that everyone owed her gratitude. Look around. There are not so many fools in this world. I only know that one must prioritize oneself, lest they be doomed, Yu Mei replied resolutely, disregarding her reputation. At present, I simply wish to ensure a good life for myself. An astute observation, Jiang Luyin said, setting down her bowl. You may rise. Yu Mei then relayed the information she had gathered from Yu Yun earlier that day. I have learned that the second young master has gone to visit the madam. Jiang Luyin nodded, unperturbed. I'm not the least bit surprised. If she truly intended to let me off lightly, she would not be Pei Yunshu. However, does Pei Yunshu now seek to coerce her aunt into marrying her off? In truth, her recent actions have merely served to distance Pei Zishan from her. I do not mind this at all. In fact, I find it rather satisfying. With his military achievements, Pei Zishan has become quite sought after in the capital. Should he truly develop an attachment to her, it would be a nuisance for me. Pei Zishan is indeed admirable. If he were to marry, he would surely treat his wife well. Yet if I were to wed him, I would be bound to the Duke's residence for life. I would forever remain in the shadow of Pei Yunshu, and the pretense between us would be painfully clear. As for her own marriage, Jiang Luyin gently tapped her fingers on the table. Perhaps I should acquiesce to Xie Changyan. If Xie Changyan were to secure an engagement with Pei Yunshu, she could gracefully extricate herself from the situation. However, having entered the Eastern Palace, the Duke's residence could justly reject the Crown Prince's advances, and her position in the Eastern Palace would likely provoke Xie Changyan's ire. Jiang Luyin furrowed her brow. She currently lacked allies in power, rendering her many thoughts but mere daydreams. Unless she could devise a foolproof plan, Jiang Luyin penned a letter, discreetly sending it to the Eastern Palace. For a chance had presented itself. It was now September, and in October, the Empress Dowager would celebrate her birthday before departing for the Guogui Temple to pay respects, remaining absent for an entire year. Serving the Empress Dowager, how could one consider marriage? Pei Yunshu, you only know how to employ these crude tactics. Yet the preferences of others are of little consequence. What truly matters is achieving one's objectives. Mother, is this truly the case? Pei Zishan stood before Jiang, resembling a lifeless figure. Jiang, holding a teacup, cast a glance at her son. Xian is your own sister. Do you not trust her? Jiang placed the teacup down heavily on the table. I do not doubt Xian. Rather, mother, I simply feel that my cousin is not that kind of person. Pei Zishan's voice grew increasingly faint. Jiang was well aware that her son was rather straightforward. Yet witnessing his stubbornness, she could not help but feel exasperated. The child is not bad. She is merely overly ambitious. I do not detest her, But my own daughter cannot become a stepping stone for her ambitions. Do you understand? Pei Zishan sank into a nearby chair, his complexion pale, as if he had sustained a grave blow. Jiang refrained from speaking further, waiting for him to regain his composure before softly exhaling. Since you are aware, I have found a suitable girl for you, the daughter of Scholar Song from the Hamlin Academy. She is well-educated, graceful, and gentle. Now that you have returned, we shall visit the Song family together with your father soon. This matter has been settled with the Song family. You shall wed in the spring of the coming year. Pei Zishan had forgotten to refuse, merely turning away in a daze. Observing her son's demeanor, Jiang moved her lips but said nothing, knowing he would eventually have to face the truth. After all, Xian was still young and rather impatient. Jiang shook her head. It was good that her daughter had developed a strong character, yet her methods resembled those of a child at play. The second young master was impulsive. What would happen if he became enraged? The matron beside Jiang gently massaged her shoulders. I know my son. Although he is somewhat blunt, he is not cruel-hearted. He would be reluctant to part with Jiang Luyin, yet he cherishes his parents and siblings even more. Otherwise, why would I have borne her? Jiang gazed at the trees outside the courtyard, now tinged with pale yellow, signaling the arrival of autumn. The weather would soon turn cold, and the family should prepare for autumn garments. The eldest daughter had always been fond of beauty. It would be prudent to inquire, lest she later complain about her appearance and catch a chill. Yes. The matron approached Jiang, conveying her words to Pei Yunshu. Madam, should we send some embroidery samples from the embroidery workshop? That would be good. They have an embroideress named Zhang Kai. Please find her for me. Her work suits my taste. Pei Yunshu said, playfully handling a fragrant sachet. She had quite a collection of such sachets, having sent numerous to the Crown Prince recently. Pei Yunshu had no interest in needlework and was too lazy to learn, and besides, Xie Changyan likely did not care who crafted the sachet, as long as it came from Pei Yunshu. Eldest miss, what is so captivating about this handkerchief? You have been staring at it for days. Look, what is embroidered in this corner? Due to concerns about mixing up handkerchiefs, each courtyard of the Duke's residence had distinct embroidery patterns. Pei Yunshu was but a small cloud, yet she had previously shared a close relationship with Jiang Luyin. Thus, the handkerchiefs used by Jiang Luyin were all from her courtyard. Originally, these were meant for her cousin, but unfortunately, her cousin did not wish to accept them. Yue Yin blinked, mistakenly believing that Pei Yunshu was saddened by her cousin's aloofness. Do not be disheartened, Mississippi. You are so wonderful. It is merely your cousin who fails to appreciate your worth. Pei Yunshu lifted her gaze to observe Yue Yin, who appeared to be earnestly defending her. She smiled softly, reflecting, indeed, there are always those who recognize the value of others in this world. With a nonchalant gesture, Pei Yunshu tossed the handkerchief in her hand into the drawer. Why waste time on those who cannot discern what is truly precious? Chapter 30. The 10,000 Buddhas picture Jiang Luyin was engrossed in a Buddhist scripture in the garden when she noticed the steward approaching with a few individuals. After acknowledging her cousin, the steward bowed respectfully. And these individuals? She inquired. They are the proprietor and embroideress from Chilua Workshop, here to prepare winter garments for the household. He explained. The lady of the house is concerned that the eldest miss might not favor the designs. Thus, she specifically requested the embroideress to present the samples for her approval. Jiang Luyin tightened her grip on the scripture. Then please hasten along. Once the group had departed, she returned her attention to the text. Since her arrival at the Duke's residence, her understated elegance had garnered admiration, leading her to favor garments and adornments that were simple yet refined. In contrast, Pei Yunshu never had to ponder such matters, indulging extravagantly without restraint. Pei Yunshu examined the embroidery samples, selecting several that pleased her. Turning to the embroideress following the proprietor, she asked, "Who is Zhang Kai?" A woman of unremarkable appearance stepped forward. Pei Yunshu scrutinized her. She appeared to be an ordinary woman, yet her hands, long-fingered, fair, and supple, were even more exquisite than her own. "Did you embroider the handkerchief delivered to the Duke's residence last time?" Pei Yunshu queried. "Indeed, I did," Zhang Kai replied, kneeling before her with an air of neither subservience nor arrogance. "I wish for you to embroider something for me, and you may set the price," Pei Yunshu stated. "As you command, Miss," Zhang Kai responded. Pei Yunshu waved her hand, gesturing for her to rise. The proprietor, understanding the situation, acknowledged. It is our fortune at Qilua Workshop to have caught the Mrs. Eye. We are grateful for your patronage during this time. Pei Yunshu nodded in satisfaction. The samples this time are quite commendable. Inform my mother to keep them all. The proprietor expressed his gratitude profusely before departing with the steward, leaving Zhang Kai standing there. I have heard that you are the finest embroideress at Qilua Workshop? Pei Yunshu inquired. Indeed, Zhang Kai replied, displaying no modesty. If I were to show you another's embroidery, could you replicate their technique? Zhang Kai nodded affirmatively. As long as I have seen it, I can replicate any style. Observe this embroidery sample. It employs a similar technique. I desire a 10,000 Buddha's picture. You need not create it from scratch. Merely use this technique to render it. The upcoming birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager was on her mind. In her previous life, her cousin had presented an embroidered 10,000 Buddha's picture, which delighted the Empress Dowager and granted Jiang Luyan a wish to accompany Her Majesty to Guogua Temple for prayers. For an entire year, Jiang Luyan had no worries, even praying at the temple during her wedding. Who would dare to arrange a marriage for her while she was by the Empress Dowager's side, personally offering prayers for Chun? This time, she was curious to see how her cousin would manage to secure that year of tranquility. For Jiang Luyan's departure would surely leave a void in the drama she had orchestrated. A 10,000 Buddha's picture might just prove to be splendid. Pei Yunshu watched as Zhang Kai's fingers danced with agility, completing a lifelike raccoon in half an hour. Is this difficult to embroider? Pei Yunshu asked. Not at all. Such a raccoon is well within the capabilities of Qilua Workshop's embroideresses. It is often used for children's clothing as practice. Oh, is that so? Then I would be grateful if you could teach me as well. I wish to embroider something for someone. Are you interested in learning, my lady? Indeed. Charming endeavors are meant to please others. Pei Yunshu took out a handkerchief, displaying a demeanor of earnest intent to learn. The Empress Dowager's birthday banquet is set for a month and a half from now. Known for her kindness and reverence for Buddhism, she abhors extravagance, thus issuing a decree to keep things simple. The current Empress Dowager is the biological mother of Xie Yanchuan. She was once an undesired concubine, later elevated to the status of Empress Dowager, and now she has ascended to Empress Dowager. While she has called for simplicity, the birthday gifts presented to her will undoubtedly not be mere trinkets purchased for 100 taels by the roadside, regardless of their value. They are but gold and silver items. Can the Empress Dowager truly lack for such? Therefore, it is essential to cater to her preferences. Families are racking their brains to devise suitable gifts. While the gifts may be prepared, it would be ideal if they could align with the Empress Dowager's tastes. In recent days, Pei Yunshu received an invitation to a poetry gathering, an event she typically detests attending. How curious that the invitation was sent to her instead of Jiang Luyan. Was it also sent to her cousin? After inquiring, she learned that her cousin had indeed received one, but declined, citing ill health as a reason for absence. I see. Pei Yunshu was about to refuse when a matron from Zhang's side arrived. Miss, the madam says that since you have no pressing matters, you might as well attend this gathering. What could be so special about this poetry gathering that even her mother was stirred? The matron must have received instructions from Jiang, unbeknownst to the eldest miss, that a young lady from the esteemed song family of the Hanlin Academy would be present, renowned for her poetic talents. The song lady? The one whom the madam considered for the second young master? The madam has seen her and spoke very highly of her. Is that so? Then perhaps I should go and take a look. In her previous life, her second brother had been embroiled in a conflict with the family over Jiang Luyan, remaining unmarried. Yet in this life, it seems he is already destined for someone. Has something unbeknownst to her altered the course of events? Poetry gatherings abound in the capital. Since the reign of the previous emperor, there has been a flourishing of literary pursuits. One of his favored concubines won his attention through her poetry. The current emperor is also a man of both literary and martial prowess, and the concubines in the harem possess exceptional talents, making such gatherings quite common in the capital. Pei Yunshu nibbled on a mung bean cake while observing Xie Yanchuan, who was enjoying an osmanthus cake across from her. Both of them enveloped in a silence that spoke volumes. What brings you here? Pei Yunshu inquired, her gaze fixed on Xie Yanchuan. There's no choice. My father is currently intent on finding me a husband. With my circumstances, those seeking to marry me are either drawn by my status or... Xie Yanchuan paused, unable to articulate a second possibility. Perhaps there might be someone discerning, Pei Yunshu suggested, regarding Xie Yanchuan. After entering the Eastern Palace in her past life, she had severed most ties with the outside world, thus remained oblivious to Xie Yanchuan's current situation. Nevertheless, she genuinely believed Xie Yanchuan to be an exceptional young woman. Pei Yunshu spoke with utmost sincerity. Perhaps her earnest expression evoked a hint of shyness in Xie Yanchuan. Song Yi sat beside a screen, contemplating her future sister-in-law, who had previously been the subject of much ill repute. Her interactions with Pei Yunshu had been minimal. Yet today, could it be that someone capable of such candid praise for another woman truly bore the same reputation as described by others? A flicker of curiosity ignited within Song Yi. It was the Empress Dowager's birthday. Xie Yanchuan's voice resonated gently. My parents have prepared everything. I shall deliver it, not to mention it is from the Wang family. He continued, I have heard that the Chilua workshop has crafted something intriguing. What is it? Came Pei Yunshu's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, but sufficiently audible for those intended to hear it. The 10,000 Buddha painting. Chapter 31 Song E. So fitting for the 10,000 Buddha painting, which is originally an embroidery depicting a single character for Buddha. The ingenuity lies in the fact that this large character is composed of 9,999 smaller Buddhas, making a total of 10,000 characters. Thus, the 10,000 Buddha painting. After Pei Yunshu elaborated on this exquisite piece, Xie Yanchuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Is it truly so? What a clever idea. Indeed, the embroiderer from Chilua workshop is quite resourceful. As Pei Yunshu savored her tea and snacks, Xie Yanchuan appeared deep in thought, contemplating that it indeed suited the Empress Dowager perfectly. Are you planning to gift it? As for me, I think I shall refrain. I happen to hear my cousin mention the 10,000 Buddha painting, and it must be rather costly. When it comes to presenting gifts to the Empress Dowager, money is of little use. Xie Yanchuan pondered and decided, I shall visit Chilua workshop shortly. Such a treasure should not be kept hidden. I'll inquire with the shopkeeper. Pei Yunshu sipped her tea, pondering how such a remarkable creation could remain known to just a single person. When the 10,000 Buddha painting first emerged, Jiang Luyan garnered considerable fame in the capital. Naturally, Xie Yanchuan and Pei Yunshu engaged in light conversation. Both had received an education. Yet the delicate and intricate poetry was not their forte. What a pity. I believe that in this capital, talented women are no less than talented men. Xie Yanchuan observed the young ladies downstairs, each penning poetry. What curious thoughts has our princess encountered now? To utter such words, Pei Yunshu glanced down, acknowledging Jiang Luyan's well-earned reputation, though she could not deny that her ambition had merely turned her into a stepping stone for others. The last time I donned male attire and accompanied my brother to a poetry gathering, it was filled with young lords and masters. I merely went to enjoy the atmosphere. As for those poems, well, if they are well written, that is one thing. But if poorly composed, even those of high status receive undue praise, which seems disingenuous. This is how it has always been in the capital, and we are no exception, are we? Were it not for our status, who knows where we would be now? Their current thoughts would be scandalous if overheard by others. Let us speak no more of this. It is disheartening. Ah, there is a beauty I have yet to see. Let's have a look. Upon saying this, Xie Yanchuan grasped the railing and leaped from the second floor. Xie Yanchuan has an admiration for beauty, regardless of gender. Her close bond with Pei Yunshu stems not only from shared interests, but also from Pei Yunshu's striking appearance, which ranks among the finest she has encountered. With a face like yours, as long as the matter is not overly excessive, I, the princess, shall forgive you. Such was Xie Yanchuan's promise. As Pei Yunshu sat there, just after Xie Yanchuan departed, another person approached and took a seat. Miss Pei, it is a pleasure to meet you. Song Yi nodded gently with a soft smile. Who is Lord Song from the Hamlin Academy? That will be my father. Did Miss Song come specifically to see me? Yes. Song Yi hesitated momentarily before speaking the truth. I have heard that Miss Pei shares a close relationship with your elder brother. I share a deep bond with my two brothers, as we are all of the same lineage. As Pei Yunshu gazed upon Song Yi, she appeared at first glance to be well-educated, composed, and amiable. However, perhaps due to her heightened sensitivity, Pei Yunshu discerned that this individual was both clever and audacious, never concealing her intentions when seeking an audience. Song Yi's father held the esteemed position of a Hamlin Academy scholar, which, while sounding prestigious, implied proximity to the emperor as a civil servant. To attain such a title, one must excel in the imperial examinations, and indeed, Song Yi's father had been the top scholar during the reign of the late emperor. Yet, the title of top scholar was merely a fa ade. In the grand realm of Dachun, a top scholar emerged every 3 years, and most were extinguished in the crucible of bureaucracy, save for the remarkably gifted. For many, the pinnacle of their glory might well have been the day they were designated as top scholars. The title of Hamlin official, while grand in name, afforded little beyond the position itself. From a young age, Song Yi understood that despite her father's status as a court official, their home was perpetually austere, for he wielded neither power nor influence. The Song family had always lived modestly, as her father's frugality forbade any loss of dignity for his children. Song Yi possessed but a few garments suitable for outings, seldom worn at home. Despite her intelligence and her father's diligent teachings, the abundance of noble ladies in the capital sometimes left her feeling desolate. Consequently, she resolved that her future husband must not share the humble circumstances of the Song family. She could not endure her current situation indefinitely. She had already faced an abundance of disdain. Upon reaching maturity, Song Yi began to seek suitors independently. Despite her father's modest means, his official rank necessitated a match of equal standing in matters of marriage. What she had not anticipated was that the suitor who came to propose was from a duke's household. Given her family status, marrying into a duke's family would be a rare elevation, especially as the second son of the duke. Naturally, her family was exceedingly pleased. However, Song Yi felt an inkling of unease. She had inquired about the young master of the duke's household, who was deemed to possess boundless prospects and had no concubines or secondary wives. To Song Yi, her future husband seemed perfect in every regard. Yet she wondered why he would be interested in her. She was concerned, for the capital was rife with tales of husbands who favored their wives while neglecting their concubines. And if the duke's second son were to fall into such a pattern, what would she do? Was there a place to evade such scrutiny? Pei Yunshu rose, and Song Yi nodded, indicating that she was indeed familiar with this place. Upon entering, Pei Yunshu, holding a teacup, leisurely finished her tea before fixing a composed gaze upon Song Yi. "Miss Song, do you not wish to marry my second brother?" she inquired. "How could that be? This union seems to be an elevation for me, yet I find myself somewhat unsettled, hence my desire to know more about the second young master." Her response was impeccable. "Before I proceed with our discussion, Miss Song, may I ask, how significant is love to you? Or rather, what holds greater importance in your eyes?" "It is indeed significant. Though many matters in this world take precedence," Song Yi affirmed with conviction. "Miss Pei, I wish for this marriage." "That is well. There are certain matters I can discuss with Miss Song. My second brother possesses a straightforward nature. Once he marries you, he will undoubtedly treat you with utmost care. However, the remainder will require Miss Song's own efforts to secure." How does Pei Yunshu perceive Song Yi's thoughts at this moment? Every young man has experienced the pangs of infatuation. However, now I am to wed the second young master, and the life we shall lead together is solely our affair. Song Yi gracefully bowed to Pei Yunshu. Pei Yunshu glanced at her and remarked, "My mother has always had excellent judgment. You are indeed well suited for my second brother." Chapter 32. Each with their own thoughts, as Pei Yunshu returned to the estate, she made her way to her mother's courtyard. "Mother, I have returned." "Indeed? Have you encountered anyone?" "I have, and he is quite astute, a perfect match for second brother." Jiang nodded. "Indeed, your second brother requires a clever companion. It would be beneficial for him to have someone to guide him after marriage." "Has father been visiting Aunt Yu's courtyard these past few days?" "Yes, as a mother. How can one not feel concerned for her own son? Aunt Yu has also put forth considerable effort. Her two sons, if left to linger in the countryside, would surely waste away." Jiang appeared quite indifferent. Her two sons had promising futures, and she felt less anger towards the two illegitimate sons who had caused her children trouble. I pride myself on treating everyone in the inner courtyard fairly. After all, they hail from our noble house. If they have potential, I would not obstruct them. But I fear that allowing them to meddle with my sons may breed two ungrateful wolves. Then why not directly inform father? He would not merely send them to the countryside for reflection. Pei Yunshu had never been particularly close with her two younger brothers, and they seldom sought her company, rarely crossing paths. How can it be the same? Remember, Pei Xianan and Pei Linfeng are your father's children. In a fit of rage, your father may indeed cast them out, but with time, he will surely think of them again. At that point, it is likely that the Duke will harbor resentment towards your sons. Your father, having given them new names and excluded them from the family records, has already severed their claim to the Duke's estate. That is sufficient. To pressure your father further would be excessively cruel on my part. Jiang took a sip from her teacup and continued, You must remember, this bond is not to be squandered. Moreover, having those two near your elder brother would be more reassuring. In her pursuit of her children's well-being, Jiang was astutely cautious, fearing that any misstep could lead to dire consequences. Regrettably, her two elder sons were now worry-free, leaving only her to be a source of concern for her mother, a thought that weighed heavily on Pei Yunshu. At that moment, Jiang summoned several scrolls to be presented. Come, take a look. These are the fine candidates I have selected for you in recent days. Examine them closely, and if any catch your fancy, I shall have your father invite them to the estate for a meeting. Mother, I am not in a hurry. After all, there is still my cousin. Your cousin? Yesterday, a letter arrived from your maternal grandfather, advising caution regarding your cousin's marriage. She has only recently begun to consider suitors. How fortuitous that the Jiang family should send word now. Your cousin is quite resolute. She does not require my intervention. Jiang's current focus is solely on her daughter. And what of Qingwan? Your elder sister has not yet wed. Therefore, she is in no rush. You, however, must not delay any longer at your age. Pei Yunshu opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately took the scrolls and departed, only to encounter her elder brother on her way back. Elder brother, where are you headed? Have I just returned from my duty? I'm going to see mother. Have you been out today? Is this what you purchased? No. This is the person my mother wishes for me to meet. Pei Yunshu's voice lowered slightly. Pei Zimu appeared momentarily taken aback, gazing at the scrolls the maid held, which seemed quite numerous. Your mother has provided them, so you simply accepted? How could I outright refuse her? What reason do I have? Pei Yunshu understood her elder brother's meaning. You certainly have a boldness. Many young women destined for the palace are kept hidden at home, yet you show no fear of being discovered by that person. If one wishes to decline their mother's wishes, a legitimate reason is essential. Since you're concerned, I shall leave this matter in your capable hands. Pei Yunshu turned, gathering the scrolls and promptly handing them to Pei Zimu. I appreciate your assistance, dear brother. Pei Zimu, cradling the scrolls, watched as Pei Yunshu hurried away with her maid. He then entrusted the items to the guard accompanying him. These must be quietly disposed of. Ensure no one sees them. Pei Yunshu followed her mother's intentions to meet her future husband, carefree and untroubled by the thought of discovery. However, Pei Zimu could not afford such naivety. This matter had caused him sleepless nights. As Pei Yunshu noted, the Duke's residence had reached a point of no return. While Pei Yunshu remained carefree, Pei Zimu could not help but ponder the implications. Should this become known, it would serve as ammunition against their family. Has the gift intended for the Empress Dowager been prepared? After the court session, Pei Yuanzheng went directly to seek out Jiang. It has been ready for some time, a statue of guanine carved from white jade, smooth and delicate. I had a master craftsman complete it, and it has already been sent to the temple for consecration. What prompted you to inquire about this? Was there a mishap at the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration? Jiang was well-versed in such preparations, and Pei Yuanzheng rarely questioned her. In a few days, His Majesty will personally visit the temple to offer blessings for the Empress Dowager. He has selected several noble ladies to accompany him. You should take Nian Nian and the eldest daughter-in-law with you. His Majesty is coming himself? The timing is a bit tight, but Jiang has often accompanied the Empress Dowager and His Majesty to the temple for prayers. She was a noble lady of high standing, recognized among the women of Dechun. Hearing this, she remained unperturbed. Such events typically lasted 3 to 7 days. The Empress Dowager practiced her devotions regularly, but His Majesty would not linger long in the temple. Indeed, His Majesty will go alongside the Crown Prince, who has recently been rather impatient. Perhaps His Majesty intends to offer him some guidance. And what of Nian Yin? What purpose does an unmarried girl serve in our company? In truth, it is not appropriate for Pei Yunshu to accompany us. Hasn't she been in low spirits lately? She seldom has the opportunity to venture beyond the capital. Consider it a chance for a pleasant outing. Jiang could not help but chide. Is it wise to indulge a girl so? Once she is married, who will be able to tolerate such behavior? My daughter, Pei Yuanjing's daughter, will command respect once married. If she lacks this awareness, who would dare to seek her hand? Once such words are spoken, who would dare approach for marriage? In this world, how many men are not enamored by a woman's beauty? With Nian Yin's appearance, suitors will undoubtedly come forth. Pei Yuanzhang sighed, lamenting that it was a pity for them, for the young lady had been raised so splendidly. Had she been born into an ordinary family, she would have long been sent to the palace to seek the emperor's protection. Indeed, it is fortunate that Nian Yin was born into our household. I shall speak with her shortly. Is there anyone else from the residence who wishes to accompany us? Pei Yuanzhang implied that when visiting the temple to pray for blessings, it would not be appropriate to bring too many maids, yet 2 attendants would still be necessary. Lu Yin had been sequestering herself in her room these past few days, reportedly preparing a birthday gift for the Empress Dowager, and it seemed she had no intention of joining. Jiang Lu Yin, well-versed in Buddhist teachings, held a nominal position under the Empress Dowager's patronage. Let her be. That child is attending to her own matters. Unrelated to the Duke's residence. Chapter 33. A journey to the Huguo Temple. The Huguo Temple was not originally located in the outskirts of the capital. However, before the emperor of the Chan dynasty ascended to the throne, he roamed the land with his army, establishing his dominance, and stumbled upon the Huguo Temple. At that time, the temple was presided over by a venerable monk who, upon a mere glance, foresaw that the century-long turmoil would find resolution in this man's hands. Though he was already an enlightened monk, the precepts of Buddhism discourage violence and bloodshed. Yet, this monk chose to descend from his hermitage to quell the chaos for the sake of preserving lives. After the establishment of the Chan dynasty, the ancestors of the Chan emperors reconstructed the Huguo Temple in the outskirts of the capital, designating it as a national temple. The esteemed monk never left the temple throughout his life, reportedly to atone for his past transgressions. Successive rulers of the Chan dynasty would visit the Huguo Temple, whether to offer prayers or pay their respects. Xie Yanchuan, too, had visited. Prior to his ascension, he spent 3 days in the temple, receiving profound insights from the monk before returning to take the throne. Outside the dragon carriage, Xie Yanchuan's shadow guards awaited. Your Majesty, here is the list of families who have come to pray for the Empress Dowager. Xie Yanchuan glanced through it and noted that Pei Yunshu's name was among them. Yunshu is also present. Beside Pei Yunshu, a few shadow guards dispatched by Xie Yanchuan stood watch. Pei Yunshu, with her straightforward disposition, often lacked discretion. Thus, he could only provide covert protection. Yes, the Duke mentioned it as a rare opportunity to leave the capital, allowing Miss Pei to unwind. Unwind? Pei Yunshu leaned against the dragon carriage. There is nothing amiss with my being here alongside you. The leader of the shadow guards bowed his head. Having heard it was related to the Crown Prince, it seemed there were connections between the Duke's household and the Crown Prince. Inside the dragon carriage, silence prevailed for a considerable time, and those kneeling outside did not dare to rise, merely bowing their heads in reverence. This matter has not been brought to my attention. The child has grown and inevitably harbors her own thoughts. While she has not confided in me, I must still be informed. Understood, Your Majesty. Pei Yunshu and her mother were traveling in the Duke's carriage, a considerable distance from the Imperial Dragon carriage. Given the nature of their visit to the temple, Pei Yunshu was dressed in modest attire, an elegant light blue gown, adorned only with a few embroidered bamboo shoots at the hem and sleeves. Mother, I have never been fond of visiting temples. Why must you take me along? Her mother and sister-in-law possessed the calmness necessary for such an endeavor. But Pei Yunshu found it impossible to sit still, especially with the prospect of spending 7 days in the temple for meditation. In the past, he did not go, and I said nothing. However, now, the ladies of various families are attending. How many in the capital can pray for the Empress Dowager at the Hugwa Temple? It is hard to say, but your future mother-in-law is among them. She will not be among them, Pei Yunshu replied, though she recognized the connection this matter had with her future mother-in-law. Were these visits not accompanied by my cousin in the past? Pei Yunshu gazed out the window. The Hugwa Temple, renowned for its vibrant incense offerings, had seen the emergence of 3 or 4 additional villages along the route from the capital. Consequently, the roads were bustling with people, and numerous vendors offered their wares to the pilgrims visiting the temple. The Hugwa Temple never drove away these vendors. With no commercial activities within its precincts, the villagers enjoyed added income, greatly improving their livelihoods. However, today, as His Majesty ventured out, he was accompanied by guards, causing the vendors to retreat a distance, kneeling in reverence upon his presence. Pei Yunshu lifted the curtain for a glance before promptly shutting it again. This was the essence of imperial power, an authority that none could contest. You are aware that it is your cousin accompanying you, are you not? It seems that everyone knows only of her. Xie, Liu Yin is well-versed in Buddhist teachings and holds a recognized position with the Empress Dowager with your impending marriage. It is time for you to familiarize yourself with the rites of Buddhism. Mother, if I truly understood these matters, would I still need to learn now? Regardless of your knowledge, you must maintain the proper demeanor. For the next 7 days, you must kneel and sit properly, or else face confinement in the courtyard upon returning home. Being her daughter, she naturally knew the best way to discipline her. Pei Yunshu sat upright, her expression solemn, which prompted her mother to wonder how effective this would be. Linshi could not help but smile at her sister-in-law's demeanor, while Jiangshi wore a bemused expression. Oh, what are you pondering day after day? Since Xie Yanchuan professed to come for the purpose of Buddhist worship, sincerity was paramount. He would worship in the main hall, while the other ladies would be in the side hall. Xie Yanchuan did not request them to kneel before him. He merely stated that such gestures were unnecessary in the temple, leading the ladies to a well-prepared guest hall. Pei Yunshu cast a distant glance at Xie Yanchuan as he entered the temple, where a monk clad in robes awaited him, palms pressed together in greeting. Xie, we are leaving, Linshi called out, snapping Pei Yunshu from a reverie. She recalled that Xie Yanchuan, in his youth, had once told her that he did not believe in gods or Buddhas. Back then, the youthful Xie Yanchuan had gazed upon a poem extolling the divine with a mixture of disdain and bitterness. If indeed there were deities in this world, why then was life so unjust? Yet now, as an emperor, Xie Yanchuan bestowed upon the divine the respect it deserved. Xie, the masters in the temple are eminent monks. You must conduct yourself with decorum and adhere to the rules. Jiangshi allowed them to kneel and recite scriptures for an hour each day. As for Pei Yunshu, Jiangshi recognized her inability to remain still and did not wish to confine her. Yet she was forbidden from wandering beyond the hall where teachings were imparted. With His Majesty's presence in the temple, the multitude of people posed a risk. Any disruption to the imperial procession would be disastrous. Rest assured, Mother, I shall behave. If I find it unbearable, I shall take a stroll down the mountain from the small gate. The area at the foot of the Guowang Temple is lively, yet I shall be cautious not to disturb the imperial procession. Pei Yunshu acknowledged her mother's words, indicating her understanding. Jiangshi then departed with her eldest daughter-in-law, while Pei Yunshu cast a glance at the moonlight behind her. What news? It has been conveyed that His Majesty will first pay homage and has advised that the young lady rest for a while. Very well, let us take a moment. The sun is setting, and being in the temple, it feels as though. Pei Yunshu pondered for a moment, unable to find suitable words to express her thoughts, wondering if it might be somewhat disrespectful to the Buddha. Yuehua fell silent for a brief interval, then inquired, My lady, what do you intend to do? Pei Yunshu lifted her teacup and took a sip. The barley tea served in the temple was evidently brewed from this year's new harvest, imbued with a subtle fragrance. Though they were in a temple, it was the deep of night, and the presence of a lone man and woman hardly suggested a discourse on scriptures, did it? While Yuehua lacked worldly understanding, her ears subtly flushed crimson. Upon hearing Pei Yunshu's words, Xie Yanchuan was momentarily speechless. ultimately shaking his head in bemusement as he gently tapped the fan's bone against her forehead. In this sacred abode of tranquility, allow me to impart some teachings to you today, dear lady. Chapter 34. You are allowed to be proud of your favors, and Luan led Pei Yunshu into the meditation room, where Xie Yanchuan was surprisingly clad in simple azure attire, engrossed in a scroll of scriptures. "Sir, I have arrived," Pei Yunshu exclaimed, her eyes curving into a smile, exuding an innocent charm. "Welcome, come and sit. I did not expect you to be here as well," Xie Yanchuan replied, a sense of relief washing over him, the lingering melancholy under the dim light dissipating. "You summoned me so suddenly, and I hurried here, but I suppose seeing you is not entirely a misfortune." Pei Yunshu settled herself before Xie Yanchuan, her gaze falling upon a substantial stack of Buddhist texts on the table. "In the capital, whenever you expressed a desire to see me, did I ever refuse? Who among your entourage has the audacity to forget their mentor in the presence of others?" Indeed, they had not met for quite some time before Pei Yunshu proposed her visit to the palace. "It is true that I am a person who relies on favoritism, sir. I too harbor fears. Your preferential treatment may one day render me oblivious to my own limitations. I am aware that the Emperor of Dechun is my pillar of support, which instills a sense of invincibility within me." When Xie Yanchuan posed this question, he did so without much contemplation, having known Pei Yunshu since childhood, fully aware of her inherent flaws. Yet, he had never anticipated such a response. "So, I should exercise restraint, should I, sir?" Xie Yanchuan studied her intently for a considerable time before finally responding, "I permit you." "What?" "I allow you to be proud of my favor, to act with audacity before me." Pei Yunshu appeared momentarily taken aback, realizing that his words were sincere. In that instant, she understood that she could wield his authority like a tiger's skin, and regardless of the Crown Prince, with Xie Yanchuan's endorsement, she could exact revenge upon those who had once wronged her 100-fold. "Please do not say such things, sir. I might take them to heart. I am not a saint. I have my own desires, anger, and grievances. How shall I regard others henceforth?" Pei Yunshu cautioned herself, recognizing that this was not the opportune moment. Should she act upon her impulses, she would inevitably erode Xie Yanchuan's affection over time, transforming her past actions into indictments against her. Xie Yanchuan nodded, observing her growth. Unbeknownst to Pei Yunshu, a sense of satisfaction glimmered in the eyes of the emperor before her. He had planted a flowering tree, nurturing it to thrive, and now it blossomed with beauty, bringing him joy. However, should the tree grow awry, he would feel regret, tending to it still, yet with less meticulous care. Xie Yanchuan cherished Pei Yunshu as a precious gem, but a gem covered in dust loses its allure. Should she fail to comprehend the gravity of her situation? Upon entering the palace, he could simply bestow upon her the title of consort, granting her a life of wealth and comfort within the imperial confines. Yet, Xie Yanchuan always harbored higher expectations. He remembered her ambition to become the most esteemed woman in the realm. The Emperor of Dechun, Xie Yanchuan, presided over a desolate harem, having conferred titles upon only 3 of his 4 consorts, with neither a queen nor a favored consort in sight. It seemed too meager a title for such a spirited young woman, to be confined to the cold, lonely palace for half her life solely because of him felt like an injustice. "Sir, I have long since come of age. In Dacheng, prosperity reigns, and the nation enjoys peace. There have been voices within the court suggesting that women marrying and bearing children too early may harm their health, leading to complications in childbirth. Now, decades later, it is rare for women in Dechun to marry upon reaching maturity. Indeed, there is no rush for someone of Pei Yunshu's age. However, arrangements for marriage should be made in advance. One must prepare for at least a year before the wedding. So, what did you discuss with Yuehua today?" "What? I converse with Yuehua daily. In the dead of night, a solitary man and woman. Where do such notions arise?" Xie Yanchuan couldn't help but frown. While listening was not an issue, the context always seemed rather ambiguous. The tales speak of such matters, do they not? A private meeting between man and woman cannot be to behold the words of the sage. Xie Yanchuan grasped his fan and gently tapped her forehead. "Have you learned nothing? Tonight, I shall teach you." Since her rebirth, Pei Yunshu's feelings towards Xie Yanchuan had been quite complex, yet she felt no fear. Only today did she experience a long-lost sensation, reminiscent of her student days, being tested by her teacher, possibly even facing the slap of his hand. First, read this book aloud. Pei Yunshu stared blankly at the Buddhist scriptures in her hands, while Xie Yanchuan feigned a stern expression. What? Must the teacher read it aloud for you to comprehend? Pei Yunshu's voice was melodious, crisp, imbued with a unique feminine charm, and if one listened closely, a hint of grievance could be detected within the meditation room. Apart from the two of them, only Weihua and Zheng Luan were present. This grievance was indeed directed at him. Xie Yanchuan lifted his teacup and took a sip, recalling how he had once taken a disciple, which was not much different from being a father. No, it should be said that due to his lack of children, he had indeed regarded Pei Yunshu as a daughter several years ago. The Emperor of Dechun felt a slight stiffness in his grip on the scriptures at this thought. Indeed, he could hardly consider himself a gentleman. Just as the atmosphere in the meditation room was perfectly balanced, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Zheng Luan approached the door to open it, revealing his own disciple. Zheng Luan promptly closed the door again. Does the Emperor not realize that he must not be disturbed at this time? Has he taken leave of his senses? The young eunuch appeared quite troubled. Indeed, His Majesty was not to be interrupted, yet the visitor seeking an audience was none other than the Crown Prince. Master, the Crown Prince requests an audience. He is waiting outside in the courtyard. The Crown Prince? Zheng Luan cast a glance inside the room. What did you say? I informed him that His Majesty is currently reading scriptures and cannot be disturbed. Quite clever. Zheng Luan entered the meditation room and approached Xie Yanchuan, leaning in to speak softly. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince has arrived and is waiting in the courtyard. The Crown Prince? At such a late hour, what brings him here? Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yunshu, who was still standing by, reciting the Buddhist scriptures. Yunshu, go behind the screen for a moment. Wait a bit before you continue. Pei Yunshu, perplexed, complied, and before long, another set of footsteps entered the room. This time, it was Xie Changyan. I pay my respects to Father. At such a late hour. Instead of resting in your chamber, you seek me out. Is there a matter at hand? Xie Changyan bowed his head before the Emperor. Father, I have an unusual request. Speak, the Emperor replied. Though it was an unusual request, Xie Changyan had still mustered the courage to present it. A trait of the Crown Prince that Xie Yanchuan had grown accustomed to, yet it still stirred a hint of impatience within him. I have heard that there are many esteemed monks in the temple, and I wish to inquire about my fate in love. Inquire about love? Yes. I hope for your gracious approval. Xie Yanchuan regarded her for a considerable time, initially appearing relaxed, yet the prolonged silence in the meditation room began to heighten his tension. It is merely a divination. If you wish to proceed, then let it be so. Xie Yanchuan lowered his gaze to the scriptures in his hands, and Xie Changyan, understanding his cue, departed after obtaining what he desired. Just as Xie Changyan stepped out, a slight rustling emerged from behind the screen in the meditation room. Initially, he thought it was his imagination, yet he could not resist glancing back. As he exited, he caught a glimpse of a hem flitting past his peripheral vision. Once the door closed, Pei Yunshu emerged from behind the screen, holding a scripture, intending to continue her reading. Are you not worried, Xie Changyan? Given that he dared to seek the holy monk at such a time, he must have had confidence. I am not worried, Pei Yunshu replied, gazing at Mr. Xie Yanchuan. If I do not wish for it, how can there be mutual affection? And if there is no mutual affection, how can it be a destined match? Pei Yunshu lowered her head as if she had truly divined the outcome. It was either false or... Unable to suppress her laughter, she mused. Then even the Buddha must have been bribed. Chapter 35. The exquisite. When Pei Yunshu returned, the Zhang family was just about to partake in their vegetarian meal. Why aren't you in the room? Where have you been? I want to chant scriptures. This was not entirely a falsehood. She had indeed engaged in the recitation, leaving her parched and fatigued. Pei Yunshu recited a few verses casually, eliciting a look of surprise from the Zhang family. You truly want to chant? I thought you had no interest in such matters. Then, feeling a sense of satisfaction, they reflected that perhaps they should have brought her along more often in the past. Mother, please don't pressure me. Pei Yunshu could recite the scriptures, yet found it utterly tedious. If she were to be made to transcribe and chant daily, it would be unbearable. Let us first enjoy the meal. Even if you dislike it, sitting quietly in the temple would be beneficial for your peace of mind. Jiang could see that Pei Yunshu was already lacking enthusiasm, but they had only just arrived, and several days remained. You are right, mother. Pei Yunshu didn't need to find peace. Unbeknownst to her mother, she had long mastered the art of endurance. Moreover, in the temple, she was not the only one struggling to find tranquility. As Xie Yanchuan prepared for rest, Zheng Luan entered. Your Majesty, Master Mingxin has arrived. Please let him in. Xie Yanchuan donned his outer robe, contemplating the late-night visit from the monk. It must be of significant importance. He inquired. The abbot of the Guoguang Temple is Master Mingxin's mentor, yet Master Mingxin is the most distinguished monk of our time. Before ascending the throne, it was Master Mingxin who provided him solace, and they had developed a bond transcending age. Your Majesty, although the Guoguang Temple serves the nation, the monks are here to serve the Buddha, and we do not interfere in court matters. Mingxin sat opposite Xie Yanchuan, who nodded in understanding. It was precisely for this reason that the Guoguang Temple remained steadfast. Their selfless devotion as monks garnered the enduring trust of the emperor. I comprehend your words, master. However, has someone committed an act of wrongdoing? Mingxin nodded, handing over a slip of paper. This was discreetly given to the abbot by one of our monks. Please do not take offense, your majesty. Even after renouncing worldly ties, certain entanglements must be resolved. Xie Yanchuan glanced at the note and ignited it in the candlelight on the table. I am aware of this matter. My apologies, master. I have not fulfilled my earlier promises. Mingxin, fingering the prayer beads, stated, Your Majesty, I have always believed you to be a wise ruler, and I continue to hold that conviction. I have always felt indebted to the late emperor, which led to my indulgence towards the Crown Prince. Yet, perhaps I have been mistaken, have I not? Your Majesty is in the prime of life. The future remains uncertain. Yet you alone understand your heart's desires. I understand now. I shall provide you with an explanation regarding today's events, master. Mingxin clasped his hands together and chanted Amitabha, preparing to take his leave. Please, master, do not rush. Xie Yanchuan, who typically did not rely on such matters. After all, an emperor should not be entangled in fate, raised his hand to inscribe 2 birth dates. Master, could you discern something for me? Mingxin showed no surprise, simply taking the paper to examine it. Your Majesty has entrusted this to me. Surely, you must have made your decision by now. Indeed, I have, yet I must exercise caution with this individual. Mingxin observed the 2 lines of birth dates and reassured. Your Majesty may rest easy. The bond of 3 lifetimes is destined to be fulfilled. It is a union ordained by heaven. After Mingxin departed, only Xie Yanchuan remained, gazing at the paper inscribed with the birth dates. These dates hold immense significance, particularly for an emperor whose birth details must not be divulged lightly to outsiders. However, upon learning of Xie Changyan's actions, an unusual impulse stirred within Xie Yanchuan. He scrutinized the birth dates in his hand and instructed Zheng Luan in a hushed tone. Go and attend to this matter at once. Understood, Zheng Luan replied, leaving Xie Yanchuan alone in the meditation room. His expectations of the Crown Prince were modest. He merely desired a ruler who could maintain stability, while he would eliminate any potential threats posed by Xie Changyan. Yet, the Crown Prince must not be a tyrant, nor a fool. Moreover, it is a union ordained by heaven. Xie Yanchuan lowered his gaze. He could ensure that all concubines in the harem practice contraception. But could it be that he confines his beloved within the palace without the prospect of offspring? Xie Yanchuan remained seated in the meditation room until dawn broke. Today, the discourse was to be led by Master Minghui, reputed in the temple for his prowess in divination. If fate allows, perhaps he could provide a reading for you as well. While Jiangshi accompanied Pei Yunshu to the sermon, she offered earnest counsel along the way. What should I ask the master to divine? Ask about fate. Your elder brother and sister-in-law's birth dates were also calculated here at the Guoguang Temple. It was a most auspicious reading. Though reluctant to seek a reading, she felt that today's divination might hold significance for her. When Pei Yunshu entered the Eastern Palace in her previous life, her birth date and that of Xie Changyan had also been submitted to a temple. resulting in a union deemed heaven-sent. However, after languishing in illness, she had lost faith in such heavenly unions. Supporting her mother, Pei Yunshu walked slowly into the hall, where the Bodhisattva gazed down upon the suffering of the world. After observing for a while, Jiangshi gently urged her, "Go on." Pei Yunshu stepped forward, kneeling upon the mat, her palms pressed together in prayer. Once more, she sought the benevolence of the divine, yet she knew she was destined to disappoint the Bodhisattva. She could not forget the past. As a mortal, having been wronged and betrayed to such a tragic extent, she yearned for vengeance. "You, the benefactress, share a connection with the Bodhisattva," the master proclaimed. "You are mistaken. I am a person devoid of compassion, lacking in magnanimity. How could I possibly share a bond with the Bodhisattva?" Pei Yunshu regarded the monk clad in robes before her, who responded with a smile. "The Bodhisattva comes to liberate all beings." Jiangshi stood at a distance, observing Pei Yunshu conversing with the monk. "My daughter, Sanyan is clever. You need not worry. I understand, but one must not speak recklessly before the Bodhisattva. With her temperament, I wonder if she can maintain her composure in such presence." Jiangshi remained anxious, watching as Pei Yunshu sat opposite the master. "Do you know your birth date, benefactress?" The moonlight glimmered as Yuehua sought out the Jiang family, who had memorized the child's birth details. "Master, what is my fate?" The monk calculated with meticulous care. "This fate is a heavenly endowment, supremely noble. Naturally, she, being the beloved daughter of a noble family, already knew the brilliance of her destiny. Yet, no matter how favorable one's fate, it cannot shield one from the hypocrisy of false gentlemen and the schemes of petty individuals. One's destiny must also be safeguarded by oneself." Zhang's heart sank. She had heard of many prosperous fates, but this supreme nobility was different. Among the myriad souls in this world, who could bear the weight of such a destiny? Save for that one exalted being? This phrase seemed to echo within her own heart. Xie Yanchuan appeared at the palace door, with Xie Changyan following closely, evidently having overheard the conversation. Supreme nobility, Xie Changyan gazed at Pei Yunshu, whose eyes brushed past him lightly, pausing not even for a moment. This time, Xie Changyan did not feel anger, but rather a sense of urgency. He sensed that something had slipped from his grasp. He clenched his fists tightly, staring intently at Pei Yunshu, who he believed was already within his control. She was foolish and naive, placing great importance on feelings, much like many women in this world. Yet now, Xie Changyan suddenly felt that Pei Yunshu was not merely sulking, but had long since drawn a line between them. "Is Miss Pei's fortune akin to mine?" Xie Yanchuan took a few steps forward, lowering his gaze at Pei Yunshu. Jiang felt as though she could hardly breathe, her palms nearly drawing blood from the tension. A piercing pain coursing through her. Such a supreme noble fate ought not to be found within the household of an ordinary minister. If it were merely known to their family, it could be managed, perhaps silencing the individual. However, now the Emperor of Dechun was present as well. "Your Majesty is of heavenly lineage, destined by fate. How could my daughter possibly be on par with your Majesty?" Pei Yunshu stood, responding to this remark. "Yet I am not far behind your Majesty." Xie Yanchuan did not pursue the matter further, as if it were merely a casual inquiry, leaving it at that. "Changyan, today Master Minghui is here. Will you not also seek a reading?" Xie Changyan hesitated. He had prepared for this divination, intending to ascertain a favorable union with Pei Yunshu. Yet now, he found himself wavering. Would a fate of supreme nobility necessarily lead to becoming the crown princess? Chapter 36. The Phoenix's fate. What, I wonder, is the status of His Highness the Crown Prince? Pei Yunshu spoke, observing Xie Changyan's expression with a hint of ambiguity. With such a revered identity, could there truly be anything in this world that did not meet his approval? Today, I wish to discuss matters of fate. Xie Changyan cast a fleeting glance at Pei Yunshu, not fixating on her, but allowing a surge of unspoken emotions to wash over him. Fate, indeed. Other young ladies may refrain from voicing their thoughts, yet since we are discussing fate, allow me to express my opinion. This fate is said to be preordained, merely reliant on the compatibility of our birth dates. However, it is not impossible to find another with the same birth date in this world. Could it not also be harmonious? Pei Yunshu's words, bold as they were, bordered on disrespect toward these masters if taken seriously. What you say is profoundly true. A voice interjected from the side. Master Ming Hui spoke, acknowledging the importance of compatibility in matters of fate, yet emphasizing that it is not absolute. The young lady possesses remarkable insight. Insight? She merely wished to escape the shackles of birth date. She was already convinced that her fate with Xie Yanchuan was a calculated affair, not a divine match. Chanyan, do you not already have a lady you admire? Xie Yanchuan inquired, his tone neutral, yet Xie Yanchuan sensed his father's displeasure. They all understood the purpose of Xie Yanchuan's visit. Xie Yanchuan had previously warned him, and should he persist, it would not merely offend the Duke's residence. Not at all. I have no lady of interest. I was merely reckless. Fortunately, Miss Pei's words have awakened me to the truth. Xie Yanchuan nodded slightly, remaining silent. Unbeknownst to him, he found himself subtly lifting the corners of his lips at the sight of the charming girl before him, who smiled playfully and endearingly. You're quite clever. Once the Emperor and the Crown Prince departed, Jiangshi approached Pei Yunshu, who had just called out to her mother. Suddenly, her wrist was gripped tightly, a fierce hold that caused her surroundings to flush. As Xie Yanchuan exited the hall, he inexplicably turned back to glance at Pei Yunshu, who was engaged in conversation with her mother, her expression brimming with pride. In the past, he had considered Pei Yunshu's behavior to be lacking in decorum. How could she display such childishness in front of so many? Yet now, he was uncertain of his own feelings, which were anything but dissatisfaction. They were both too deep in thought. Upon reflection, he realized that whenever he was with Pei Yunshu, he felt the most at ease. For he knew her heart was uncomplicated. In a world rife with hidden agendas, only Pei Yunshu would never wish him harm. That moment he turned back went unnoticed by anyone, not even by himself, as he pondered the reason for his glance. Pei Yunshu, too, was oblivious, for her mother's grip on her wrist was tight and trembling, not from joy, but rather from fear. After bidding farewell to the Emperor, Jiangshi exchanged a few words with familiar ladies, yet her mind was elsewhere, hastily leading Pei Yunshu away. Upon arriving at the courtyard designated for the Duke's residence, Jiangshi could no longer stand, collapsing heavily into a chair. Mother, are you unwell? Lin Shi, quick to react, supported Jiangshi and poured her a cup of tea. Mother, please, do not rush. Have some tea to calm yourself. Jiang held the teacup, savoring a sip, feeling as though she could finally breathe. Pei Yunshu stood before her mother, her head bowed. Even she, despite her childishness, understood that her mother's current demeanor was amiss. Mother, it is your fault. Jiang suddenly spoke, her gaze upon Pei Yunshu heavy with sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Tell me, why do you have to drag me here when you were fine at home? And today, taking you to worship the Buddha, what on earth am I doing? A tear slipped down Jiang's cheek. Mother, what troubles you? Why are you speaking like this all of a sudden? Pei Yunshu sensed that her mother was drowning in regret. Did you clearly hear the master's words regarding your fate? Jiang suppressed her rising panic. Of course I heard. Mother, what is wrong with it? I have become your daughter. My destiny is surely favorable. In the past, such playful banter would have brought a smile to Jiang's face. But now, she looked at her daughter, who was not merely wealthy, but extraordinarily so. Do you comprehend who the truly exalted individuals are in this world? Pei Yunshu opened her mouth, her bright eyes glinting with mischief. Certainly not a consort to the prince. Jiang gazed at her carefree daughter, feeling a wave of frustration, realizing for the first time that indulging her had led to this ignorance. And now, with calamity looming, she remained blissfully unaware. Xian, the term exalted signifies many affluent individuals, but to be labeled as exceedingly exalted elevates one above all others. Jiang hesitated, knowing full well what that implied. Imperial power, the sovereignty that stands above tens of thousands. Pei Yunshu observed her mother, feeling an overwhelming sense of indebtedness to her family. They had never erred. If anything, they had merely borne the burden of her actions. A consort to the prince cannot attain such a fate. Jiang exhaled slowly. Not a consort to the prince, Pei Yunshu affirmed. I did not wish to trouble you with this, but perhaps it is better that you and father are prepared. She retrieved a small piece of paper from her sleeve, unfolded it, and handed it to her mother. Mother, the master provided this to me earlier. His benevolence is evident. He knew that if others saw it, it could cause me immense trouble, hence he discreetly passed it to me. Jiang took the thin sheet, almost hesitant. But upon grasping it, she read the words inscribed upon it. Phoenix? The realization struck her, and the weight that had burdened her heart suddenly lifted. The matter she had feared most was now a reality, yet it brought her a surprising calm. The master is indeed compassionate. This matter must remain known only to us. Jiang regarded her daughter and daughter-in-law. Lin understood that with the heir apparent's position uncertain and the emperor without offspring, this phoenix fate signified something profound, something they yearned for yet dared not contemplate further. Pei Yunshu, however, remained unperturbed. I mentioned it. Someone must believe it, especially with the presence of the Crown Prince. She mused that Xie Changyan was not entirely without merit, for he could at least shield her from those seeking to propose. Your Highness, are you aware of your birth chart? Zhang's demeanor grew somber. The implication was that perhaps the Crown Prince possessed knowledge of her daughter's fate. Jiang remained silent, her gaze fixed intently on Lin. I have penned a letter. You must return to the residence at once and inform Yin Yin's family of this matter. Lin understood that her mother-in-law was typically benevolent, yet today, the sharpness in her eyes conveyed an unyielding seriousness that allowed for no misstep. The daughter-in-law comprehended the gravity of the situation. At this moment, Jiang could not depart. Lin swiftly concocted an excuse, and within half an hour, they left Huguo Temple, making their way to the Duke's manor. As for Pei Yunshu, Jiang regarded her daughter, her lips moving as if to speak, yet the words eluded her. What are your thoughts on today's events? The daughter was at a loss, uncertain of the origin of this auspicious fate, even speculating whether it was the doing of Xie Yanchuan. It should not be attributed to Xie Changyan, for he would not dare elevate her to such heights at this juncture. He was merely a crown prince at present. If you are uncertain, then consider this matter non-existent. Jiang resolved, steeling herself as she looked at Pei Yunshu. Mother, can we truly dismiss this as if it never occurred? Beyond that position, I cannot fathom who else I might wed. If no suitable match could be found, then she would remain unmarried. Could it be that a mere birth chart could jeopardize her future and disturb the entire Duke's household? Jiang was filled with trepidation, a fear she had never known before. Those two seemingly trivial words could irrevocably alter her daughter's life and unsettle the entirety of the Duke's manor. Return and rest, Jiang instructed, aware that she herself would find little peace in the days to come. Pei Yunshu performed her obeisance and returned to her quarters, her spirits dampened. As she stood before the door, a voice broke the silence. It was Zhongluan. Pei Yunshu entered the room, observing the man seated in wait. Your arrangements today have certainly startled my mother. Chapter 37. Abandoning Pei Yunshu, Xie Yanchuan held a collection of poetry, casually left on the table by Pei Yunshu. In the presence of scholars, such verses would typically be deemed unworthy of attention. Yet, the young ladies found delight in them. Xie Yanchuan quietly perused the pages until Pei Yunshu entered the room. Was his fate truly ill-fated? He set aside the book. Anyone would agree that this destiny was priceless. It was a gift he conferred upon Pei Yunshu, ensuring her lifetime of security, even within the palace walls. This decision held implications for the very foundation of the realm. Pei Yunshu had initially believed that Xie Yanchuan's intentions were self-serving, orchestrating her legitimate entrance into the palace while cleverly maneuvering her family. However, she soon realized that his calculations extended beyond the Duke's residence. He had entangled everyone in his intricate plans. Xie Yanchuan's facilitation of her entry into the palace seemed deceptively simple. She had always thought that with his support, she would stand unique in the harem. Yet, she failed to grasp that he had recklessly included himself in his own schemes for her sake. It dawned on Pei Yunshu that this destiny was something extraordinary, one that could bestow upon her immeasurable gifts. Sir, she rushed forward, embracing him. Xie Yanchuan's arm shifted, enveloping her in warmth. At that moment, he felt no need to resist. Sitting in his chair, he held her, his palm resting on her somewhat slender back. Was this truly sufficient? How naive, still possessing such a childlike heart, unaware of the luxury she deserved. Xie Yanchuan sighed, his hand gliding over her spine. Pei Yunshu, understanding his sentiment, simply held him tighter. "You have done enough, sir. I shall take care of the rest. What do you intend to do?" She had initiated the request for him to enter the palace. It was only fitting that she contributed in some way. "Do not worry. I shall not burden you further. The emperor's favor, once bestowed, may become commonplace if received daily." Xie Yanchuan merely gazed at her, his demeanor as gentle and accommodating as ever. Unbeknownst to Pei Yunshu, since her declaration of intent to enter the palace, he had rejoiced countless times, grateful for his youth and strength, thankful that he could protect her for a long while. He pondered many thoughts. Yet, as he beheld Pei Yunshu, the words he wished to express remained unspoken. "Very well, I shall await your summons." Where her soft lips brushed against his ear, a warning impulse compelled Xie Yanchuan's hand to rest upon the nape of her neck. "Xiang, do not be foolish. Is it truly forbidden?" she inquired playfully. In the serene realm of Buddhism, one must not act rashly. After uttering this, Xie Yanchuan could not help but rise and approach the window, drawing in a gentle breath. The sound of laughter behind him resonated in his ears, igniting a sense of fluster within the emperor. Yet, upon turning to see Pei Yunshu leaning over the chair, smiling at him, he recognized that his little disciple had blossomed, radiant yet refined, a rare flower among the multitude. In what seemed an ordinary place and time, Pei Yunshu had not adorned herself with elaborate finery. Yet Xie Yanchuan distinctly felt a stirring within his chest. It was deafening. On his way back, Xie Yanchuan couldn't help but feel a sense of nostalgia. At his age, he found himself momentarily feeling as youthful as a teenager, truly a sign of folly. Wasn't the smiling majesty of the present quite youthful? "You certainly have a way with words. She possesses a childlike spirit, and when I am in her company, I too can hardly resist." Xie Yanchuan's words were not born from dislike. Indeed, when has there been a time when he did not harbor affection for that individual? "Father Emperor." As Xie Yanchuan approached his meditation room, he found Xie Changyan standing at the entrance, who bowed respectfully upon seeing him. This year, Xie Changyan had just reached the age of maturity, and witnessing him transform from a child of his waist height into the tall and graceful crown prince brought Xie Yanchuan great joy. As an emperor, genuine affection is rare. His limited sincerity could only be bestowed upon a select few. Gazing at the crown prince he had raised, Xie Yanchuan's heart was filled with myriad emotions. And he finally spoke. "Come inside. It's chilly outside, and standing here too long might make you ill. Father Emperor, your concern is noted. I have not been here long, and I did not wish to disturb you while engaging in discourse with any masters. There are many enlightened monks in the temple. If you have doubts in your heart, you may seek their counsel to resolve your confusions. Your son understands." Xie Changyan looked at the man before him, who was merely a decade his senior. Walking together, no one would discern their relationship as father and son, for they were not truly so. Yet he was compelled to address him as Father Emperor, a title he found humiliating in his youthful pride. "Father Emperor, is there something peculiar about the fate of the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence today? Do you find the fate troubling?" "Indeed, Father Emperor, forgive my candor, but this fate should not be present in the Duke's residence. Should we take any measures?" Xie Yanchuan fixed his gaze upon Xie Changyan, who remained oblivious to the chilling intensity of his stare. Xie Changyan was aware that Nian had been wronged, and he recognized that as crown prince, he lacked the experience to nurture others. He understood this. Yet Nian had been spoiled by him and the Duke's residence, accustomed to never compromising. Xie Yanchuan had long anticipated this unfolding. Yet when Xie Changyan stood before him and spoke thus, his heart grew colder. He had genuinely believed that Xie Changyan held affection for Pei Yunshu, but today, with just a few words, Xie Changyan had turned against him. What if it were not Pei Yunshu? Had the person Xie Changyan mentioned been another young lady, Xie Yanchuan might have merely offered a gentle admonition, but alas, it was Pei Yunshu. He had granted Nian an exceptionally noble fate, yet he never imagined that the first to betray Pei Yunshu would be the crown prince himself. Xie Yanchuan remained silent, and Xie Changyan began to sense something amiss, hesitantly asking, "Father Emperor, is there something inappropriate about this matter?" Xie Changyan's visit today had indeed been somewhat impulsive, for he was close to Pei Yunshu, and now, with such a fate, Was she to become the crown princess, or perhaps the empress? For Xie Changyan, this situation was far from favorable. It would likely lead others to suspect his involvement, particularly those in his immediate vicinity, including the emperor himself, whose suspicions he must avert at all costs. The duke's residence was presently a vibrant spectacle, flourishing in opulence. If he advanced further, it might lead to overshadowing the sovereign. Xie Yanchuan, without much hesitation, resolved to meet with Xie Yanchuan. Pushing Pei Yunshu forward would undoubtedly provoke the emperor's dissatisfaction, yet such discontent would not escalate to doubt regarding his integrity. Xie Yanchuan, being still quite young, needed to exercise utmost caution in his role as crown prince. There was nothing amiss. Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes, acknowledging the prince's wisdom. I comprehend, your highness. This matter need not concern you. I shall entrust it to the emperor, and rest assured, I shall take my leave. As Xie Changyan departed, a sense of vexation filled his heart. This incident would likely render his eastern palace quiet for some time. Changyan, I have found someone who captivates my heart. Upon her entry into the palace, I plan to bestow upon her the title of noble consort. What are your thoughts? It was merely the title of noble consort, not that of empress. Yet, should Xie Yanchuan inquire directly? If the emperor held affection for someone, it was only natural for the son to be pleased on his behalf. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan replied cryptically, expressing a desire for Xie Changyan to probe further. As the crown prince, he ought to have the forthrightness to ask. Inquire now. Perhaps it would prevent numerous troubles in the future. Much later, when Xie Changyan stealthily entered the palace at night, Xie Yanchuan broached the topic of the day. Changyan, that was your final opportunity granted by me. Xie Changyan failed to seize it, as he aspired solely to be a flawless crown prince, casting aside all else. Pei Yunshu was someone he had once forsaken, and thereafter he could never reclaim her. Chapter 38. The selection of a concubine, Pei Yunshu remained blissfully unaware of the machinations orchestrated by Xie Changyan, finding contentment in her life within the temple. Although her mother had been alarmed on that particular day, she did not confine her. Among the other noble women in the temple, Lady Jiang asserted that Pei Yunshu was destined to be favored by the Bodhisattva, prompting the temple's master to divine her fortune. While there were minor discrepancies, her fate was nonetheless one of wealth and prosperity. The woman conversing with Lady Jiang was the wife of Minister Xing, who, although a military man like Pei Yunshu, engaged in civil affairs. This auspicious fate promised fortune, yet the ease of success was a rare blessing. As Lady Xing chatted with Lady Jiang, her gaze subtly drifted towards Pei Yunshu. Lady Xing also had a beautiful daughter, raised in seclusion yet renowned for her grace. However, the beauty of Miss Pei was truly striking, deserving of the phrase stunning enough to topple a city. Outside the hall, a bamboo grove swayed gently and clad in blue. Pei Yunshu stood out remarkably amidst the greenery. Lady Xing was acutely aware of her husband's intentions, while her daughter was virtuous and refined. Miss Pei did not seem the type destined for a wife, let alone a crown princess. Yet, as a woman, Lady Xing perceived the situation more clearly. Character and talent were indeed significant, but for men, these qualities often required time to be recognized. In contrast, beauty was immediately apparent. What man does not favor a lovely woman? A wave of contemplation washed over Lady Xing. If her daughter were to enter the Eastern Palace alongside Pei Yunshu, how could her daughter possibly compete for affection? The nature of prosperity was inherently different. Lady Xing delicately remarked on the disparity between their lives, expressing that her daughter, spoiled as she was, would likely face stringent rules upon marrying into another family. Thus, it was perhaps best to keep her at home for now. Lady Jiang spoke with an air of composure, suggesting that, given the absence of an engagement at this juncture, keeping her daughter at home likely indicated preparations for a future in the palace. With such beauty, Miss Pei would undoubtedly stand out even among the nobility. Lady Xing, feigning indifference, mused aloud, "Surely, my daughter could never aspire to such heights." Lady Jiang, observing the lady from the Xing household, shared a heartfelt sentiment. That place is hardly a desirable one. The emperor is preoccupied with the state, far beyond the concerns of women like us. Lady Jiang's thoughts wandered, In this peaceful era, the emperor showed little interest in women, and the harem had not welcomed newcomers in years. A lady approached, her words tinged with melancholy. The current emperor, strikingly handsome, indeed attracted many admirers, including her own daughter. Yet, he was notoriously indifferent, and the wait for the next selection of concubines remained uncertain. As a mother, how could she not feel distressed? Although the emperor was young and vigorous, the women who had entered the palace appeared to live as if in mourning. It was rumored that following the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the emperor would begin the process of selecting a consort for the crown prince. As the prince's age could no longer be postponed, the sorrowful lady began to speak, revealing that her husband is a grand scholar, currently serving as the tutor to the crown prince. Despite their youth and vigor, both the emperor and the crown prince remained childless, lacking even a princess. The courtiers are more anxious than the emperor himself. The great dynasty cannot be left without heirs. Some could not resist glancing at the Jiang family, for it is well known that the crown prince shares a close bond with Pei Yunshu, and the position of crown princess seemingly belongs to her. However, it appears that the two have recently quarreled, leaving their true circumstances unclear. If the crown prince holds any particular affection, it is undoubtedly for the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Someone remarked, "This cannot be stated so bluntly." Jiang spoke with a smile. "Our noble house is not solely represented by Yunshu. The crown prince's visits to our residence are not solely for her." Jiang's words seemed somewhat cryptic, carrying a profound implication. Lady Xing felt a stir in her heart. Indeed, the noble house boasts more than one daughter, though the second is not often seen. Yet, there is also a cousin of remarkable virtue and talent residing in the capital. In comparison, Pei Yunshu appears rather frivolous, albeit undeniably beautiful. Could it be that the crown prince seeks the company of that cousin? Eyes turned toward Jiang with a mix of pity and concern. This could lead to inviting trouble. Lu Yan is undoubtedly an admirable figure, hailing from the Jiang lineage. However, destiny dictates that marriage is ultimately a matter of fate. Jiang unexpectedly mentioned Lu Yan, almost implying that the cousin of the noble house shares a deep connection with the crown prince. Let the younger generation manage their own affairs. We must not overstep, lest we draw their ire. Jiang shifted the conversation to the upcoming birthday banquet for the Empress Dowager, noting that each family has prepared their gifts. Those children often lack attentiveness. I fear they may inadvertently offend the Dowager. She has a fondness for the younger generation, and, at the banquet, the young princesses and heirs will present their gifts separately. They are sensible children. Should we intervene, we risk displeasing the venerable Dowager. Jiang sipped her tea, recalling that her daughter had recently sought the embroiderers from Chilua Workshop, though it has been rumored that the workshop has closed its doors to visitors of late, leaving one to wonder what has transpired. At the Hugua Temple, a bamboo grove flourished, where a stone table was set with chess pieces, crafted by the monks for the devotees to engage in leisurely games or to rest briefly. Bamboo leaves fell upon the hem of skirts, only to be trampled by embroidered shoes. Moonlight accompanied Pei Yunshu as she walked beside Lu Yan. "My lady, the wind is about to rise." "Yes, we shall return shortly. We will not be late." Pei Yunshu traversed the narrow path through the bamboo grove. The person seated beside the stone table wore an expression of impatience. But upon seeing Pei Yunshu gracefully emerge from the grove, that impatience dissipated like mist. "I thought you would not come to see me. As a daughter of a minister, how could I dare to disregard the crown prince's invitation?" Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan, her lips curving into a gentle smile. Xie Yanchuan was momentarily entranced, realizing that Pei Yunshu possessed a side akin to Lu Yan's docility. Yunshu has matured significantly of late. What brings forth such words, Your Highness? In the past, Yunshu often displayed a lack of understanding, even in the presence of the solitary figure, consistently failing to offer him the respect he deserved amidst the watchful eyes of others. However, in the present, Pei Yunshu's demeanor has changed, and Xie Yanchuan finds himself exceedingly pleased. Should Yunshu temper her temperament and marry into the Eastern Palace, Xie Yanchuan would extend his regard equally to both her and Lu Yan. "Now, you have finally come to understand the importance of restraint. It is time for me to select a consort." Xie Yanchuan's tone resembled that of a mentor, and as Pei Yunshu gazed at him. A sudden urge to laugh arose within her. Xie Yanchuan demands her to fulfill the role of the crown princess, insisting she adapt and transform. Yet today, Pei Yunshu unexpectedly realized that Xie Yanchuan had never truly done anything for her. Chapter 39. His Highness the Crown Prince's Self-Respect. What has your Highness ever done for me? Pei Yunshu pondered this thought and posed a question. Xie Yanchuan was initially taken aback, followed by an overwhelming surge of anger. Pei Yunshu, are you questioning me? I am the Crown Prince. I have taken concubines to seek your assistance, not to have you flaunt your authority before me. Xie Yanchuan slammed his palm onto the stone table. Pei Yunshu observed quietly, making little sound, though it must have hurt, for a fleeting grimace twisted the Crown Prince's face. Why are you angry, Your Highness? Pei Yunshu asked with genuine innocence. There are certainly shortcomings between us. Since you are adamant about making me your Crown Princess, surely you must do something for me in return. Her tone shifted slightly as she looked at Xie Yanchuan. You have many demands, and I will strive to fulfill them. But what have you done for me? Pei Yunshu, are you questioning me? Xie Yanchuan retorted, his agitation evident. To Pei Yunshu, he appeared more embarrassed than truly angry. She found it amusing. In her past life, she had shouted at Xie Yanchuan like a madwoman, desperate to understand why he treated her this way, while he had always remained composed and unruffled. As the Crown Princess, how could one behave so recklessly? Yet now, it seemed that striking a nerve could provoke such a reaction from him. Your Highness, you yist. As the Crown Prince, how could one act without decorum? Pei Yunshu regarded him with a calm demeanor. Xie Yanchuan was momentarily stunned. What did you say? The selection of a crown princess is a joyous affair, and many women in the capital aspire to enter the Eastern Palace. Are you concerned that you won't find a suitable candidate, regardless of civil or military officials? Is that not so, Your Highness? Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan, recalling how in her previous life he had never approached her due to Jiang Liuyan's disapproval. However, the Eastern Palace was never short of candidates. Jiang Liuyan did not demand Xie Yanchuan's unwavering fidelity. She only required him to humiliate Pei Yunshu. Pei Yunshu, why are all women like this? Why must you be exempt? Why you alone? Xie Yanchuan pointed at her. Indeed, why should she be the exception? In truth, she was not entirely beyond consideration. Having endured her past life, Pei Yunshu understood the nuances of compromise. Yet, if she must seek others' favor, why not choose Xie Yanchuan? They shared a long-standing friendship, and Xie Yanchuan had always treated her with utmost kindness. In the future, she would become the mother of Xie Yanchuan, while Jiang Liuyan, even if she became the crown princess, would still have to refer to her as mother. If this were the case, why should she continue to belittle herself? Then I must ask Your Highness, with so many women in the capital, why do you insist on holding on to me? Surely it cannot be that you are unable to find someone better? I merely wish to give you an opportunity. If you refuse, then do not regret it. Xie Yanchuan was furious, torn between anger and confusion. Pei Yunshu seemed resolute in her refusal to be his crown princess. Since she was unwilling, Xie Yanchuan would not pursue her further. After all, he was the crown prince and could not engage in such undignified behavior. Xie Yanchuan should have left in a huff. Yet despite his anger, he remained. Yunshu, having known you for many years, I only wish to avoid regret. I had initially thought you felt the same, but it seems I have misread your affections. As the crown prince, Xie Yanchuan humbled himself before Pei Yunshu. Women are often tender-hearted, and in a past life. Pei Yunshu was indeed drawn to Xie Yanchuan's demeanor. Your Highness, I understand your intent. I have come to see you today precisely for this matter, and I hope you will not thrust me into the public eye over the selection of a consort. It appears my sincere intentions have only caused you to shy away. Did Your Highness not realize? Pei Yunshu rarely appears so aggrieved, her eyes cast down, a faint blush at the corners, and her smile forced. Do you truly remain oblivious to the troubles your presence brings me? Xie Yanchuan was taken aback by her words. You are aware, are you not, of the complications your proximity brings? I have acquiesced to your desires. Yet what have you bestowed upon me in return? Before Xie Yanchuan could respond, Pei Yunshu had already articulated her thoughts. Nothing at all. You have merely watched me suffer, uttering a few words, yet next time, I shall find myself ensnared once more. Pei Yunshu appeared both perplexed and assertive. "Your Highness, allow me to ask, whom do you truly favor? I, by my own admission, am fond of you, yet I never anticipated you would subject me to such distress." "Never anticipated?" Pei Yunshu smiled, a smile that made Xie Changyan wish to retreat. "Have you not suffered indignities in the court yourself? After years in the court, can you not discern the sentiments of the women behind the scenes?" Xie Changyan certainly knew, yet he remained indifferent. Such trivial manipulations are expected. If one is to become the crown princess, should one not be more magnanimous? Furthermore, he needed an excuse to meet Jiang Luyan, who lived under another's roof and held a lowly status. If it were known that she had caught the crown prince's eye, she would undoubtedly face ridicule. However, those around her dared not provoke Pei Yunshu too much. Xie Changyan saw no issue in this. He had reserved the position of crown princess for Pei Yunshu, and was that not enough to compensate for her grievances? "Your Highness, do not claim it is because of your affection for Yunshu. If affection leads to such suffering, it will be better for you not to harbor it, for I cannot bear your fondness." Pei Yunshu rose, gazing at Xie Changyan, who, at that moment, appeared genuinely flustered, unlike his usual pretense. "Yunshu, you have never voiced these feelings before me, nor have you expressed your grievances." Pei Yunshu was astonished. Her silence had left Xie Changyan in ignorance. In a past life, had her silence led to her demise? Did Xie Changyan truly possess eyes that were blind to her suffering? "All previous grievances shall be forgiven, and I will not direct my anger at you any longer. But henceforth, your actions shall have no bearing on me." Pei Yunshu performed a deep bow to Xie Changyan, signaling her departure. Xie Changyan gently grasped her wrist. Pei Yunshu raised her hand, breaking free from Xie Changyan's grasp. "Your Highness, please maintain your dignity." With that, Pei Yunshu's figure vanished into the bamboo grove, leaving Xie Changyan standing there, momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had encountered such a version of Pei Yunshu. Upon exiting the bamboo forest, her expression shifted instantaneously. "Let us depart. It is time to seek my mother for the meal, as I am quite famished. May I inquire why you wish to meet His Highness today?" Yuehua asked, puzzled. "Given that His Majesty is also at the Guoguang Temple, what if he learns of this and feels displeased? To avoid the meeting would only highlight my own apprehension. If we do meet, it is His Highness who will feel the trepidation. What manner of woman does Xie Changyan favor?" Pei Yunshu pondered. Thanks to Jiang Luyan's revelations, she realized that what Jiang Luyan could accomplish, she, Pei Yunshu, could achieve as well. Chapter 40. The discovery of the wall-climbing incident. Xie Yanchuan was engrossed in transcribing scriptures when he received a report from his shadow guard. The words of Pei Yunshu and Xie Changyan had been placed on his desk. "How is the crown prince?" After leaving the bamboo grove, he returned to the guest hall, his countenance clouded with worry, his thoughts seemingly elsewhere. "And what of Xian?" Miss Pei appeared composed, having gone to dine with the Duchess of the State. Indeed, she had always been someone who could take things in stride. Xie Yanchuan was not surprised by Pei Yunshu's demeanor. His young disciple was sincere and forthright, perhaps even more so than the crown prince. Yet, the crown prince's distracted state suggested that he was unaware of Xie Changyan's knowledge. It seemed he merely assumed Pei Yunshu would remain oblivious. However, Xie Changyan had finally realized that the one who had overestimated himself was none other than he. Perhaps this was for the best, a lesson for the crown prince not to underestimate anyone in the future. As Xie Yanchuan placed down his brush after finishing his final stroke, he decided to take a stroll. The door to Xie Changyan's room was firmly shut, and Xie Yanchuan chose not to disturb him. The youth often believed he had everything under control. A stumble today might serve him well. Moreover, Xie Yanchuan harbored a personal interest in the matter concerning Pei Yunshu, and he could not afford to be biased towards the crown prince as he had been before. "Miss, please be careful. Perhaps we should inform the Duchess," he suggested. As he walked past, he heard a voice from inside. It was Yuehua. What was she doing at this hour? Pei Yunshu was clambering over the temple's wall, which, fortunately, was not too high, about the height of a person. With a few props, she managed to scale it, while Yuehua had been advising her for quite some time. "Didn't I manage to climb up?" "Keep your voice down. We wouldn't want to attract attention," Pei Yunshu finally reached the top of the wall. What on earth are you doing? Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yunshu perched precariously on the edge, and his heart raced. Startled, Pei Yunshu lost her footing and began to topple over. Yue reacted swiftly, rushing forward to catch her just before she fell. "Miss, are you all right?" I'm fine. Pei Yunshu stood up, feeling a slight ache, but nothing severe. Yue inspected her closely, gently squeezing her arm to ensure there were no injuries. At that moment, Xie Yanchuan also leaped over the wall, his expression filled with concern. "How could you be so careless?" Pei Yunshu watched as Xie Yanchuan effortlessly vaulted the wall, his agility impressive. Noticing her silence, he was about to summon a physician. "Xian, do you feel unwell? Is it painful?" Xie Yanchuan raised his hand to touch her forehead. "I feel fine." Yue caught me. "I'm okay." Pei Yunshu regained her composure, not shying away from his touch, gently brushing against his palm. Xie Yanchuan's fingers instinctively recoiled. Before him, she had always been obedient, yet recalling the recent scare, he could not help but adopt a stern demeanor. "What on earth were you thinking, climbing over the wall? What if no one had been there to catch you? What if you had injured yourself? This is sheer folly." At this moment, Xie Yanchuan spoke with a tone of sharp rebuke. After finishing his words, he gazed at Pei Yunshu, who appeared disheartened and pitiful before him, and realized he might have been a tad too harsh. The emperor typically refrains from displaying emotions, aware that his feelings could be misinterpreted by those around him. Although Xie Yanchuan seldom experienced anger, he understood the immense pressure his wrath could impose on others. "Your teacher does not blame you. I know you are quite audacious, yet you must also be cautious in preserving your well-being. Do you understand?" Xie Yanchuan gently tapped Pei Yunshu's forehead with his finger. He believed he had not applied much force, yet a faint red mark appeared on her forehead, which he lightly rubbed, confirming the evidence of his earlier action. "How delicate you are, being a young lady. Please don't be angry with me." "Teacher," Pei Yunshu pleaded softly as she leaned closer, seeking his forgiveness. "What were you doing just now? If you wish to leave the temple, you could simply exit through the side door. I am not forbidding anyone from leaving. Why must you climb the wall? If I were to see you, it would be one thing, but what if someone else were to witness it? I have inquired, and this place is deserted. If I were to exit through the main gate, my mother would discover it," she replied. "Are you afraid of being discovered by the lady of the Duke's residence? What are your intentions? Why such trepidation about being seen?" Xie Yanchuan felt increasingly perturbed. He was aware of Pei Yunshu's whimsical nature, and while it was not surprising that she grew restless within the temple, her need to evade the lady of the Duke seemed rather suspicious. "Then come with me, teacher. My mother would not dare to admonish me if you were present." By the time Xie Yanchuan grasped the situation, he had already been pulled down the mountain. He raised his hand slightly to signal, and Zheng Luan discreetly instructed the guards to retreat. "You merely wish to descend the mountain for a stroll?" "Indeed, my mother forbids it, insisting I should meditate in the temple. Though the Guogwa temple is indeed tranquil and the meals delightful, it is exceedingly dull. Thus, you decided to scale the wall to seek amusement, and in the process you abducted me?" Xie Yanchuan felt rather too casually swept away, observing Pei Yunshu's fingers. Pale and delicate as they clutched his sleeve, he understood that her grip was light, relying solely on the will of the one being pulled. "Surely, you find it mundane as well, teacher." Pei Yunshu gazed at him with eyes full of hope, prompting Xie Yanchuan to unconsciously nod in agreement. "Then let us proceed." Pei Yunshu trod lightly on the stone steps, her steps buoyant as she continued to hold onto Xie Yanchuan's sleeve, who followed her at a measured pace. "I never knew you possessed martial skills, teacher," she remarked, glancing back at him, recalling how elegantly he had vaulted over the wall, in stark contrast to her own rather clumsy attempt. "Princes of Yichun are trained in martial arts from a young age. I too exhibited considerable talent in my youth." Zhenglan, following closely behind, noted that only in her presence did His Majesty behave like an ordinary person, referring to himself in the first person and unconsciously stepping down from the dragon throne. "If that is the case, why did you not teach me martial arts back then? Otherwise, I could have leapt over just as you did," Pei Yunshu said, gesturing with her right hand as if to mimic flying. "Teach you? After just a few days as your teacher, you have become quite attached to me. Could it be that you have forgotten, dear? In your youth, You were far more delicate than you are now. When asked to write a large character, you would lament that your hand ached. In the early days of your martial training, you would endure at least 2 hours of horse stance daily. If tasked with such a challenge now, would you not drown me in tears? As for the pursuit of martial arts, it is not necessary to reach the heights of leaping from rooftops. Even the enhancement of one's physical condition holds merit. Yet you, Pei Yunshu, so sensitive, cannot endure the slightest hardship, and now you cast blame upon her. Perhaps it is best to let it be. After all, I do not always scale walls. Pei Yunshu promptly retreated from a challenge. You have always been thus. Do you think I am unaware of your nature? Unbeknownst to Pei Yunshu, she had been walking ahead of Xie Yanchuan, who quietly followed her, saying little and offering no objections. Chapter 41. The Emperor's Favor at the foot of Hugui Temple Mountain. The atmosphere was indeed lively, resembling a bustling little town. Vendors called out, selling various treats. Miss, take a look at this fan, just 10 copper coins. Since you're here, why not enjoy a cup of sour plum drink? The cacophony of voices filled the air, and the passers-by were dressed elegantly, exuding an air of leisure. This town beneath Hugui Temple was a site of prosperity rarely found elsewhere. This area had been designated by the court for Hugui Temple, which did not levy taxes, allowing the local populace to live comfortably. Naturally, those who traveled long distances to pay their respects at the temple were of well-to-do means. Even those of slightly lesser means would don their finest garments for the occasion. Mother, I want that. A child nearby sat on the ground, wailing. Pei Yunshu glanced over to see a stall selling candied hawthorns, which were not particularly remarkable, but in front of the stall were rows of golden little oranges, also fashioned into candied treats. The child was crying for one of those. How intriguing! I have never seen such a thing before. The vendor, upon noticing Pei Yunshu, instantly recognized her status, as merchants often could discern nobility from common folk with a mere glance. Clearly, this young lady hailed from a prominent family. The vendor hurriedly began his pitch. Miss, these are little oranges made in the style of candied hawthorns, and they taste delightful. My family has been making these for generations. And now that times are good, we are inspired to create new variations. How much do they cost? Pei Yunshu inquired, glancing at the sobbing child, who seemed to hope for a purchase. 30 each. Although Pei Yunshu spent money freely, she was aware of the typical price for candied hawthorns, which was generally 3 each. These treats were primarily sold to ordinary folk who could easily afford them as an occasional indulgence for their children. However, 30 was quite a sum. No wonder the child was distraught. Pei Yunshu observed the child, who had ceased crying and was now gazing at her with wide, hopeful eyes. Xie Yanchuan, standing nearby, also watched. 30 was a foreign concept to Pei Yunshu, as this young lady had never carried even a copper coin. I'll take a, Pei Yunshu said, reaching for a skewer. Then, in the eager gaze of the child, she took a bite herself and nodded at the little one. It was indeed delicious, far surpassing the taste of ordinary candied hawthorns. Watching Pei Yunshu savor the treat that the child yearned for, the previously restrained tears suddenly spilled forth, and the little one threw his head back and cried out. The adult accompanying the child appeared equally taken aback by the turn of events, at a loss for how to respond. Xie Yanchuan, witnessing Pei Yunshu inadvertently bring tears to the child's eyes, could not help but press his forehead in mild exasperation. Both amused and bewildered, he stepped forward and, taking it upon himself to buy 2 skewers for the child as an apology, said gently, There, do not cry. Your sister is merely playing with you. The child, sniffling as he clutched the candied orange, followed his parents, who appeared to be of humble origin, casting a grateful glance at Xie Yanchuan. Having given the child the candied orange, Xie Yanchuan turned his gaze to Pei Yunshu, who stood behind him. After observing her for a moment, he could not help but exclaim, Why must you be so mischievous? Children are meant to be teased. It is what makes them delightful. Look, once they cry, they're easily comforted. Pei Yunshu glanced over, and the child, now holding the candied orange, wore an expression of pure joy. Fortunately, no one else was watching. Now he understood why people said you bullied others. It was indeed this manner of teasing. Xie Yanchuan was well aware of Pei Yunshu's notorious reputation for her bullying behavior. Yet deep down, He believed that her nature, though proud, was fundamentally kind-hearted. At this moment, he began to comprehend the essence of her playful bullying. How amusing! Rest assured, I am quite adept at soothing others, she implied, indicating that she could also comfort those she had teased. Pei Yunshu raised the candied orange to Xie Yanchuan's lips, the sugary coating almost touching them. Even before tasting it, he recognized its sweetness. Moreover, during his meals in the palace, everything was subjected to tests for poison. Thus, he could not casually indulge in food outside. However, what captivated Xie Yanchuan's attention was Pei Yunshu's bright eyes, filled with a longing that surpassed that of the earlier child, complemented by her lips, which glistened with sugar. He took a bite, finding it indeed a tad too sweet, and swallowed it hastily. After all these years, he still relished such childish treats. Then, sir, will I be able to have this after I enter the palace? Pei Yunshu inquired earnestly, holding up the candied orange. Is there anyone in the palace who eats this? Xie Yanchuan was uncertain. He had never been one to indulge in culinary desires, as his meals were meticulously prepared by the imperial kitchen. Of course, there are excellent chefs in the imperial kitchen who can create the finest candied hawthorns. That is reassuring. Pei Yunshu sighed with relief. You're not worried about me going hungry, are you? Surely, I would not let you starve, Xie Yanchuan responded, though he wondered if he should be concerned about her appetite causing trouble, given the strict customs of the palace. Pei Yunshu's casual inquiry revealed a deeper anxiety nestled within her, an innocence that shone through her worries. Do you know what is most important upon entering the palace? Xie Yanchuan paused, lowering his gaze to meet hers. Family background? Pei Yunshu ventured tentatively. Family background? Historically, have the backgrounds of consorts ever been particularly distinguished? One rarely sees someone exceptional. What then is it? Upon entering the palace, the most crucial aspect is the emperor's favor. That is what everyone in the harem vies for. Observing Pei Yunshu's innocent demeanor, he noted that she seemed less astute than she had been in her childhood. But, sir, do I not already possess that? Pei Yunshu gently grasped Xie Yanchuan's hand, nestling it within the warmth of his palm. After a moment, she heard the soft laughter of the man before her. You have already received what you longed for, he said. There is no reason for concern. Are you hungry? Would you care for something to eat? Yes, I will be content with anything today, so long as it is not vegetarian fare. In that case, let us indulge in some vegetable noodles. Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu, taken aback by her expression of dread. Today, he found himself somewhat mischievous. Meanwhile, in the nearby tea house, a hidden observer waited until the pair departed before emerging, gripping the window frame tightly as they beheld the intimate closeness of the two. Chapter 42. Purchasing flowers in the town beneath the Huwu Temple, it is quite rare to find any meat dishes, for its proximity to the temple has resulted in the absence of taverns. However, there are eateries that offer a single meat dish each day. The monks residing in the temple abstain from meat, yet the abbot has stated that if the common folk have a bit of sustenance, the modest prices of our offerings may allow them to enjoy a bit more nourishment during their visits to the temple. Upon noticing guests arriving, the young waiter hurriedly approached to attend to them. When he heard Pei Yunshu's inquiry, he promptly relayed the innkeeper's words. Ah, so the monks here are indeed adaptable. Quite so. This town has historically been home to refugees fleeing famine, and it is thanks to the assistance of the temple's monks that they have been able to establish a foothold here. As the waiter spoke, he poured a cup of tea. You two have come to pay your respects, I presume? Huwu Temple is quite grand, although the emperor himself visits. His Majesty Xie Yanchuan has previously decreed that no fuss should be made, so a portion of the temple is reserved exclusively for the emperor, while the remaining half continues to welcome the common folk for worship. Naturally, one comes here to pay homage. Xie Yanchuan sat at the table, while Zheng Luan had just instructed someone to wipe the table anew. The waiter, seasoned in the art of service, had encountered many patrons and was well-versed in conversation, effortlessly engaging with guests from near and far. It was evident that these two hailed from esteemed families, and thus, he was keen to offer them flattering words. Ah, you have come at a fortuitous time. I have heard that the current emperor has also been visiting Huwu Temple to pay his respects. If you were to go now, you might just bask in a bit of his imperial aura. Is there truly such a belief? Pei Yunshu felt a smile tugging at her lips. If worshipping alongside the emperor could indeed confer a touch of royal favor, then this young waiter must be the most fortunate of all. Indeed, the waiter exaggeratedly feigned a look of astonishment, just as the innkeeper called out loudly for assistance. The waiter acknowledged the call and dashed away, feeling a twinge of regret. Those garments were undeniably of exquisite quality. If their conversation had continued merrily, perhaps there would have been a tip in his future. It seemed that the townsfolk here truly enjoyed a life of peace and prosperity. Pei Yunshu observed the gentle expression on Xie Yanchuan's face as he gazed out of the window. If only the Chun were to reflect such harmony everywhere, she mused. Xie Yanchuan shook his head. But the tranquility of Hubwa Temple exists because there are no taxes here. It cannot be that the entirety of the Chun is free from taxation. Sir, the texts proclaim that as an emperor one is entitled to the finest of the world, wielding supreme power and indulging in desires at will. Yet, that is not the case for you. If I were truly that way, would not the common people suffer even more? As an emperor, he must not succumb to worry, fear, or weakness, for he bears the weight of the entire Chun upon his shoulders. However, Pei Yunshu was different. Xie Yanchuan confided in her about everything, for he was her mentor and had much to impart. In time, I shall gradually share my knowledge with you. Share with me? She pondered if, once she entered the palace as a consort, such matters were truly necessary for her to grasp. Very well. Pei Yunshu pretended not to hear the unspoken words lingering on Xie Yanchuan's lips. He seemed poised to articulate something further, but the moment was neither suitable nor the place appropriate. Sir, will it truly come to pass? Pei Yunshu grasped his sleeve, her fingertips swiftly delving into the ample fabric. And then she flashed an innocent smile at Xie Yanchuan, whose hand had been abruptly withdrawn. Sir, I merely wish to bask in your dragon's aura, she said playfully. Preposterous. Xie Yanchuan retracted his hand, reaching for the teacup instead. He brought the cup to his lips only to set it down again. His gaze fixed on Pei Yunshu as he gently tapped the rim of the cup with his fingertip. Where did you learn all this? Pei Yunshu tilted her face upward, noting the darkening expression on Xie Yanchuan's face. Who taught you such things? Who would dare to instruct me? She replied, It is all written in the storybooks. I learned in the past. What if my future husband finds me too dull? Now, I have the perfect opportunity to test it on you, don't I? Pei Yunshu looked at Xie Yanchuan, whose hand had been withdrawn. Do you not find this rather amusing, sir? Xie Yanchuan felt a desire to admonish her, to maintain a stern demeanor, to declare that such matters were devoid of any amusement, to assert that as a lady of the Duke's household, it was inappropriate to engage in such flirtations. Yet, all he sensed was the tingling on his arm and the quickening of his heartbeat, which whispered to him that he found it delightful. Xie Yanchuan, you are but a mere mortal. After uttering those words, he found himself at a loss for further expression. This matter can only be done with you, right? Indeed, Xie Yanchuan acquiesced, letting a single word escape his lips. Xie Yanchuan regarded Pei Yunshu with a chuckle laced with mischief, placing his reclaimed hand back on the table as if inviting her to play with it. At that moment, the dining hall was sparsely populated and the dishes were served swiftly. The waiter, eager to please, made it a point to share a few charming words. Zhenglong observed keenly. The emperor was in high spirits today, discreetly offering a tip to the waiter, who then became even more attentive. As two young girls entered the establishment carrying baskets, hawking their wares, Pei Yunshu noticed a sturdy bamboo basket filled with an array of blossoms, clusters jostling for space. Sir, why not buy a bouquet for your lady? The older girl suggested, gazing at Xie Yanchuan. Your wife is so beautiful, even more so than these flowers. Hearing herself referred to as wife caused Pei Yunshu to blush slightly. Yet upon glancing at Xie Yanchuan, she found him seemingly more bashful. How could that be? He was Xie Yanchuan. After all, a man who had countless concubines. Surely he wouldn't feel shy due to the words of a flower-selling girl? That was quite a sweet compliment, wasn't it? Dear husband, will you not buy me 2 bouquets? Pei Yunshu asked, her tone as casual as ever. Xie Yanchuan, momentarily taken aback by her calm address of husband, quickly realized the weight of her words. The girl opposite them, seemingly emboldened, called out once more, Husband, hurry and take out some silver. The basket she held, crafted by her own hands, contained flowers she had personally gathered. The whole lot could be purchased for merely a few coins. Xie Yanchuan called out to Zeng Luan, who presented a silver ingot worth 10 taels to the girl. The two little girls gazed in astonishment at the ingot. "Take it. Today, the lady is feeling generous," Zeng Luan said with a smile, while his disciple observed intently beside him. Who knows? This young person might soon become His Majesty's trusted confidant, given such perceptiveness and eloquence. Pei Yunshu regarded the basket of flowers placed before her. They were quite ordinary, easily found by the roadside, in the palace, or even in the Duke's residence. There were countless exotic and rare plants. Yet today, this basket of flowers appeared more exquisite than those rarities. "I never knew you had a fondness for these," Xie Yanchuan remarked, noting Pei Yunshu's affection for the flowers as she cradled the basket in her arms on their return. "Isn't it precious? The gentleman spent 10 taels on it," Pei Yunshu said, as if that sum were an extraordinary fortune, despite the fact that a single earring of hers could be worth hundreds of baskets of flowers. He should instruct the gardener to cultivate more flowers and plants for Nian palace. Zeng Luan stepped closer to Xie Yanchuan and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, we have been following for quite some time." Chapter 43. Dare the Duke's mansion defy the imperial decree? Xie Yanchuan escorted Pei Yunshu to the entrance of the guest hall, observing her hesitance at the door. "What troubles you? Why do you hesitate to enter? I have been away for quite some time. My mother must have noticed my absence and will surely scold me," Pei Yunshu replied, peering anxiously into the courtyard. Xie Yanchuan noted her sudden display of timidity. Despite her lack of fear towards him, the emperor, she was evidently apprehensive of her mother. "I shall send someone to escort you back. Should you encounter Madame Jiang, I could provide a plausible excuse. Would that be agreeable?" "Yes, that would be splendid," Pei Yunshu nodded fervently. Xie Yanchuan gestured for Zeng Luan to accompany her inside, and Zeng Luan soon returned. "How did it go?" "Your Majesty, Madame Jiang and the other ladies are currently transcribing Buddhist scriptures for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. They have not noticed anyone's absence." "Very well, let us proceed. That young heir is still awaiting me in the meditation chamber." Upon entering the meditation chamber, Pei Zimu knelt and greeted, "Your humble servant pays his respects to Your Majesty." "Rise. There is no need for such formalities here. This is not the imperial palace, and we need not adhere to so many protocols." Pei Zimu stood, understanding that while the emperor may disregard the rules, it was imperative for the ministers to uphold them. "I noticed you when I was in town. You have remained discreet, likely to avoid being discovered by Nian. Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I only just arrived in town today and did not anticipate encountering Your Majesty in disguise. I surmised you wished to avoid drawing attention." Pei Zimu's intelligence was commendable, explaining why the Duke had sought to confer him the title of heir so early. Xie Yanchuan's overly gentle tone eased Pei Zimu's apprehensions. Perhaps there was room for negotiation after all. "Thus, you should not propose matters that would place me in a difficult position, correct?" Before Pei Zimu could sigh in relief, Xie Yanchuan's words, laced with caution, reached his ears. To accompany a ruler is akin to walking with a tiger. Regardless of the rapport between a minister and the emperor, one must respect the boundaries of their roles. Otherwise, should the emperor decide to discipline you, it would be tantamount to deceiving the sovereign. They would not dare to complicate matters for the emperor. "Your servant understands." Pei Zimu exhaled deeply. "My younger sister possesses a somewhat headstrong disposition. It is a reflection of my family's lack of guidance. I hope Your Majesty can exhibit patience. There is nothing wrong with her character. Should she become as docile as others, it would indeed present challenges for me." Hearing Pei Zimu's concession, Xie Yanchuan gestured for him to sit. "What brings you to the temple so unexpectedly?" "My father, concerned for my mother and sister, sent me to check on them." Xie Yanchuan regarded him thoughtfully, recalling Master Minghui's decree for Nian. "Has the Duke learned of this? When Your Majesty prefers candor, one must speak plainly." "Indeed, nothing escapes the Emperor's notice. My father, unusually flustered, seems quite alarmed." Pei Zimu's words were not entirely sincere. In truth, upon discovering Nian's fate, his father had raged at home and threatened to lead troops to dismantle the protecting nation temple. He found himself in a predicament. compelled to have his second brother restrain their father while he hurriedly sought to comprehend the situation. However, upon witnessing the intimate exchange between His Majesty and his sister at the foot of the mountain, he realized that this affair was undeniably serious. The Duke was likely to be enraged. Pei Zimu was at a loss for words, and Xie Yanchuan had no intention of putting him in a difficult position. Certain matters needed to be known by the Duke's residence in advance for proper preparations, as one could understand. Entering the palace indeed posed considerable complications. For ordinary consorts, such matters would not be troublesome. His Majesty decreed that a palanquin should enter the palace. Yet, should Xiangxiang be summoned, it might not be as simple as a palace consort. It is hoped that His Majesty will provide clear guidance. Pei Zimu felt equally helpless. If the Emperor wished to marry, the Duke's residence had no choice but to comply. Bestowing the title of Imperial Noble Consort directly would be somewhat troublesome. It would be preferable for Xiangxiang to first assume the role of a consort. As for other matters, I do not intend to establish an empress. The consorts in Xie Yanchuan's harem were not all of humble origins. Many hailed from families of standing. However, once Pei Yunshu entered the palace, the status of the Duke's residence would become unassailable. A powerful maternal family inevitably concerns itself with the position of Empress. Xie Yanchuan's words at this moment were indeed deliberate, as Pei Yunshu was gradually relinquishing control, and the future of the Duke's residence would rest with this heir. Thus, his unexpected remarks were a means to gauge this individual's reaction. Your Majesty, at this juncture, Pei Zimu could neither assert the Duke's residence's disinterest in the Emperor's position nor candidly admit that the Duke's residence was flourishing. He had to address matters concerning Xiangxiang, ensuring both reassurance and satisfaction for His Majesty. Your Majesty, if possible, having her as a consort would be exceedingly favorable. Should we advance further, countless eyes would be upon us. I believe you're most aware of my sister's situation, not to mention the Emperor's position. Even in the role of consort, without your protection, I would be concerned for her well-being within the palace. This response was remarkably reasonable. Since I have allowed her to enter the palace, I shall certainly ensure her safety. Xie Yanchuan should also extend a promise to the Duke's residence. I hope that for the time being, only the heir is privy to this matter. It would be prudent for the Duke to proceed cautiously, for I am concerned about the Duke's residence causing turmoil in my court. Your Majesty jested. Pei Zimu could only smile along with His Majesty. With the Emperor having said such, could he dare to retort? It was not until the time for lighting lamps approached that Pei Zimu emerged from Xie Yanchuan's meditation chamber, feeling as though his feet barely touched the ground. His legs weakened. His father indeed sought to deceive the heavens, for this destiny was not favorable for the Duke's residence. Yet who could have known it was orchestrated by the Emperor himself? As Pei Zimu departed, Xie Yanchuan picked up the nearby memorial to review, while Zhenglin entered to replace the warm tea. This heir of the Duke's residence proved to be astute, at least understanding that even the Duke's residence could not defy imperial edicts. His Majesty's deep affection was an immense boon for the Duke's residence, something the heir undoubtedly comprehended. If Xiangxiang could inherit even half of her brother's intelligence, I would feel much more at ease. Xie Yanchuan gently shook his head. Was this not precisely because His Majesty was there to protect her? But could he truly safeguard Pei Yunshu for a lifetime? For reasons unbeknownst to him, he found his wishes fulfilled. He and Xianxian grew increasingly intimate, yet at times an inexplicable sense of unease would wash over him. These feelings, Xie Yanchuan attributed to the shifting dynamics between himself and Xianxian. He realized that he had not yet adapted to their current roles as well as she had. It seemed that as a teacher, he too must learn to embrace the role of a student. Your Majesty, must we still keep this matter concealed from the Duke? For someone has informed me to await her actions on my behalf, and I am curious to witness what unfolds. Chapter 44. The Crown Prince must select a consort 7 days hence. The Emperor's royal carriage returned to the capital, accompanied by the esteemed lady of the National Protectorate. Upon returning to the palace, Xie Yanchuan changed his attire and refreshed himself briefly before making his way to the Empress Dowager's quarters. In her youth, she too had basked in royal favor, but the affections of emperors are as fleeting as the wind, dissipating in an instant. She had endured the passage of time in the harem, transitioning from a blossoming maiden to an aged matron, hoping that exiting the palace alongside her son would be the pinnacle of her desires. Yet, unexpectedly, her son ascended to the throne, leaving her in the role of Empress Dowager. However, the years of neglect had long since drained her vitality, and her concern for matters within the harem had waned. Her sole preoccupation rested with Xie Yanchuan, who remained childless, becoming the source of her deepest anxieties. The crown prince was dutiful and addressed her as grandmother, but he was not her own grandson. Xie Yanchuan remained resolute. After multiple entreaties from the Empress Dowager, he offered only silence and stubborn resistance. With a heavy sigh, she resigned herself to the situation. Now, she could only beseech the deities day and night, praying that one day the emperor might relent and bequeath a descendant. "I have returned," he announced. "These past days must have caused you concern, Mother. My visit to the National Protectorate was not a source of worry for me. I merely wished to allow you some respite from the palace for a few days." The Empress Dowager understood her son's burdens. "In a few days, there shall be your mother's birthday banquet. The Ministry of Rites has arranged everything meticulously. Is there anything further you wish to plan?" "Enough," she interjected gently. "I have long stated that there is no need for extravagant displays, lest it burden the people and squander resources. Those who dare to submit memorials urging you otherwise will still emerge." The Empress Dowager recognized the difficulties faced by her son. She would neither impose nor complicate matters further. "After the birthday banquet, I intend to reside at the National Protectorate for a few days. Are there any pressing matters within the palace that require my attention? Please, speak freely." "Zhao, I know you may be reluctant to hear this, but I must express my thoughts." As she toyed with a string of prayer beads, she reflected on the proclivities of their forebear, who was enamored with beauty and passion. The harem was filled with countless beauties, yet few maintained enduring favor. The late emperor, frail in constitution, had not left behind many consorts, leaving only the crown prince as his legitimate heir. However, her son bore little resemblance to his ancestor. Rather than being overly sentimental, he exhibited a disposition of cool detachment, truly a suitable candidate for the imperial throne. Within the confines of the harem, these women were his consorts, his wives and concubines, not his subjects. The Empress Dowager had experienced such existence herself and understood the hardships of palace life. Was it not even more challenging for those young ladies? "Mother, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you," Xie Yanchuan began. "What is it?" she inquired. "This year, I intend to take a noble consort into the palace." "A noble consort?" The Empress Dowager's surprise was evident. The emperor had always been judicious in his appointments within the harem. During the selection process, he had not conferred titles even upon concubines. Currently, of the 4 consort positions, only 3 were filled, each having ascended step by step. Yet now, her son openly expressed his desire to bring a maiden into the palace, bestowing upon her the title of noble consort. The Empress Dowager scrutinized Xie Yanchuan closely. "Which family does this young lady hail from?" "The eldest daughter of the Duke of Pei's household, Pei Yunshu." "Ah, that girl." The Empress Dowager held a distinct impression of Pei Yunshu. Among the noble ladies who entered the palace, most displayed proper etiquette and a modest demeanor. Yet Pei Yunshu stood apart alongside Princess Jingyang of the Chung family, both exuding a cheerful and lively spirit. However, the Empress Dowager's attention was partly drawn by Xie Yanchuan. "You once served as a mentor to that child, did you not? He is a fine young man, straightforward and uncomplicated. Being in his company brings one a sense of ease." Observing her son finally developing affections before even entering the palace, and already enjoying considerable favor, the Empress Dowager felt a swell of joy. As long as the emperor is pleased, though she no longer governs, she would not allow anyone in the harem to mistreat him. Mother need not concern herself with these matters. The harem will not stir up any significant troubles. I have granted her the position of noble consort, and I shall ensure she is not wronged. Xie Yanchuan then broached the subject of the Crown Prince's selection of consort. "Let the Ministry of Rites handle this matter." The Empress Dowager, when discussing the Crown Prince, appeared somewhat detached. Their relationship was not that of a close grandparent and grandchild, and the Crown Prince always treated her with excessive formality, lacking in warmth. "Do not decide everything on your own," consider the Crown Prince's preferences as well. Be cautious not to create any rifts between you and him over this issue. I understand, Mother. Upon hearing the name of the young lady favored by the Crown Prince, a shadow passed through Xie Yanchuan's eyes. The Crown Prince had been under his care since the tender age of 10, and Xie Yanchuan was quite familiar with Xie Changyan's temperament. Therefore, did the Crown Prince truly favor that young lady from the Duke's residence? Xie Yanchuan was uncertain, but presently, it was imperative for the Crown Prince to have an affection for her. I am aware that the inner quarters of the East Palace are currently quite vacant. It will be prudent to select several candidates this time, ensuring the Crown Prince finds someone to his liking. After leaving the Empress Dowager's chambers, Xie Yanchuan promptly instructed his attendants to deliver the portraits selected by the Ministry of Rites to the East Palace. Not to mention, the position of Crown Princess and the two secondary consorts must be firmly established. I have no particular demands. It is best to leave it to the Crown Prince to choose someone he truly favors. Xie Yanchuan perused the list of names. I recall that the daughter of the Minister of Rites is still unbetrothed. Has a marriage contract been arranged? Your Majesty, Miss Sun has not yet made any engagement. Then let be added. Xie Yanchuan ordered her name to be included. The officials from a Ministry of Internal Affairs stood by, aware that this maiden from the Minister of Rites had previously been included but later removed. The Minister of Rites hailed from a prestigious family, holding considerable standing among the civil officials, with the addition of the daughter of the Minister of Justice already in the list for the Crown Princess. Adding another from the Minister of Rites would be rather conspicuous. It was unexpected that the Emperor himself had chosen to add her, demonstrating his deep affection and commitment to the Crown Prince. Xie Changyan gazed at the scroll resting on his desk, listening to the officials from the Ministry of Internal Affairs as they made their introductions. Long before, he had secretly selected the candidates to enter the East Palace. However, while he had previously been indifferent towards the secondary consorts, he intended to reserve the position of the Crown Princess for Pei Yunshu. Xie Changyan raised his hand to interrupt the official's presentation of the list. In this roster, is there any mention of the young lady from the Duke's residence? He paused, fully aware it was an unlikely prospect, yet he still harbored a flicker of hope for the inclusion of the Duke's daughter. Now the Crown Princess, and destined to become the Empress, Pei Yunshu should not relinquish her aspirations so easily. How could she possibly concede defeat before him? Given her temperament, she ought to persist with unwavering resolve, ensuring his path is fraught with challenges. Yet, Pei Yunshu has let go so effortlessly. Although the eldest daughter of the Pei family does not appear on the roster of the Eastern Palace, her name is nonetheless inscribed within the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Those who operate within the palace are not foolish. Matters upon which His Majesty has yet to comment are not for them to discuss. Returning to His Highness the Crown Prince, the Duke's residence has not sent a notice. I am aware. Place the items down. You may leave now. Once the Duke's entourage has departed, Xie Changyan slowly peruses the roster in his hands. Since Pei Yunshu is unwilling to enter the Eastern Palace, he must meticulously select from potential candidates for both the primary and secondary consorts, ensuring their lineage does not fall significantly short of the Duke's standing. If Pei Yunshu does not join the Eastern Palace, he shall not persist in his infatuation. He merely hopes that she will not come to regret her decision in the future. Moreover, with Pei Yunshu absent from the Eastern Palace, facilitating Jiang Liuyan's entrance becomes considerably more straightforward. Chapter 45. Deep sisterly affection upon returning to the residence. Jiang Shi and Pei Yunshu were immediately informed of the unfortunate illness afflicting their cousin. Ill? How could this be? Jiang Shi, genuinely concerned for her niece, pondered how someone could fall ill after just a brief absence. As autumn had recently arrived, the fluctuating temperatures could have led to a chill at night. Pei Yunshu shared her worries, as the Empress Dowager's birthday celebration was merely days away, and her cousin must attend. It was not a chill, as the physician had examined her and attributed her ailment to excessive fatigue, whispered a maidservant at Jiang Shi's side. Excessive fatigue? Jiang Shi furrowed her brow at the thought. How could that be? She had heard that her cousin had begun preparing gifts for the Empress Dowager some time ago. Perhaps her sincerity had led to her current state of exhaustion. Pei Yunshu, though speaking casually, felt a twinge of confusion within. In her previous life, had Jiang Luyan fallen ill at this time? It was imperative to show earnestness for the Empress Dowager's celebration, and thus, nourishing soups should be sent to her cousin's quarters to ensure that her illness did not hinder the festivities. The maidservant, having been hired by Jiang Shi before her marriage and possessing experience from the palace, was adept in her duties, which gave Jiang Shi peace of mind. You should rest for now, madam, as you have been weary these past few days. Jiang Shi decided to take a break, casting a glance at Pei Yunshu, who was still her cousin, and thought that if time permitted, she ought to visit her. Mother is right. I shall go see my cousin shortly. She was indeed determined to understand why her cousin had fallen ill at such a crucial moment. Surely, she would not allow a trivial illness to prevent her from attending the Empress Dowager's celebration. Jiang Luyan lay upon her bed, a thin blanket draped over her, while the outer room was warmed by a charcoal fire. Her complexion appeared pale and sickly as she listened to Pei Yunshu's arrival from Hugua Temple. Jiang Luyan did not believe that Pei Yunshu was genuinely concerned for her health, yet she could not dismiss her presence. Please, let the young lady enter. Open the window a bit. Do not let her suffocate. I am unwell, so be cautious not to pass any illness to her. What are you saying, cousin? You are ill. How could I be so inconsiderate? Pei Yunshu entered with a radiant smile. Jiang Luyan observed her cousin, who had spent 7 days in prayer on the mountain, enduring a life of austerity, yet appeared more resplendent than ever. Meanwhile, Jiang Luyan found herself in a pitiful, ailing state at such an inopportune time. Pei Yunshu regarded Jiang Luyan, who had always possessed a delicate demeanor. Now, in her illness, she resembled a fragile beauty, evoking sympathy and admiration. No wonder that Xie Changyan was so enamored with her. I heard you were unwell due to overexertion. Mother was quite worried and sent me to check on you. Are you all right? Pei Yunshu's face was etched with concern as she sat beside the bed, scrutinizing Jiang Luyan closely. Do not trouble Aunt and my sisters. It is nothing serious. I will recover in a couple of days, Jiang Luyan reassured her, though she could not help but cough a few times into her handkerchief. When placed upon another, one might discern that the patient is hastily ushering guests away. Yet, Pei Yunshu, oblivious to such nuances, remained composed and unwavering in her seat. In merely 3 days, the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet would commence, and given her cousin's esteemed position with the Empress, missing the occasion would indeed be a lamentable affair. My health has markedly improved, and thus I shall surely attend. I am aware that my cousin has devoted herself entirely to the preparations for the Empress's birthday gifts, yet she must not neglect her own well-being. Should she be unable to attend, it would be a case of losing much for the sake of little. Upon mentioning the birthday gifts, Pei Yunshu observed Jiang Luyan's subtly tensed form and the fleeting smile that danced upon her lips. It piqued her curiosity as to what extraordinary items her cousin had prepared. How delightful it would be to behold them now. Such a capricious desire she harbored, to wish to see gifts meant for the Empress at this moment. Jiang Luyan, secretly clenching the quilt, reminded herself that she ought to be accustomed to Pei Yunshu's self-centeredness. At that moment, Yu Mei, who was serving nearby, approached with tea in hand and addressed the young lady. The gifts prepared for the Empress had been meticulously inscribed with scriptures. Should the box be opened now, it might displease the Bodhisattva, for the Empress has always held these beliefs dear. Pei Yunshu regarded her, the smile on her face fading somewhat as she cast an irked glance at the maid. Quite the silver-tongued one, indeed. Forgive me, miss, Yu Mei immediately knelt, her forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. Enough of that. Do you think I'm so ungrateful? Pei Yunshu declared. Then I shall not look. I will wait until the Empress's banquet. She did not insist further, and Jiang Luyan subtly exhaled in relief, noting how her cousin, upon realizing her aim was thwarted, displayed a waning interest and prepared to take her leave. Dear cousin, I shall visit you again another day, Pei Yunshu stated, though both were acutely aware that they would likely not meet again before the Empress's celebration. Upon exiting Jiang Luyan's courtyard, Pei Yunshu spotted her elder brother lingering nearby, looking rather troubled. Your cousin has improved significantly. There is no need for concern, she reassured. Pei Zishan, startled by his sister's words, gazed at Pei Yunshu with a somewhat awkward demeanor, muttering, I merely came to check. I know, but since you're already engaged, it It would be wise to maintain some distance from her. It would be better for you both, she advised. Pei Zishan opened his mouth and, after a moment, managed to dry, all right. Once Pei Yunshu departed, Jiang Luyin took a sip of the tea handed to her by Yu Mei and remarked, "You are quite clever." "I am merely anxious, miss, forgive me," Yu Mei replied. "You have not spoken incorrectly. What offense is there?" Jiang Luyin waved her hand, instructing Yu Mei. "I need you to do something." "At your command, Mississippi." "Go outside the residence and summon a physician. Offer him generous payment, but ensure that no one within the household discovers this." Pei Yunshu was indeed correct. She must not allow a minor setback to jeopardize a significant opportunity. The Empress's birthday banquet was an event she could not afford to miss. The household physicians were timid and merely prescribed tonics. What if, in 3 days, she found herself unwell again? Thus, she had no choice but to seek an external physician. It was merely a one-time affair, and employing some potent medicine should not pose any issue. Jiang Luyin, with her eyes closed, leaned against the headboard of her bed. Ever since Pei Yunshu became aware of her clandestine relationship with the Crown Prince, it was as though she had transformed into an entirely different person. At that moment, she realized that even the facade of their sisterly bond, which had been steeped in hypocrisy, could no longer be upheld. Previously, Pei Yunshu had merely set minor traps for her, employing clumsy tactics that caused little harm. However, this time was different. It was the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, followed by the selection of a consort for the Crown Prince. She could not afford to make any mistakes. She understood that Pei Yunshu might also be aware that, even if their masks were completely torn away after this banquet, she would not yield. In 3 days' time, at the grand celebration, she was indeed curious to see how Pei Yunshu would confront her. Chapter 46. The Gift of Longevity. May the Empress Dowager be blessed with longevity, as constant as the moon and as radiant as the sun. May she enjoy a life as enduring as the South Mountain, unyielding and unbroken. Xie Yanchuan led Xie Changyan at the forefront, followed by members of the royal family, esteemed ministers, noble ladies, and younger generations, all raising their cups in celebration of the Empress Dowager's grand birthday. The Empress Dowager smiled warmly, inviting all to take their seats. Pei Yunshu merely took a sip from her cup, settling down beside her parents, while Jiang Luyin sat close at hand. It appeared that her cousin had fully recovered. Indeed, thanks to her aunt's diligent preparation of nourishing delicacies, Jiang Luyin was now in fine health. That is splendid news, especially since my cousin must present her gift to the Empress Dowager. Pei Yunshu glanced at her cup, initially believing it contained wine, only to discover it was a sweet, fragrant drink. She took another sip, realizing it was not wine, but a refreshing pear beverage. Surely, everyone here was not served such a drink. She glanced towards the head of the table. Her esteemed tutor had indeed recalled her childhood fondness for pear drinks, yet now at 17. Why was she still offered such a simple concoction? It was but a humble homemade item, lacking the grandeur of her sister's offerings. Jiang Luyin smiled gently beside her. Though the gift is modest, the sentiment is profound. The Empress Dowager will surely appreciate my cousin's intentions. Pei Yunshu consoled her cousin. Jiang Luyin pursed her lips, uncertain of what to say. Whatever she uttered would only acknowledge that her gift to the Empress Dowager was insignificant. Thus, she fell silent, and Pei Yunshu, sensing the atmosphere, shifted her gaze to the side and was met with a familiar visage from her past life. Was that not the daughter of the Minister of Justice? Indeed, it was the eldest daughter, Xing Jun, who, in her previous life, became a concubine of Xie Changyan in the Eastern Palace and bore him a son. In that lifetime, she had struggled in the palace, receiving little regard as the crown princess, while others, too, offered her scant respect. Yet, Xing Jun had always acknowledged her status and had assisted her on several occasions. Pei Yunshu regarded Xing Jun as a benefactor from her past life. It was rumored that the emperor intended to appoint this Miss Xing as the crown princess. Her cousin should certainly pay heed to this development. Jiang Luyin glanced over, noting that the woman was indeed graceful and poised, but quickly dismissed the idea, responding with a playful remark, "What concern is the choice of the crown princess to me? Why should I pay attention to such matters?" At that moment, the voice of Princess Jingyang, Xie Sifeng, rang out as she approached to present her birthday wishes. With a wave of her hand, she summoned a beautifully embroidered piece. This is the 10,000 Buddhist tapestry I procured from an embroidery shop in the capital. Crafted from a staggering 999 representations of Buddha. The Empress Dowager beckoned Xie Yanchuan to come forward, clearly pleased, her smile deepening with genuine delight. Xie Yanchuan playfully winked at the Empress Dowager, but I have not yet finished my presentation. What more could there be? This gift is already splendid. Xie Yanchuan waved his hand towards the back, and soon, 8 young lords and ladies from various families stepped forward, each holding a 10,000 Buddha embroidery. In accordance with the Buddhist philosophy of unity and completeness, we 9 have each prepared one piece, hoping to beseech the Empress Dowager for a sense of fulfillment. Xie Yanchuan's words were eloquent. Though all 9 offered identical gifts, his expression undoubtedly pleased the Empress Dowager. Very well, I shall accept this completeness, she nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the thoughtfulness of these young ones. Reward shall be given, indeed. The individuals gathered behind Xie Yanchuan were naturally those with whom she shared a close bond, well known throughout the capital, yet who would have anticipated that they would stand out so prominently at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, earning her commendation? Princess Xingyang was truly thoughtful. The one who conceived the idea of the 10,000 Buddha was undoubtedly a clever person, as Chilua Workshop had prospered immensely from this concept. Pei Yunshu's voice resonated softly, laced with a hint of admiration, and her words were delivered with conviction. What does my cousin think? Pei Yunshu turned to glance at Jiang Luyan, who appeared increasingly pale. Although she had applied lipstick today, Jiang Luyan could not help but bite her lip tightly. The 10,000 Buddha embroidery was a labor of love that Jiang Luyan had painstakingly designed and crafted, and it was meant to be one of a kind. Yet now, her heartfelt creation seemed to have become overly common at the Empress Dowager's banquet. Moreover, these pieces were not her own handiwork, but rather purchased from an embroidery shop, thus diluting their significance and reducing them to mere material possessions. Jiang Luyan swallowed back the surge of blood that threatened to rise within her. The 10,000 Buddha embroideries bought from the shop even bore the same stitching techniques as her own. Therefore, presenting her version now would not carry the weight of sentiment. The 10th piece she offered had become utterly worthless. Miss Pei is indeed well informed. I thought I concealed my intentions well. But now it seems I appear as a mere jester in your eyes. I cannot comprehend what you mean, cousin. Isn't the 10,000 Buddha the one you pilfered from me? I had assumed you would ultimately utilize this piece, yet you generously relinquished it to others. Indeed, in a previous life, it was with the profound sentiment embodied in the 10,000 Buddha that Jiang Luyan had been able to accompany the Empress Dowager to pay homage. However, it now appeared that this path was no longer viable. Even if Jiang Luyan could present a new gift, it would hardly surpass the Empress Dowager's favor for the 10,000 Buddha. What does my cousin mean? Jiang Luyan found herself perplexed. In the past, she excelled at remaining unobtrusive, but seeing Pei Yunshu's innocent demeanor filled her with a sense of frustration that simmered beneath the surface, unable to be expressed. Rising to her feet, Jiang Luyan acknowledged that her cousin would not easily allow her to take the lead today, so she had prepared a second gift. Her cousin was correct. The 10,000 Buddha was indeed rather unremarkable. Pei Yunshu gazed at Jiang Luyan, observing the prideful facade her cousin maintained. It was no surprise that her cousin, being exceptionally intelligent, would present a gift surpassing the 10,000 Buddha painting. The younger sister awaited with bated breath. Naturally, since she held the 10,000 Buddha painting in disdain, she anticipated something far superior from her cousin, and she was eager to witness it. Jiang Luyan unveiled an exquisite embroidered image of Guanyin, crafted from an unknown silk thread that emanated a delicate, lustrous sheen. It was no wonder she had fallen ill previously. Such a labor-intensive endeavor could indeed take a toll on one's health. Pei Yunshu reflected on the embroidered piece she had once possessed, realizing that Jiang Luyan was willing to resort to any means necessary to secure victory. Pei Yunshu's gaze remained fixed on Jiang Luyan. Her cousin displayed an audacity that disregarded the potential ruin she might bring upon the Duke's residence, all in pursuit of her own ambitions. Jiang Luyan could no longer remain at the Duke's estate. Chapter 47. Fulfilling the wishes of the cousin and His Highness the Crown Prince, the young lady of the Duke's residence truly possesses a grace akin to that of orchids and jade. It was not clear who uttered the remark, but soon a wave of admiration swept through the assembly. The ladies gathered nearby echoed the sentiment, affirming that the Jiang family indeed had remarkable upbringing. Jiangshi modestly replied, "What can I claim to have taught? This child has her own merits." Her words were not mere humility. The grand gift prepared by Jiang Luyan was entirely her own doing, and Jiangshi was completely unaware of it. Pei Yunshu cast a questioning glance at Jiangshi, who shook her head, asserting that this matter was solely the doing of Luyan, and she had not been consulted. Pei Yunshu felt indifferent. After all, as a cousin, she bore no direct relation to him, and the Duke's residence was certainly capable of supporting a maid. Thus, he bore no resentment towards Jiang Luyan's private ambitions. The statue of Guanyin, though embroidered by the young lady, was presented to Her Majesty the Empress Dowager with a graceful bow from Jiang Luyan, who intended to declare it as a congratulatory gift from the Duke's residence. However, Pei Yunshu rose, interrupting Jiang Luyan's words, and approached her, gazing intently. "I am aware that my dear cousin will undoubtedly attribute part of this achievement to me. Yet in regard to this Guanyin statue, cousin has exerted herself to the point of illness, and I cannot bear to take credit for her labor." The Empress Dowager observed Pei Yunshu with a look of genuine affection. This child was remembered from the past, but with the Emperor's recent mention of her, the Empress Dowager could not help but pay her a bit more attention. The girl possessed a beauty that was striking, and it dawned on the Empress Dowager for the first time that her son was indeed partial to beauty. As Jiang Luyan listened to Pei Yunshu's words, she nearly believed that Pei Yunshu had already reconciled with the Crown Prince, and the two might have conspired against him together. "Very well, I understand. You are a sincere child," the Empress Dowager replied. Pei Yunshu responded, "Your Majesty, I never speak falsehoods. I could never engage in taking credit that does not belong to me. Indeed, you are all good children, I comprehend." Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yunshu's demeanor, pondering the depth of sisterly affection. He doubted she would shy away from taking credit, for his little disciple was not one to suffer losses. If anything, her greatest detriment lay in her overly sentimental nature, particularly in her dealings with the Crown Prince over the years. Xie Yanchuan glanced at Xie Changyan, who was intently focused on the two young ladies before him, his expression tense. He discreetly noted the tight grip Xie Changyan had on his wine cup. One was a young lady who felt wronged by the Crown Prince's indifference, while the other was the Duke's cousin said to share mutual affection with him. Who was the Crown Prince truly watching, and whom was he concerned about? Xie Changyan indeed felt apprehensive, though Jiang Luyan handled herself well. He had not anticipated that the one to disrupt their plans would be Pei Yunshu. Moreover, did Pei Yunshu know something? Was her interference intentional or merely coincidental? No. How could Pei Yunshu possibly be aware of such matters? Was it simply an accident? I lack the skill of my cousin and am not adept in needlework. Thus I have engaged someone to prepare a token of gratitude for Her Majesty the Empress Dowager. As Pei Yunshu prepared to present her gift, Jiang Luyan quietly withdrew, seemingly unnoticed by the Empress Dowager. After all, it was the young lady herself who requested her care, and thus any gift she presented would surely be met with satisfaction. Pei Yunshu opened the box held by the maid and produced an item, which she handed to the matron beside the Empress Dowager. The matron brought it forth, unveiling a cloak made of remarkably fine fabric, soft and smooth. Yet, as it unfolded, it revealed scriptures radiating a sacred light. What, pray tell, are these scriptures? The matron adorned the Empress Dowager with the cloak, and, as the latter gently caressed the texts, she recognized them, though they were not inscribed in a conventional manner. Esteemed Empress Dowager, this humble girl had the audacity to request a copy of your sacred Itagarbha Sutra, which I had embroidered onto this cloak, hoping to beseech blessings and ward off calamities for you. The Empress Dowager cast a glance at Xie Yanchuan, who subtly shook his head, then turned his gaze towards Pei Yunshu, realizing this was indeed a thoughtful gesture. I should compose a proper piece for this. This script, I believed, was penned by your Majesty during your prayers for longevity and health before the Buddha. It may not be the most exquisite, yet it is imbued with sincerity. Your filial piety is sure to touch the hearts of the bodhisattvas. I comprehend your devotion, but what matters most is your heartfelt intentions, dear child. Come closer. Let me examine you properly. Pei Yunshu stepped forward, and the Empress Dowager grasped her hand, scrutinizing her closely. Indeed, she was a fine child, lively and genuine. The emperor, with his somber demeanor, required someone as delightful as she. This gift surely took considerable thought, and you even sought scriptures from the emperor himself. Such earnestness. Although the gift had yet to be fully presented, it was clear that Pei Yunshu's offering was the most favored by the Empress Dowager today. Is there anything you desire? Desire? Pei Yunshu lowered her gaze, initially hesitant. However, with Jiang Luyan remaining at the Duke's residence, who could predict the trouble it might bring? Thus, it was best to act decisively. There is indeed a matter I wish to request your esteemed permission for, Empress Dowager. Pei Yunshu glanced at Jiang Luyan, who was some distance away, and unexpectedly smiled at her. Jiang Luyan clasped her hands together, a wave of anxiety surging within her. Yet, Pei Yunshu had already turned her attention to the Crown Prince. Their eyes met, and in that moment, Xie Yanchuan felt as though he had heard the unspoken words of Pei Yunshu. This was a matter he had wished to pursue, and now she was assisting him. However, Xie Yanchuan did not feel elated. He could not articulate his emotions, certainly not the satisfaction of attaining his objective. My cousin and His Royal Highness are indeed fond of each other, yet she feels her status is too humble to express her feelings. I wish to seek the Empress Dowager's approval to unite them. Such a matter exists? The Empress Dowager did not immediately acquiesce, but instead turned to Xie Yanchuan. He understood and looked to Xie Yanchuan, inquiring if there was truth to this claim. Under the watchful eyes of many, and on the occasion of the Empress Dowager's birthday, should Xie Yanchuan publicly refute this, it would surely invite her displeasure. Moreover, Xie Yanchuan regarded Pei Yunshu with a gaze tinged with unease. He had never witnessed this side of her before, strikingly captivating, seemingly gentle, yet undeniably assertive, and the one being coerced was none other than himself. To reply to Father Emperor, I indeed admire Miss Jiang's talents. Having said that, Pei Yunshu lowered her head, concealing the triumph in her smile. Xie Yanchuan cast a glance at her, then shifted his gaze to the couple destined to be united, who appeared devoid of any joy in their impending union. His sister truly was no stranger to cunning. She was astutely shrewd. As they were indeed lovers, it was only natural for the Empress Dowager to facilitate their union. Chapter 48. My deep affection for my cousin the Empress Dowager held a fondness for Pei Yunshu, and after the birthday banquet, she summoned her to sit beside her. I find you quite likable, the Empress Dowager proclaimed. Pei Yunshu was uncertain of the sincerity of her words, yet, given the moment, she felt compelled to endear herself to the Empress Dowager. Sitting beside her, Pei Yunshu spoke of familial matters and events in the capital, understanding that after a prolonged confinement in one place, one often yearns for lively discussions to alleviate the monotony. Even if she did not particularly relish the bustle, a bit of excitement was still welcome. The Empress Dowager listened with a beaming smile, not merely as a passive audience. Having spent many years in the palace and being well-read, especially in Buddhist scriptures, she sought to engage Pei Yunshu in conversation. Pei Yunshu, without a hint of hesitation, responded eloquently. As the sun began to set, the Empress Dowager, feeling fatigued, prepared to leave after the banquet. She discreetly approached Pei Yunshu, avoiding the gaze of others. No wonder the emperor favors you. I truly admire your disposition. You are a charming child. Rest assured, once you enter the palace, I will ensure no one dares to bully you. Yunshu understood. Afterward, Xie Yanchuan came to assist the Empress Dowager as she departed, glancing at Pei Yunshu, who appeared weary. You should return and rest well. We shall discuss the remaining matters later. Your humble servant respectfully bids farewell to your majesty, she replied, adopting a demeanor of utmost respect and humility as she performed her curtsy. Xie Yanchuan found the display amusing, but said nothing as he escorted the Empress Dowager away. Once the Empress Dowager and the emperor had left, Pei Yunshu approached her family. Upon seeing her mother, her legs grew weak, prompting her sister-in-law to support her. Sister, are you all right? I'm fine. I was just quite nervous beside the Empress Dowager. Pei Yunshu's anxiety was understandable, as she had been closest to the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, a position of great significance that naturally warranted nervousness. To outsiders, Pei Yunshu's elevation was attributed to the quality of her gifts, which had surely won the Empress Dowager's heart. However, only the members of the Duke's residence considered her fate and noted the peculiar chaos on her face, their smiles seeming forced and filled with trepidation. The sole individual privy to the entire truth, Pei Zimu, found herself at a loss for words. "My dear child, you must return home to rest. Shall we have your father or elder brother carry you?" Pei Yunshu shook her head. "No, mother, I am not so feeble. What if someone sees me and spreads rumors to the Empress Dowager?" Pei Yunshu sat for a moment to regain her strength. The Empress Dowager had even sent someone to refill her plate, yet at that moment she had dared not indulge. While she was not one to strictly adhere to all customs, she understood their significance. Disregarding inconsequential rules was harmless, but failing to observe decorum at such a pivotal moment would have brought embarrassment to the entire Duke's residence. Having regained some vitality, Pei Yunshu rose, intending to leave with her family, when Xie Yanchuan stepped before her. "If His Highness the Crown Prince wishes to express gratitude, it would be more appropriate to do so at another time." Pei Yunshu was unaware of what Xie Yanchuan wished to convey, yet she understood that any words from him at this moment would mar her cheerful disposition. Xie Yanchuan cast a glance at Pei Yunshu, his meaning elusive, and promised to express his gratitude in person on another day. After speaking, he turned his attention to Jiang Luyan, this time with a markedly gentler demeanor. "Do not be afraid. Do not be afraid." Before Jiang Luyan could respond, the Jiang family spoke first, assuring the Crown Prince that, after all, she was a girl from the Duke's household, which would never allow for her to be wronged. As Xie Yanchuan departed, Pei Yunshu had just received significant favor from the Empress Dowager, yet she had petitioned for a marriage with Jiang Luyan on his behalf. At this juncture, Xie Yanchuan could not possibly be the one to appear ungrateful. Jiang Luyan remained quietly in the background, lost in thought, her silence interpreted by others as astonishment at the unexpected turn of events. Indeed, despite the accolades and virtues of this young lady from the Duke's household, her status dictated that even with the Duke's affection, her suitor would likely be no more than a second son from a prominent family. In truth, Pei Zishan would have been Jiang Luyan's ideal match. However, now she was set to enter the Eastern Palace, and with the Empress Dowager and His Majesty personally bestowing the marriage, her rank would undoubtedly be elevated. This young lady from the Duke's household had truly struck gold. It was evident that the bond between this young lady and her cousin was profound, and all this effort had been expended merely to secure a marriage decree from the Empress Dowager. Jiang Luyan needed not to listen to the whispers around her. She knew precisely how they would speak, and she found herself unable to refute their claims. After today, the entire capital would regard Pei Yunshu as having granted her a tremendous boon. As Jiang Luyan boarded the carriage, Pei Yunshu leaned against it, eyes closed in repose. The Jiang family initially intended for her to share a carriage with her sister-in-law, but Pei Yunshu proactively expressed her desire to ride alongside Jiang Luyan. "Cousin and I merely had a misunderstanding, and it is fitting that we resolve it now," Pei Yunshu conveyed to her mother, who acquiesced without further protest, allowing the two to share a carriage. Upon boarding, Jiang Yuanzheng evidently heard this exchange, his face darkening in displeasure. "Our dear Nai is kind-hearted. Why would you follow her lead?" The Duke genuinely believed this to be a momentous occasion. For Nai, it was certainly not. But how could it be anything less than fortuitous for Jiang Luyan? The Jiang family merely smiled, reassuring her husband that their Nai had grown wiser and a touch more resolute, ensuring she would not be at a disadvantage. "Why does my cousin appear less than pleased?" Pei Yunshu, assured that she would not suffer any loss, opened her eyes to regard Jiang Luyan. Jiang Luyan sat upright beside her, her expression aloof as she gazed at Pei Yunshu. "Pei Yunshu, you have triumphed." "Triumphed? What do you mean, cousin? Have I ever lost?" Pei Yunshu smiled. "I have secured a marriage decree from the Empress Dowager. You and the Crown Prince share mutual affection, profound and sincere. Should you not express gratitude for my efforts in procuring your entry into the Eastern Palace? Even if gratitude is absent, it ought not to be met with disdain." "Gratitude? Am I to be admitted to the Eastern Palace based on my cousin's whims? Is that truly the case? Oh, how could I forget? My elder cousin currently has no desire to wed into the Eastern Palace, for we both understand that once something is obtained, it often loses its value. Presently, my cousin possesses little, and entering the Eastern Palace would render her just another face in the crowd. As Pei Yunshu spoke, she observed Jiang Liuyan's expression grow increasingly uncomfortable. Are you seeking retribution against me? Is that so? Why must my cousin articulate her words so harshly? To anyone's eyes, I am merely considering my cousin's welfare. After all, I have bestowed upon her such a grand opportunity. Leaning against the carriage window, Pei Yunshu recalled that in a previous life, Jiang Liuyan had never entered the Eastern Palace, and thus had captured Xie Changyan's unwavering affection. Yet now, it is Jiang Liuyan who steps into the palace first, and she is keen to observe whether her cousin will once again enthrall Xie Changyan with her enduring charm. Chapter 49. Why isn't it a good thing? Since the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet, the Duke's residence has begun to prepare for the marriage of this young cousin. Upon learning that Jiang Liuyan had returned to her home, Jiang Shi remained secluded in the courtyard. She initially intended to visit, as this young lady was about to enter the Eastern Palace, and creating a scene at this juncture would not reflect well on the Duke's residence. However, instead of heading towards Jiang Liuyan's courtyard, Jiang Shi redirected her steps towards Pei Yunshu's quarters. As she approached, she could hear laughter emanating from within. Jiang Shi's expression softened unconsciously. She had often found the Duke's residence somewhat dreary, yet after the birth of her daughter, despite the addition of just one more person in this vast abode, she felt a refreshing vitality had permeated the household. Pei Yunshu reclined lazily on a beautiful couch in the corridor, while Pei Qingwan entertained a group of young maidservants with a game of throwing pots. Nearby, an assortment of snacks and inexpensive earrings and bracelets had been prepared. It was permissible to reward the maidservants with such trifles. "Mother, what brings you here?" Pei Yunshu inquired. "I came to see how you were faring. Have you rested enough these past few days? After a night's bath and sleep, I'm rejuvenated, mother. Have some tea." Pei Yunshu poured tea for her mother. Jiang Shi observed her daughter, feeling a twinge of concern. While Jiang Liuyan's marriage into the Eastern Palace was undoubtedly advantageous, the thought of Pei Yunshu's fate troubled her. Given such a destiny, her daughter's marriage prospects required careful consideration. No family would dare to risk their lineage on such uncertain fortunes. "Your father intends for your second brother to reside in the military camp for a while. Thankfully, he did not attend the Empress Dowager's banquet. Otherwise, who knows what trouble might have ensued. It would be unwise for him to learn of this, as he is impulsive and easily swayed by his cousin. What would the Song family think if this became public? Indeed, your second brother lacks discernment and requires guidance. Fortunately, he listens and knows who has his best interests at heart. With your elder brother keeping an eye on him, there should be no chaos." As Jiang Shi spoke, she felt reassured about her second son. "Mother, your visit is not solely about him, is it?" "Of course not. It concerns your cousin. What transpired between you two recently?" "What do you mean, mother? You know the answer. I believed I had done a good deed, and my cousin ought to be grateful, yet she seems to think otherwise." Pei Yunshu took a bite of the chestnut cake sent from Qiongyu Pavilion, its flavor perfect. Suddenly, she recalled that Jiang Liuyan adored chestnut cake, and she would always buy an extra portion when purchasing. "Your cousin is unwilling?" "Her reluctance is rather late. If one wishes to keep something secret, one must refrain from wrongdoing. Since the deed is done, one should not harbor the hope of remaining undiscovered." Jiang Shi sighed as she spoke. "Your cousin is quite capable. I was oblivious to her actions right under my nose. She is inherently clever, with the Eastern Palace having accepted 3 consorts at once. Perhaps she will fare better there than in our household." Pei Yunshu comforted her mother, assuring her not to worry about her cousin. The Crown Prince holds such affection for her cousin. How could he ever allow her to suffer? Jiang, listening quietly, regarded Pei Yunshu with a searching gaze, which soon transformed into a meaningful smile. "Nian Yin," she inquired, "do you genuinely wish for your cousin's well-being, which prompted your request for this marriage?" "Mother, how can you not trust me either?" Pei Yunshu replied, her eyes reflecting her discontent. Jiang merely smiled. Entering the Eastern Palace is undoubtedly a positive development. Yet at this particular moment, it would not bode well for Jiang Liuyan. Surely, Her astute niece is aware of this. However, since Pei Yunshu chose to feign ignorance, Jiang refrained from exposing the pretense. Very well, mother understands. Nian will protect herself. That brings me joy. As for her cousin's willingness, that matter is no longer in her hands. What does it signify for her to isolate herself in the courtyard? Is it a sign of discontent? Who can say? In any case, I cannot persuade her now. She would likely find no comfort in my presence. Jiang rose, and her maidservants quickly approached to assist her. I ought to pay a visit, she decided. Once Jiang had departed, Pei Yunshu approached. Sister, have you seen third brother and fourth brother? I heard they were due to return long ago. Why the delay? In this household, every rustle of grass or whisper of wind captured Pei Yunshu's attention. Her past ignorance had cost her dearly, and Pei Yunshu was also aware of this. She typically remained inconspicuous, making it easier for her to gather information. Word has it that third brother is unable to forget the young lady and has approached father with the intention of proposing to the Jiang family. Since our cousin has been residing in our home, and mother is her aunt, why would Pei Yunshu seek a proposal from the Jiang family? Shouldn't he first ascertain whether Jiang Luyan is willing to marry? Pei Yunshu was not particularly concerned about Pei Yunshu, although he belonged to the Pei family. He lacked intelligence, posing no real threat. It was the quiet ones who warranted caution. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Third young master, what do you intend to do? Nothing in particular. I merely wish to ask the young lady a few questions. You lowly servants, step aside. Pei Yunshu glanced at Pei Yunshu, casually listening to the ruckus outside. See, even though our cousin remains within the courtyard, there are still those who come to defend her. She certainly holds herself in high esteem. Let us observe how the young ladies of the Duke's residence handle such disturbances. Yuan, allow them to enter. What a spectacle they create before my courtyard. Pei Yunshu strode in, and Pei Yuanzheng's mother, his grandmother, was quite audacious. Although Pei Yuanzheng was somewhat rough around the edges, his appearance was quite handsome, and his wives and concubines were equally attractive, producing children who were not unpleasing to the eye. Pei Yunshu, despite his lack of wit, was also quite handsome. What a pity that such good looks were accompanied by a lack of intellect. Pei Yunshu, why do you continue to torment your cousin? She has been so well behaved. Why do you insist on pushing her into the abyss? The person who rushed into the courtyard bombarded her with words. Abyss? Pray tell, what do you mean by abyss? Naturally, it refers to marrying into the Eastern Palace. Before Pei Yunshu could finish his sentence, Pei Yunshu delivered a sharp slap across his face. The sound echoed crisply, silencing the entire courtyard for a fleeting moment. Pei Yunshu, this marriage has the Crown Prince's approval and is bestowed by His Majesty. How dare you refer to it as an abyss? How many heads do you possess to show such disrespect towards the Emperor? Chapter 50. Pei Yunshu was inherently arrogant, while Pei Yunshu was nothing more than a fool. Yet he was not devoid of wit, as he managed to swallow the words he was about to utter. Although he was somewhat dim-witted, he still valued his life. Daring to question the Emperor's will behind his back would surely lead to his demise. Do not attempt to intimidate me with the Emperor. We are merely discussing matters concerning the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Why would you wish her harm? Pei Yunshu raised her hand, and at once, Yuan presented a cup of tea. Pei Yunshu leisurely took a sip, observing Pei Yunshu with a sudden pang of doubt. Were all foolish individuals this foolish? Had she, in her past life, been equally naive? Harm her? My cousin and His Highness the Crown Prince are in love. I beseech the Empress Dowager and the Emperor to grant their union, facilitating my cousin's marriage into the Eastern Palace. How is that harming her? But your cousin is unwilling. You are the one who coerced her. Pei Yunshu glared at Pei Yunshu, his teeth clenched in frustration. At that moment, Pei Linfeng entered Pei Yunshu's courtyard. He remained silent, quietly standing in the corner. You coerced her? Are you not aware that even the Emperor cannot arbitrarily decree marriages? His Majesty inquired publicly, and the Crown Prince consented. Pei Yunshu sat elegantly, one arm resting lightly on the table, regarding Pei Yunshu. What she had initially perceived as bluster was merely a fade. Is it your cousin who has expressed her reluctance? Or is it merely your assumption? If she is unwilling, have I forced her? Surely, it is the Crown Prince who has exerted pressure. Why not go to the Eastern Palace and relay this to His Highness? Pei Yunshu opened his mouth, but words failed him, and he could only stammer, You speak nonsense. Nonsense? Have you inquired with Jiang Luyan? Ask her if she truly does not favor the crown prince, or if perhaps your cousin has another beloved. Pei Yunshu propped her chin on her hand, sitting gracefully while Pei Yunshu felt inexplicably diminished in her presence. If she truly harbors affections for another, I am certain the Empress Dowager and the Emperor are not unreasonable. Should my cousin come to me and declare her heart lies elsewhere, I, Pei Yunshu, would promptly enter the palace to apologize. Pei Linfeng stood quietly, his expression neutral, neither sorrowful nor joyful, unnoticed by anyone. Yet he remained observant of the unfolding drama. He understood that Pei Yunshu had been led by the nose by Jiang Luyan once again. This was not the first instance of such folly, and Pei Linfeng was growing weary of it. However, this time, he perceived a change in Pei Yunshu. She seemed to have grown wiser, far surpassing her foolish brother. Has your cousin ever spoken to you about this? Now, it is Pei Yunshu who has taken on the role of the aggressor. Cousin never mentioned it. Pei Yunshu, you truly overestimate yourself. If cousin does not wed into the Eastern Palace, to whom will she marry? To you? Pei Yunshu remarked, casting a discerning and disdainful gaze upon him. Do you think she would choose you? Apart from that handsome visage and the title of a young master from the Duke's residence, what do you possess? Lacking both literary and martial prowess? Would you subject cousin to a life of hardship? Having delivered her scathing remarks, Pei Yunshu raised her delicate chin towards Pei Yunshu, whose face was painted with a mix of silence and embarrassment. If you are here to question me, you may leave. Pei Yunshu, trembling with indignation, pointed at her for a considerable time before storming away in frustration. Once he departed, Pei Linfeng approached to offer his apologies. I regret that as your elder brother, I have caused you trouble again, dear sister. Please do not be angry. Linfeng offers his contrition. Bowing respectfully, Pei Linfeng observed Pei Yunshu, who remained silent, merely gazing at him, the one who concealed the deepest truths within the Duke's residence. Unassuming and unnoticed, it was often the reckless Pei Yunshu who garnered more attention. Pei Linfeng, to father, any son can achieve greatness. The identity of a mother is of little consequence. Do you not agree? Pei Linfeng watched Pei Yunshu as she gently toyed with her teacup. Pei Linfeng, Pei Yunshu is foolish, but you are not, at your age. If you remain foolish, no one will be able to assist you in this lifetime. The meaning of Sister S words is lost on Linfeng. With a smile, Pei Linfeng regarded Pei Yunshu. If you do not understand, so be it. If you wish to play the fool, then do so. It is infuriating to behold. Pei Linfeng hesitated before turning to leave. Yet after exiting Pei Yunshu's courtyard, he lingered outside for a while, realizing that this young lady had suddenly become astute. That previous exchange, whether a test or a warning, was not a matter to be taken lightly. Pei Yunshu, standing nearby, felt as though she scarcely recognized her elder sister. Decisive and aloof, she held tightly to propriety. Do you see it clearly? Pei Yunshu inquired, her expression of pride shifting to one of smug satisfaction. What? Pei Yunshu found herself momentarily speechless, unable to comprehend what Pei Yunshu wished for her to understand. As daughters of the Duke's residence, as long as we hold the truth, you may carry yourself with some pride, even before outsiders, when you deliver that slap of truth. If you are justified, father will only regard you as a daughter who embodies his own stature. Pei Yunshu was taken aback by these words. Instinctively lowering her gaze to her own palm, fair and delicate, with the only callus formed from writing and needlework. Do I too need to be this way? Pei Yunshu, rarely feeling timid, had never quarreled with anyone. Her aunt forbade her from uttering foul words, let alone engaging in physical conflict. It is not about compelling you to strike anyone. It is about the aura, exude the presence befitting a young lady of the Duke's residence. Pei Yunshu gently caressed Pei Yunshu's face, remarking that it mattered not whether one was a legitimate daughter or a mere concubine, as long as one possessed intelligence. One ought to recognize their true standing as a young lady of the Duke's residence. Do not always be so meek. It is essential to exhibit a bit of audacity. She continued, Is that not the way of my elder sister? She, too, is astute enough to grasp the essence of power. Pei Yunshu, lost in thought, responded vacantly. Pei Yunshu cast a sidelong glance at her, arching her delicate brows. How could you perceive it otherwise? My demeanor is simply a reflection of who I am. I am Pei Yunshu, and as Pei Yunshu, I am entitled to assert my presence. Chapter 51. Just want to see her after the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet. Preparations were to be made for a pilgrimage to the Guaguosi Temple to pay respects. Before your grand wedding, mother shall return, whether it be through the selection of candidates or otherwise, since you hold that young lady in high regard and wish to honor her with a wedding ceremony. Is indeed commendable. In life, one must eventually marry. Xie Yanchuan nodded. All the concubines in his harem had entered the palace through selection, apart from the Empress. None had been welcomed with wedding rites. Yet, Pei Yunshu was different. In Xie Yanchuan's heart, Pei Yunshu still seemed youthful, and because of her age, he often felt it was unfair to her to have her spend her life in the palace by his side. A woman's marriage is greatly esteemed, with rituals that are scrutinized by others. He could offer her little, and it would not be proper to neglect the ceremonial aspects of their union. Was it to be like others, with a palanquin bearing her into the palace? That would be too great a slight to his beloved. The Empress Dowager, observing his demeanor, discerned that her son also wished to host an extravagant celebration. On the day of the birthday banquet, I conversed with her. Despite her lively disposition, she possesses a profound understanding of the 4 books and 5 classics, as well as Buddhist scriptures, articulating her thoughts with clarity, a truly intelligent child. Indeed, she is clever, yet at times rather naive. As your mother, I am naturally inclined to favor you. When you are with that child, your heart finds solace. You have ascended this throne at a young age, bearing a heavy burden. I cannot share your load, nor do you permit others to know your innermost feelings. The Empress Dowager had just dismissed those around her, expressing a desire to speak privately with the Emperor. She sighed softly. I did not wish to pressure you, but your initiative to bring that child into the palace genuinely brings me joy. Zhao, you may have forgotten this. Zhao was a pet name the Empress Dowager had given to Xie Yanchuan, known only to her throughout the years. Only she would address him thus. In those moments, they were merely an ordinary mother and son, rather than the Empress Dowager and Emperor of Dachun. Since you became Emperor and occupied this position, you have never asked for anything for yourself, not as the sovereign of Dachun, but rather for the child from the Pei family, your first and only desire. Xie Yanchuan was taken aback. These thoughts had never crossed his mind. The Empress Dowager regarded him and softly suggested, let her remain by your side. Perhaps she can fulfill what I cannot. Xie Yanchuan lowered his gaze, moved by her words, and felt compelled to reveal a fragment of his true feelings. Mother, I often feel that I am the one imposing upon her. Perhaps her entrance into the palace was merely a fleeting whim. If I had resolved her troubles, she might have chosen not to come, yet I did not. Xie Yanchuan lamented that he had been the one to gain from her predicament. The Empress Dowager, observing him, exhaled a heavy sigh. I understand. Yet my son, for the sake of Dachun and the Xie dynasty, you toiled tirelessly. Shouldn't a hint of personal desire be permissible? That girl marrying another may not guarantee her happiness or freedom from grievances, would it? The Empress Dowager gazed at Xie Yanchuan, recalling the late emperor's cunning heart, which had sought to confine her son for a lifetime with but a few parting words and a decree. However, having endured countless tribulations, the Empress Dowager had long ceased to believe in the faint goodwill expressed by those within the palace. If you are reluctant to let her go, why dwell on such matters now? Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes momentarily, acknowledging his mother's wisdom. He had indeed overthought. After sharing an evening meal with the Empress Dowager, he lingered for a while in the palace corridor, where Xunlun approached to drape a cloak over his shoulders. Your Majesty, the night breeze has risen. Take care not to catch a chill. Xie Yanchuan glanced at the sky. The moonlight remained faint, and twilight had not yet fully descended. Xunlun, I wish to leave the palace. Your Majesty wishes to depart now? Yes, at this very moment. I shall have preparations made at once. Xunlun nodded and turned to arrange the necessary retinue for the Emperor's outing. No need for that. Let the shadow guards accompany me instead. There is no need for such ostentation at this hour. It would only cause unnecessary commotion. Xunlun, understanding the implication, inquired, Might your majesty be heading to the duke's residence? Xie Yanchuan cast him a glance, acknowledging his cleverness. This humble servant merely wished to demonstrate a modicum of wit before your majesty. Who else could warrant a late-night visit from the emperor, if not the esteemed resident of the duke's estate? Pei Yunshu had been enjoying a period of relative peace these past few days. Her mother had visited Jiang recently, and whatever was said had led to visitors being welcomed at Jiang's courtyard. Pei Yunshu chose not to attend, but she heard from her sister-in-law that Jiang had been busy embroidering a wedding gown. Hasn't it yet been confirmed whether she will become the crown princess or a secondary consort? Why commence on the wedding gown at this juncture? Moreover, aren't such matters typically managed by the Ministry of Internal Affairs? Lin sure smiled, explaining it's merely a FA for outsiders. As for her status, if she were to be the primary consort, even the crown prince might hesitate. Since my cousin is preoccupied with wedding arrangements, I shall refrain from intruding, lest I trouble her heart. Each evening after dinner, Pei Yunshu enjoyed inquiring about the happenings in Jiang courtyard. Yet Jiang proved remarkably composed, not having stepped outside for several consecutive days. Very well, let us speak no more of it from tomorrow. I'm tired of waiting. There is no need for haste. Hasn't His Royal Highness yet made his visit? Pei Yunshu perused the art album in her hands while Yue Hua brightened the lamps. Miss, it is getting late. I shall fetch a calming potion for you to drink before sleep to spare your eyes from strain. Indeed, just as Yue Hua exited the chamber and closed the door, Pei Yunshu heard a faint sound outside her window, as if someone was tapping at it. At such a late hour, could it be a raccoon seeking scraps from the estate? Standing before the window, Xie Yanchuan suddenly felt uneasy. Such nocturnal intrusions were the deeds of scoundrels, not befitting the emperor of Dechun. The night breeze shook him from his stupor, awakening him to the reality that he was not merely acting on a moment's impulse. As Xie Yanchuan was about to depart, the window suddenly swung open, and a beam of light poured into the room. Before the figure could discern the identity of the person before them, they instinctively exclaimed, "Sir!" Xie Yanchuan turned on his heel, taking a step forward. "How did you know it was me?" Pei Yunshu leaned against the window, uncertain. "I heard a noise and thought it was merely a raccoon seeking food, never anticipating it was a visit for me. Why has the sir come to see me so unexpectedly? Has something occurred?" Pei Yunshu extended her hand towards Xie Yanchuan. "Nothing has happened. I merely recalled certain matters and wished to see you. I shall not linger long, just a fleeting glance." At that moment, Pei Yunshu found herself at a loss for her feelings. Yet in this instant, Xie Yanchuan offered her something she had never received from Xie Changyan, a gentle, nascent trust that began to seep into her heart. Chapter 52. The Enchantress of the Night. When Pei Yunshu awoke the following day, she felt somewhat disoriented. Raising her hand, she tugged at the bell beside her, prompting the young maidservants to enter in quick succession. "Miss, you are awake. Did you sleep well last night?" Moonlight and moon rhythm drew back the curtains on either side, observing Pei Yunshu seated on the edge of her bed, lost in thought. "Yes, it seems I had a rather delightful dream. Could it be that you dreamed of your beloved? No wonder you speak of it with a smile upon your lips," Moon Rhythm remarked, presenting a basin of water for her to wash. "Beloved?" Pei Yunshu mused, wiping her face with a warm, damp cloth before slipping into her soft silk slippers and moving toward the window. "Miss, do you wish to open the window? It is still quite chilly at this hour." Pei Yunshu partially opened the window, noticing that the weeds outside had evidently been trampled upon. This window faced the rear courtyard, a place seldom trodden except for the most private of matters. "It's nothing. I merely wish to gaze outside." It was not merely a dream, Pei Yunshu thought as she closed the window, yet the events of the prior night eluded her memory. She sought to recall the moment when moonlight had brought her a change of clothes, where she had stood, rigid and unyielding. "Miss, what troubles you?" "Nothing, nothing at all." Pei Yunshu waved her hand dismissively, offering moonlight a gentle smile. "I had a splendid dream last night, and reflecting upon it brings me joy." After sharing this, she stood still, allowing the maidservants to assist her in dressing. During today's morning audience, His Majesty arrived a quarter of an hour late. He had always been diligent, showing little concern for the inner court, so what could account for his tardiness? Speculations arose. Some voiced their concerns, while others remained indifferent. Currently, the emperor prioritized the state's affairs, embodying the spirit of a wise ruler. The founding emperor had once favored beauty, while the late emperor had languished in illness. It was only upon the current emperor's ascension, when he adopted the late emperor's legitimate son as the crown prince, that the disputes within the court were swiftly quelled and authority was consolidated, allowing him to govern with stability. Now, a mere delay of 15 minutes for morning court could easily be attributed to minor discomfort or simply waking a tad late. Xie Yanchuan sat upon the dragon throne, gently massaging his brow. This morning, he indeed felt somewhat lethargic. Last night, his impulsive visit had led to an unexpected entanglement when the hour for slumber arrived. "I must return now," he stated, standing by the bed. The Duke's residents cherished their daughter, providing Pei Yunshu with a finely crafted wooden bed that was spacious and soft. Xie Yanchuan refrained from sitting upon it, choosing instead to remain at its side. Pei Yunshu stifled a yawn, but did not forget to grasp Xie Yanchuan's sleeve. "Sir, please, speak with me a little longer. Are you not feeling drowsy?" Xie Yanchuan looked at her helplessly, his eyelids heavy with fatigue. "Did you come to see me because you cannot sleep?" Pei Yunshu shook her head, attempting to rouse herself. "Not at all. I have already said I merely came to see you, and now that I have, I must return to the palace." "You are deceiving me. For who visits at this hour?" Pei Yunshu could not help but frown. Xie Yanchuan bent down, gently massaging her brow with a hand that was not being held. In truth, life within the palace was not entirely devoid of freedom. Xie Yanchuan's response was completely off topic. Pei Yunshu enjoyed a certain degree of freedom under the protection of the Duke's mansion in the capital, far more than that of an ordinary young lady. She was not bound by the same rigid customs or concerned about the judgment of others. However, once she entered the palace, that was no longer the case. As the imperial consort of Xie Yanchuan, she was required to adhere to an innumerable set of regulations. Failure to comply would result in the malice and schemes of the harem and court bearing down upon her. Pei Yunshu had consumed a calming potion and was already in a daze, mistaking the emperor for her teacher, who was, after all, the most liberated individual within the palace confines. Xie Yanchuan understood that perhaps by the following morning, the words they exchanged would be forgotten by her, but he would remember. That was sufficient for him. "What I possess, you shall possess as well." At that moment, half of Pei Yunshu's delicate face rested upon Xie Yanchuan's sleeve. "What are you saying, teacher? You are the emperor." She attempted to gather her thoughts, aware that a misstep in her words might displease Xie Yanchuan. This was the emperor of the Chun, a fact she kept firmly in mind. Yet, perhaps due to the unexpectedness of his visit that night, or perhaps because Xie Yanchuan was consistently gentle with her, or simply because she was drowsy, she found herself captivated by his soft-spoken demeanor. In truth, Xie Yanchuan could easily withdraw. An emperor need not play the servant. "I am the emperor, yet I do not see you showing me much reverence." "Because my teacher enjoys it," Pei Yunshu murmured, nearly lost in her reverie. Xie Yanchuan offered no response, merely maintaining his awkward posture beside her bed until the restless sleeper relinquished her hold on his sleeve. He gazed at his now tattered sleeve and then at the deeply slumbering figure for quite some time. "What you currently possess, I shall grant you upon your entry into the palace. Therefore, my dear, never waver in your resolve." As Xie Yanchuan stepped out of the inner chamber, he encountered Duehua, who respectfully bowed upon seeing him. "Yes, she is asleep. There is no need to disturb her." "Understood." Xie Yanchuan took a seat. Despite having trained in martial arts since childhood, he found his limbs slightly sore and numb from his earlier position. "Someone has brought tea for your majesty. Please have a sip." "What time is it?" "Your majesty, it is already the tail end of the high hour." With keen insight, they approached to massage his arms and legs. Xie Yanchuan lightly tapped his arm, reflecting that his ability to comfort others was learned from her, and ultimately, it was still applied to her. Thankfully, over the past decade, he had grown accustomed to this role, finding her much more obedient than before. By the time Xie Yanchuan returned to the palace, it was already the Z hour. Although he had left the palace without alerting anyone, the late night return drew many eyes. There were numerous observers. They knew only that the emperor had left, but not where he had gone. The Shu Fei, having received news from her household, understood that the emperor's affairs were not something she could pry into at will. She was acutely aware that, despite being the foremost of the four consorts, it was not due to the emperor's affection or regard for her. It is not merely because she is sensible and understands the times, nor solely because she does not yearn for His Majesty's affection. To him, she is a subject, entrusted with the management of the imperial harem. Should she perform her duties well, His Majesty may regard her with a touch more favor. But has that noble lady returned to her residence? It is uncertain, and all I know is that she persistently troubles me, claiming that in due course, new faces will enter the harem, much to His Majesty's delight. The consort did not foresee that her words would come to fruition. The consort's household has also sent individuals to investigate, yet they have uncovered nothing. They have discreetly inquired about the young ladies from various families in the capital, but to no avail. His Majesty has concealed them well. For a time, the maternal families of the concubines in the harem have been quietly seeking information about the enchanting lady whom His Majesty visits at night, yet they have all returned empty-handed. Pei Yunshu remains oblivious, while Xie Yanchuan is aware but indifferent. Pei Yunshu is due for a marriage discussion, and he too must prepare the decree to confer upon her the title of noble consort. Chapter 53. The Imperial Marriage Decree before departing the capital. The Empress Dowager issued a decree granting a marriage. His Majesty nodded in acquiescence and affixed the imperial seal. Jiang Luyan knelt to receive the decree, and the Empress Dowager conferred upon her the title of a concubine, bestowing her with significant honor. However, it was an unspoken understanding among all that this title had likely been deliberated with the Crown Prince for the current Empress Dowager, whether in the previous dynasty or within the inner palace, has never sought power and would not impose a match upon His Royal Highness. Jiang Luyan finally emerged from her quarters to accept the decree, and upon hearing the designation of concubine, she felt a subtle sense of relief. Fortunately, it was merely the title of concubine. The Crown Prince's future consort would undoubtedly be someone from a family capable of providing support in the court. Had she claimed the title of Crown Princess directly, it would not only have led to discontent from others, but also from Xie Yanchuan, who, over time, would harbor resentment for the lack of assistance she could offer. Having received the decree, Jiang Luyan turned to return, yet she sensed a shift in the gaze of the Duke's household towards her. With the Empress Dowager's decree in hand, it was time to prepare for her marriage in the Duke's residence. Pei Yunshu cast a glance at Jiang Luyan. Although she was merely residing in the Duke's manor, her impending marriage would be seen as a connection to the Crown Prince. The path for the Duke's household had long been set. Loyal subjects. Currently, His Majesty may remain silent. Yet rumors can be treacherous, and the Duke's household must be prepared ahead of time. Pei Yunshu regarded his daughter, contemplating various means to ensure her well-being. But how could his dear daughter, with her temperament, ever adapt to life in the palace? As the head of the Duke's household, he had grown accustomed to clearing obstacles for his children. Yet who else would protect them as fiercely as their parents? Madame Jiang offered a few words of reassurance to Jiang Luyan, urging her to focus on her preparations for marriage. The next day, 2 capable matrons would be sent to guide her diligently, after which she approached Pei Yunshu. Duke, this child has maintained close relations with her clan. Now that the marriage to His Royal Highness has been settled, I believe we ought to include her relatives among those who sent her off. Your arrangement is indeed sensible, he replied. After all, Jiang Luyan was also a daughter of the Jiang family, not merely a member of the Pei household. It was only fitting for her kin to accompany her on her wedding day. Pei Zimu merely offered a word of congratulations before leading his younger brother, Pei Zishan, away. Pei Zishan, with his head bowed, could not help but glance back at Jiang Luyan as they departed. Yet at that moment, she was engaged in conversation with Pei Yunshu, and thus their eyes never met. Once they reached a secluded spot, Pei Zimu released his grip, observing his tall and brooding brother. He swallowed his admonition. Compared to him, his brother was more sentimental, and he understood that to Pei Zishan, Jiang Luyan represented a childhood companion and the object of his affections. Yet, it was clear that the feelings were unreciprocated. Pei Zimu found himself at a loss for how to console him, ultimately realizing that they must face the reality of the situation. With the Empress Dowager's decree now issued, It would not be long before Jiang Luyan became the crown prince's concubine, and soon enough, his own marriage would follow. Pei Zimu glanced at his younger brother, resolutely suppressing any unrealistic fantasies. In due time, it would only cause difficulties for the family. Pei Zishan observed his elder brother's austere countenance, covering his face and nodding slightly. Pei Zimu detected a faint sound of suppressed sobs and turned to shield Pei Zishan from view. "You have 15 minutes. This was the last moment Pei Zishan would allow himself to be swayed by Jiang Luyan's emotions. Henceforth, he would feign an air of indifference. Jiang Luyan held the imperial edict from the Empress Dowager, intending to enter the Eastern Palace, but not at this moment. If she ventured there without the support of the Duke's residence, she would find herself at a considerable disadvantage. Currently, her resources were alarmingly scant, and most critically, she lacked the most advantageous ally. The Empress Dowager had granted a marriage, and her cousin had achieved her desires, truly a cause for celebration. Pei Yunshu stood before Jiang Luyan, offering her a radiant smile. Yet, this individual had become a formidable complication. Pei Yunshu seemed to have grown weary of her overnight. Had she not kept her plans to herself, she might have suspected that this young lady was a spy. So what was the reason? Jiang Luyan reciprocated the gesture. Indeed, she acquiesced. Since Pei Yunshu insisted on acknowledging her illicit connection with the crown prince, she would concede. Was Pei Yunshu satisfied? Today, to be honored with the Empress Dowager's marriage decree was indeed a feat for which she must express gratitude to her sister, considering the connection between her sister and His Royal Highness. A hairpin pressed against Jiang Luyan's fair neck as Pei Yunshu drew closer, whispering that such words should remain unspoken, for revealing them would strip everyone of their dignity. The pin was sharp. Should it penetrate even slightly deeper, it might pierce her neck. "You?" Pei Yunshu reassured her cousin. "There is nothing untoward between the crown prince and me. You need not concern yourself with the rumors outside. I shall handle this matter. You need only prepare for your marriage in peace." Pei Yunshu silently withdrew her hairpin. "Cousin, I have assisted you thus. If you fail to marry Xie Yanchuan, you shall no longer be Jiang Luyan." She gently adjusted Jiang Luyan's attire, only for Jiang Luyan to suddenly grasp her wrist. "Pei Yunshu, do you not harbor feelings for the crown prince? You have liked him for so long. Why abandon your affections so abruptly?" Jiang Luyan held her wrist firmly, but Pei Yunshu pried her fingers apart one by one. "Cousin, have you forgotten? In this world, it is always others who desire what I do not. When have I ever sought after discarded relics?" Jiang Luyan's expression shifted, and Pei Yunshu observed, captivated. It was the first time in her life she had witnessed Jiang Luyan's dramatic change in demeanor, a blend of humiliation and resentment contorting her beautiful features. "Xie Yanchuan does not deserve my affection, so you must seize him tightly. I await the moment when the two of them kneel before me." Jiang Luyan returned to her courtyard, holding the edict alone. Now, she possessed nothing but this decree, yet with it, she felt she could attain everything. The day following the Empress Dowager's decree, Xie Yanchuan arrived at the Duke's residence. However, the crown prince, upon his arrival, did not seek out his intended concubine, but instead expressed a desire to meet Pei Yunshu. "Is His Highness here to see me?" Pei Yunshu pondered briefly, then turned to Yue Hua and said, "Could it be that the crown prince has come specifically to express his gratitude, considering I played a part in uniting this pair of lovers? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Go fetch my newly made soft silk gown, Hua, and assist me with my adornment. Since His Highness has come to extend his thanks, I must graciously receive this token of appreciation." Pei Yunshu smiled at her reflection in the bronze mirror, thinking that since they are lovers, it is only fitting to witness just how deeply the crown prince feels for her cousin. Chapter 54. Solitude and Affection as Xie Yanchuan entered the courtyard. Pei Zimu followed closely beside him. Xie Yanchuan stood there, casting a glance at Pei Zimu, the young master, and expressed his desire to speak privately with the young lady. Pei Zimu hesitated momentarily, but remained rooted in place. "Your Highness, forgive me, but my sister has yet to be betrothed." Xie Yanchuan contemplated that he had previously interacted with Pei Yunshu, yet he was reminded that now, Jiang Luyan was his consort, rendering any connection with Pei Yunshu inappropriate. "My brother, it is of no consequence. Surely, His Highness has come to express his gratitude, for did I not facilitate the union between you and my cousin? Pei Yunshu remarked, her gaze directed towards Xie Yanchuan. A small pond separated them, yet they could see each other clearly. Dressed in a soft, smoke blue gown crafted from delicate fabric, Pei Yunshu appeared as if she were a lady of the Duke's household, exuding tranquility and grace. She poured 2 cups of tea and offered them to Xie Yanchuan and her brother. Your Highness need not thank me. I merely spoke a few words and did nothing more. Xie Yanchuan felt a flicker of displeasure in front of so many witnesses. Pei Yunshu's words had propelled him onto an unavoidable path, granting Jiang Lu Yin an opportunity to ally with the Duke's household. A rather unfortunate turn of events for the Eastern Palace. However, as she was now a consort, the other candidates he had chosen for the Eastern Palace had received his father's complete approval, which provided him with a slight sense of relief. Pei Yunshu's words at the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet had compelled Xie Yanchuan to accept this marriage proposal. Moreover, Jiang Lu Yin had already made a name for herself in the capital. With careful management, their bond could potentially flourish into something positive. A prince who valued loyalty and affection would undoubtedly reassure his subjects more than one devoid of such qualities. Furthermore, he had always intended for Jiang Lu Yin to enter the Eastern Palace. Deep down, Xie Yanchuan convinced himself that, while perhaps not ideal, today he had indeed come to express his gratitude to Pei Yunshu. I have truly come to thank you today, he declared. Pei Yunshu raised her teacup in acknowledgement, and Xie Yanchuan, momentarily taken aback, mirrored her gesture. There is no need for thanks. Consider it a good deed done, she replied softly, gently clinking her cup against his. As for this matter, let it not be spoken of again. Let today be regarded as a thing of the past. Xie Yanchuan should have felt at ease, should have found joy in the moment, yet he was instead engulfed by a sense of discomfort. Pei Yunshu's demeanor was too composed. Their shared history did not warrant such indifference. Despite her previous lack of affection for him, she had shown a commendable acceptance of Jiang Lu Yin and his entanglements. I have always harbored concerns. I thought you would create a disturbance. Is it how you perceive me in your heart? Pei Yunshu seemed somewhat displeased, prompting Xie Yanchuan to hastily apologize. That was not my intention. In retrospect, perhaps it is because I have never truly understood you. Xie Yanchuan merely sat briefly in Pei Yunshu's courtyard. In the past, when they were together, it was Pei Yunshu who spoke more. Now, with her silence, they found themselves at a loss for words. Pei Zimu rose to suggest, Your Highness, the atmosphere over at Jiang Biaomei's is rather lively. Why not pay a visit? Indeed, I ought to see Lu Yin, he replied. Pei Yunshu stood and bowed to take her leave, saying, Your Highness, please walk carefully. Xie Yanchuan stood before her. Their current interaction was a rare moment of tranquility. He genuinely held affection for her. Suddenly, he spoke, and Pei Yunshu, taken aback, regarded him with a hint of confusion, seemingly perplexed as to why the Crown Prince would utter such words. Xie Yanchuan himself was unsure of his motivations, perhaps wishing to convey to the Duke's residents that he was simply unable to restrain his feelings. Although Pei Yunshu felt puzzled, she merely paused for a moment before raising a smile towards him. All right, I understand. As Xie Yanchuan and Pei Zimu departed, Pei Zimu cast a warning glance back at Pei Yunshu. Once they had left, Pei Yunshu turned away, her expression instantly transforming to one of neutrality. Yuan cautiously inquired, Miss, are you all right? Quickly, pour me a glass of cold tea. Yuan hurriedly complied, and Pei Yunshu took a sip, exhaling a breath of relief. It's nothing. How did you perceive my performance just now? It was exceptional. That's good. She had rehearsed the scenario in her mind several times. She was aware of Xie Yanchuan's profound thoughts, and it was easy for her to reveal her vulnerabilities. Thus, she had taken a risky step, perhaps to avoid inciting too much suspicion. Miss, why do you still treat His Highness with such kindness, especially after how he and the cousin have treated you? Because I have realized that someone still values His Highness greatly. Upon learning about the person Xie Yanchuan had chosen for the Eastern Palace, Pei Yunshu understood how much Xie Yanchuan cherished this crown prince. The crown prince's position was secure, crucial for the nation, and she did not believe Xie Yanchuan would cast aside the crown prince merely for a favor. Dissatisfaction towards someone should accumulate gradually. eventually leading to an eruption. Just like in her past life, after merely 3 years of marriage to Xie Yanchuan, he had already wished for her demise. Therefore, she resolved to be one who would endure hardship for Xie Yanchuan. Surely, there must be someone of merit by your side. I do not wish to burden him. So let us consider the past as if it never occurred. Pei Yunshu playfully poked Yue Yun's slightly pouting cheek. All right, I shall take you to enjoy a performance tomorrow. Shall I? Really? Yue Yun immediately brightened, following Pei Yunshu into the house, while nearby shadow guards diligently recorded the events. The emperor did not require them to document every action and word of Miss Pei for presentation to the dragon case, but specifically ordered that any matters concerning the crown prince must be reported. What the crown prince had said today would be presented to the emperor's dragon case within the hour. Pei Zimu guided Xie Yanchuan towards Jiang Liuyan's courtyard, and Xie Yanchuan couldn't help but express that she had never behaved in such a manner in his solitary recollections. However, Pei Zimu was not taken aback. Your Highness may be unaware, but my younger sister has always been thus. When in the presence of strangers, she maintains the composure befitting a lady of the Duke's household. Yet in the company of acquaintances, she cannot help but exhibit a certain familiarity and disregard for decorum. In the past, it was merely that Yunshu was somewhat naive, and I hope your Highness will not take offense. Xie Yanchuan comprehended her meaning, or perhaps Pei Zimu had not even chosen to be subtle. I understand now what the heir apparent has implied. In the past, I was a cherished companion to her. In the future, I shall be but a stranger. Is that not so? Pei Zimu halted her steps. Your Highness, we have arrived. Xie Yanchuan's final words were spoken softly, perhaps unheard by Pei Zimu. What did your Highness just say? Nothing of consequence. Please do enter. Jiang Liuyan was already aware of Xie Yanchuan's impending visit and had prepared the clear tea he favored in advance. Your Highness, please indulge in a cup of tea. I anticipated my sister might not have the tea you enjoy, so I took the liberty of preparing it beforehand. It was only when Xie Yanchuan grasped the teacup that he realized the tea he had previously consumed at Pei Yunshu's was the very red tea he despised, finding its flavor too overpowering to his liking. Yet today, he drank it without a second thought, oblivious to the fact. Yenner is always so thoughtful. Taking the cup of clear tea he preferred, he took a gentle sip. Your Highness, when you visited my sister, what did she say? Is she still displeased? After escorting him to Jiang Liuyan's courtyard, Pei Zimu did not linger, leaving without even partaking in tea. It is nothing, today. I suddenly pondered whether I had underestimated Pei Yunshu in the past. Xie Yanchuan succinctly recounted Pei Yunshu's earlier words, surprised to discover such a facet of her character. Though my sister occasionally possesses a childish demeanor, she indeed has a kind heart. Jiang Liuyan had her own plans. Yet she could not allow Xie Yanchuan to be privy to them. Otherwise, he might perceive her as merely utilizing him, a notion that would be a grave indignity for a prince. Thus, she must feign delight, tinged with a hint of guilt. These past few days, while I have felt joy in my heart, I have refrained from expressing it too overtly, fearing that others might discern my discomfort. But now, there is no need for trepidation. Xie Yanchuan took Jiang Liuyan's hand, assuring her, the Duke's household will not cause you distress. The Duke is prudent. You need only await your entry into the Eastern Palace with peace of mind. Very well, if I cannot trust even your Highness. There is no one in this world whom I could trust. Jiang Liuyan gazed at Xie Yanchuan, her luminous eyes filled with sincerity. I understand. At times, only the two of them could truly comprehend and provide warmth to one another. I have affections for you, Jiang Liuyan. I do not fully grasp the extent of my own sincerity, yet I have always offered you a piece of it. Xie Yanchuan was not one to vocalize such sentiments. Yet today, he found himself repeating again and again that he cherished Jiang Liuyan. Thus, every moment was worthwhile, for she had chosen to forsake Pei Yunshu, driven by his uncontrollable emotions, a testament to his genuine feelings. He would not regret it. Jiang Liuyan should not be trusted. Yet the Crown Prince's sincere affection for her possesses an undeniable allure that proves too potent for her to resist. She desires so much, and yet, at times, it seems so little, like now, when all she yearns for is that fragment of genuine sentiment. Zhang Luyan has always held true feelings for the crown prince. After finishing the day's official documents, Xie Yanchuan received a message from the covert guards indicating that the crown prince had visited the duke's residence today, and it was about time for news to be relayed. When Xie Yanchuan perused the message, a smile graced his lips, for he always felt a sense of relief when it pertained to Pei Yunshu's affairs. Beside him, Shenlun observed as the smile on the emperor's face gradually faded. The messenger had yet to depart, patiently awaiting the emperor's perusal of the missive, perhaps prepared for inquiries. Xie Yanchuan, however, did not pose any questions. By the time he reached the end of the letter, his expression had turned as somber as still water. It is only now that I comprehend the profound connection between the crown prince and the duke's cousin. How easily can others be manipulated? Chapter 55. Pei Yunshu. You are quite the character. Pei Yunshu invited Xie Yanchuan to watch a performance. You actually invited me to a show? How astonishing. I thought Miss Pei had long forgotten about a mundane person like me. Xie Yanchuan stood before Pei Yunshu with her arms crossed, while Pei Yunshu offered a charming smile. All right, do not be offended. I came specifically to seek you out, didn't I? In the capital, there are numerous opera houses, some nestled in the alleyways, while others thrive in the bustling city center. However, most of these establishments are accessible only to the affluent and influential. The Qingyu Pavilion, situated in the heart of the city, serves as a renowned venue for singing and dancing, hosting the largest opera troupe in the capital. Isn't this the little princess? It has been some time since you last graced us with your presence. The matron of the Qingyu Pavilion approached, her slender waist accentuated, partially concealing her fan as she regarded Xie Yanchuan. Have you been busy lately? Busy? I assumed it was because another beauty had captivated the princess. Yao Nyang guided Xie Yanchuan and Pei Yunshu to a private box. This particular box, boasting a prime location and splendid view, was reserved exclusively for Xie Yanchuan. Miss Pei, upon seeing you today, I felt a moment of unfamiliarity. Have I truly become tiresome to both of you? Of course not. It has merely been a hectic time at home. I could not indulge in leisure as often. But here I am today, after all. Xie Yanchuan sat down casually in the soft chair, and Yao Nyang inquired, would you like company today? Not necessary. We shall converse privately without interruption. Very well. Would you prefer some tea and snacks, or perhaps some wine and dishes? Tea and snacks, please. She cannot drink. Xie Yanchuan gestured towards Pei Yunshu. Understood. I shall fetch them. Yao Nyang departed gracefully, and Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan. Have you truly taken an interest in someone else? Whose beauty has captured your attention? I wouldn't say I'm interested. Rather, one might say he has sought me out, or perhaps has shown a deliberate interest, an exotic man. Xie Yanchuan, do not jest. Even if you are a princess, involving oneself with someone from another ethnicity is no trifling matter. I understand, do not worry. He is merely a slave. It is not a significant issue. I am well aware of my boundaries. Are you jealous? Rest assured, in this capital, I've yet to find someone more to my liking than you. How unfortunate, wouldn't you agree? Xie Yanchuan reached out, playfully lifting Pei Yunshu's chin, only to have Pei Yunshu swiftly swat her hand away. Xie Yanchuan, clutching her hand, now devoid of any redness, looked at Pei Yunshu, perplexed by her newfound fierceness. I can be even fiercer. Would you care to test that? Xie Yanchuan glanced at the woman playing the zither below. All right, speak your mind. Surely, you did not come merely to watch a performance? Indeed, I wish to inform you that I intend to enter the palace. Enter the palace? Out of season. What is your purpose for going? Xie Yanchuan inquired, a hint of foolishness in her question. Do you genuinely not comprehend, or are you merely teasing me? Xie Yanchuan hesitated, her expression shifting as myriad thoughts raced through her mind. Ultimately, only a curse remained, leaving her uncertain whether to voice it. Pei Yunshu, you truly are a remarkable individual. Xie Yanchuan slammed the table, gazing at the unassuming Pei Yunshu beside her. How was I unaware of your extraordinary capabilities before? Pei Yunshu raised her teacup to Xie Yanchuan, questioning if she would also be astonished. Is this a matter of surprise? When did this happen? Were you not close with Xie Chanyan previously? Is this an act of revenge? Xie Yanchuan could not help but express her admiration, stating that she once believed herself to be an exceptional figure in the capital. only to discover that Pei Yunshu surpasses her. Pei Yunshu extended her hand, and Yuehua presented her with a thick envelope. Thus, the earth-shattering secret that even my parents are unaware of is shared with the intent of enlisting your assistance. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without a price. Xie Yanchuan languidly leaned back in her chair, asking if Pei Yunshu was truly not seeking revenge against the Crown Prince. I assure you, I am not. Pei Yunshu replied with utmost sincerity. Xie Yanchuan nodded in acceptance, acknowledging that Pei Yunshu is not the type to subject herself to such indignities. Have you considered entering the palace? I have heard that my imperial uncle, the Emperor, exhibits a certain indifference towards romantic affairs. I have thought it through, Your Highness. It would be wise to refrain from such comments in the future, for I am still of marrying age and may soon become your imperial aunt. Pei Yunshu sat upright, while Xie Yanchuan initially wished to laugh, but was swiftly reminded that she would genuinely have to address her friend as imperial aunt in the future. This has indeed added years to her life. Pei Yunshu, you truly are formidable. Xie Yanchuan silently gave a thumbs up, while Pei Yunshu could not suppress her smile, turning her head away to stifle her amusement. In light of this, let us commence with a few tasks on my behalf. If I were to take action myself, word would inevitably leak out, and should I be discovered, it would lead to complications. Xie Yanchuan was indeed reliable, despite her seemingly frivolous demeanor, which had sullied the reputation of the esteemed Pei Yunshu. The most exaggerated instance was when the Prince of Chung sought a match for his daughter. During that time, the number of betrothal announcements in the capital surged by more than 50%, as families fear their sons would catch the eye of the esteemed Princess Xie Yanchuan. Speak. What is it you wish to do? This is a performance. Spread the word and ensure that some money is circulated, for it must be widely known before my cousin weds into the Eastern Palace. Xie Yanchuan carefully opened the envelope and examined its contents, casting a doubtful glance at Pei Yunshu. Are you truly unaffected by your past feelings for the Crown Prince? Of course not. I aim to diminish the significance of my previous relationship with him. Otherwise, once the decree for my entry into the palace is issued, how many will seek to impeach me? I do not wish to put His Majesty in a difficult position. Was it that you concealed your feelings too deeply, or was it my lack of discernment? Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yunshu thoughtfully. Nothing of consequence. Let us consider that I was simply too easily deceived before. Xie Yanchuan refrained from further inquiries, sensing that Pei Yunshu carried a hint of sorrow. You have yet to inform the Duke, have you? Otherwise, how could the capital remain so tranquil? Indeed, it is drawing near. It shall not be too late. I must inform my parents, for I am the eldest daughter of the Duke's household. The man I wed will undoubtedly be intricately connected to the Duke's estate. Furthermore, as she embarks on a perilous journey, it is only prudent to prepare my family in advance. This time, I shall not bring any shame upon the Duke's household. Very well, should I be subjected to family discipline, be sure to send word for my rescue. When the time comes, I shall earnestly request the princess to save my life. Pei Yunshu gazed at the Kinkayuge, where a new play was being performed, renowned throughout the capital. This October, with the Empress Dowager's birthday banquet followed by the selection of consorts for the Crown Prince, the Mid-Autumn Festival had swiftly passed. Yet after the festival, a sudden wave of theatrical fervor erupted in the capital, swiftly enlivening the streets and alleys. Chapter 56. Sir, please enjoy the play in the capital. A theatrical performance unfolds. A wealthy young gentleman fortuitously encounters a woman of exquisite beauty and refined intellect. Captivated at first sight, he inquires about her, only to discover she is the daughter of another prominent family in the city. Determined to connect, he befriends the young master of her household, subtly seeking information about the lady. However, upon finally meeting her, he realizes she is not the object of his affection. The young gentleman and the lady become friends, and onlookers assume they share a romantic bond. In truth, the object of his desire is the lady's maid, while the lady herself, possessing a kind heart, is aware of their affection. Yet, she understands that the vast difference in their social standings could lead to disapproval from their families. Ultimately, the gentleman marries the maid, and the lady also finds a suitable match. This performance captivates audiences, with lively debates in the streets over whether the gentleman prefers the noble lady or the maid. After all, the lady is undeniably more beautiful than her maid. Nevertheless, when the gentleman chooses the maid, opinions are divided. Some deem him foolish for passing over the lady, while the majority commend his unwavering loyalty and affection, asserting that true love transcends social class, especially among the ladies of the court. There is a common desire for their husbands to remain steadfastly devoted to them. Consequently, the play quickly gains popularity throughout the city, with the Qingyu Pavilion reaping substantial profits, as their productions are renowned for their captivating performances and the enchanting beauty of their actresses. Pei Yunshu refrains from mentioning the play, for onlookers perceive it merely as entertainment. Yet, those privy to the underlying story inevitably draw connections to the Duke's household. Lady Jiang is invited by other noble women to attend the performance, and it is said that the Duchess left in a huff, her displeasure evident despite her silence. The Duchess's demeanor prompts speculation regarding the Duke's daughter and her cousin, recalling how Pei Yunshu once shared a close rapport with the Crown Prince during their excursions. Lady Jiang returns home to discuss the play with Pei Yunshu. It remains unclear who authored the script, rumored to be adapted from a popular tale. Regardless of its connection to their family, it is perceived as a matter pertaining to them. While Lady Jiang could restrict Pei Yunshu from attending, the gossip surrounding it is undesirable, and she would inevitably encounter rumors. Pei Yunshu, however, views the situation quite simply. I believe this is a favorable development. Even if it concerns our daughter, she is in the right. There have always been whispers regarding our daughter and the Crown Prince. It is time for them to see that our maid has done no wrong. Jiang could not help but cast him a sideways glance, remarking how easy it was to speak of such matters. When the Crown Prince had previously tested their family, it was none other than Xie Yanchuan he sought to marry. If he had affections for Jiang Luyan, why would he insist on marrying Xie Yanchuan? Did he truly think this was mere theatrics? Pei Yunshu understood, well, that the Crown Prince desired a harmonious union. Yet Jiang Luyan would not be so easily given away. Their daughter, alas, was being led astray. How fortuitous it was, then, to stage this drama and disseminate some rumors, ensuring that the entire capital was aware of the Crown Prince's intentions. Jiang had also contemplated this, but a tinge of worry lingered. Wouldn't the Duke's residence offend His Royal Highness? What if the Crown Prince chose to obstruct their path in the future? After a lifetime of military endeavors, should he truly fear a Crown Prince yet to attain his full stature? Pei Yunshu regarded Jiang's astrological reading for their daughter. If the realm remained peaceful, they might turn a blind eye. However, should calamity arise, such destiny would be inescapable. Moreover, if their daughter were to seek a suitor, it would be wise to let others witness it. Since the incident at the Protectorate Temple, Pei Yunshu's marriage had become a source of anxiety for Jiang. Yet she clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps Xie Yanchuan's marital prospects were merely those of a wealthy idler. This performance was indeed meant for the eyes of the capital. Jiang's thoughts were not unfounded, as many in the capital were watching. Yet what she did not anticipate was that those within the palace would also attend. Xie Yanchuan, clad in a pristine moon-white robe, adorned only with a jade at his waist and a folding fan in hand, bore no semblance of imperial authority. He appeared merely as an idle gentleman, following closely behind Pei Yunshu, who, upon entering the Qingyu Pavilion, seemed to flourish in her element. Yan Yangzi, today I bring a friend to enjoy the performance. Please serve the finest tea and refreshments. No need for company. With that, Pei Yunshu led Xie Yanchuan into their private box. It seemed that Xie Yanchuan was rather too familiar with this venue. After settling into the box, Xie Yanchuan leisurely spoke, and Pei Yunshu, glancing his way, perceived that his gaze bore no anger, though it still left her feeling somewhat guilty. Sir, I once frolicked around the capital with the princess, so naturally, I have been here before. However, I have only ever come to watch performances and savor tea. Nothing more has transpired. The Qingyu Pavilion caters solely to women. What should I fear? It is the Nanfeng Pavilion that warrants concern. Pei Yunshu's fingers trembled slightly as she held the teacup, and Xie Yanchuan nodded, indicating he was aware of her past visits. I was compelled to go by Xie Sifeng. As you know, the Princess Jingyang is strong and wild. How could I refuse? Xie Sifeng My apologies, dear sister. Once this ordeal passes, I shall make amends. You had previously admired that sword of mine. I shall gift it to you. Moreover, I must confess, I only gained entry to this box by leveraging the princess's name. Is this place exclusive to Jingyang? Indeed not. In this capital, should you inquire, you will discover that there are certainly places where the princess holds sway. Xie Yanchuan was well aware that among those in the capital who could associate with Xie Yanchuan, they could be counted on one hand, and the individual before him was the closest. Observing Pei Yunshu's flustered attempts at explanation before him, Xie Yanchuan's heart softened. After all, he was not unacquainted with this matter. Why frighten her? Very well. If you enjoy this, I am not here to reprimand you. Yet, with such self-reference, it hardly counts as admonishment. At that moment, the sound of the gong resonated, signaling the commencement of the performance. Love, unbidden, runs profoundly deep. The woman's singing was clear and melodious, with echoes lingering in the air. Zheng Luan stepped forward to open the door, receiving the refreshments that had been delivered, only to then notice the individuals in the adjacent private box. Your Majesty, Zheng Luan bowed, for the Crown Prince resided in the box to his right. Xie Yanchuan instinctively glanced at Pei Yunshu, who was eagerly captivated by the stage below. Let us enjoy the performance for now. It is a rare occasion for the Crown Prince to indulge in leisure, and there is no need for disturbance. Chapter 57. Do not treat me like a child. The Qingtian Pavilion is indeed brimming with talent. The tale that Pei Yunshu shared was but a few fleeting lines. Yet it transformed into a rich narrative upon its enactment, with every frown and smile and glimmering eyes as silver coins cascaded onto the stage. Sir, would you like to toss some? Pei Yunshu inquired, producing a pouch filled with copper coins, interspersed with fragments of silver. Xie Yanchuan observed the deluge of coins falling from the second floor. In times past, he too had indulged in the theater, scattering coins with the abandon of a dandy. However, presently, he tossed just a handful before losing interest. Enjoy yourself, he remarked. Pei Yunshu, on the other hand, reveled in the act of throwing coins. Xie Yanchuan lifted his teacup and took a sip. He had heard of this play, yet he was taken aback that Yan Yan would invite him to witness it. What do you think of the play, sir? Quite good, Xie Yanchuan replied, casting a glance at Pei Yunshu and smiling in approval. This performance was, in fact, orchestrated with the assistance of the princess, Pei Yunshu revealed. Xie Yanchuan, aware of his position as the emperor, one with an insatiable desire for control, knew that little could escape his scrutiny within the capital. He recognized that this play originated from the script provided by Princess Jingyang, understood the camaraderie between Pei Yunshu and Xie Yanchuan, and perceived the intricate connections tying the play to Pei Yunshu. Yet, as long as she remained silent, Xie Yanchuan would refrain from inquiry. The emperor's need for dominion would turn Pei Yunshu into a caged bird, and he wished to avoid the day she might harbor resentment toward him. Thus, Xie Yanchuan suppressed his desires. The one he cherished was vibrant and should not become a mere puppet in his grasp. However, were she to disclose the truth willingly, it would be most welcome. Though I recognize your cleverness, is it not unwise to reveal your thoughts directly to me? Do you not fear I might overthink? There are no impenetrable walls in this world. Under your guidance, I believe it would be foolish to conceal anything from you, Pei Yunshu responded. She yearned for others to perceive her as astute, yet in truth, she lacked sufficient wisdom. Had she possessed it, she would not have been so easily toyed with by Xie Chanyan. Yet, she was not entirely foolish. Her past experiences allowed her to navigate the complexities of perception, creating an illusion of intelligence or folly, perhaps her wisest choice. And then, there was the matter of men. Xie Yanchuan was her mentor, the Emperor of Dechun, and undeniably a man. Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan. Therefore, I confide only in you, sir, for you are always reluctant to blame me. Why orchestrate such a play? Surely, it is not merely for amusement. He mused, slowly peeling an orange, meticulously tearing away the delicate filaments, before offering a segment to Pei Yunshu. Beauty can bring ruin, and with conflicts among fathers and sons, sir, should I enter the palace, countless officials may seize upon this matter. You, seated in your grand hall, might wish for my entrance into the court, leaving a mark in history that would not be favorable. Moreover, my presence in the harem would carry a tarnished reputation. The seductress who brings calamity is far removed from the virtuous empress. Thus, I must devise a way to extricate myself from this predicament. Yin Yin is blameless and should not become fodder for gossip. The daughter cherishes her reputation. In this play, the man exhibits profound affection, while the maidservant resembles a hidden gem, yet the young lady appears pitiably foolish from the sidelines. Pei Yunshu should not endure such indignity. Xie Yanchuan gently grasped Pei Yunshu's hand, and she, composed, rose to sit beside him. I have already promised the master. He merely needs to await the decree for my elevation to consort. Very well, I shall wait. Xie Yanchuan did not release the hand he held. With his other hand, he tenderly caressed Pei Yunshu's cheek. He began to realize that his precious student had matured, no longer the young apprentice he once knew, but a woman destined to become his wife. As Pei Yunshu resolutely approached him, he would naturally pave the way for her to stand by his side. Master, do not regard me with the eyes of one observing a child. Pei Yunshu suddenly expressed her discontent. What does it mean to look at a child? How could I not know? Below on the stage, the performance continued, but no one paid attention anymore. Xie Yanchuan's voice lowered. Perhaps the emperor required tea. Yet Xingluan remained stationary. If he were to serve the tea now, he would no longer be the chief eunuch by the emperor's side, but would have long been relegated to obscurity in some palace. It feels as if, no matter what I do, you regard me as if I were a child at play. It is truly excessive. Xie Yanchuan's palm gently cradled Pei Yunshu's delicate chin. He had long recognized her beauty. Since Pei Yunshu came of age, she had sought him out specifically for a coming-of-age gift, and in that moment, Xie Yanchuan knew he could no longer see her as a child. I am more than a decade your senior. In my eyes, how could you not be a child? But I wish to be the emperor's consort, not merely your apprentice. You ought to see me as a woman, not a child. Pei Yunshu grasped Xie Yanchuan's hand that wandered across her face, turned, and half knelt on the chair, pressing him back against it. What of children? And what of women? Xie Yanchuan relinquished all his strength, gazing up at Pei Yunshu from below. To defy the emperor is a grave taboo, yet for Xie Yanchuan, it was not. How could a child behave in such a manner with a master? Pei Yunshu summoned her courage to kiss him, but Xie Yanchuan turned his head, her soft lips brushing against his cheek instead. You disdain me. Having missed the kiss, Pei Yunshu wore a look of great grievance, tears welling in her eyes. Xie Yanchuan's voice deepened further, his gaze fixed intently on her. Such establishments are rife with ambiguous interactions between men and women. Yet Pei Yunshu must not be subjected to such indignities. She must not demean herself. My dear, do not linger here. Be good. Humph. Pei Yunshu returned to her seat, and Xie Yanchuan knew he had roused her ire once more. Yet, he could only sip his tea to calm himself. Such straightforward provocation had stirred his emotions, igniting a surge of frustration. Indeed, he was not in a clear state of mind. Ah, it is over. The instigator lounged against the table, as a multitude of silver coins were scattered when the performers exited the stage. Sir, was it captivating? He had scarcely seen the latter half, and the first half had faded from his memory. Indeed, it was splendid. Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu, uncertain if he referred to the play or to a person. However, those in the adjacent box held a different opinion. Xie Chengyan and Jiang Luyan silently observed the performance. Jiang Luyan lightly bit her pearly teeth, reflecting. This was orchestrated by Pei Yunshu. It must be her design. Within the confines of the play, she was merely a maidservant. Xie Chengyan was at a loss for words, as many debated the worthiness of that young gentleman. After witnessing the play, he pondered whether his recent actions towards Pei Yunshu rendered him no more than a jester in her eyes. He found himself unable to determine if it was indeed worth it. Yinner, let us depart. Xie Chengyan rose. He left early, and, as he exited, the door of the adjoining box remained ajar, revealing a familiar figure before his eyes. Chapter 58. My beloved is truly wonderful. A figure emerged from the partially ajar door, graceful and poised, momentarily taken aback upon noticing the two individuals before her. The three stood in the narrow corridor, exchanging glances, as the protagonists on stage continued their dance among the guests. Yet the characters from the story seemed to linger in this very spot. Is His Highness the Crown Prince here to enjoy an outing with his sister? The performances at the Qingyu Pavilion are quite splendid, frequently featuring new plays. The proprietor here is somewhat familiar with me. If my cousin enjoys it, she need only mention my name upon her arrival. Pei Yunshu smiled gently, engaging in soft conversation with Jiang Luyan, who stood behind Xie Changyan, her gaze icy as she scrutinized Pei Yunshu. The disdain in her eyes suggested a desire to consume her cousin whole, for all the years of effort had ultimately been undone by a mere theatrical performance. Yet, Xie Changyan remained present, and Jiang Luyan merely cast her eyes downward, acknowledging the play's merit while harboring a sense of bitterness. What does my cousin mean by that? Today marks my first visit as well. The performance does possess some charm, yet the Qingyu Pavilion is not without its superior offerings, so it cannot be deemed exceptional. Pei Yunshu feigned ignorance, her act far more convincing than Jiang Luyan's. Xie Changyan's gaze was fixed intently on Pei Yunshu, his expression inscrutable, revealing neither joy nor anger. Since we have crossed paths, let's converse for a while. Xie Changyan attempted to step closer to Pei Yunshu. Although he was dissatisfied with the performance, he felt compelled to engage in the unfolding situation. However, someone would inevitably have to bear the brunt of the discomfort. Originally, that person should have been Pei Yunshu, but given the current circumstances, it would have to be Lu Yan. Fortunately, she was perceptive enough not to dwell on this slight, and once they entered the Eastern Palace, he would find a way to make amends. Nonetheless, Jiang Luyan must marry out from the Duke's residence, and it was imperative to avoid any entanglements with the Duke's household. Pei Yunshu remained still, offering no invitation for Xie Changyan to take a seat, only bowing slightly in apology. I am afraid it is not possible today. I have brought someone with me and cannot invite your highness and my sister inside. Someone with you? Jiang Luoyan's expression shifted, glancing at Xie Changyan, who continued to observe Pei Yunshu. Recently, their encounters had become more straightforward. Yet a closer inspection revealed that Xie Changyan was not as intimate with her as before, occasionally appearing lost in thought. It was only after witnessing the performance today that Jiang Luyan perceived the underlying currents. The young master yearned for shared bond and would naturally yearn for that which was unattainable. Originally, her own plans had mirrored this sentiment. However, the die was cast, and she must swiftly sever Xie Changyan's inexplicable affections for Pei Yunshu. Is your sister accompanying the county princess? She feigned ignorance, aware that Xie Sifeng bore a disliking towards her, displaying a lack of respect towards Xie Changyan due to her noble status. Had she known of their connection, Xie Sifeng would have undoubtedly leapt at the opportunity to mock them. Pei Yunshu stood at the threshold, not even opening the door further, merely blocking the probing gaze and advancing intentions of Xie Changyan. Not at all. I am here with my beloved today. Pei Yunshu responded with effortless grace. Jiang Luyan gazed into Pei Yunshu's bright eyes and spoke candidly. Pei Yunshu took it as a compliment. Naturally, for what was there to conceal in matters of the heart? Why should one hide their affections? Pei Yunshu, indeed, had become adept at subtle insinuations. Jiang Luyan, clutching her handkerchief, had initially thought her sister was merely jesting. But to her surprise, it seemed she truly had someone dear to her. How fortuitous. If possible, why not allow me to meet with His Highness as well? Xie Changyan, almost whimsically, nodded in agreement. Since they had crossed paths, it was fate, and he was curious to see for himself. Yet, Xie Changyan wore an expression tinged with skepticism, doubting that Pei Yunshu truly had a beloved, unwilling to believe that his earnest affections had gone unnoticed by her. He preferred to think that Pei Yunshu harbored resentment towards him and had fabricated a suitor. Even if she did have someone, perhaps it was merely a fleeting infatuation with an unworthy fool. My beloved, she mused, is unparalleled, for in my eyes, no other man in the realm could compare. Given this, why would she refuse? Did he not merit her recognition? Pei Yunshu stood her ground, aware that this was not an appropriate place for conversation, with so many eyes upon them. After she spoke, Xie Changyan suddenly broke into a gentle, radiant smile, as if he had just received a joyful revelation. This smile was reminiscent of how Pei Yunshu used to smile at him, though now her heart and gaze were solely devoted to the person behind her. His Highness and my cousin might not care, but I cannot allow him to suffer any indignity. Perhaps another time. He is too delicate for an unprepared encounter. which would be improper. The very person stood just behind her, and Pei Yunshu's confident banter reached Xie Yanchuan's ears, word for word. At some point, Zhang Luan had shifted positions, ensuring he was hidden from view through the door's crack, now standing behind Xie Yanchuan as the performance resumed. Your Majesty, should we escort the Crown Prince away? Xie Yanchuan did not look at him, dismissing the concern. Do not meddle. Can't you see someone has already stepped forward? Indeed, Your Highness, came the response, acknowledging that it was not the servant's turn to intervene. Pei Yunshu firmly blocked the door, as if shielding Xie Yanchuan. Your Highness, please do not put me in a difficult position. If news of the Qingyu Pavilion spreads, the ensuing rumors could spiral out of control. After speaking, she stepped back slightly. My cousin has been busy at home these past few days, but today she has found some time. Your Highness, please do take good care of her. Xie Changyan took an almost imperceptible step forward, yet Pei Yunshu had already secured the door tightly. The second floor of the Qingyu Pavilion was indeed quieter, yet still occupied by a fair number of patrons. Pei Yunshu was certain that Xie Changyan would not reveal his identity here. Thus, she shut the door with unreserved force. In truth, it was rather unfortunate. Xie Changyan should have taken another step forward, allowing her to slam the door right in his face. Once she had bid farewell to the departing guest, Pei Yunshu turned to offer her regards, only to hear Xie Yanchuan's soft voice. When did I become so delicate? This is not a place for conversation. I truly feel aggrieved on behalf of the gentleman. Those words cannot be deemed false, can they? Xie Yanchuan gazed at her for quite some time. Indeed, they cannot be considered untrue. As Xie Changyan descended the stairs and glanced toward the second floor, the window was wide open, offering an unobstructed view from that angle. Through the window, one could distinctly see the silhouette of a tall man, turned sideways, obscuring his features. Pei Yunshu was not deceiving him. Within, there indeed resided a man who held her heart. Your Highness? Jiang Luyan gently tugged at his sleeve. Xie Changyan turned, indicating they should leave, for this was certainly not a suitable place. He discreetly gestured, leaving 2 shadow guards to keep watch. He must ascertain the identity of that person. Chapter 59. The fate of the husband slayer. After all, how could the Crown Prince, whom he had raised himself, be entirely unguarded? Furthermore, the individuals surrounding Xie Changyan were all appointed by Xie Yanchuan. Having watched the performance, Xie Yanchuan accompanied Pei Yunshu to a restaurant for lunch and then personally escorted her back. Pei Zimu awaited her near the estate gate. Upon seeing Pei Yunshu's return, he caught sight of the carriage ahead, which appeared modest yet was drawn by thoroughbred horses devoid of any blemish. Pei Zimu inhaled deeply and approached the slowly halting carriage. There was no need for formalities. I am merely in casual attire, having left the palace for a simple errand. With the carriage window partially ajar, Xie Yanchuan's figure was revealed, prompting Pei Zimu to lower his head in acknowledgement. Very well, return and rest, Xie Yanchuan remarked, observing that Pei Yunshu must be weary from her outing. As Pei Yunshu leaped down from the carriage, Pei Zimu had yet to extend his hand, when he noticed a strong grip emerging from within the carriage, firmly clasping Pei Yunshu's arm. Be careful. Pei Zimu silently took a step back, retracting his hand. Zhang Luan, who was driving the carriage, glanced at the young master, noting his perceptiveness. Xie Yanchuan did not linger long. After delivering Pei Yunshu to her destination, he hastily departed, leaving Pei Yunshu standing beside Pei Zimu, watching the carriage disappear into the distance. Pei Zimu glanced at Yuehua, aware that this personal maid of his sister was intelligent and capable, though typically reserved, exuding a sense of formidable presence. Understanding her brother's unspoken concern, Pei Yunshu responded, Yuehua was also sent to me by the master. Pei Zimu withdrew his gaze, reassured of Yuehua's identity. However, when had Yuehua arrived by his sister's side? So many years had passed. Had the emperor already begun to position individuals near Nianyan back then? Yet, how young was Nianyan at that time? She was merely sent to protect me. Do not overthink it, brother. Pei Yunshu walked alongside Pei Zimu, aware of his inquiry regarding Yuehua's background, concerned that the emperor had compelled her presence, fearing that many might be observing her. The emperor is indeed meticulous. Why do you wait for me here today? Out of concern. Today, the Crown Prince visited our residence. and after accompanying Lu Yin for a stroll, I searched for you, only to find you absent. I worried you might encounter them. We did cross paths. We all went to the performance. You encountered them? Did the Emperor and the Crown Prince meet? Not at all. I intervened and prevented their meeting. Until I receive the decree for the consort's appointment, I shall not easily rest easy, nor allow the Crown Prince to cause me troubles at this juncture. Pei Yunshu's tone was placid, indicating that she had contemplated this matter long before. Observing his sister's demeanor, Pei Zimu raised his hand, placing his palm atop her head, and affectionately tousled her hair. In the past, your thoughts were always worn upon your face. Now, you have learned to conceal them within your heart. You dishevel my hair, brother. Pei Yunshu had spent considerable time styling her hair today, intending to show it to their parents. If I must enter the palace, perhaps this is for the best. Pei Zimu was acutely aware that his younger sister was spoiled and had a fiery temperament, always unwavering and headstrong. Their parents indulged her, leaving him, as the elder brother, with no choice but to assume a more serious demeanor. However, he now reflected that he might have been overly stern, especially within the comfort of their home, where he ought to be more relaxed. Yet, if family members do not instill discipline, it becomes too late when outsiders intervene. Pei Yunshu returned to her courtyard, her hair in disarray, to find Pei Qingyuan waiting for her. "Sister, you have returned," Pei Qingyuan said as she rose. "What has transpired? I am aware you went out today." There was a matter of great concern circulating in the capital, of which Pei Qingyuan was informed by relatives from their maternal side. Merchants possessed keen insights, and since she had taken up the role of attending to the lady and the young miss, her mother ceased to oversee her, merely advising her to maintain connections within the capital. In recent days, a soothsayer had arrived in the city, renowned for his accurate predictions of weather, causing quite a stir. A soothsayer? What has he foretold today? Pei Yunshu inquired. He predicted that the second young master of the left minister would meet an untimely demise. This second young master was greatly favored by the left minister, having excelled at the age of 12, gaining recognition in the imperial court. Upon hearing this, the left minister sought clarification, only to learn from the soothsayer that it was his daughter-in-law who brought misfortune to her husband. It was reported that she was sent back to her family today, but they refused her entry, and she nearly took her own life at the doorstep. Pei Yunshu recalled this incident. Indeed, the left minister's daughter-in-law had drowned 3 days later, the stigma of being a bringer of misfortune driving her to despair. However, 6 months later, the soothsayer voluntarily reported to the authorities, resurrecting the matter. Having changed her attire, Pei Yunshu hurriedly left with Pei Qingyuan. The soothsayer indeed possessed some skill, but the misfortune attributed to the left minister's daughter-in-law had been manipulated by the left minister's second son, who had been unfaithful and sought to tarnish his wife's reputation. This affair reached the imperial court, leading to the left minister's disgrace, demoted from a second-rank official to a seventh-rank bureaucrat, severing his family's prospects entirely. Pei Yunshu was aware of these events because Xie Yanchuan had been furiously incensed over the incident, as the left minister was aligned with him. As Pei Yunshu awaited the soothsayer, their carriage rushed through the streets. "Sister, there she is." Pei Qingyuan pointed out the window at a distressed young woman standing at the roadside, her face pale and sorrowful. It was the left minister's second daughter-in-law. Pei Yunshu ordered the carriage to halt. "Since we have encountered her, let us offer assistance." Yao Xiao'er walked along the street, beset by the stares and whispers of passers-by, accompanied only by a loyal maid who desperately shielded her, both in a state of disarray. "Madam, shall we find a place to rest?" the maid urged, supporting her. "Where can I go now? Apart from death, where else can I turn?" Yao Xiao'er felt as though her heart had turned to ashes. Now, even her parents had cast her aside, accusing her of tarnishing the reputation of the Yao family. Before her stood a man with an expression devoid of emotion, and Yao Xiao'er regarded him with suspicion, inquiring, "What do you want?" The man merely gestured, indicating that the young lady had summoned her. Hesitantly, Yao Xiao'er stepped into a small courtyard. She wondered who this lady was and what her intentions might be. "I am here to assist you," he replied. This courtyard also belonged to Pei Yunshu, acquired at an unknown time, its atmosphere quite desolate. Nonetheless, it was nearby, and she had temporarily brought the individual here. What assistance can a woman who brings misfortune to her husband offer me? She retorted, what can you possibly do to help? This question was indeed peculiar. Did you not consult the zodiac when you married your husband? If your birth charts were harmonious, then if you bring misfortune, does that imply he brings misfortune to his wife as well? Chapter 60 delves into the oppressive nature of power. Indeed, it was the eminent master of the National Protection Temple who matched our fates. How could I possibly bring ruin upon my husband? That must surely be the work of a charlatan. Yaoxiuer clung to this notion as if it were a lifeline, her eyes gleaming with determination. I shall go to the National Protection Temple to expose that fraud. Pei Yunshu merely observed her, while Pei Yunshu interjected, how can you be so deluded? Regardless of whether he is a swindler or not, does it not matter that your husband believes him? Pei Yunshu continued to gaze at Yaoxiuer. Earlier, despite the woman's panic, the despair in her eyes was unmistakable. Qingwan, there's no need to elaborate. Even a spectator like you can see the truth. How could she, as his closest companion, remain oblivious? Pei Yunshu recalled the moment shortly after their marriage when Xie Yanchuan had recklessly administered poison to her. Following their union, they had become the closest of allies. No matter how well they concealed it, the truth would inevitably surface. Yaoxiuer, you have guessed it, haven't you? Pei Yunshu regarded Yaoxiuer before her, seeing a reflection of her former self, watching as the woman gradually crumbled, eventually collapsing to the ground in a fit of tears. She understood, yet no one dared to voice it. The thought was too daunting to entertain. It was more bearable to consider herself the one who brought misfortune. This woman seemed intent on weeping out all her suffering, sorrow, and despair until Pei Yunshu could no longer bear it. Enough of this lamentation. I have matters to attend to and no time to listen to your cries. Pei Yunshu slammed her hand on the table, nearly wincing from the pain. At this moment, gentle words of comfort would be futile. Perhaps a harsher tone could restore her composure. Yaoxiuer indeed ceased her weeping, though her voice remained choked with sobs. As she roughly wiped her tears with her sleeve, a behavior she had never exhibited before. Yaoxiuer, do you still wish for death? That is not an option, for I have saved you, and thus your life now belongs to me. Pei Yunshu regarded her, and Yaoxiuer, with reddened eyes, looked back, acknowledging her as a savior. Now that I have no place to turn, I desire to live. Yaoxiuer was but an ordinary girl, merely 22 years of age. She had done nothing wrong. She simply wished to survive. As long as she could live, she would never contemplate death. Very well, then let us ensure you live well. Pei Yunshu sighed with relief. Perhaps all was not lost after all. I shall provide you with some silver. Leave the capital and determine your destination. I will arrange for someone to assist you. Yaoxiuer nodded, then looked at Pei Yunshu, recognizing her as the eldest daughter of the Pei family. Perhaps this noble woman was indeed kind-hearted. But why would she go to such lengths to assist her without cause? May I inquire, Miss Pei, what is it that you wish of me? Leave the capital far behind. Do not let anyone know you are alive. In 3 years, I hope you can assist me with a favor that may prove challenging, but it is imperative that you comply. Very well, Yaoxiuer replied resolutely. Pei Yunshu questioned, would you be willing to sacrifice your life for this? Yaoxiuer nodded. Even if it cost my life, I was meant to perish today. From this day forth, my life shall belong to you. Pei Yunshu remained largely unperturbed, remarking that anyone could speak. With the passage of time, words are prone to change. You shall depart from the capital tomorrow. Very well, before leaving the city, I shall ensure he believes I am deceased. Pei Yunshu calculated her stay in this courtyard to be no longer than the burning of a stick of incense. Yet Pei Yunshu felt that this ephemeral moment had purchased the loyalty of a death warrior. What does my sister wish for me to do? I do not know. Only when the time comes will I understand. But for now, I am a pawn in the hands of the left minister's residence. Pei Yunshu was not yet capable of contemplating far-off matters, but possessing another piece of leverage could prove advantageous. One never knows when it may come in handy. Chun Sangwa, who only cast 3 fortunes daily, regardless of the person or matter at hand, had today only cast a single fortune before retreating to his dilapidated abode. Closing the door to visitors, Pei Yunshu surveyed the shabby wooden door before stepping forward to knock, receiving no response. She knocked twice more, still met with silence. Sister, Is there no one inside? Perhaps still at the left minister's residence? Should we inquire further? Pei Yunshu could discern no sounds from within. Pei Yunshu gazed at the courtyard door for a moment. This is troublesome. Yuan, kick it down. Before Pei Yunshu could express her astonishment, the wooden door crashed down, stirring up a cloud of dust. At last, there was a reaction from within. I have said today, I shall not cast fortunes. Please leave. The voice finally responded. You see, this is not my home. Pei Yunshu regarded the fallen door, her expression momentarily vacant, before gradually solidifying into determination. Rest assured, esteemed sir, I am not here to seek a fortune. I have come to inquire about the validity of the fortune you cast today. The occupant of the room finally emerged, a white-haired elder, who upon witnessing the intruder did not scold her. That woman intends to hang herself. What? Chun Sang exclaimed, his hands trembling. She is dead? Esteemed sir, since you possess such remarkable fortune-telling skills, why not cast a second fortune today to discern whether this woman is alive or dead? Chun Sang's expression darkened as he hurried back inside, only to return shortly, appearing considerably more relaxed, as he scrutinized Pei Yunshu from head to toe. How does the fortune appear? The individual has encountered a benefactor. Is the young lady that benefactor? Indeed, I have come to inquire on behalf of that unfortunate woman. With your extraordinary skills, why do you choose to aid the oppressor and take the life of an innocent? Young lady, I trust you are not here merely to seek justice for her. Chun Sangwa, no longer a rash youth, was not easily intimidated by mere words. The Duke's residence, Pei Yunshu, Duke Pei Yuan is my father. Pei Yunshu introduced herself. My old eyes have failed me. Indeed, you are a benefactor. Chun Sangwa seated himself opposite Pei Yunshu. I wish to inform you that what the Zhao family can achieve, I too can accomplish. The Duke's residence is far more useful than the Zhao family. Chun Sangwa's expression shifted, clearly hesitant. Do you know what I seek? I do not. But for me, and for the Duke's residence, it is of little consequence. What do you desire? Esteemed sir, you are adept at casting fortunes and are even known as a semi-divine figure. I wish to purchase a fortune from you. Is that all? You wish for me to cast a fortune? No, it is not fortune-telling. Rather, I desire a divination of the celestial event known as the dog eating the moon. I wish for this prophecy to manifest as a ruse that deceives all. Chun Sangwa gazed at Pei Yunshu in astonishment. When Pei Yunshu uttered these words, she was alone, her voice barely above a whisper, unheard by anyone except for the attentive Chun Sangwa across from her. You possess audacity beyond measure. Chun Sangwa felt he had entangled himself in a considerable predicament. Should the gentleman acquiesce, I will be able to fulfill your request today. Young lady, do you threaten me? You rely on your power to coerce, and thus, you believe I cannot refuse you. Chapter 61. The transaction. Chun Sangwa had a daughter, born during a time of dire famine, a period when adults were barely surviving, let alone raising a child. Chun Sangwa, having embarked on a spiritual path later in life, was guided by his master to believe he was fated to align with Taoism. After the tragic death of his wife, he buried her and expressed his desire to follow the old Taoist priest, with but one request. He wished for his daughter to be divine for her fortune. I wish to grant my daughter a life of prosperity. Her parents lack the means to care for her, and I yearn for her to enjoy a better future. He confided to Pei Yunshu, his voice laden with uncontainable sorrow. Was the divination erroneous? Pei Yunshu inquired, her interest piqued, for in her eyes, the distinction between a half-immortal and a charlatan was merely a matter of interpretation. No, my master's prediction was accurate. My daughter was indeed taken into a noble family. I informed them that she was of noble birth, and thus she became a young lady in their household. Although she may not possess the wealth of a true heiress, she is at least free from the struggles of hunger. With eyes closed, Chun Sangwa lamented, in this world, while omens may be deciphered, the human heart remains inscrutable. That official fell victim to treachery, and although my daughter is kind-hearted, she chose to become a courtesan to support that family. I possess some abilities, yet my heart is not without its darkness. Ultimately, it is merely a divination, ever-changing. I earn my modest fee for the reading and then depart. Thereafter, it is up to you to make your own choices, is it not? Chun Sangwa chuckled bitterly, feeling that his master had misjudged him. What does it matter to be able to divine? A half-immortal cannot be a paragon of virtue. My daughter, however, is different. She is compassionate and loyal, holds no resentment towards me, and still wishes to acknowledge me despite everything. Yet, she also refuses to solely protect herself. Thus, Chen Sengwa sought to rescue his daughter, journeying to the capital to perform divinations for several days, hoping to gain renown as a half-immortal and await the affluent to come seeking him. That second young master is also a man of dubious character, he remarked, shaking his head as he looked at Miss Pei. You spoke truly earlier. No matter how precise my divinations may be, they cannot aid my daughter. Only power can. Thus, they exchange their respective needs. What you mentioned, I can indeed do, but it entails more than merely rescuing my daughter. Chen Sengwa fixed his gaze upon her. I seek to vindicate my daughter's parents and ensure she marries with dignity. Very well. Pei Yunshu nodded without hesitation. However, I hope you will agree to serve as a guest in the Duke's residence. The unspoken implication was a plan to confine him. Chen Sengwa nodded. I harbor no grand ambitions. Now burdened with a life, it matters little where I am. His calm demeanor was surprisingly unexpected. A man like you must surely value the cycles of karma, she mused. That pertains to what follows death. After one dies, they must face judgment in the afterlife. We must first tend to the living, do we not? Matters of a deceased are uncertain. Thus, while alive, one must repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity. I find myself in agreement with you, sir. Pei Yunshu entered Pei Zimu's courtyard accompanied by others. Upon seeing Pei Yunshu, Lin Shi greeted her with a smile that conveyed warmth before uttering a word. Sister-in-law, why have you not ventured outside in recent days? Lin Shi inquired as she settled down to converse with Pei Yunshu. I've been feeling unwell these past few days. The physician advised me to rest, she replied, gently caressing her abdomen. Pei Yunshu understood. Calculating the days, her little nephew was due to arrive. In her previous life, he bore the weight of sin, uncertain of his tumultuous fate. This time, he was destined to be one of the most esteemed young gentlemen in the capital. Sister-in-law, Pei Yunshu began to speak, but Pei Zimu entered the courtyard just then. What brings you here? He asked. I sought you for a matter of some importance. Sister-in-law, while the sachets made by our cousin were indeed calming, perhaps it would be best to refrain from keeping them nearby now. After speaking, Pei Yunshu led Chen Sengwa and her elder brother to the study. Lin Shi remained standing for a moment, gently covering her abdomen, instructing a nearby maid to fetch a physician promptly. There is no need to disturb the young master. Have the physician come directly to my chamber. Lin Shi was with child, and regardless of whether the unborn was a boy or a girl, it would be the first grandchild of the Duke's household. However, this pregnancy was somewhat precarious, prompting her to exercise utmost caution, even refraining from discussing it with her husband. Did her earlier words indicate that she was aware of something? The physician arrived swiftly, and Lin Shi presented him with several sachets for examination. The physician took them, inhaled their scent, then opened the sachets, crushing the herbs within and tasting a small sample. Is there a problem, sir? Jiang Shi could not help but feel anxious. Rest assured, young madam. The herbs pose no issue, the physician reassured her, prompting Lin Shi to exhale in relief. However, given the multitude of ingredients in these sachets, there is a risk that they may interact unfavorably with other herbs. It would be prudent for you to avoid using them. A multitude of herbs? Lin Shi echoed. Indeed, I can only identify a few of them. The creator must possess considerable knowledge of medicinal principles. Knowledge of medicinal principles? Lin Shi dismissed the physician after his departure, signaling to her trusted maid to incinerate the sachets, instructing her to do so discreetly to avoid drawing attention. Must this matter be reported to the Duke and Madam? The maid asked. The herbs are harmless. If I were to cause unrest within the family over this, it would be a sign of my own folly. Moreover, Jiang Luyan is soon to enter the Eastern Palace. Why provoke discord at this time? If Yi Xian had the foresight to warn her, it suggested that there was more at play. Regardless of Jiang Luyan's intentions, if her actions endangered her child, she would not easily forgive her. This matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, do not blame me for being unyielding. In the study, Pei Zimu scrutinized the elderly gentleman before him, Chun Sangwa sitting calmly as the young master scrutinized him. Are you capable of great service, willing to serve as a guest at our Duke's residence? He queried. I am old, and currently, the Duke's household holds leverage over me. After the incident, the left minister will surely not spare me. Thus, I seek refuge under the Duke's protection. The left minister of war, holding the esteemed rank of the second grade, finds few in the capital capable of providing him with shelter. Henceforth, Mr. Chun shall become a guest of the Duke's residence. Rest assured, once he is within the Duke's domain, he shall undoubtedly be protected. Master Pei Zimu instructed the steward of his courtyard to escort Chun Sangwa to a suitable residence for his accommodation. As Chun Sangwa departed, Pei Yunshu remained silently at his side, uttering not a word. It was only after the others had left that Pei Zimu turned to Pei Yunshu, chiding her for the trouble she caused. This hardly qualifies as trouble, she retorted. That Yao Xiaoer was on the verge of taking her own life. In my past escapades, apart from Xie Yanchuan, few paid me any heed, yet she would converse with me. Her claims, though dubious, suggested a camaraderie with Yao Xiaoer that only the two of them understood. She maintained that they shared a profound friendship. Yet, despite being aware that the schemes were orchestrated by the second young master of the left minister, there was little that could be done. After all, she was merely a daughter-in-law, unable to sway the left minister's influence and potentially inviting trouble instead. I shall advise her to leave the capital. We must deliberate on this matter further, Pei Yunshu conceded, echoing her elder brother's sentiments. Very well, prudence is advisable. 3 days later, the lifeless body of the left minister's second daughter-in-law was retrieved from the moat. The left minister, in his benevolence, ensured she was given a proper burial. This incident dissipated like a breeze, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 62. The distinction of Pei Yunshu did not conceal the fact that she had rescued the second daughter-in-law of the left minister from Xie Yanchuan. Recently, Xie Yanchuan had been leading a leisurely life, venturing outside the palace with much more ease, though he seldom visited the Duke's residence. Pei Yunshu was not a fool. He had never enjoyed such privileges in the past, and now that His Majesty frequented the Duke's residence, one could only speculate whose affections lay where. When Pei Yunshu ventured out, she rarely left the city and mostly accompanied Xie Yanchuan, always entering through the main gate. Yet now, she was accompanied only by Yue Hua, taken aback in trance instead. Jiang Luyin murmured to herself, observing that Pei Yunshu was genuinely concerned about her beloved. Previously, Xie Changyan had investigated that individual, but surprisingly, he uncovered nothing. Who in this capital could completely evade the eyes and ears of the Crown Prince? Jiang Luyin suddenly lifted her gaze towards the direction of the imperial city. Pei Yunshu's apparent delight in her connection with the Crown Prince could only suggest that she had indeed found a more favorable path. Impossible. It simply could not be that the Duke's residence would allow Pei Yunshu into the palace. Jiang Luyin regarded the messenger and resolved not to alarm the snake in the grass. She would first probe for information. Even the Jiang family was unaware that when Jiang Luyin sought refuge with the Duke's residence, she had several trusted members of the Jiang family accompanying her. Those were indeed kin of the Jiang clan. The reason Jiang Luyin could proceed cautiously without drawing the attention of the Duke's residence was due to the support of her own family. After all, Pei Yunshu bore the surname Pei, while Jiang Luyin was of the Jiang lineage. As the messenger prepared to depart, Jiang Luyin paused, calculating the days. The leaves outside had already turned yellow, and the weather grew colder by the day. The household had begun preparations for the new year. The auspicious date for the Crown Princess's entry into the residence was set for the first month, following the Lantern Festival, with the daughter of the Minister of Justice being one of the two concubines entering the palace simultaneously. One was Jiang Luyin, and the other was a young lady from the Sun family, the Minister of Rights. Compared to the grandiose ceremony of the Crown Princess's marriage, the concubine's entry was considerably simpler. It's still more luxurious than that of an ordinary family. Today, if she could uncover the identity of that person, there would be no need to worry about alarming anyone. Jiang Luyin steadied her heart. Even if it truly was that individual, the lack of any information indicated a desire to remain undiscovered. Follow closely. I must ascertain who that person is, she commanded. The guards departed, and Jiang Luyin resumed embroidering her veil, though her restlessness was evident to anyone who observed her. Was it really him? Jiang Luyin hoped it was. If so, she would possess a tremendous advantage. Yet, she also feared it was true, for if it were, Pei Yunshu would forever cast a shadow over her life. Jiang Luyin closed her eyes, feeling as though she were being torn apart by this contradictory and perplexing emotion. Xian, you have satisfied me so many times. Perhaps disappointment is better this time. Jiang Luyin watched as the needle pricked her fingertip, leaving a small crimson stain on her veil. Pei Yunshu laid bare the incident of saving Yao Xiu'er, relaying the same account she had shared with her elder brother. The left minister, despite his advancing age, had surprisingly tolerated his son's reckless behavior. Xie Yanchuan merely offered a critique, yet he did not express any intention to intervene in this matter. Is it merely the passage of time that has dulled his perception? I believe he is simply blind to the reality before him. Ultimately, this incident is a domestic affair. Even if that woman were to file a complaint, it would likely result in nothing more than a reprimand for her husband. Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yunshu, who was visibly indignant. However, this reflects a lack of discipline on the part of the left minister of personnel. It seems relying solely on Yao Xiu'er will yield little. In the past, the left minister also faced emotion due to similar circumstances. Have you all but forgotten the Chun legal codes I imparted to you? Xie Yanchuan looked at Pei Yunshu, pondering whether within the Chun legal framework there exists a clause that allows for the demotion of officials on grounds of familial negligence. But is not the emperor above such matters? Cannot the emperor seek justice for Yao Xiu'er? While Pei Yunshu's query was innocently naive, it was indeed characteristic of her. I am the emperor. In the court, 800 individuals constantly vie for my favor, where a single thread can unravel the entire tapestry. How can I, as the emperor, intervene on behalf of a woman from the inner chambers? Xie Yanchuan, as the emperor, must wield control over the entirety of Chun. A woman from the inner quarters, unless brought to his attention by Pei Yunshu, would scarcely capture his interest. Will this matter simply fade away? Pei Yunshu, too, was initially indifferent. Her act of saving Yao Xiu'er was motivated by her own intentions. Yet now, she perceives the sorrow enveloping Yao Xiu'er. Why the silence? Xie Yanchuan, observing Pei Yunshu's downcast expression, assumed her discontent stemmed from his remarks, interpreting it as a sulk. Sir, do women always face such senseless sacrifices? Will I too share this fate? Xie Yanchuan maintained his calm demeanor, unruffled by her inquiry, and beckoned her closer. Pei Yunshu hesitated briefly, but soon approached him, whereupon he grasped her delicate fingers. Yunshu, this may seem cruel to you, yet such is the world. Just as I, within the harem, encounter a myriad of types, each with their own charms, none can compare to you in my heart. Xie Yanchuan consistently exhibited gentleness towards Pei Yunshu, causing her to forget that when it comes to affection, no mortal man could rival the emperor. Then, sir, will there come a day when you too will grow weary of me? Pei Yunshu gazed up at Xie Yanchuan, who inwardly sighed, realizing that her usual carefree demeanor had been shaken by Yao Xiu'er's plight. Familial negligence would not lead to the left minister's demotion, yet it did not preclude Xie Yanchuan from marking it down in his mind. That day will never arrive. Remember, you are Pei Yunshu, and as long as you are Pei Yunshu, I shall forever hold an unconditional affection for you. Xie Yanchuan's voice was soft yet steady, prompting Pei Yunshu to purse her lips slightly. He gently caressed her back, glancing into the distance, pondering the unusual attention they were receiving. What the predicament? Being followed so closely. What can we do? After all, we are clandestinely meeting, Pei Yunshu replied, seemingly unperturbed, even fearing that others might not come at all. Did you bring anyone with you? I did. Xie Yanchuan released her hand. Now, go and enjoy yourself. Is that permissible? Indeed, you are unlike the others. The endeavors you wish to pursue shall not be denied by me, nor shall I permit anyone else to refuse you. Therefore, if you desire to indulge in leisure, then by all means do so. Upon witnessing Pei Yunshu's graceful figure departing, Xie Yanchuan lifted the teacup beside him, his gaze profound as he followed her retreating silhouette. Chapter 63. My patience is limited. Pei Yunshu summoned individuals from the Shadow Guard under Xie Yanchuan's command. She was well aware that the Shadow Guard was comprised of exceptional talents. Whatever task Xie Yanchuan requested, they could accomplish without fail. Among them was a master of disguise. Jiang Lian's people followed at a discreet distance, and Pei Yunshu, unguarded, continued on her way until she entered a secluded tea house. "Boss, should we still follow?" One asked. "Take a good look at that tea house. Do you really wish to pursue?" We would be directly confronting the snake rather than merely stirring the grass. "Boss, what's the problem? That person has been staring for a while, and there are no onlookers. Those nearby aren't ordinary citizens. The area is sparse and populous. Such a crowd of commoners is improbable. They are guards in disguise." Jiang Wuying scrutinized the tea house. Although the lady had advised against worrying about alarming the snake, he discerned that the individuals before him were not typical guards. They were unafraid of stirring the grass, but could not afford to perish here. "We shall wait. They will inevitably emerge." "Brother, someone is coming. Look." A companion squinted to observe. Jiang Wuying leaned forward instinctively. "Who is that?" Pei Yunshu emerged from her brief excursion, smiling contentedly. "Happy? Indeed. Who could resist when she keeps her gaze fixed on me? Every visit to see the master feels akin to thievery." Pei Yunshu explained to Xie Yanchuan thus. "I felt compelled to teach her a minor lesson. This small misunderstanding will surely resolve itself once my cousin weds into the Eastern Palace." Xie Yanchuan regarded the matter with indifference. It was evident that the Crown Prince and Miss Jiang shared profound affections. Previously, he might have held some skepticism, doubting that the Crown Prince could truly be so sentimental. However, now that the Crown Princess had been determined, it was apparent that Xie Changyan's affections for Jiang Luyan were unmistakable. The Crown Princess was indeed the cherished daughter of the Minister of Justice, suggesting that the minister intended to align with the Crown Prince. At such a time, it was curious that Xie Changyan had not sought to curry favor with the Xing family. He found himself at a loss as to whether to label the Crown Prince as deeply affectionate or foolish. Yet, if Xie Changyan were genuinely so devoted, why had he once sought to marry Pei Yunshu? At that time, the Crown Prince's reluctance and predicament had been far from apparent. Xie Yanchuan closed his folding fan, clasping in his palm. The Duke had been away from the capital for too long, and matters at the Duke's residence were piling up. However, with the young lady entering the palace, he would ensure that the Ministry of Internal Affairs prepared everything for her, sparing the Duke's wife from undue worry. Xie Yanchuan gently tapped Pei Yunshu's palm, observing her fingers curl slightly in response to the light tickle. "My patience is limited. Thus, when shall I be allowed to issue the decree?" "Very soon," Pei Yunshu replied, smiling at Xie Yanchuan. "I shall not keep the master waiting long. You know, even if the Duke is reluctant, I can still issue this decree. What has suddenly caused your discontent?" Pei Yunshu sensed a shift in Xie Yanchuan's demeanor. Though his expression remained gentle and his tone mild, she could discern his displeasure. "It is understood, for the gentlemen act solely for my sake." Pei Yunshu took the initiative to nuzzle against Xie Yanchuan's hand, leaving a red imprint on her cheek from the jade ring he held. "Therefore, do not keep me waiting for too long." Naturally, Pei Yunshu was well prepared, merely awaiting the celestial phenomenon she had anticipated. In her previous life, Xie Changyan was to perform ancestral rites on behalf of Xie Yanchuan. Yet that day was marred by a lunar eclipse, an ominous celestial event that stirred up rumors among the populace, prompting Xie Yanchuan to issue a self-punishing edict to quell the rising panic. This time, she must seize the opportunity wisely. The Imperial Astronomical Bureau has predicted snowfall in a few days. It is also improbable for Xie Yanchuan to accompany Pei Yunshu daily, as these leisurely days are indeed rare. "Behave yourself within the estate," Xie Yanchuan warned, his gaze laden with caution upon Pei Yunshu. "I cannot comprehend your words, sir. As for your cousin's matters, I can remain indifferent, but the Crown Prince is another matter altogether. He is the heir apparent and is soon to be wed. I am aware that he has acted thoughtlessly in the past, yet you shall soon be his mother, so I implore you to be more forgiving. I will surely ensure that the Crown Prince personally apologizes to you in due time. Is that agreeable?" "I understand, Your Highness. In the future, you must also be filial towards me, correct? As I shall be an elder, I should not be overly petty with the younger generation." "That is good to hear." Xie Yanchuan regarded Pei Yunshu, knowing that he could not bear to see her wronged. But he also wished not to be placed in a difficult position. Pei Yunshu hesitated momentarily, but eventually nodded reluctantly. However, sir, having Xie Changyan address me as mother would be the utmost humiliation and torment for him. He cannot endure it. Pei Yunshu boarded the carriage, asking, "Have our people returned to deliver the news?" "They hastened back to report upon seeing you and the Crown Prince," Yuing replied. "Well, that is good. As for whether they choose to believe it or not, your cousin will undoubtedly lose sleep over it, consumed by worry." Upon returning to the estate, Pei Yunshu wished to see Jiang Luyan, but was unexpectedly blocked at the door, informed that the young lady was unwell and had already retired. "Unwell? We must summon a physician to examine her properly. The new year is approaching, and after the celebrations, she will be wed to the Eastern Palace. It will be ill time for her to fall ill now." Pei Yunshu's words were spoken near the window, aimed at ensuring those inside could hear her clearly. You may observe Jiang Luoyan's displeased expression and discern that the young lady was evidently acting with intention. "I know she is doing this on purpose. She is the one who makes my life the most difficult, and I have long since grown accustomed to it." Jiang Luoyan's words were tinged with helplessness and sorrow. Feeling wronged before Pei Yunshu, yet she had forgotten that previously it was she who had been coaxing Pei Yunshu into play. Miss, did you truly meet the Crown Prince? Yet, your engagement to him was initiated by you. After all, Yume remarked, observing Jiang Luoyan's demeanor. After receiving word that Pei Yunshu had indeed met the Crown Prince, Jiang Luoyan remained seated, quietly reading, unperturbed and unruffled. "It cannot possibly be the Crown Prince. I have witnessed her in the company of that individual, and although His Highness is yet to uncover any information regarding that person, the existence of such an individual is indeed confirmed. Yet, what if it is His Highness's intention?" Yume parted her lips, but the words remained unspoken. However, Jiang Luoyan had already discerned her unvoiced thoughts. Furthermore, Pei Yunshu is not the type to clandestinely engage in such affairs. She would never subject herself to such indignities. Therefore, it cannot possibly be Xie Changyan. Yet, whenever Jiang Luoyan closes her eyes, a singular phrase echoes in her mind. It is the unattainable that lingers in one's thoughts. Once it was she, now it is Pei Yunshu who occupies that space. Chapter 64. The Novet of Young Maidens. As November arrived, the days grew increasingly colder. One morning, upon awakening, Pei Yunshu was pleasantly surprised to find the world outside bathed in brightness. It had indeed begun to snow. "Miss, why have you opened the window without donning a garment? It is quite frigid outside with the snowfall. What shall I do if the water in the basin grows cold?" Pei Yunshu closed the window and seated herself by the bedside, awaiting her maid to assist with her morning routine, casting a glance at the cheerful Yue beside her. "Did you have a day off yesterday?" "Yes. Did you call for me, miss?" Pei Yunshu observed her. "What did you do during your day off?" "I simply went home to visit my parents," Yue replied, hesitantly meeting Pei Yunshu's gaze, wondering why her mistress suddenly inquired about her affairs. "Yue, have you been mingling with the people from the manor these past few days?" Mississippi. Yue-Yun's inability to conceal the truth made her tremble, and she almost knelt before Pei Yunshu. "Who is it?" Pei Yunshu was not angered. She had long since dealt with her own frustrations regarding such matters. In her earlier days, she had been far more naive than this maid. "Is it Pei Linfeng?" "And no, I haven't seen the fourth young master more than a few times," Yue-Yun stammered, her large, tear-filled eyes reflecting her distress. If a maid from a manor were to be accused of enticing the young master, even if the family were kind-hearted, she would likely face severe consequences, including being sold away. She could not bear the thought of being sold. Her parents were waiting for her to return home. "Calm yourself. It is only the two of us here, along with Yuehua. I do not wish for anyone else to know. Yueyan, even though you are close to me, I am to be married. Pei Linfeng is the fourth young master of a noble house. Should he wish to harm you, I cannot protect you for all eternity." Pei Yunshu's words were harsh, perhaps even cruel. In her father's eyes, she held a higher status than Pei Linfeng. Yet that did not imply that her maid held equal importance to the fourth young master of the Duke's residence. However, as long as Yue-Yun remained unwilling, nothing untoward would transpire. As for the fourth young master, I find him inscrutable. Someone who conceals themselves so profoundly cannot be considered trustworthy. If he harbors ulterior motives and engages in subterfuge, do you truly believe you can outmaneuver him? Or what right do you possess to confront him? Yue Yan's eyes brimmed with tears. Miss, I have no such desires. You are still quite young, having just reached your coming of age. The bloom of youth brings with it infatuations. Pei Linfeng, despite his disagreeable demeanor, is a handsome young noble. It would be all too simple for him to ensnare the heart of a young girl like you. Pei Yunshu observed Yue Yun, recognizing that the maid had been sufficiently alarmed. As long as she refrained from encountering him, clarity would surely return. Thus, should he genuinely wish to entice you, it would be entirely natural for you to develop feelings for him. However, Yue Yun, not everyone can be as amiable as Yuehua and I. Do you understand that even if you were to be with him, a maid who shares a bed with him would never rise to the status of a concubine? I haven't. The fourth young master merely asked how you were doing lately, and I did not disclose anything to him. Pity. Pei Yunshu extended her hand and gently patted the top of Yue Yun's head. It is best to acknowledge one's mistakes and amend them. My concern in speaking to you now is that you may remain obstinately unaware. What he offers is not love. It is merely a semblance of affection, no different from the raccoon in his courtyard. Pei Yunshu's expression darkened. If you persist in your foolishness, then do not linger by my side any longer. Yue Yun shook her head vehemently. No, miss, I do not. Our Yue Yun is a clever child. She surely knows what she ought to do. Does she not? The kneeling maid fervently nodded, stifling her tears, her large eyes glistening with unshed sorrow. Pei Yunshu exchanged a glance with Yuehua, who assisted the girl to her feet and led her away to rest. It was only after Pei Yunshu had partaken of her morning meal that Yuehua returned. Miss, she has fallen asleep. Indeed, her nature is too easily swayed by flattery. Yet there is a silver lining. She can be startled into compliance by but a few of my words. Miss, I have yet to discern the matter. You accompany me all day. How could you have the leisure to concern yourself with Yue Yun? Moreover, if Pei Linfeng wishes to keep things under wraps, it is not so simple to uncover. Pei Yunshu was to go out and admire the snow today, and the maids busied themselves with preparations. Though it was merely a stroll in the courtyard to appreciate the snowfall, the eaves were not spared from the biting winds and flurries. There is no need for guilt. We have noticed in good time. I observe that while there is some fondness, it is not profound. Should I speak my mind today, and she still cannot restrain herself, Pei Yunshu fell silent at this juncture, unsure of how to proceed. She had to enter the palace. And once there, who would have the leisure to attend to a mere maid like Yue Yun? All I can do is this. Beyond this point, none can assist her. She may indeed save many, but she is no bodhisattva. What she can offer is only an occasional hand of assistance. If they grasp it, then all is well. But if not, they must await divine intervention. In truth, there are numerous maids in the estate keeping a watchful eye on the third and fourth young masters. Yuehua recalled the tear-streaked visage of Yue Yun moments ago. Yuehua, this is the Duke's residence. My father has only 3 concubines in the inner quarters. These 3 women, either from affluent families or scholarly officials, will be the only consideration for marriage when my mother selects suitors for them. Though Pei Xianan has angered my father, my mother will only ever contemplate daughters from official families. Pei Yunshu, draped in a rabbit fur cloak, gazed at the snowflakes falling outside. At this moment, the lotus pond had yet to freeze. The snow, upon touching the water, vanished instantaneously. The disparity in status is not something that mere affection can bridge. Pei Yunshu lifted her teacup, her demeanor seemingly melancholic. Yuehua lowered her head. Miss, how could your connection with His Majesty be akin to that with others? True, he is the Emperor of Dechun. The women in the harem are indeed marked by significant differences in status. But His Majesty values you, miss. How could you be equated with others? Pei Yunshu gazed intently at Yuehua for a moment. Yuehua, perplexed, did not shy away from Pei Yunshu's scrutiny. Indeed, Pei Yunshu turned her head to observe the snow. Mr. Xue treats me distinctly. Can emotions such as affection truly arise from mere proximity? Most individuals seem to gradually dissipate their feelings over time. To what extent should the young lady place her trust in His Majesty? Yuehua gazed at Pei Yunshu, pondering that certain truths, if revealed to His Majesty, could be consequential. I'm aware of this, which is precisely why I confide in you. After all, you were entrusted to me by a gentleman. So, whom do you pledge your loyalty to, Yuehua? His Majesty once declared when he placed me by the young lady's side that she would henceforth be my sole sovereign, as long as the young lady remains unharmed. I need not disclose anything to His Majesty. I see. However, Yuehua's gaze subtly drifted towards the courtyard as she regarded Pei Yunshu. Since the young lady expressed her desire to enter the palace, His Majesty's words have shifted. From that embrace onward, Xie Yanchuan's desire for control over her has been steadily intensifying. Chapter 65. The marriage proposal of the Duke's residence not long after the first snowfall of the year. The Jiang family had made all necessary preparations and was set to accompany Pei Zishan to propose to the Song family. Was this haste truly warranted? With the new year approaching in just over a month, securing a marriage date at such a time seemed rather precipitous. Pei Yunshu was enjoying tea and pastries with her mother, while Lin and Jiang Luyan were also partaking in refreshments in the Jiang courtyard. Jiang Luyan, who was typically reticent, was even more so now. Yet, during such occasions, the matriarch would send a servant to summon her. She did not refuse, maintaining her usual demeanor, albeit with a noticeable distance from Pei Yunshu, while Jiang and Lin treated her with their customary warmth. Pei Qingwan sat at the table brewing tea for them, and Jiang scrutinized her closely. Wana had reached an appropriate age. After the new year, it would be time to address her marriage. It was indeed lamentable that their father, the Duke, had been away waging wars, preventing any arrangements for their marriages. Their father mentioned that their second brother was currently favored by the emperor and might not remain in the capital for long. He was of an age where marriage could no longer be delayed. Jiang glanced at Jiang Luyan, who was engrossed in a discussion with Lin about a poetry collection. It seemed she was oblivious to Jiang's comments. Once your second brother marries and heads to the frontier, he can bring his wife along for companionship, which would ease my worries, Jiang remarked. This was indeed true. Her second brother would benefit from having someone to look after him. I have observed that my future sister-in-law appears to be quite intelligent. Yet, the hurried nature of this marriage arrangement may cause some distress to the young lady from the Song family. Perhaps we should increase the betrothal gifts by 10 more bearers, Jiang suggested. And what of your second brother? What does he say about this? What can he say? In a few days, he will visit her family to propose. After the engagement, he should spend time getting to know the Song girl. She seems quite amiable, Jiang responded. After several guests had finished their tea and taken their leave, Pei Yunshu was the last to depart. Mother, does my second brother harbor any reluctance? If it were Pei Zishan, there might indeed be some hesitance. But he was still the second son of the Duke's residence, and reluctance was not an option. Your elder brother is getting along quite well with Lin, isn't he? That is true, Pei Yunshu acknowledged, sensing that the coming year would bring many joyful occasions to the residence. The dates for your second brother's marriage and Liu Yan's wedding are likely not far apart. As for your own marriage, it seems it will be at least another year before it is settled. Jiang regarded Pei Yunshu with concern, initially focused on her daughter's marriage. But the recent pilgrimage to the protection of the Nation Temple had created an emotional rift with the Duke. They could keep this matter hidden for now, but should the truth emerge, it would inevitably implicate Xian, leaving the couple with no choice but to postpone Pei Yunshu's marriage for the time being. After all, no suitors had yet approached her in the capital, which alleviated some of their burdens. Pei Yuanzheng came to join Jiang for dinner that evening and mentioned the impending visit to propose to the Song family. That Lord Song is quite the obstinate fellow, and his daughter is no less so. The engagement and marriage of children are matters confined to the inner chambers, and Pei Yuanzheng has always refrained from interfering. However, he is quite familiar with the patriarch of their household. What kind of talk is this? The young lady is in the prime of her youth. How could she be entangled with such stubbornness? The lady believes that if the match is satisfactory, then the individual must be worthy. But she worries that the second son is rather obstinate. Pei Yuanzheng frowned. Although he is not a man of unwavering affection, he has always maintained a close relationship with his wife and has consistently looked down upon those who favor concubines over their wives. Such men, unable to manage their own households, are clearly led astray by women. He cannot allow his son to become one of them. Rest assured, while the second son may be somewhat simple-minded, he is loyal and will certainly cherish his wife after marriage. Jiang Shi, however, is not concerned. She believes that what Lu Yin can accomplish, her daughter-in-law should also be able to achieve. I have also prepared Lu Yan's dowry, which is 10 bearers fewer than that of a legitimate daughter. Jiang Shi served a bowl of soup to Pei Yunshu and asked for his thoughts. Is it not somewhat lacking? After all, they're going to the Eastern Palace, and it would not do to appear stingy or harsh in the eyes of outsiders. Although Pei Yunshu does not harbor any feelings for Jiang Lu Yin, he values the reputation of the Duke's residence. There is no need for the Duke to worry about that. Jiang Shi's demeanor softened. The Jiang family has also prepared a dowry, ensuring that she is not treated poorly. The Jiang family truly values this child. Indeed, when she was sent to us, she was described as an orphan from the clan, possessing a tranquil and intelligent demeanor. Entrusted to my care, Jiang Shi took a spoonful of soup and reflected. Yet now, it appears she is quite favored. Perhaps it is I who have been overly sentimental. Jiang Shi genuinely cares for this niece, having raised Jiang Lu Yin as her own daughter since she was merely 7 or 8 years old. Now, it does bring her some sorrow. Do not be upset, my dear. After all, she is entering the Eastern Palace, and who knows where her path may lead. Pei Yunshu was not surprised. Where her path leads is uncertain. Jiang Shi pondered the future. If the Crown Prince takes to his favored concubine and ascends the throne, she might attain the position of a favored consort. Surely, she cannot be doomed to a fate of misfortune. Jiang Shi sighed softly. Currently, the Crown Prince's side is already filled with the Crown Princess and favored concubines. Our daughter cannot endure such indignity. Jiang Shi's words implied that Jiang Lu Yan's entry into the Eastern Palace for the Duke's household is even intolerable. The Crown Prince has plotted against her daughter, yet is enamored with her niece. No matter what, her daughter will never enter the Eastern Palace. Pei Yunshu remained silent until the couple lay in bed, enveloped by the tranquility of the night, with no one around. It was then that he shared with Jiang Shi the thoughts he had been contemplating. My dear, the Crown Prince has already chosen his Crown Princess, and given that His Majesty is still not yet 30, we do not know how long it will be before the Crown Prince ascends the throne. Our daughter cannot afford to wait. Do you think that the noble person destined for our daughter might be the one currently in the palace? Jiang Shi had considered this matter long ago, but how could she bear to send her daughter into the palace? She thought that as long as no one spoke of it, it would be as if it were not happening at all. However, once someone speaks up, they can no longer feign ignorance regarding the matter. The current monarch's position is vacant. Since ascending the throne, he has yet to establish a queen or have heirs. Surely, he cannot be waiting for our family's young lady. When Jiang spoke these words, his tone was laden with difficulty. If this information were to leak, even in the slightest, the Duke's residents would be compelled to offer their daughter to the one seated upon the dragon throne. Let's hold our horses. Perhaps the master has miscalculated. Such enigmatic matters, unless divinely ordained, are not even whispered within the Duke's own household. Chapter 66. The frank individual on the day Pei Zishan proposed. The betrothal gifts astonished the populace of the capital. Accompanied by Pei Yunshu and the Jiang family, Pei Yunshu's presence was somewhat superfluous. However, it added luster to the occasion, underscoring the Duke's family's esteem for the Song family. Pei Zishan had always been obedient. On the day of the proposal, he met with the Song lady. While it could not be described as love at first sight, he bore her no aversion. Upon returning, he dutifully informed his mother. In this world, genuine love at first sight is a rarity. Even if such a phenomenon were to occur, it would merely lead to a fleeting affection at the time of marriage. As the true essence lies in the interaction between the couple, Jiang was quite pleased, for not harboring any dislike was already a significant advantage. In these days, make an effort to engage with the young lady, for perhaps one day you will find her to your liking, she advised. Pei Zishan acquiesced, feeling somewhat awkward at home. Lately, whenever he encountered Jiang Lu Yin, he instinctively sought to avoid her. He had always perceived his cousin as fragile and dependent, with a gentle and submissive disposition, which had fostered a sense of pity that gradually morphed into affection as they matured. Yet now, he was taken aback to discover that his cousin possessed a profound and contemplative nature, harboring little affection for the Duke's family. How could Pei Zishan withstand such a revelation? He was reluctant to confront Jiang Lu Yin about it. As for the wife his mother had chosen for him, Jiang Luyan had already been promised to the crown prince, and their clandestine communications had long since commenced. He had no desire to create discord at this juncture. Marrying would, in any case, alleviate the chaotic thoughts that plagued him. His mother urged him to spend more time with the Song lady, and he complied, for she would soon be his wife. Even if he did not love her, he could not treat her unjustly. Unwilling to venture out alone with the Song lady, he enlisted the company of the few idlers remaining in the household. Pei Yunshu listened to her elder brother's incessant lamentations, maintaining a furrowed brow. "Elder brother," she remarked, observing his handsome countenance and clear, bright eyes. After all you've said, you still harbor feelings for our cousin, do you not?" "One cannot say it is love," he replied, "but after so many years of affection, how could I grow weary of her in just a few days? I often ponder if she has endured some hardship which she cannot express openly to us." Pei Zishan's voice grew increasingly somber. "Isn't it rather terrible of me? I recognize that my thoughts toward the Song lady are unkind, especially since she is to wed me." "Not at all," Pei Yunshu observed earnestly. "Elder brother, you possess a deeper capacity for emotion than many in this world, displaying both frankness and sincerity. My future sister-in-law is indeed fortunate. Is that so?" Pei Zishan felt a tinge of bashfulness at his sister's earnest praise. "Do all young ladies speak so? Your compliments make one's ears burn. Elder brother, what is it that you find appealing about our cousin? The traits you admire in her are not particularly rare, are they?" Pei Yunshu listened attentively, yet her second brother's words about fragility and innocence hardly seemed exclusive to Jiang Luyan. "For me, such occurrences are still quite rare." Pei Zishan pondered for a moment. His gaze flickered, and he noticed Pei Yunshu leaning forward, her curiosity akin to that of a little raccoon peeking out. This must pertain to Nian's question. "As for myself, the only women I encountered back then, apart from her, were you and Princess Jingyang, were they not? You are aware of the childhood bond between you and Princess Jingyang." Pei Zishan refrained from speaking, merely reflecting, and could not help but shiver. "What do you mean by that, second brother?" Nothing. Ah, have we arrived?" Pei Zishan's attempt to shift the topic was rather clumsy. Indeed, they had reached their destination. Pei Zishan alighted from the carriage, standing by its side to assist Pei Yunshu. As she descended, she emitted a slight, dissatisfied hum. Pei Zishan touched the tip of his nose. He hadn't spoken incorrectly. Having grown up, she still possessed the nature of a mischievous spirit. "Little General," Song he had been observing for some time, having noticed Pei Zishan's earlier demeanor, appearing somewhat sheepish in front of his sister while attempting to appear modest. The young general from the Duke's residence was indeed a rare match for her. When Pei Zishan encountered her, there was an air of awkwardness. Yet Song he remained oblivious to his discomfort, engaging him with a shy smile. Realizing that Song he had thoroughly captured her second brother's attention, Pei Yunshu understood that she had once again become the extraneous presence and turned to ascend the stairs. As long as her second brother did not initially refuse, Song he was unlikely to grant him another opportunity to do so. Why did it seem that there were increasingly more clever individuals surrounding her? Dealing with such people always required utmost vigilance. "Yuan, please fetch me 2 storybooks." Pei Yunshu instructed, and Yuan complied. Ever since that day, when Pei Yunshu had spoken, the girl had not ventured outside the courtyard, seemingly intimidated and having taken her words to heart. Today, she would have to occupy her own time once more upon returning. Her second brother would certainly owe her compensation. "However, Miss Pei," someone approached, addressing Pei Yunshu, yet there was little uncertainty in her tone. The woman before her possessed a dignified grace, her eyebrows exuding a touch of heroism, making her not to be underestimated. "The crown princess of this lifetime, Xing Junhua. Please bring some more refreshments." Pei Yunshu ordered a few delicacies, and Xing Jun understood she could take a seat. However, listening intently, she felt a quiet astonishment. These treats were among her favorites. Was it mere coincidence, or did this person genuinely understand her well? Yet, Xing Jun and Pei Yunshu had only met a handful of times, merely nodding acquaintances, not close friends. Who would have thought to encounter her here? What a coincidence! Miss Xing Pei Yunshu regarded Xing Jun. A fleeting glimmer of nostalgia passing through her eyes. Pei Yunshu was never lacking in flattery from others, yet in her previous life, entangled in such circumstances, Xing Jun had been one of the rare individuals to show her kindness. Unbeknownst to Xing Jun, she was deep in thought about how to initiate the conversation. The young lady from the Duke's residence has become a consort. Whispers of her ascent have reached my ears. Now, adorned with the title of future Crown Princess, the deep affection between the Crown Prince and that lady has become the subject of much gossip. I endeavored to meet Miss Jiang, yet she evaded me like a venomous serpent, refusing to grant me even a fleeting glimpse. In truth, our encounter today is no mere happenstance. Miss Pei, I have awaited this moment for quite some time. I have a penchant for candid individuals, for such souls are always deserving of my genuine sincerity and truth. Chapter 67. The Crown Prince's consort, Xing Jun. Pei Yunshu appeared to hold a certain goodwill towards her, which left Xing Jun somewhat perplexed, for she and this young lady of the Pei family were essentially strangers. Moreover, the previous flirtations between the Crown Prince and this woman were not mere fabrications. Many were privy to them, and she had heard whispers. Although it had become clear that it was merely a misunderstanding, the Crown Prince had indeed taken a liking to the cousin of the Duke's family, and the lady before her had merely suffered an unwarranted calamity. Xing Jun was not well acquainted with Pei Yunshu, yet she had heard of her. The names of the young ladies from the Duke's household and the Princess of Jingyang had spread throughout the capital. They were cherished and indulged, their behavior often uninhibited. Whether it was disdain or jealousy that stirred within her, it was difficult to ascertain. Furthermore, as Xing Jun gazed upon the woman before her, it was undeniable that she possessed an extraordinary beauty, one capable of easily capturing a man's heart, simply by her presence. She had encountered the aforementioned cousin, who was indeed well-mannered and demure, yet could she truly be compared to this striking figure? Did the Crown Prince genuinely only have eyes for that cousin? Miss Pei, have you had the chance to see the recent play at Qingyu Pavilion? Xing Jun inquired, lifting her teacup, choosing the familiar white tea, while Pei Yunshu's cup was filled with floral tea. Naturally, I have seen it. The performance was commendable, Pei Yunshu replied. And what do you think of the wealthy young man's unwavering loyalty to that maid? Xing Yun poked. What is your opinion, Miss Xing? Men often admire beauty. I cannot deny that. Perhaps they value a woman's inner qualities more deeply, but that comes after acquaintance. At first glance, it is often beauty that captivates. The play depicted the young lady as strikingly beautiful. Surely the young man must have felt a stir of attraction towards such easily attainable beauty. Was Xing Jun testing her? Pei Yunshu observed her, sensing it was not quite so. She recalled this lady had not yet developed profound feelings for Xie Yanchuan. Perhaps that maid has truly captured the young master's heart. What do you think, Miss Xing? I would venture to say that the young master is also taken with the lady. No man would refuse the charms of an exquisite beauty. It is simply a matter of circumstance. He was caught meeting the maid in secret, and to preserve his reputation as a devoted man, he must choose the maid. Pei Yunshu nodded slowly, acknowledging the reason in Miss Xing's words. And what do you believe the lady thinks? Ah, that lady feels she has suffered a great injustice. Yet she must still prepare a wedding garment for the maid. Alas, life is filled with such helpless situations, and she finds herself with no recourse. It would not be wise for the two families to sever ties completely. Pei Yunshu lowered her gaze. Given the circumstances, that was indeed the best outcome. The world viewed it merely as a play. Achieving a satisfying conclusion on stage sufficed for the audience. Yet, the young master hailed from a prestigious lineage, and should the maid marry into that family, her future might not be as favorable. The young master would ultimately seek a wife of equal standing. It seemed this lady held no affection for the Crown Prince. Xing Jun felt reassured. A favored consort posed little threat to her. Though she was the Crown Prince's chosen consort, her feelings for Xie Yanchuan were rather indifferent. Bearing the title of the Crown Prince, she could only ever see him as the prince rather than as a man. Though she might find herself enamored by man, it was exceedingly difficult to develop feelings for the awe-inspiring Crown Prince. Pei Yunshu observed Xing Jun, who remained silent, merely indulging in the pastries on the table. Having married the Crown Prince, Her wedding attire as crown princess had been arranged by the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and she had already been measured for it. For some time, her family forbade her from partaking in tea and snacks, fully aware that prior to the wedding, her figure must remain slender, allowing no room for any weight gain. Thus, she only took a small piece to eat. The affairs between the young master and young lady were indeed of their own making. It was the future bride of that young master who would bear the brunt of this inconvenience, suffering unjustly. Xie Yanchuan was likely harboring a multitude of concerns, with no one to confide in, and a sense of weariness unexpectedly welled up within her. No one had ever asked if she was willing. Everyone assumed that with the prince's striking appearance and the emperor having no other offspring, her prospects as crown princess were boundless. Yet, no one acknowledged the grievances Xie Yanchuan bore, except for Pei Yunshu, this inexplicably kind-hearted individual, the young lady of the duke's household, known in the capital for her capriciousness, who was the first to recognize her plight. Xie Yanchuan's eyes suddenly shimmered with unshed tears, and she hastily blinked to conceal them. "Would you care for a drink?" Pei Yunshu inquired, noting that the tea house also brewed commendable wine, particularly opening a fine selection during the first snowfall each year. As Pei Yunshu watched Xie Yanchuan, she called for wine, assuring her that it was a mild brew, unlikely to intoxicate. After all, Pei Yunshu herself had a rather moderate tolerance for alcohol, and getting drunk in public would be quite the embarrassment. However, she was unprepared for Xie Yanchuan's even poorer constitution. After just a few cups, Xie Yanchuan's eyes grew glazed. "Why me?" Xie Yanchuan suddenly exclaimed. "For many years, I have known I was destined to marry the crown prince. For my father is a loyal minister. As the daughter of a loyal subject, must I also be loyal?" Pei Yunshu glanced at the maidservant beside Xie Yanchuan, whose face was now etched with panic, attempting to urge her mistress to cease speaking. But despite several calls amiss, Xie Yanchuan paid no heed and continued her self-reflective inquiries. "Why? On what grounds? Why must it be me? Why was I denied the choice? Go outside and have the kitchen prepare a bowl of hangover soup for your young lady, without alarming anyone." The maidservant gratefully acknowledged Pei Yunshu with a quick glance before hastily departing. "If unwilling, one may speak plainly," Pei Yunshu remarked. "Not everyone can share your privilege. My father may care for me, yet he cares more for the prince's well-being. When the emperor first bestowed the title upon him, he declared that I must become someone who could aid the prince. Thus, whether in the sweltering summer or the frigid winter, I must study diligently every day, ensuring I commit no errors in etiquette or decorum." For years, Xie Yanchuan adhered to the rules with unwavering diligence, until she ascended to the status of the crown princess. Upon receiving the decree that conferred her title, her parents rejoiced, yet she felt as if she glimpsed a life devoid of hope. The crown prince, indeed, was not a suitable match. Pei Yunshu could not discern whether Xie Yanchuan was truly intoxicated. However, for the sake of the day, let it be assumed she was. A suitable match? Such considerations arise only when one has a choice, but Xie Yanchuan had none. "I can only be the crown princess," she murmured as she rested her head on the table. "Perhaps it would be better to end it all." "What?" Pei Yunshu leaned closer to listen, but at that moment, Xie Yanchuan's maid returned with a hangover remedy. After a brief interval, Xie Yanchuan regained her senses and looked at Pei Yunshu, her expression tinged with embarrassment and a hint of fear. "Did I speak foolishly in my drunken state?" "Not all. Miss Xing rarely indulges in alcohol, does she?" After becoming inebriated, she merely stared into space, uttering not a single additional word. Pei Yunshu replied with an untroubled demeanor. A wave of relief washed over Xie Yanchuan as she stood to offer her respects. "I must apologize for allowing Miss Pei to witness my folly today. Our chance encounter was filled with delightful conversation. Where's the folly in that?" Pei Yunshu's expression was sincere. "Thank you," Xie Yanchuan said quietly, expressing her gratitude before hastily departing. In truth, she was indeed well suited to be the crown princess. Because of this suitability, no one cared about her personal desires. Pei Yunshu watched as Xie Yanchuan's carriage hurriedly left. "She even came to curry favor with me," Pei Yunshu muttered under her breath. Realizing she had yet to take any action, yet familiar faces from her past life appeared before her, in a starkly different identity. "Miss, the second young master has sent someone to summon you. He says it is time to return home." Chapter 68. The Crown Prince's Ancestral Worship. Wrath of Heaven. Pei Yunshu remained tight-lipped, divulging nothing about the matter to anyone. However, the shadow guards surrounding her dutifully informed Xie Yanchuan, daughter of the Minister of Justice, Xingjun, and the Crown Princess designated by the Crown Prince himself. What manner of ferocity does the Crown Prince embody that compels so many to steer clear? Xie Yanchuan furrowed his brow slightly. The Crown Princess had been chosen by the Crown Prince, and her visit to Nian bore an ambiguous significance. Perhaps it was merely pre-wedding jitters, Zheng Luan remarked. Your Majesty, should we reprimand Minister Xing regarding this matter? Zheng Luan observed Xie Yanchuan's troubled expression. Since she has dismissed the incident as if it never occurred, why should we concern ourselves further? Zheng Luan waved her hand, indicating that the matter need not be mentioned again. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan replied, gazing at the sky. As the Crown Prince was to wed this year, it would be prudent to visit the ancestral temple soon to honor the late emperor, allowing for some quality time with his future Crown Princess before any potential troubles arose prior to the wedding. Xie Changyan was aware that he was to represent his father at the ancestral temple this year, but he was taken aback by the swift arrival of the imperial edict. Why would the emperor issue a decree at such an unexpected time? Xie Changyan regarded the eunuch delivering the edict, pondering why the ancestral worship had been advanced. He instructed his attendants to prepare refreshments, hoping to detain the eunuch. Your Grace, do have a cup of tea. It is my honor to convey the decree. The eunuch replied. Xie Changyan smiled, extending his hand. Please indulge in some tea. Since it is offered, I shall not decline. Xie Changyan watched the eunuch, curious about the hastened ancestral worship. Yet, what instructions had his father imparted? Is it not true that you are to wed shortly after the ancestral worship? With the year-end approaching, His Majesty is concerned that you may be pressed for time. Thus the early worship allows you to return and adequately prepare for your marriage. The eunuch explained, I see now. It is my unfiliality that burdens my father to consider my affairs at such a time. Xie Changyan sighed softly, his tone filled with gratitude. Your Grace speaks too humbly. His Majesty has always shown concern for you, wishing for you and your future Crown Princess to cultivate a harmonious relationship. The Crown Princess? It seemed connected to Minister Xing. After dismissing the eunuch, Xie Changyan commanded the Eastern Palace to commence preparations for the ancestral worship and additionally instructed that a generous gift be sent to Minister Xing's residence. Xie Changyan pressed his fingers to his temples, realizing that he had neglected the future Crown Princess of late, and there were those who were displeased. After issuing his orders, he made his way to the side hall where a concealed chamber lay. Inside, there was a tablet for veneration. Kneeling before it, Xie Changyan murmured, Mother, in a few days, I shall be meeting with Father. After uttering those words, Xie Changyan fell into silence, kneeling quietly before the ancestral tablet, the incense curling around him. After a considerable time, he rose and made his way to the side hall, where he washed away the lingering scent of smoke. Now, he could only pay homage to his mother in this place. Had the Crown Prince's ancestral rights been advanced? Pei Yunshu learned of this matter on the following day. The Crown Prince's ancestral rights involved individuals handpicked by His Majesty, with the heir of the Duke's mansion, Pei Zimu, being the foremost among them. Pei Zimu had specifically come to convey this news to Pei Yunshu. It was inevitable that she would enter the palace, and judging by His Majesty's demeanor, it seemed that no matter what the Duke's mansion did, this situation could not be altered. Thus, he could only assist his audacious sister. For the Duke's mansion had never contemplated sending their daughter to the inner palace, and, as the heir, he was naturally unacquainted with matters of the harem. At this moment, Pei Zimu could only relay the intricate details of past dynasties to Pei Yunshu, ensuring she had some understanding rather than being completely oblivious. However, Pei Zimu did not foresee that this ancestral right would cause such a significant uproar, and Pei Yunshu resolutely plunged into the midst of this turmoil. It was reported that His Majesty had instructed the Crown Prince to conduct the ancestral rites a few days earlier due to the time constraints before the new year. Pei Zimu merely mentioned this matter, hastily sipped a cup of tea, and departed, as he too needed to prepare in advance. In his haste, Pei Zimu did not notice that Pei Yunshu had left her tea untouched, which grew cold before being taken away by a maid. Yuhua, Fetch me a garment. I wish to visit the warm pavilion. The Duke's mansion had prepared a warm pavilion, where the seasons felt eternally spring-like. It also served as the mansion's library, seldom frequented by visitors. Upon entering, Pei Yunshu discovered she was not entirely alone, as there were others who came frequently. Sister, Pei Linfeng, upon seeing Pei Yunshu, approached to pay his respects. Pei Yunshu nodded and glanced at the few books in his hand. Come to fetch some books? He shared a courtyard with his elder brother, but found his brother's antics bothersome, so he usually spent his time reading in the warm pavilion. However, today, after a brief look at Pei Yunshu, he replied, Yes, I came to take a few books. I shall not disturb you, sister. Pei Linfeng intended to leave, but paused to observe Yuehua, who was following Pei Yunshu, and inquired, Where's the little maid who usually accompanies you? That girl has a simple nature and is easily deceived. After all, she is under my care, and I have been tempering her disposition of late to prevent her from being misled. His probing was thwarted before it even gained momentum. Had his eldest sister always possessed such keen insight? As Pei Linfeng departed the warm pavilion, he glanced back. Only one window was open on the third floor. In recent days, besides himself, another individual frequently visited the warm pavilion, his elder brother's retainer. Pei Yunshu ascended to the third floor, accompanied solely by Yuehua. Chen Sangwa observed the snow falling outside, with a wine gourd placed before him. Have you had the chance to visit your daughter? Pei Yunshu inquired as she seated herself across from him. I have indeed seen her, and I appreciate your concern, Mississippi. She's doing quite well now. I have heard that the case regarding her adoptive father has been transferred to the Supreme Court for re-examination, and soon their family may be reunited at home. I must express my earnestness when seeking your assistance, dear sir. Chen Sangwa nodded, for he now faced no lingering concerns. Have you contemplated this matter thoroughly, miss? If I had not, I would not have sought your counsel in the first place. I have indeed foreseen certain outcomes, yet two matters remain unclear, and I hope you can enlighten me. Please speak on, sir. I too have recently deduced that you were pointing me in a certain direction. I consider my abilities to be quite adequate, yet I wonder how you became privy to such knowledge. Ah, you may regard it as a sign from the heavens. Pei Yunshu gazed at the wine cup before her, lifting it to her lips without a hint of hesitation, while Chen Sangwa observed from across the table. In truth, during my time in the household, I have keenly noted that the eldest miss is greatly favored within the Duke's residence. Your entrance to the palace is but a matter of uttering a single phrase. There is no need to take such a perilous gamble. Chen Sangwa's role is to discern fate, and aside from his daughter, he has long since set aside concerns for his own mortality. After all, his life has not been in vain. Yet, he fails to grasp Pei Yunshu's rationale. To him, it seems she has no reason to act as she does. Do you not see, sir, that I have gained tremendous advantages from this? In this world, extremes tend to reverse. Some actions, once taken, leave no path for retreat. At this moment, Chen Sangwa exhibited a semblance of a reclusive sage. The notion of retreat is lost on you, sir. I have traversed every path in my life, save for those that lead back. Pei Yunshu appeared to merely engage in idle conversation with Chen Sangwa, drawing no attention from those around them, not even from Yuehua. Before Pei Zimu accompanied the Crown Prince to pay respects to their ancestors, Pei Yunshu bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. Pei Zimu regarded her with concern. Noticing her pallor, Are you unwell? You seem so pale. Shall I fetch the physician? No, mother, do not fret. I have merely been cooped up indoors these past few days, and my complexion appears rather fair. Yet, Jiang still felt uneasy and insisted on summoning the household doctor to examine Pei Yunshu. Pei Zimu observed silently, feeling unable to interject. Father, I shall take my leave now. Yes, be cautious on your journey. Pei Yuanzheng waved his hand dismissively, unconcerned, as it was merely a ritual. What could possibly go awry? Yet, it was precisely during this ancestral rite that calamity struck. Xie Yanchuan, adorned in the attire of the Crown Prince, gazed at the bright sun overhead, for on the morrow, he would enter the ancestral temple to pay homage. This was Xie Yanchuan's first solitary visit to the temple, and he could not afford any missteps. As he contemplated the proceedings for the following day, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Just as he frowned, someone burst into the room. their expression one of terror and their voice trembling. "Your Highness, the celestial hound is devouring the sun." Xie Yanchuan felt darkness encroach upon his vision, divine wrath, unleashed on the eve of his ancestral tribute. On the same day, chaos consumed the capital, with citizens kneeling in the streets, praying in fear. Within the duke's residence, Yuehua sought out Pei Yunshu, only to find her chapter 69, the omen of divine retribution since time immemorial. Such strange celestial phenomena have been deemed manifestations of divine wrath, signaling the emperor's failure in governance, necessitating a self-punishing edict. Particularly alarming is the occurrence of this phenomenon just a day prior to the Crown Prince's ancestral worship. The solar eclipse lasted merely as long as a stick of incense, soon dissipating into the ether. Xie Yanchuan stood outside the palace, observing, as some within the palace grew frantic. Yet he remained silent, steadfast, until the sun once again ascended to its zenith. As the blinding light struck his eyes, Xie Yanchuan momentarily closed them and finally spoke, his voice hoarse and parched. "Draft an edict to postpone all matters pertaining to the ancestral worship. Summon the Crown Prince back to the capital immediately." "Understood." "Furthermore, summon the director of the Astronomical Bureau to present himself before me." Why was this matter not divined in advance? There was no preparation whatsoever, and chaos has already ensued during the prince's ritual. Xie Yanchuan issued several edicts in rapid succession, aimed at stabilizing both the populace and the military, preemptively addressing potential disturbances in the coming days. As for the Crown Prince, even if he remained in the capital and had merely issued an edict for ancestral worship without approaching the ancestral temple, it would suffice to extricate him from the situation, compelling him to issue a self-punishing edict. However, Xie Yanchuan glanced at the sun outside. If Xie Changyan were truly his son, or if a successor had emerged, this incident could jeopardize Xie Changyan's position. Yet, he remained the sole candidate for the throne. Thus, how would the court officials respond to today's events? Xie Yanchuan pondered every possible outcome. It seemed inevitable that he would have to issue the self-punishing edict. The director of the Astronomical Bureau arrived in haste, kneeling before Xie Yanchuan, his visage pale and drenched in cold sweat. Should he fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, he might not survive the day. Such omens of divine retribution, if they incited unrest, would see the Astronomical Bureau as the first to be sacrificed to the heavens. "Have you prepared an explanation for me?" Xie Yanchuan inquired, observing the director, who repeatedly wiped the sweat from his brow. "This solar eclipse is indeed a failing on your part. When the celestial dog appeared, rather than shock, your officials exhibited sheer terror." Before the director could respond, a member of the secret guard arrived. Rarely would they come unbidden unless the situation was dire. Xie Yanchuan was not surprised, yet he wondered what calamity could have arisen so swiftly. To his astonishment, the trouble lay with Pei Yunshu. "Your Majesty," the eldest daughter of the duke's residence, suddenly fell into a deep coma half an hour ago. The physicians of the duke's household have examined her, but discerned no cause, and she remains unresponsive. Xie Yanchuan immediately rose to depart. Zunlin, knowing he could not deter him, nonetheless mustered the courage to interject, "Your Majesty, you cannot leave the palace at this moment." Xie Yanchuan merely cast a glance at Zhang Luan. "I must exit the palace." He could not fathom that, as emperor, his departure would allow treacherous ministers to invade the palace. Zhang Luan ceased his protests, realizing that further entreaties would be tantamount to defiance. "Bring him along with me." Xie Yanchuan cast a glance at the Qinianjian, and at that moment, the fainting seemed to suggest something beyond mere illness. Upon his arrival at the duke's residence, he did not announce himself. The household was in disarray, and no one took note of his presence. Even the emperor is not permitted to roam freely within the private quarters of his ministers. With a wave of his hand, Zhang Luan dispatched someone to make the announcement. Before long, Pei Yuanzheng strode forward. "Your Majesty, I did not anticipate your arrival, and I beg your pardon for my failure to receive you properly." Xie Yanchuan replied, "There is no need for such formalities. I came here unannounced, and today has indeed turned chaotic, leaving me quite troubled." Pei Yuanzheng was not surprised that the emperor was aware of the situation. After all, the sudden fainting of Yin had not been concealed, and the celestial event of a solar eclipse would certainly prompt the emperor to oversee any unexpected occurrences within the capital. What has happened? Xie Yanchuan proceeded directly toward the inner quarters, with Pei Yuanzheng following closely behind. The latter was growing increasingly anxious, failing to notice that Xie Yanchuan's urgency was distinctly out of place, particularly at this moment, when concern for a minister's daughter seemed unwarranted. In Pei Yunshu's courtyard, a crowd had gathered. When Xie Yanchuan arrived, he found Jiang Shi wearing a sorrowful expression, while Lin Shi and Jiang Luyan were comforting her. What news? What did the physician say? Xie Yanchuan cast a quick glance without drawing attention to himself and stood in the corridor. Nothing can be said. It is I who is anxious, Your Majesty. How could this happen? She was in good health, and in the blink of an eye, she collapsed while serving tea. The household physician has exhausted all remedies, yet there has been no response. Pei Yuanzheng, flustered, lost his composure before Xie Yanchuan. How can the physician be so inept at such a critical moment? I have brought the imperial physician. Let him examine her. Xie Yanchuan interjected as Pei Yuanzheng began to express his gratitude. Minister Pei, he continued, addressing him with a tone that suggested grave trouble was at hand. If the imperial physician finds no illness, I have also brought the Kinyanjian. Should there be no ailment, it may very well indicate a disaster. Today's calamity is known to all. As the imperial physician entered, Xie Yanchuan followed suit. Even waiting outside would not quell his anxiety. Separated only by a wall and a window, he could hardly endure the suspense. He needed to see her to find some solace. Yet, upon entering, his unease intensified. The little maid by Pei Yunshu's side had red, swollen eyes, clearly from crying, while Jiang Shi appeared vacant and lost. So much so that even Xie Yanchuan failed to notice her distress. Pei Yunshu lay upon the bed, the room warm and cozy with a fire blazing. But she was covered with a thin blanket, her eyes tightly shut, her complexion pale. Xie Yanchuan felt as though the very rhythm of her breath had weakened. The blanket barely rising and falling in a manner that suggested life itself was ebbing away. After examining her, the imperial physician exchanged glances with the household physician before kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, Duke, please forgive my incompetence. Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes briefly, his hands clasped tightly behind him, fingertips digging into his palms. At that moment, even the usually composed Xie Yanchuan could not suppress a surge of murderous rage. Incompetent, a mere gathering of incompetence. He cast a glance at physician Pei Yuanzheng, who was unable to discern any ailment, suggesting that the Astronomical Bureau should take a look instead. Your Majesty, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Minister Pei, you must comprehend the gravity of the current circumstances. Pei Yuanzheng nodded, turning to see the members of the Duke's household exiting and summon the chief of the Bureau to enter. Upon witnessing this scene, Lin Shi touched the purse in her hand. My father-in-law entrusted me with a silk pouch before his departure, saying that Mr. Chen indicated I would know when to open it when the time was right. Pei Yuanzheng took the pouch, opened it, and found only a thin slip of paper inside. A portent of divine retribution. Chapter 70. Destiny. Xie Yanchuan gazed at the 4 characters inscribed before him. After inquiring with his daughter-in-law, Pei Yuanzheng returned to report the matter to Xie Yanchuan. This talisman had been given to Xie Mu 7 days prior. As Xie Mu was unaware of the specifics, the gentleman, Mr. Chen, had merely indicated that there would be trouble at the residence, leaving the talisman behind with instructions for it to be handed to the lady should a significant crisis arise. Pei Yuanzheng was aware that his son had invited a gentleman into their home, but merely as a guest. He had several such individuals around him. For the Crown Prince, having a few guests was not remarkable, and he did not see it as necessary to inquire further. Little did he expect such an extraordinary talent to be present. Mr. Chen must still be at the residence. Someone should be dispatched to summon him quickly. It seems that sometimes the talents of the common folk can prove more useful than the imperial astrologers. The chief astrologer was kneeling on the ground, trembling with fear, as Pei Yuanzheng sent someone to fetch Chen Sanghua. The response was swift. My lord, that gentleman, Mr. Chen, is waiting outside the young lady's courtyard. Upon seeing me, he inquired if he was to be summoned, and thus he accompanied me back. Pei Yunshu exchanged a glance with Xie Yanchuan, who nodded in affirmation. Pei Yunshu personally went to the entrance to welcome him inside. Chen Sanghua followed closely behind Pei Yunshu, his demeanor calm and composed, devoid of any signs of anxiety. Upon entering, he first regarded the individual seated within, leisurely sipping tea. "I have the honor of meeting your majesty." Xie Yanchuan observed the elder before him, who clearly recognized his identity, although he offered his respects. There was a noticeable absence of the trepidation typically exhibited by commoners in the presence of the sovereign. This duke's residence indeed harbors remarkable talents. "May I inquire your esteemed name, sir?" "In the past, I bore a nickname without a proper name. However, after taking on an apprenticeship, my master deemed us seekers of heavenly secrets. Thus, I adopted the name Chen Sanghua. I should not be here, yet I owe a debt of gratitude to the duke's residence, compelling me to repay this favor. Are you aware of the purpose of today's gathering?" The chief astrologer, unable to discern the current situation, sensed that this gentleman might indeed be a figure of great merit in this era. "I am aware," Chen Sanghua nodded, casting a glance at those present in the room. Aside from the unconscious Pei Yunshu, only Xie Yanchuan, Pei Yunshu, and the chief astrologer remained. "Your Majesty, should the matters I disclose today become public knowledge, it could potentially lead to turmoil within the realm. How dare you speak such nonsense?" The chief astrologer nearly fainted. "This could spell disaster. I am present here, and it is not your place to dictate terms. Mr. Chen, please proceed. I assure you that nothing you say will leave this room." Xie Yanchuan rose, casting a glance at Pei Yunshu. In all his memories of her, she had always been vibrant, yet now she appeared so fragile, as if on the brink of vanishing. This was the first time he felt utterly helpless. A pang of pain shot through his heart. "It is merely an eclipse. I will issue a decree of repentance, and with time, the Crown Prince shall cultivate himself, and all shall pass. But why must it be Pei Yunshu who endures such tribulations? My lord, the loss of the imperial star is indeed a tremor to the very foundation of the state." "That is impossible," the chief of the astronomical bureau immediately countered, asserting that while he might hesitate to make other claims, he would never err regarding the emperor's star. Recently, the Xie star had shone brightly, showing no signs of deviation. "What I speak of is not the Xie star, but the Huagai star, which has dimmed. Has the Astronomical Bureau reported this?" The chief hesitated. Indeed, the Huagai star was beyond his monitoring, and he found himself at a loss for words, opting to remain silent, for speaking too much could provoke the emperor's displeasure. The Huagai star, the protector of the monarch, symbolizes imperial authority and fortune. Its dimming is indeed concerning. Chen Sanghua spoke with conviction, and, upon finishing, the room fell into a profound silence. After a moment, Xie Yanchuan finally spoke. "The dimming of the Huagai star, what could be the cause?" There was but one possible answer: a malevolent presence, either in the inner palace or the court, obscuring the Huagai star. Alternatively, the star's dimness could also suggest that the current emperor's tyrannical nature had incited celestial wrath. However, it was evident that the reigning monarch was no tyrant. The chief of the Astronomical Bureau understood that he could no longer refute this assertion. "Your Majesty, this gentleman speaks the truth." "It is indeed so. The matter of the malevolent presence is delicate, for even the emperor cannot casually investigate the birth dates of all those in the previous dynasty's court and palace. This inquiry is fraught with complications." "Sir, what relevance does this have to my daughter?" Pei Yunshu listened keenly, aware that this matter was troublesome, yet his mind was consumed with worry for Pei Yunshu. The dimming of the Huagai star indicated that the imperial fortune was compromised. Thus, it was imperative to seek a fated maiden to quell this disturbance. The chief of the Astronomical Bureau quickly replied. If he remained ignorant of such matters, there would be no need for his position. A fated maiden? Xie Yanchuan's gaze fell upon Pei Yunshu, who lay upon the bed. The eldest daughter of the duke's residence, she was of the dual Huagai constitution. Chen Sanghua regarded the man before him, the most esteemed individual in the realm. The dual Huagai constitution counters malevolent forces and enhances the Xie star. Such a fate is indeed rare. Pei Yunshu, momentarily taken aback, almost faltered, though he quickly steadied himself, his heart tumultuous with the revelation of those 2 words. Meanwhile, Xie Yanchuan recalled the master who had foretold this fate. He had sent someone to express gratitude, and the master had replied that no thanks were necessary, for a monk does not speak falsely. So this was the meaning behind it. It was indeed true that his beloved was extraordinarily precious. Was her unconscious state linked to this? To quell the malevolent forces, sacrifices must always be made. No medicine or needles were required. She would awaken naturally within 3 days. Having said all he needed, Chun Sangwa fell silent. Xie Yanchuan stood by the bed for a considerable time, while Pei Yunshu felt as if his heart had turned to ash, his mind a void. So it was. His daughter's fate had been revealed to the emperor in this manner. After an indeterminate period, Xie Yanchuan turned. You possess great talent. Would you consider joining the Astronomical Bureau? You could become the chief of the bureau. I am accustomed to a life of leisure. Even if I were to join the Astronomical Bureau, I would not surpass the great officials therein. Then I shall not impose further. The Duke's residence is indeed a splendid place, and it would be best for you to reside there comfortably. Implicit in this remark is the understanding that individuals like Chun Sangwa are destined to remain under the emperor's watchful eye, never to depart from the capital for the entirety of their lives. Once she awakens, I shall pay her another visit. Xie Yanchuan cast a glance at Pei Yunshu, bending down to tuck her in with a blanket. Pei Yunshu observed this act with trepidation, deeming it overly intimate. After departing from the Duke's residence, Xie Yanchuan consulted the imperial physician to ascertain that Pei Yunshu's current state of unconsciousness was not induced by external means. Entering the palace, it indeed felt as though I had wronged her. Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes, and those who heard his words dared not respond, choosing to feign ignorance. Chun Sangwa returned to her chamber, disrobing before the mirror, extracting several silver needles from her body, followed by the needles from behind her ears. Only after all were removed did her serene demeanor finally exhibit a shift. To deceive others, one must first deceive oneself. This was a lesson Pei Yunshu had imparted to her prior to taking the medicine. Unknown to many, their lineage was far more adept in the art of medicine than in divination. Chapter 71. To deceive is to deceive all in the deep of night. Xie Changyan returned to the capital and, upon arriving at the Eastern Palace, promptly removed his hairpin and donned plain garments to seek forgiveness within the palace. Father Emperor, the recent divine punishment is entirely due to my shortcomings. It seems my virtue is insufficient to perform the ancestral rites. I am willing to accept punishment and humbly request your mercy. Xie Yanchuan scrutinized Xie Changyan for a moment before responding. On the morrow, I shall issue a self-punishing edict. But this matter is indeed my fault. How could I allow Father Emperor to issue such an edict? I am willing to retreat to the National Protection Temple for self-cultivation and to refine my character. I beseech you to withdraw the edict. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xie Yanchuan pondered how the individual before him had become such a competent minister. While Xie Yanchuan remained silent, Xie Changyan knelt with his head bowed, feeling a sense of unease. The incident had transpired before his ancestral rites. Even if Xie Yanchuan issued a self-punishing edict, it would merely deceive the foolish populace. The noble families in the court were well aware of the Crown Prince's ancestral worship, and the omen of divine punishment had already manifested. Such matters would inevitably stir a commotion, but would eventually settle down with time, and he believed he could employ other means to garner the people's support. As for the noble families, he trusted that his father, the current emperor of Dachin, would not allow the position of heir apparent to waver, thus endangering the stability of the realm. Moreover, Xie Yanchuan had no heirs. The status of the crown prince would not be shaken by this incident. Xie Changyan approached to plead for forgiveness, emboldened yet anxious, fearing that Xie Yanchuan might see through him. Your Highness, you must harbor no disloyal intentions. Then go to the National Protection Temple to pray for the late emperor. By the time you return before the new year, this matter should have calmed down. After the new year, I shall personally visit the ancestral temple. Xie Yanchuan observed that the Bureau of Celestial Observations had devised a resolution, advising Xie Changyan not to worry excessively. The capital was rather tumultuous during this period. It would do well for him to accompany the Empress Dowager. Xie Changyan bowed deeply, expressing his gratitude. I thank Father Emperor for your profound kindness." As he turned to depart the grand hall, Xie Yanchuan gazed at his retreating figure for a considerable time. The Crown Prince's current demeanor and conduct indeed reflected the grace befitting his station, humble and gentle, yet aware of his responsibilities. Now that the Crown Prince had reached adulthood and was soon to marry, he had naturally matured. From behind the screen of the hall, a figure emerged. Prince Cheng observed that Xie Yanchuan's child had grown and undoubtedly formed his own ambitions, which should bring the emperor joy. Xie Yanchuan smiled, perhaps agreeing with his royal brother's sentiments. The events of the day would surely provide ample fodder for those seeking to exploit the situation. At this juncture, the Crown Prince would inevitably become a target for criticism, regardless of his willingness. Prince Cheng had come to discuss this matter with Xie Yanchuan. Whether in chaotic times or prosperous eras, whether the sovereign upon the dragon throne be a wise ruler or a tyrant, there would always be those who covet the throne. Your Majesty's care for the Crown Prince is commendable, yet the child must endure some trials, Prince Cheng observed, noting his royal brother's genuine concern for his nephew. Once the Crown Prince marries, his power will only grow more substantial. I am not in haste. As the day has grown late, dear brother, please stay in the palace for the night. Very well, your Majesty should also take some rest. At this critical juncture, it is imperative that you do not jeopardize your health. The esteemed Prince Cheng expressed his concern briefly before following the eunuch to rest. At times, I find myself rather envious of Prince Cheng, who enjoys a life of ease and grace, serving as a noble and leisurely prince. After hastily returning from the Duke's residence, Xie Yanchuan has been preoccupied. The hidden guards report every half hour, yet Pei Yunshu remains in a state of unconsciousness, showing no signs of improvement. What is the situation at the Duke's residence? The latest message indicates that she has not yet awoken, and Mr. Chen mentioned 3 days, of which only one has passed. So your Majesty need not be overly anxious. Zheng Lun stepped forward to remove Xie Yanchuan's hairpin, while Xie Yanchuan rose to change my attire, declaring his intention to visit the Duke's residence. Your Majesty, it is nearly the hour of Xie, and you have been occupied all day. You must rest, for if this continues, your health may be compromised. I am uneasy about her condition. Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes, feeling the strain of the day. He had maintained a taut demeanor, reluctant to relax, and now fatigue washed over him. The people at the Duke's residence are keeping watch, and even if you go now, it is likely you will not see her. Xie Yanchuan pinched the bridge of his nose, insisting that if she awakens, she must inform him, even if he is asleep. Indeed, Xie Yanchuan was fervently eager to see Pei Yunshu, not the pale, unconscious version, but the one who would smile at him, playfully coaxing him. Certainly. Zheng Lun hastily arranged for Xie Yanchuan to be attended to and rest. Mr. Chen predicted that Pei Yunshu would awaken in 3 days. Thus, Xie Changyan quietly made his way to Hugua Temple, while Xie Yanchuan issued an edict of self-punishment, and those who spread rumors in the capital were swiftly apprehended by the authorities. The celestial phenomenon of solar eclipse, though it incited panic, was quickly suppressed by the court. The Astronomical Bureau asserted that a person of ominous fate was at play, and this notion spread rapidly. Coincidentally, at this moment, the affairs of the Duke's eldest daughter also became a topic of discussion among those with ulterior motives. The eldest daughter of the Duke possesses an exceptionally noble destiny. Now that there are ominous influences surrounding His Majesty, it is necessary for someone of Pei Yunshu's fate to quell the disturbances. This matter became widely discussed, and when Pei Zimu returned home, he was already aware of the situation. Upon reaching his residence, he spoke to his parents. "Father, should we take any action?" This is clearly directed at our Duke's residence. Madame Jiang had grown increasingly haggard in recent days. Upon hearing this, she could not help but shed tears for her unfortunate son. "Then tell me, what can we do now?" Pei Yuanzheng glanced at his son, pondering how to counteract the public outcry. Moreover, this is not mere rumor. This issue is beyond our capacity to resolve, and the Duke's residence has no authority to intervene. How it unfolds depends on the Emperor's will. For now, we shall await the awakening of Nai. Pei Yunshu slept for 3 days, yet everything seemed poised for resolution. When Pei Yunshu finally awoke on the evening of the 3rd day, The sky had darkened profoundly, yet her room was illuminated with numerous lamps, bright as day. A soft cough emanated from the bed, prompting Pei Yunshu to immediately rise and check if her sister had awakened. Then, calling out into the outside, a multitude of people surged in. "Xian, how are you? Where does it hurt?" Pei Yunshu gazed at Jiangshi for a moment before asking in confusion, "Mother, what has happened to me? What is going on?" Jiangshi embraced her, saying, "It's all right. My child has suffered, but it's all fine now." "Mother, I feel some pain. What does it hurt? I can't quite describe it." Pei Yunshu's eyes appeared somewhat vacant, and Jiangshi reassured her, "It's all right. Mother is here." Chen Sangwa was also summoned. Observing Pei Yunshu's condition, he recalled the words she had spoken long ago. "Sir, you may not know, but I am not inherently deceitful. Any slight misstep might reveal my flaws. Thus, this medicine is most suitable, for to deceive, one must deceive everyone, including oneself. This potion, once absorbed into the very marrow, presents no discernible issues to anyone. After all, it neither cures ailments nor causes death. It merely induces a deep slumber, and upon awakening, one experiences pain for several days. To a physician, this medicine appears utterly useless. Alas, the pain shall pass in a few days." Chen Sangwa spoke, and Pei Yunshu slowly lifted her gaze to meet his for a fleeting moment before swiftly averting her eyes. Chapter 72. What is sought after in compassion. Pei Yunshu had slept for 3 days, aware that those around her had remained steadfastly by her side. With Yun's eyes nearly swollen to the size of peaches, Pei Yunshu coaxed her mother and father to return home, and one by one, the others gradually departed. During these 3 days, nearly everyone from the Duke's residence had visited her courtyard daily. Now that Pei Yunshu had finally awakened, the inhabitants of the other courtyards felt a sense of relief. If anything had truly happened to this young lady, none in the Duke's household would enjoy peace. Nevertheless, there were some who felt it a pity. This calamity could indeed be deemed a divine misfortune. Yet, Pei Yunshu, it seemed, was blessed with an extraordinary fate, for she had awakened unharmed. On his way home, Pei Xianan could not help but voice his complaints to his mother. Pei Linfeng cast a glance at him, unable to suppress a frown. No matter how one looked at it, his elder brother remained as foolish as ever. Aunt Yu shot a glare at her son, warning him to hold his tongue. At this moment, the Duke and his lady were cherishing their precious daughter. Should the Duke overhear your words, beware of the consequences. Recalling his days at the estate, Pei Xianan reluctantly fell silent. "Linfeng, what is your perspective?" The son expressed his conviction that something was amiss. His father and mother had indeed appeared flustered the day prior, yet in the past 2 days, they seemed less concerned about the matter. There must be an underlying twist to this situation. "Indeed, you speak wisely. Although we have summoned physicians these past few days, only a few have come. Aunt Yu also recalled this detail. Let it be. Now that the young lady has just awakened, let us refrain from acting rashly and wait a while longer. If those rumors outside hold any truth, the Duke's residence may soon welcome a royal consort." Aunt Yu felt elated. If the household flourished, they too would bask in its glow. If indeed she were to become a royal consort, it would be nothing short of splendid. Contemplating this, Aunt Yu playfully jabbed Pei Xianan's forehead. "I warn you, from now on, when you encounter the young lady, show her the utmost respect. Otherwise, no one will be able to save you." Pei Xianan begrudgingly acquiesced. More anxious, however, was Jiang Luyan, who had also learned of this development. Entering the palace to quell the tumult was a euphemism for becoming a consort. If Pei Yunshu were truly to enter the palace as a consort, what purpose would her own efforts have served? Jiang Luyan wished to discuss this matter with Xie Yanchuan to determine their course of action, but at this moment, she found herself unable to meet him, nor could she even send word. Thus, she was left to wait. As Jiang Luyan gazed at Pei Yunshu's courtyard, the night deepened. And the brightest spot in the entire Duke's residence was indeed Pei Yunshu's courtyard. Meanwhile, Pei Yunshu, observing the maidservants who remained by her side, said, "Very well, you all should rest. I too shall retire. You will walk and keep watch outside." The young maidservants exchanged glances but were reluctant to leave. Only one lamp need remain lit. "With all of you here, how can I rest? It is quite vexing." Pei Yunshu expressed her impatience. feeling unwell and lacking the energy for gentle words. "Everyone, please leave. You are disturbing the young lady's rest. Yuehua, usher them away." "Miss, I shall remain outside to keep watch." "Very well." Pei Yunshu nodded, closing her eyes, clearly unwilling to engage in further conversation. In the quiet of the chamber, with only a solitary lamp illuminating the space, Yuehua stood vigil outside, separated from Pei Yunshu by a mere screen. A shadow flickered upon the screen, and just as Yuehua was about to rise and investigate, a gentle hand pressed upon her shoulder. Pei Yunshu had been asleep for quite some time, but at that moment, sleep eluded her. She felt an urge to keep others nearby, not out of concern for their slumber, but rather with the anticipation that someone might come to visit her. As she opened her eyes to the figure beside her bed, a soft smile graced her lips. "It is no surprise to see you, sir," she remarked. "Mother mentioned that I have slumbered for several days, alarming the family. I wondered if perhaps you two were worried, and, upon realizing I was awake, you would come to see me." "You understand me well," Xie Yanchuan replied, his demeanor and tone remarkably calm. Yet, Pei Yunshu discerned that his emotions were not in harmony. He appeared to be suppressing a tumult of complex feelings, a fear that should not have been present in his demeanor. What if she never awoke again? The mere thought of such a possibility ignited within him a tempest of anguish. "Sir," Pei Yunshu extended her hand toward him, "I feel a bit unwell. Would you hold me?" Xie Yanchuan removed his cloak and carelessly tossed it aside, sitting at the edge of the bed, cradling her gently in his arms. "What has happened to me, sir?" Pei Yunshu tilted her face to gaze at him. "What is the matter? My parents were so worried. Mother seemed to have wept, and I dared not inquire." After a moment of silence, Xie Yanchuan detailed her condition. "I cannot fathom what went awry, but it is evident that a dark energy has invaded your being." He caressed her back softly. "It is I who have wronged you. Entering the palace was merely a decree, yet I never intended for you to endure such tribulation." In the days that followed, he could not escape feelings of regret. It was his own greed, his yearning for Pei Yunshu's unwavering affection, his desire for the Duke's household to offer their daughter willingly, and his longing for Pei Yunshu to come to him of her own accord. He never anticipated that such desires would lead her into misfortune. "Is that so?" Pei Yunshu nestled against him, reaching for his hand. "Sir, is this not a fortuitous turn? I had contemplated creating a scene to compel my father to relent, claiming my heart belonged solely to your majesty and that I would marry no one else. I was certain they would eventually yield." With both hands clasping Xie Yanchuan's left hand, she continued, "Now, I need not even resort to tears or tantrums." The dim light within the room paled in comparison to the brightness of Pei Yunshu's eyes, which sparkled like stars in Xie Yanchuan's gaze. "Am I now in a position to marry you?" she asked. Xie Yanchuan lowered his gaze, his face obscured by the shadows of the bedpost, half in light and half in darkness, rendering him unreadable to her. "Very well," he replied, as if a torrent of words lingered unspoken, ultimately distilled into a simple affirmation. "Once you have regained your health, I shall issue the decree." Only Xie Yanchuan understood the bittersweet satisfaction that coursed through his heart. "Sleep now," he murmured. "Did you not say you were uncomfortable?" He enveloped her in his embrace as Pei Yunshu closed her eyes. Enduring the discomfort for so long had become a torment for the delicate young lady. "Sir, do remember to visit me again tomorrow." Even before succumbing to slumber, Pei Yunshu could not resist voicing her discontent. "My parents will surely insist on making me drink that bitter medicine, but I refuse." Once she fell asleep, her delicate brows remained furrowed, prompting Xie Yanchuan to lean down and bestow a gentle kiss upon her. The emperor's affection is both easily bestowed and yet profoundly rare, requiring a deep and lasting imprint on the heart. Chapter 73. The esteem of the Duke's residence. When Pei Yunshu awoke the following day, it was already noon. The pain from the previous night seemed to have subsided somewhat, allowing her to finally experience a semblance of relief. Yuehua approached with easily digestible porridge and light snacks. As the physician had advised that the young lady had been in a deep slumber for quite some time and needed to consume gentle sustenance. "I am afraid I cannot eat much," Pei Yunshu admitted as she reclined against the headboard, gazing at the table set before her. She took her time with the meal, realizing she had underestimated Chun Sengwa. The medicine had indeed caused her considerable discomfort. Even the bland rice porridge made her feel nauseated, forcing her to swallow it in small bites. Yuan observed her from the side. "Miss, when have you ever endured such hardships? Are you in pain? Do you still feel unwell?" "Not really. I am much better now," Pei Yunshu replied. Yet the truth was she had endured far worse trials without a glimmer of hope. It took her nearly half an hour to finish her breakfast, after which she gestured for the maid to clear the table. She could eat no more. After lying in bed for 3 days, her bones felt as though they had softened. Even taking a few steps with the maid's assistance left her drenched in sweat. "What are you doing up? You need to rest properly in bed. Why are you trying to get up?" Pei Zimu entered, finding her seated at the edge of the bed. "I'm not ill, perhaps just a bit weak, and I thought to take a short walk," she replied. As Pei Zimu approached, he noticed the cold sweat on her forehead. Standing before her, he scrutinized her expression. "Are you feeling very unwell?" "Yes, I constantly feel pain, yet I cannot pinpoint its source," Pei Yunshu said, gazing at him with confusion. "Who would have thought it would be you that encountered such misfortune? And that Nian was entirely oblivious? I felt somewhat unwell the past few days, but I thought it was merely due to the heat. The room was warm, and I could not resist the temptation of cooler air, fearing that if I mentioned it, Mother would be displeased." Before returning home, Pei Zimu had considered that perhaps Pei Yunshu was being deliberate, as it seemed too coincidental. Now, the Duke's residents had no choice but to send her to the palace. However, upon seeing her, he dismissed that thought. He had never witnessed Pei Yunshu in such a state. Nian was afraid of pain and suffering. Even as a child, a single bowl of bitter medicine would send her into a frenzy, causing chaos throughout the household. Thus, how could his delicate, willful sister inflict such distress upon herself? "Elder brother, what has happened has already transpired. I am merely astonished that after a single nap, I awoke to find myself in this condition," Pei Yunshu murmured, still wrapped in a thin blanket despite the roaring fire in the room. "Enough. What is done is done. Do not dwell on it. Focus on regaining your health," Pei Zimu advised, taking a seat on the chair beside her bed. "In a few days, Father should proactively go to the palace and present you to His Majesty." "What do you mean by present? Am I some treasure possession?" "You are indeed viewed as such." On that day, only His Majesty and Father heard the words of the astrologers. Either His Majesty will issue a decree mandating your entrance into the palace, or given your acquaintance with him, he would not be so ungracious as to disregard you. Pei Zimu paused for a moment, for the incident of the celestial dog devouring the sun had stirred up quite a commotion. The entire Dachun required you to quell the unrest in the palace. Pei Yunshu nodded, though somewhat perplexed. "So, am I truly that significant? My entry into the palace would bring honor to the Duke's residence, would it not?" Pei Zimu regarded her thoughtfully. Pei Yuanzhong, a man of stature, had always delineated roles clearly within the family. Daughters were cherished, while sons were expected to uphold the family name. He cared not for others, but in the Pei family, any man who relied on a woman was deemed lacking in courage. Those were Pei Yuanzhong's words, yet now it seemed they were to depend on his daughter. "You are correct. This is a forced honor upon the Duke's residence, which may elevate its standing in the future." Contemplating further with this identity, Pei Yunshu's entrance into the palace would bring some reassurance to the Duke's household. "I will discuss this thoroughly with Father and Mother. For now, you must rest and recuperate and refrain from overthinking or undertaking any tasks." "Elder brother, your words elude my understanding. Why should I be in a hurry?" "The selection of consorts occurs in August or September," Pei Zimu explained. "If you're chosen as a consort, it will be in August. Should the Emperor personally summon you to the palace, those below the rank of 4 consorts can enter with a single sedan chair. However, for one of the 4 consorts, preparations at home must commence at least 6 months in advance, and for those of higher rank, the time frame only extends further. What identity do you believe I should possess? With both Father and me in support, securing merely a position among the 4 consorts should suffice as a fallback. As for the noble consort and the imperial noble consort, we must strive for your entrance into the palace. But elder brother, since the Emperor ascended the throne, he has yet to appoint even a noble consort. You would bring that about," Pei Zimu replied with calm assurance. Despite the Duke's cautious nature, it did not imply that the Duke's household would willingly remain subordinate. However, The situation has changed. The Crown Prince is still at the National Guardian Temple and may not return until the new year. The matter of conferring titles must not be rushed. Timing is of the essence. Has Xie Yanchuan gone to the National Guardian Temple? Indeed. The Emperor has sent the Crown Prince there for self-cultivation and reflection, especially since he was about to pay respects at the ancestral temple. Clearly, this edict is meant to protect the Crown Prince. I see. That is indeed distressing. The Emperor has no heirs, and the Crown Prince is the sole heir. So favoritism is to be expected. This is why I find your boldness both reckless and admirable. Even if you enter the palace, there is a possibility that you may never bear children. A woman without offspring cannot establish her standing in the inner chambers, let alone within the depths of the palace where she has no support. Elder brother, childbirth is excruciating. I have no desire to endure it. Besides, does the current emperor not have any offspring in his palace? Thus, I'm not dissimilar to them. Children, the time is not yet ripe. But you will have them when Xie Yanchuan is willingly inclined to father offspring with you. You will come to understand the weight of this notion in a few days. Pei Zimu summoned Chen Sanggu to check on Pei Yunshu, instructing him to wait outside while the maidservant stood at a distance. After Chen Sanggu had taken Pei Yunshu's pulse for a while, he reassured her that she would recover. "Miss, why must you endure this?" he inquired. "This is a life-saving talisman. I could conceive of no better alternative. Do you not find it worthwhile, sir?" Chen Sanggu pondered for a moment and acknowledged that Pei Yunshu was merely unwell. Yet she had unwittingly summoned a tide of immense wealth for both herself and the Duke's residence, a fortune beyond reproach. "I cannot fathom the thoughts of you young ones. All I know is that I must remain here for the rest of my days. With no concerns for sustenance, what grievances could I possibly harbor?" Pei Yunshu wearily closed her eyes. "There are no significant grievances, but I do hope such occurrences are rare. I fear for a shortened lifespan." She allowed a soft laugh. "I will not perish. This time, it certainly will not be me who meets that fate." Chapter 74. Zhao, how are you? Not long after Pei Zimu departed, Jiang Shi arrived. "My dear, I assure you I am quite well. Your concern makes it seem as though I am gravely ill." "Child, what nonsense are you speaking?" Jiang Shi sat for a while before taking her leave. "I shall not disturb your rest any longer. I will inform the servants outside that no one from the household is to visit you for the next few days. You are aware that elder brother has come, correct? He is much on his mind and is eager to speak with me. You only just awakened last night, and today your elder brother comes to trouble you. Just like your father." "What father? What else could there be? He has been rather troubled these past few days as well." "Never mind. Why am I burdening you with this? I shall take my leave." Pei Yunshu watched Jiang Shi depart, realizing that her current ruse had caused her family considerable concern. Yet, she found herself unable to confess, for this fade was the only means of appearing convincingly unwell to outsiders. "Open the window for me to see," Pei Yunshu requested, wrapping herself in her quilt. "Miss, you cannot afford to catch a chill now. I understand, just open the window a crack to let in some air. It is stifling in here. But the physician said you are in a weak state and must remain warm. If you fall ill now, it would be disastrous." As she spoke, Yue Yun attempted to add another quilt to Pei Yunshu's covers. "Please, no. Your mistress does not wish to succumb to heat stroke at this time." Pei Yunshu closed her eyes, her tone somewhat languid. Though it was the depths of winter outside, the room was uncomfortably warm, alternating between hot and cold sensations. A slight breeze entered the room. "How so? Are you willing to open the window?" Pei Yunshu opened her eyes in satisfaction, glancing around as she wondered who had the audacity to open it. Just as she was about to approach the window to close it, she heard a voice from outside. "If you truly find it unbearable, leave it ajar for a while. We shall close it after a cup of tea." The individual who had opened the window stepped into the room. Yue Yin turned pale with fright, trembling as she whispered, "Miss, is that His Majesty? Did she dare speak to the Emperor in such a manner? Would she face execution? What do you think?" Pei Yunshu observed Yue Yun's evident fear. "Let them depart for now. His Majesty prefers fewer people around." "Yes." When Xie Yanchuan entered, he first shook off the cold from outside, discarding his slightly chilled cloak in the outer chamber. "Are you feeling better today?" "Much improved. I have already said there is no need for concern." "Do I truly make others worry so?" Pei Yunshu reclined on the bed, not bothering to rise. At this moment, she was indeed at her most indulgent. Xie Yanchuan sat beside her, turning his back to the window to block most of the cold wind. How can one not worry about you? I have never encountered anyone more troublesome than you. He regarded Pei Yunshu, who seemed to conjure up trouble whenever she was out of his sight. This is not of my doing. It is one thing for elder brother to reprimand me, but why must you do so as well? Pei Yunshu lifted her chin slightly, her lips curving downwards, clearly believing she was not at fault. If reprimanded further, she would certainly cause a scene. Where's the reprimand? I have not uttered a harsh word. Instead, you are the one fabricating accusations against me. Xie Yanchuan observed that although Pei Yunshu's expression was not pleasant, her spirit remained undaunted. She had always appeared vibrant and full of life in his eyes, embodying a fearless essence that he so deeply cherished. Now, witnessing her fragile demeanor made him feel even more compassionate. Why does the young master reprimand you? My elder brother must be aware that His Majesty intends to visit me. Hence he advises me to behave myself. While this is indeed an opportune moment, my insistence on entering the palace would only cause trouble for everyone. Xie Yanchuan listened intently, understanding that now was truly not an auspicious time. Should she enter the palace, she would have to be hastily carried inside in a palanquin. Yet, hearing it from Pei Yunshu's lips made it seem as if he had wronged her, akin to those dissolute and irresponsible men. Indeed, this is not the right moment. It will be too rushed and cause you distress. Isn't entering the palace all the same? What distress is there to speak of? How could you compare yourself to them? Xie Yanchuan's words were particularly cold, yet the women in his harem were selected from the court, many of whom had been pressured by officials to become his consorts upon his ascension. Only Pei Yunshu was one he desired for himself. Do not all young ladies dream of a splendid bridal procession? Xie Yanchuan gazed at her, and Pei Yunshu looked at him in astonishment. I wish to provide that for you. But isn't that against the rules? In her past life, Xie Changyan had told her something similar. Her earnest anticipation of marriage had ultimately resulted in a farce, as the crown princess could not disregard propriety. I grant you permission. Who dares to say it is improper? If you desire it, I will certainly bestow it upon you. Moreover, you are the only noble consort after my ascension. There are no rules that bind you, and I will personally set the rules for you. Didn't you say it is not the right time? Let the Ministry of Internal Affairs prepare. I have drafted a title for you, Zhao. What do you think? What does it signify? Zhao means brightness and hope, befitting of you. Additionally, my own name bears the character Zhao, and likely you're the only one I could grant this character to. Sir, I adore this character. Pei Yunshu smiled at Xie Yanchuan, her eyes sparkling with joy. Xie Changyan had spoken the truth. He was a crown prince, bound by numerous restrictions, while the crown princess had to adhere to decorum. Yet now, as she married the emperor, she was the noble consort, free from the constraints of the emperor's affection, which could now be expressed openly. Let the masters of the National Protection Temple select an auspicious date. The Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince are currently at the temple, and they should be informed in advance. Of course, such a significant matter should not be concealed from Xie Changyan. After all, he could no longer undermine her position. The bond of their past life had been severed, and she certainly wished to inform him of this joyful news. Chapter 75. Administering medicine, Xie Yanchuan lingered in Pei Yunshu's courtyard, while Pei Yuanzheng stood outside, glaring with his eyes for quite some time. Pei Zimu observed his father's demeanor and suggested, Father, should we not enter? Enter for what? To obstruct His Majesty's sight? Pei Yuanzheng retorted irritably. Then will you simply remain here, staring? His Majesty is unaware of your displeasure, Pei Zimu remarked, somewhat helplessly, noting his father's rare display of impotent frustration. That individual within could change identities, and even if you were the crown prince, I would still manage to expel him. Yet, unfortunately, that person is the emperor, who is currently indulging and appeasing his daughter. Regardless of my reluctance, I must express gratitude for the emperor's grace. Xian will eventually enter the palace, and fostering a good rapport with His Majesty is advantageous. Once in the palace, the support from family and brothers becomes secondary. It is the emperor's favor that truly matters. Pei Yuanzheng could not help but sigh again. What a predicament this is. Father, compared to the Crown Prince, His Majesty is undoubtedly more suited for Xianxian, Pei Zimu countered. Indeed, but currently, our Duke's mansion has two daughters marrying, one into the Eastern Palace and the other into the Imperial Palace. How will others perceive us? Xianxian's fate is to enter the palace and quell disturbances, while Luoyin shares mutual affection with the Crown Prince, which is also a positive development. Had it not been for the matter of Luoyin, Xianxian would have found it difficult to enter the palace. Pei Zimu paused, contemplating the misunderstandings that had previously existed between his father and the Crown Prince regarding Xianxian. Misunderstandings? Pei Yunshu shot him a glance, whether it is a misunderstanding or not. We all know the truth. Xie Changyan would not abandon Xianxian for Jiang Luoyin. As long as Xianxian remains unmarried, there exists a possibility for her to enter the Eastern Palace. The Crown Prince likely still holds some assurance regarding Xianxian. At most, the one she marries will not surpass the Crown Prince. Thus, the Pei family initially aimed to find her a suitor of respectable lineage, hailing from a humble background, whom the Duke's mansion would support, ensuring he would care for Pei Yunshu. Now, it appears she is not marrying the Crown Prince, but the Emperor instead. It remains uncertain how the Crown Prince will react upon learning this. Yet that is a matter for the Emperor and the Crown Prince to contend with. It does not concern our Duke's mansion. Your words ring true, Pei Zimu observed as he noticed his father's growing sense of relief, indicating that a resolution had been reached. Henceforth, the Duke's mansion will be under your command. You must be cognizant of the path ahead. In the future, you and your sister will need to support one another within the court and the harem. Do not worry, Father, I understand. Anyone who sends their daughter into the harem should be prepared for the consequences, be it shared ruin or the consort being cast into the cold palace, or even facing death. Though such fates are reserved for those who provoke significant trouble, perhaps by cuckolding the emperor or encountering family misfortunes, leading to the consort's inevitable neglect. Our Duke's mansion is unlikely to face such a dire fate. Conversely, mutual support often leads to entanglement in the power struggles of the imperial lineage. Victory brings one the status of a new emperor's kin, while defeat results in shared ruin. Yet, for our Duke's mansion, the most troublesome aspect remains. The current emperor has no heirs. It is uncertain whether it is a matter of unwillingness or inability to conceive. In recent days, Pei Yunshu has noticed a few strands of his hair turning gray with worry. The only comfort he finds is that he is still in the prime of his life, and there is no immediate concern regarding the Crown Prince's ascension. Pei Zimu stepped forward, addressing his father. Father, is there anything we should do regarding Jiang Luoyin? In a prominent family, methods of control are never lacking. She is a clever child. You should speak with her. She must understand that by marrying into the Eastern Palace, she must rely on our Duke's residence. Pei Yunshu paused, acknowledging that she is a child of the Jiang family. Best not to inform your mother about this, to spare her any awkwardness. I understand, Father. Pei Zimu glanced towards Pei Yunshu's courtyard, contemplating the emperor's feelings for Nian, which may exceed everyone's expectations. Miss, the medicine has arrived. The apothecary's assistant brought in the medicine, and Yuehua entered with the bowl, observing Pei Yunshu's evasive demeanor, placing the bowl beside Xie Yanchuan. The doctor said that the young lady has been unwell these past few days. She must take the restorative medicine. Xie Yanchuan turned to see Pei Yunshu sitting on the bed, flailing her arms in protest. What are you doing? Just yesterday, you insisted you wouldn't take the medicine, claiming it was not an illness. Why must you drink it now? Pei Yunshu averted her gaze from the dark concoction in Xie Yanchuan's hand, attempting to escape. You're no longer a child. Why fear the medicine? Xie Yanchuan instructed someone to prepare candied fruit, amused by Pei Yunshu's defiance, particularly as she covered her face with a quilt. Why are you laughing at me now, sir? Pei Yunshu shifted the quilt slightly, revealing her bright eyes. I am reminded of your childhood. Not long after I became your teacher, you caught a cold, and I even called for the imperial physician. Yet, you were ungrateful. When I insisted you take the medicine, you cried out in distress, declaring your dislike for me and demanding a new teacher. Pei Yunshu's gaze wandered, filled with uncertainty. Did that truly happen? I have no recollection of it. No memory? At that time, you were unaware of my identity, and it was my first time teaching. Ultimately, I failed to educate you properly, allowing you to dominate me. In my childhood, I was hardly that bothersome. Pei Yunshu seemed to be both embarrassed and enraged. Resting her head against Xie Yanchuan's chest, he lightly tapped her. Of course, you were not bothersome. I recall saying I would cease teaching and be driven from the Duke's residence, at which point you seized the medicine bowl and drank it, insisting you liked me and urging me to take the medicine so that the Duke would not expel me. Pei Yunshu's eyes reflected confusion and bewilderment. How can I not remember such an event? To you, it may seem insignificant, yet for me, it remains an indelible memory. It matters not. You were young then, and I shall hold on to that memory. Now, must I still coax you to take your medicine? What plan do you have for coaxing me? I am no longer a child. Pei Yunshu said this while still covering her lips, clearly anticipating Xie Yanchuan to soothe her. What is it that you desire? Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu, contemplating her desires, and vowed, I shall grant you whatever you wish, while others remained oblivious. Only Xie Yanchuan understood the profound truth behind his words. Was it truly worth consuming this medicine? Could it be that His Majesty would indeed provide me with anything? Over the years, have I not furnished your quarters with countless treasures? If truth be told, Xie Yanchuan had indulged her for a decade. Then, dear sir, would you bestow upon me a kiss? Pei Yunshu leaned closer, propping herself on her arm, observing the emperor's eyes widen in surprise. What were once mere attempts to appease a child could no longer suffice. Now, dear sir, you must not treat me as a mere child. Chapter 76. I shall teach you what women should rely on to manage men in the future. It may be due to mutual support that her mother said. After giving birth to their siblings, she and her father became akin to family. However, Nian must always remember that the emotions between men and women invariably stem from desire, and this sentiment cannot be separated from lust. This statement, Pei Yunshu comprehended only after a long time. Why, in her previous life, did Jiang Luyan take such a perilous step, forbidding Xie Changyan from touching her? It was likely not merely to humiliate her. Her cousin indeed understood men far better than she did. Sir, you must have experienced intimacy. Haven to you? Or shall I instruct you? Pei Yunshu regarded him, finding her words rather disingenuous. The man before her was the Emperor of Dechun, with numerous consorts, and whether his affections were genuine or feigned should be trivial for Xie Yanchuan. Pei Yunshu never inquired about Xie Yanchuan's harem, for it was known that the emperor's court was harmonious and tranquil. If she were to stir such matters, it would be utterly unbecoming of her. She could remain indifferent, but Xie Yanchuan could not afford to be indifferent. At the very least, she needed to ensure that their relationship was perceived as pure. Teach me, Nian can? Xie Yanchuan had long mastered the art of concealing his emotions, for an emperor must never display feelings. Yet, Pei Yunshu always stirred the dark emotions within him. The warmth of Xie Yanchuan's palm lightly grazed the nape of Pei Yunshu's neck. Or has Nian engaged in such activities with others? Though Xie Yanchuan had done nothing at all, and had not even shown signs of anger or dissatisfaction, Pei Yunshu still felt a chilling presence at her neck. Pei Yunshu's gaze drifted to the small cabinet beside the bed, where she had merely been reading more. Xie Yanchuan reached toward the hidden compartment at the bedside, retrieving several small volumes to peruse. His gaze upon Pei Yunshu was indescribable. Who permitted you to read these? Isn't it necessary to study these matters thoroughly before marriage? Surely, a gentleman cannot be entirely self-taught. Perhaps men are capable of learning on their own, but we ladies must engage in diligent study. Xie Yanchuan gazed at the entangled illustrations within the pages and, with a swift motion, tossed the book aside. If I catch you looking at such things again, I shall have Prince Cheng teach you a lesson. What does this have to do with the princess? After pondering briefly, he added, an entire capital. The only one daring enough to provide you with such materials is Princess Jingyang, Xie Sifeng. I shall not entertain any other possibilities. Pei Yunshu observed him, suddenly covering her mouth and beginning to cough, furrowing her brow as she leaned back. Sir, I am in such pain. Xie Yanchuan instinctively grew anxious, despite knowing how poor her act was. Do not feign ignorance. He grasped her wrist. Nian need not concern herself with these matters. After entering the palace, I shall instruct you directly, and you will not require these books. He offered her the medicine. Moreover, despite your numerous schemes, you still need to take this medicine. Pei Yunshu, feeling choked, stared at the medicine presented before her and shot an irritated glance at Xie Yanchuan. This book is quite precious. I shall be far more useful than those books. Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu. For her, it was merely a trivial ploy to avoid taking medicine. Yet for him, it ignited a sudden blaze of emotions. Since the commotion had already escalated, she might as well take the medicine. He held the bowl of medicine to her lips, and with a furrowed brow, Pei Yunshu drank it all in one breath. It seemed she was no longer as averse to bitterness as she had been in her childhood. Just as Xie Yanchuan was about to commend her for her obedience, Pei Yunshu, quicker than he anticipated, pressed her lips against his. The mere touch of their lips, however, was not as intimate or passionate as she might have envisioned. She merely brushed her tongue lightly against his. The bowl fell from Xie Yanchuan's grasp, and Bo Xingluan and Yuehua, standing nearby, averted their gaze, pretending not to witness the scene. Was it merely this? Pei Yunshu drew back slightly, but remained close, their breaths intertwining in a delicate dance. It was nothing particularly extraordinary. She retreated a bit more. Yin wouldn't. Pei Yunshu's slender neck was fragile, so delicate that Xie Yanchuan could easily break it with a single hand, reminiscent of a predator's lethal grasp that always sinks its fangs into its prey's neck. Xie Yanchuan found pleasure in this, satisfying his desire for control, while Pei Yunshu never resisted. "It's all right, my dear, let me guide you." In the final moments, his words melded seamlessly into her lips. Xie Yanchuan, indeed, was quite adept. He skillfully entwined and led her, ultimately allowing her to take the initiative. Yet, it was Pei Yunshu who faltered first, tilting her face upward as she withdrew, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, her lips slightly parted, breathing softly. Xie Yanchuan patiently waited for her to emerge from her daze. But to his surprise, as soon as Pei Yunshu regained her senses, she appeared on the verge of tears. "I'm still unwell, and yet you treat me this way. Who was it that initiated the kiss first?" Xie Yanchuan refused to take the blame. After all, when he taught her the arts of music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, it was necessary to assess his own literary prowess. Now, this was no different, allowing her to understand her own heart. "Are you satisfied now?" Pei Yunshu blinked, barely managing a response. "It seems tolerable. As long as you are satisfied." Xie Yanchuan's voice, laced with mirth, brushed against her ear. "It seems I still have much to teach you." Pei Yunshu burrowed beneath the covers, feigning discomfort and claiming the need for rest. Xie Yanchuan did not stop her. Instead, he rose and took a seat in the outer chamber. Zhenglun presented him with a cup of tea, which he discovered to be cold, likely having sat exposed to the chill of the outside air for some time. He took a couple of sips, realizing today he had indeed been rather indulgent. "Your Majesty, the carriage awaits outside." Xie Yanchuan had delayed longer than he intended, yet Zhenglun, despite his anxiousness, dare not prompt him. "I shall first pay a visit to the Duke. Since we are already late, I will address all matters at once." The issues Xie Yanchuan wished to discuss with the Duke were straightforward. When would the decree for the consort be issued? Now was certainly not an opportune moment. Xie Yanchuan observed Pei Yuanzheng, who was as forthright as ever. Upon seeing him, the Duke immediately broached the subject of sending his daughter to the palace. Given Yan's celestial destiny, if she remains confined within the Duke's residence, I cannot foresee her well-being. She compliments your Majesty's fate. I earnestly hope for your protection over my daughter. The Duke of Gua has always been considerate towards me. As for the conferring of titles upon the consorts, he has just issued a self-punishing edict, and with the year-end approaching, coupled with the imminent celebratory events in the Eastern Palace after the New Year, the Ministry of Internal Affairs will be occupied for several months. During this period, the arrival of the noble consort into the palace may inevitably lead to a simplified ceremony. I have sent someone to Hugua Temple to calculate an auspicious date. How does next June sound? By then, Yin will have just celebrated her birthday. Now, he suddenly proposes to allow his daughter to enter the palace. Your Majesty has even determined the date, and if there were no personal motives behind this, Pei Yuanzheng would find it utterly unbelievable, even if he were to trust the predictions of the imperial astronomers and Chun San's divination, considering your Majesty's temperament. It would be prudent to wait for the stance of the Duke's residence. Yet before me stand the Emperor, Pei Yuanzheng. This is the Emperor, and if he desires your daughter, you must comply. You cannot simply dismiss him with disdain. Your Majesty's consideration for my daughter is deeply appreciated. However, the news of Nian Yin's entry into the palace need not be concealed. After much contemplation, Xie Yanchuan believes that if there are troubles, it is best to resolve them before the marriage. Pei Yunshu is also pondering over this. Should this be kept from the court officials? Or is it regarding the Crown Prince? Chapter 77. Who is the noble consort? Not long after the Duke's residence had seen off Xie Yanchuan, a messenger from the palace arrived to collect Pei Yunshu's gung tai. It was Pei Zimu who personally delivered it. The young man before him, known as Xinge, was the grandson of the esteemed General Shun Ku, who held this grandson in high regard. Rather than sending him to the battlefield for experience, he had been brought to the palace, where at a tender age, he became a deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, and perhaps even the future commander of the elite troops, enjoying the trust of Xie Yanchuan. However, the delivery of a mere gung tai hardly warranted the presence of such a high-ranking deputy commander. His Majesty is anxious and has urged me to come personally. Xinge stated, his expression grave. As both were men of martial background and had previously known each other, he was inclined to exchange a few words. Isn't this gung tai meant for the Hugui Temple? In truth, while marriages necessitated the exchange of gung tais for others, Xie Yanchuan had no such need. The entire Imperial Astronomical Bureau was at His Majesty's service, rendering the need for a gung tai unnecessary. Nevertheless, given its connection to Pei Yunshu, it was prudent to ensure that all matters were attended to avoid any future grievances. When Xinge had been summoned by Xie Yanchuan, His Majesty had expressed the importance of thoroughness. His Majesty has instructed me to personally deliver the gung tai, and I must return with the results by tomorrow. Pei Zimu still wished to invite someone in for tea, but Xinge waved off the invitation, citing time constraints. Since His Majesty is pressing, I shall take my leave. As Pei Zimu handed the gung tai to Xinge, he inquired, is His Majesty only requesting the delivery of the gung tai? Indeed, Xinge replied. I was considering that both the Empress Dowager and His Highness the Crown Prince are at the temple. Perhaps His Majesty is concerned. You might want to visit the Empress Dowager while at Hugui Temple. Otherwise, what will you say if His Majesty inquires later? Pei Zimu recognized that Xinge was somewhat rigid and often missed the subtleties of conversation, which was likely why he had been favored by the Emperor for his unwavering loyalty and obedience. After contemplating Shunji's words, he found them reasonable and nodded. Very well. I shall pay my respects to the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. Thank you for the reminder, though it was merely a casual remark. If His Majesty were to ask, it would be prudent to inquire about the well-being of the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. Your words are wise, and I shall indeed visit them, Xinge affirmed. With the gung tai in hand, he bid a hasty farewell to Pei Zimu and departed on horseback. As Pei Zimu suppressed a smile, he pondered His Majesty's intentions, aware that they could not overlook the Crown Prince. Although it was unlikely that his sister would become a pawn in any conflict between father and son. After all, neither the Emperor nor the Crown Prince were the types to be ensnared by mere pleasures, should such a day of conflict ever arise. It was evident that the unfortunate repercussions would not fall upon the Emperor and the Crown Prince. Instead, the blame would inevitably be heaped upon his sister. History is replete with tales of beautiful women being the source of calamity. This much is well known. Yet regardless of how history may record it, such a stigma must not befall his sister. In the evening, when Pei Yunshu awoke, her face bore the marks of fatigue. Although she had engaged in lively banter with Xie Yanchuan earlier that day, she had been merely putting on a brave front, forcing herself to appear spirited. She could discern that Xie Yanchuan preferred her vibrant demeanor. When she was listless, a cloud of seriousness would shadow his brow, and a hint of sorrow would linger in his expression. Has my sister awakened? Pei Qingwan, who had been seated nearby with a book, immediately sensed her movement as soon as Pei Yunshu opened her eyes. Did I not say that I require no one to keep watch? I could not help but feel concern for Mother, so I came to keep you company. It is merely a change of scenery for reading. It is no trouble at all. Pei Qingwan assisted Pei Yunshu in sitting up. The physician just visited to take your pulse and mentioned that you appeared somewhat fatigued this morning. It seems your health has yet to fully recover. especially after meeting His Majesty, which may have master weariness. Pei Yunshu took a sip of tea and looked at Pei Yuan. The day His Majesty visited, everyone in the residence had taken note, and now, upon Xie Yanchuan's return to the Duke's manor, even the servants recognized him. Therefore, she saw no need to conceal anything from Pei Yuan. I shall likely enter the palace next year, which may delay your marriage prospects. Pei Yunshu observed Pei Yuan, knowing that those suitors her mother had once shown her were no longer viable. Pei Yuan nodded. Of the 3 daughters of the Duke's household, one cousin had entered the Eastern Palace, and the eldest sister had gone to the imperial harem, leaving her as the sole remaining daughter. In any case, she would not settle for a lowly match. My aunt mentioned that this matter is at the discretion of mother. And what are your own thoughts? How do you feel? Pei Yunshu gazed at Pei Yuan, aware that she was the only eligible daughter in the Duke's household, and that many suitors would surely be vying for her hand. I hope that the man I marry will be able to assist you, sister. Pei Yuan responded with a calm demeanor. Having long understood her own aspirations, to become the matriarch of the household rather than to marry for love. With Pei Yunshu's impending entrance into the palace, her future wealth and social standing would hinge upon Pei Yunshu's fortunes. You have always been quite perceptive. Worry not. I shall speak with mother about selecting another suitor for you. Rest assured, you'll have options, especially now that more suitors are drawn to the daughters of the Duke's household. Without a moment's hesitation, Pei Yuan replied, I trust you, sister. Her faith in Pei Yunshu was unwavering, for the advantages bestowed upon her by this elder sister were tangible. For these benefits, which she might never attain in her lifetime, she would follow Pei Yunshu's guidance without question. Moreover, she had witnessed how her elder sister had extricated herself from the Crown Prince's grasp and entered the imperial harem with remarkable ease. Such smooth transitions could not solely be attributed to luck. Meanwhile, Shungu arrived at the Hugui Temple, personally delivering the memorial tablet to the abbot before proceeding to pay respects to the Empress Dowager and the Crown Prince. At the entrance to the back courtyard, he was halted by someone who informed him that the Empress Dowager had retired for the evening and requested no disturbances. Shungu then disclosed his identity and expressed his desire to see the Empress Dowager before his return to the capital the following day, to ascertain her well-being and relay the information to His Majesty. That is quite understandable. The steward nodded repeatedly in response. Subsequently, Shungu went to meet the Crown Prince, who was indeed waiting for his visitor during these days. However, he did not anticipate that the first to arrive would be Shungu. What brings the deputy commander to the temple? He inquired. I have come to deliver the decree regarding the esteemed concubine Zhao, Shungu replied, naturally echoing the emperor's words. Concubine Zhao, the hand of Xie Yanchuan, who was transcribing Buddhist scriptures, paused momentarily. How could I be unaware that an additional concubine has been added to the emperor's harem? Although concubine Zhao had yet to enter the palace, her title and rank had been personally conferred by the emperor. It seems the emperor holds this concubine in high regard. I wonder who this concubine Zhao might be. Chapter 78. The Crown Prince confronts me. Xie Yanchuan returned to the capital, riding swiftly on horseback, accompanied only by 2 loyal guards. He made his way back from the Hugui Temple, fully aware that his actions might soon be discovered, and could potentially incur his father's displeasure. After all, he had left the temple after merely 3 days, returning to the capital without permission, a decision fraught with peril and devoid of benefit. Yet, he still chose to come back, and, as he galloped away from the temple, he had not anticipated the troubles this choice would bring him. Upon hearing Shanji's words, Xie Yanchuan lost his usual composure and cunning. His emotions were difficult to articulate. All he knew was that he had to meet someone, and apart from that singular thought, his mind was a blank slate. The considerations of the Crown Prince were completely cast aside. No matter how hard he tried to redirect his thoughts, Shanji's voice echoed persistently in his mind. The Crown Prince, the beloved consort Zhao, was none other than the eldest daughter of the Duke of Pei's household. In the entirety of the capital, regardless of how Xie Yanchuan pondered, there was only one Pei Yunshu. Pei Yunshu, the consort Zhao. How could this be? It was utterly impossible. Could it be that Pei Yunshu intended to stir up trouble? Such antics were far too excessive. Did she understand what entering the palace truly entailed? Xie Yanchuan, enveloped in a chill, approached the duke's residence. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to scale the wall to gain entry. The distant sound of the night watchman striking his gong echoed in the air. If he were to knock at the door now, the duke might very well mistake him for a thief and cast him out. Pei Yunshu's courtyard still glowed with a small lamp. Having slept during the day, she felt no fatigue at this hour, while Yue Hua kept her company, though her demeanor remained as reserved as ever, only responding with a few words when prompted by Pei Yunshu. "Do you have someone you care for?" Pei Yunshu inquired. "Your mistress would never neglect you. She will surely see you married splendidly." Yue Hua shook her head earnestly. "I do not harbor feelings for anyone. Serving my mistress is sufficient for me." "Then you intend to remain by my side for a lifetime? When you enter the palace, I shall naturally accompany you. I can serve as a matron by your side." "How can that be? Would you truly forsake the freedom of the outside world?" "Enough. You may feel indifferent now, but your feelings will surely change in the future." In a moment of reflection, Yue Hua, with a start, closed her eyes to dispel the thoughts. This time, she wished for everyone around her to have a happy ending. Suddenly, the door creaked softly, a sound that, though faint, pierced through the quiet night. Didn't everyone say they would go to sleep? Pei Yunshu closed her eyes, displaying a hint of impatience. She yearned for tranquility. "I should go take a look," Yue Hua said, rising. "There shouldn't be anyone arriving at this hour." Xie Yanchuan stepped into the room, the cold air trailing behind him. As Yue Hua recognized him and was about to call out, he swiftly covered her mouth. "Cold." Pei Yunshu opened her eyes, curious as to who would disturb her at such an hour, only to find Xie Yanchuan entering. "Why is Xie Yanchuan here?" she thought in astonishment, sitting up and pulling aside her quilt. She grabbed a cloak from the side to wrap herself snugly. Under the moonlight, Yue Hua stood not far away, her mouth covered by a stranger, yet she exhibited no signs of panic, merely a hint of urgency. Pei Yunshu gestured to her, signaling her to remain calm, assuring her that nothing untoward would occur. Finally, Pei Yunshu stepped forward, positioning herself between the advancing Xie Yanchuan and the path ahead. Xie Yanchuan emanated a chilling aura, suggesting he had been journeying for quite some time. Yet, Pei Yunshu couldn't help but recall how Xie Yanchuan would always shed his cloak upon arriving to meet her, allowing the warmth of the surroundings to envelop him. "Your Highness, at this hour, you should not be present at the Duke's residence, let alone in my chamber," she thought. Within the dimly lit room, Xie Yanchuan scrutinized her intently, his expression still one of arrogant pride and his features as beautiful as freshly fallen snow. However, when he directed his gaze at her, it was consistently laced with anger and an inexplicable disdain. "Pei Yunshu, are you intending to enter the palace?" he inquired. "Yes," was her succinct reply, delivered with an unwavering determination that left no room for negotiation. "You have rejected me, refusing to enter the Eastern Palace. Yet you wish to step into my father's harem?" Xie Yanchuan's jaw tightened as he spoke, his countenance darkening to a somewhat terrifying degree. "Your Highness," Pei Yunshu responded, her eyes filled with bewilderment. "Have you come in the dead of night to interrogate me?" She found his presence rather amusing. Had she not distanced herself from Xie Yanchuan for quite some time? She had even taken the initiative to request a marriage between Jiang Luyin and Xie Yanchuan, orchestrating that entire charade. She believed they had already diverged on separate paths, merely refraining from severing ties completely and becoming adversaries. For she would never turn against a favored crown prince. And what had Xie Yanchuan truly done, aside from seeking her out on a few occasions? Yet now, he appeared before her in the dead of night, questioning her motives. "Your Highness, I have never been married or betrothed, so my choice of whom to marry, which household I enter, and into whose harem I step, is solely mine. Moreover, what does this have to do with you? You are to wed my cousin. It seems you have come to the wrong place tonight." Pei Yunshu regarded Xie Yanchuan, recalling how he had meticulously pursued Jiang Luyin, ensuring she faced no hardships. Yet here he was, intruding upon her private space in the dead of night, seemingly indifferent to the troubles he might bring her. No, she thought vehemently. Her dissatisfaction and anger appeared to have gone unnoticed by Xie Yanchuan, who only solemnly stated his intent. "I will not permit you to enter the harem, Pei Yunshu. The past between us may deceive others, but it cannot deceive ourselves," he declared, fixing his gaze upon her. You sought my father. You were clearly moved by me once. And I will not allow you to marry my father." Pei Yunshu felt an urge to strike him. She sidestepped Xie Yanchuan. Yet he seemed entirely disinclined to let her be. In that moment, she indeed acted upon her impulse. The cold wind had already rendered Xie Yanchuan's complexion pallid, and now a handprint marked his face, born from the full force of her strike. "Your Highness has now regained consciousness. If so, you ought to be aware of the reckless deeds committed this night. It is indeed astonishing that there would come a day when Pei Yunshu would accuse him of such folly. I have no intentions of marrying the emperor. I assure you, I shall not take Liu Su as my bride, nor do I wish for the title of Crown Princess. What has become of Xie Yanchuan? Has he suffered a blow to his head? It appears he does not comprehend her words at all, merely engrossed in his own discourse." Pei Yunshu, growing weary, remarked, "Xie Yanchuan, I do not harbor any affection for you. Do you know why I once sought your company?" A smirk graced her lips. "It is because you bear a slight resemblance to His Majesty, albeit a mere 3 parts. Chapter 79. He too shall feel jealous. Xie Yanchuan departed, leaving behind a chilling atmosphere and a disarrayed room. It was only after hearing the door slam shut that Pei Yunshu retreated a few steps and collapsed into a chair. Ewing stepped forward to support her, and Yu Hua hastened to join them. "Miss, are you all right?" Pei Yunshu waved her hand dismissively, signaling that she was fine. Ewing had the opportunity to intervene earlier or even call out, but Pei Yunshu's gesture was directed at Yu Hua and Ewing alike, conveying a message of restraint. It was essential to avoid causing a scene. Once the matter escalated amidst the crowd, it would be far more difficult to manage. If His Majesty's decree had already arrived, she would certainly be able to make a commotion, but for now, that was not an option. Making a fuss would bolster Xie Yanchuan's confidence, but it would not bode well for her. "I shall visit my elder brother tomorrow to bolster the defenses in my courtyard. There should be no trouble tonight." Wrapped in her cloak, Pei Yunshu felt her previously buoyant spirits fade away. Xie Yanchuan's behavior was as perplexing as that of a madman. She still could not fathom him. He accepted all her arrangements, yet could not tolerate her impending marriage to His Majesty. As Yu Hua assisted Pei Yunshu in a bed, she could not help but whisper, "Miss, there are still His Majesty's secret guards outside. He might come to know of this incident. We shall pretend it never transpired. As long as His Majesty desires this heir, he will remain silent on the matter." However, distrust and disdain often stem from the smallest of incidents. Pei Yunshu sought to console herself. After all, Xie Yanchuan's visit had taken her by surprise. A bewildering lunatic. The secret guards reported that Xie Yanchuan would not learn of the incident until the following morning. Qinlun stood nearby, hunched over, too timid to raise his gaze to His Majesty's countenance. And then, His Highness spent a brief moment in the courtyard before departing from the Duke's residence. He is currently at the temple. He certainly keeps a tight schedule. Xie Yanchuan closed his eyes, believing Pei Yunshu harbored no affection for the Crown Prince. She was straightforward in her feelings, unable to conceal her likes or dislikes, and her temperament was such that she would not tolerate grievances. Thus, Xie Yanchuan had never considered that Pei Yunshu was with him due to the Crown Prince. She could not act in such a manner. If she still held feelings for Xie Yanchuan, she would boldly marry the Crown Prince. However, Xie Yanchuan did not entirely believe that Xie Yanchuan favored Jiang Luyin and despised Pei Yunshu. Within the depths of the palace, having witnessed their growth, he understood how captivating someone like Pei Yunshu could be. He could enlighten Xie Yanchuan, yet Xie Yanchuan was reluctant to do so. He had already given Xie Yanchuan all he could, ensuring the Crown Prince was not slighted, but he could not allow him to relinquish everything he possessed so easily. Seated upon the dragon throne, Xie Yanchuan gently caressed the dragon head beneath his hand, feeling a flicker of impatience towards the Crown Prince. He prided himself on his devoted guidance. Yet why did the Crown Prince still act in a manner that caused difficulties for all? The guards at the Guogui Temple were reprimanded for their negligence, receiving 30 strokes of the rod and a 6-month salary deduction, with an additional 3-month penalty remaining. Zhonglin listened intently. Indeed, the emperor had said little, yet it was evident he was subtly admonishing the Crown Prince, showing him no regard whatsoever. After Xie Yanchuan spoke, he glanced at the sky, suggesting that once Nian Nian had recovered, Princess Jingyang should pay her a visit. Princess Jingyang? Well, since it concerned her, let her handle it herself. I shall merely observe. There are matters she would not bring to me or the Duke's residence, yet she would seek the princess's counsel. As both are fearless, Zheng Luan remained silent. Fearless, indeed? Was it not the emperor's support that emboldened them? The situation between the emperor and the crown prince was undeniably complex. The emperor could not publicly address the issue. Would the emperor visit the duke's residence today? Perhaps not. After a moment's hesitation, Xie Yanchuan shook his head. It was undeniable that even he felt a pang of jealousy. He feared that the jealousy he could currently suppress might overwhelm him if he were to encounter Pei Yunshu. Meanwhile, at the duke's residence, upon learning of this matter, Pei Zimu was nearly consumed by rage. Did he intend to invade your private quarters, wishing to bring you ruin? It must be more than merely tarnishing my reputation. The crown prince values his image far more than I do, and I cannot fathom his intentions. It is as if he has lost his senses. Pei Yunshu furrowed her brow, her face reflecting disdain. Very well, brother understands. There are guards with death contracts. I will send a couple near your courtyard. I appreciate your trouble, brother. Pei Zimu exchanged a few casual words before hastily departing, only to collide with Pei Zishan, who was seeking Pei Yunshu. Elder brother. Pei Zishan stood obediently before Pei Zimu. Here to visit someone? Yes. To see if Nian Yin is feeling better today. Much improved. However, do not visit Nian Yin just yet. Come with me to see Lu Yin first. Pei Zishan hesitated. Why must I see Lu Yin now? Elder brother, I have not visited my cousin in a while. This is irrelevant to you. I wish to speak with Lu Yin, and you should listen as well. It will serve you well to be informed in the future. Pei Zimu led Pei Zishan to Jiang Lu Yan's courtyard. How have you been faring with Miss Song these past few days? Quite well, Pei Zishan replied honestly. That is good to hear. Pei Zimu nodded in satisfaction. He had heard from his mother that Miss Song was intelligent and well-suited for the second son, and he found her quite agreeable. It appeared that Miss Song indeed diverted the second son's attention from Jiang Lu Yin, which was a fortunate development. Jiang Lu Yin had been exceedingly well-behaved lately, scarcely stepping outside her courtyard, seemingly preparing for marriage. The Jiang family had summoned Aunt Yu from the residence. She, too, was of noble birth. Her father a minister in the Ministry of Rites, well-versed in such matters, and she was perfectly suited to assist Jiang Lu Yin, supplemented by the wet nurse sent by the Department of Internal Affairs. Thus, Jiang Lu Yin remained indoors all day, neither stepping out the front door nor the back gate. Miss, the eldest young master and the second young lady have arrived. Why is my cousin here at this time? Jiang Lu Yin was puzzled, knowing that the residents had been preoccupied with concern for Pei Yunshu, revolving around her, and could not comprehend why they would visit her now. Please prepare some tea. Jiang Lu Yin pondered for a moment before rising to greet her guests. While it was acceptable to welcome others, she could not possibly deny Pei Zimu entry. What brings you, my esteemed cousins, to my humble abode today? Jiang Lu Yin elegantly performed her greeting, and Pei Zimu nodded, stating, I have come to see you. Matters concerning the crown prince are pressing, and I believe it is imperative that we discuss them openly. Pei Zishan appeared equally perplexed, his gaze towards Jiang Lu Yin laced with confusion. How fares your relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince of late? He inquired. His Highness is currently preoccupied with pressing matters. I have not seen him in quite some time. Why do you ask, cousin? Despite being burdened with affairs, it seems His Highness ventured into the Duke's residence last night. Are you aware of this? Chapter 80. Allies of the Duke's residence. Pei Zimu observed the sudden change in Jiang Lu Yin's expression and realized that she was completely unaware of the circumstances. However, she must have surmised something. After all, the crown prince should have been at the national temple at this hour, yet he had stealthily infiltrated the Duke's residence. If the crown prince had not come to see her, it was evident whom he intended to meet. Pei Zishan was even more astounded than Jiang Lu Yin, but upon witnessing their expressions, he suppressed his own bewilderment, feeling that it was not the time for questions. It seemed everyone else was privy to the matter, except for him, who remained in the dark. What could the crown prince be doing at the Duke's residence? Jiang Lu Yin clasped her hands tightly, desperately suppressing the panic and indignation within, yet her expression betrayed a hint of distortion. The crown prince had gone to see Nian Yin and had expressed his fury over her entering the palace. Indeed, it was Pei Yunshu. Xie Changyan had indeed gone to visit Pei Yunshu. Why had her cousin chosen to inform her of this? Jiang Luyan took a few sips of the tea beside her, striving to regain her composure. At this moment, she could not afford to panic, especially since Pei Zimu had sought her out. He surely did not wish for Pei Yunshu to marry into the Eastern Palace. What did the Crown Prince's actions signify? Jiang Luyan pressed her lips together and deliberated. Perhaps the Crown Prince had acted impulsively. Luyan, Pei Zimu said, though your surname is Jiang, you must understand that the Jiang family is indeed a prestigious scholarly lineage. Yet in the capital, they wield no power. The only support you can rely on is the Duke's residence. Pei Zimu's demeanor was gentle, resembling that of an older brother considering his sister's well-being. However, he was acutely aware that his cousin's thoughts ran deep and could not be easily deceived. Yet, she was ambitious and had clear objectives, solely focused on her ascent. Luyan should comprehend that if she wished to establish herself in the capital, her only ally was the Duke's residence. The Jiang family valued her not merely for her lineage, but for her close ties with the Duke's residence, which offered the prospect of a prestigious marriage. Moreover, distant assistance is of little use when immediate troubles arise, should anything happen to her in the capital. The Jiang family's ability to aid her would be quite limited. After finishing his remarks, Pei Zimu did not rush to inquire further. Take your time to think it over. Once you have clarity, we shall discuss it again. Jiang Luyan lowered her head, recognizing that she indeed needed to reflect deeply. She understood Pei Zimu's words, yet human jealousy cannot be easily dispelled by mere words. I too am uncertain of what the Crown Prince is truly contemplating. But your past rapport with him renders you somewhat of a possession in his eyes. Your entrance into the palace might be seen as a slight to him. Both Jiang Luyan and Xie Yanchuan possess sensitive and proud natures and could never accept a subordinate position. Nevertheless, they had concealed their sentiments well, for until now, Pei Zimu had yet to discern this matter. Luyan, I have told you before, if you do not wish to be merely the Duke's cousin, then you must become an ally of the Duke's residence. You have no other option. Pei Zimu paused, his tone remaining gentle. Or perhaps you wish to test the waters. Consider what would transpire if you were cast out from the Duke's residence. Would the Eastern Palace desire a mere side consort of Jiang lineage? Alternatively, if you believe in the Crown Prince's affections for you, you may also wish to see if such feelings merit a position as a side consort. Jiang Luyan smiled lightly, yet the curvature of her lips bore a hint of melancholy. Xie Changyan, who was never one to act impulsively, had indeed done so. And all for Pei Yunshu, the very Pei Yunshu who had once been told by him, without pretense, that she disregarded decorum and acted without reason, provoking his disdain. She had long ceased to deceive herself. It was time to acknowledge that Xie Changyan did not harbor indifference towards Pei Yunshu. His disdain was intertwined with an undeniable attraction. Had Pei Yunshu become the Crown Princess, perhaps Xie Changyan would have remained oblivious to his own feelings. Yet now, with Pei Yunshu promised to another, he had acted before fully comprehending his own heart. Thus, how could she trust in Xie Changyan's affections? Those past declarations of love had proven to be mere figments of her imagination. She ought not to have fallen for him. Fortunately, it was not too late to retract her small token of sincerity. So, what does His Highness wish of me? You were able to evade our watchful eyes and cultivate a rapport with the Crown Prince. Surely, you understand him better than anyone else. Therefore, Luyan, contemplate diligently how to captivate the Crown Prince, for you are destined to enter the Eastern Palace. As for the arrangements pertaining to your marriage, although they may not equate to the regulations of a Crown Princess, the Duke's residence will ensure you do not fall short in comparison to others. Jiang Luyan nodded in understanding. In a few days, she intended to visit the Guardian Temple to offer her prayers. Without hesitation, Jiang Luyan noted that it was indeed time for a pilgrimage. Pei Zimu agreed to send her there. Pei Zimu took Pei Zishan with him, while Jiang Luyan remained seated. Pondering her next steps, she needed to reflect carefully, or rather, discern whether Xie Changyan truly harbored feelings for Pei Yunshu. If he remained oblivious, matters would be simpler. However, if he had begun to suspect something, complications would arise. Yet it was unlikely. Affection is a delicate emotion. Despite Pei Yunshu's past kindness towards him, he had felt repulsion. And now, it seemed to be merely anger. Anger at having lost to the emperor. Jiang Luyan rose and instructed her maid to retrieve the garments she had prepared days prior, as she would need them in 2 days. Additionally, she instructed Yume to fetch a bowl of sweet soup from the kitchen and deliver it to the eldest young lady, while casually mentioning her intention to visit the guardian temple and inquiring if there was anything to convey. "Yes, I shall do so at once," Yume replied. Pei Yunshu was currently taking her medicine, and the physician had advised against sweet soup. Furthermore, knowing it was sent by Jiang Luyan, she dared not drink it, and instead handed it to Yu Yan. "The guardian temple? Do you wish to send a message?" Pei Yunshu mused, puzzled by the coincidence of Jiang Luyan's pilgrimage. "If that is the case, may the Bodhisattva bless me and the emperor with enduring affection and grant us son soon." Pei Yunshu casually remarked, "My lady, is such a sentiment appropriate to voice so openly? What is there that cannot be said? Is it not a plea to the Buddha? Are there not words that should remain unspoken to mere mortals, yet can be uttered to the Buddha?" Yume regarded Pei Yunshu's words with earnestness, assuring her she would convey the message. Given the frigid weather, Pei Yunshu cautioned her cousin to take great care on the road, though she did not raise her gaze, maintaining a calm demeanor as she expressed her concern. After waiting for the others to depart, Pei Yunshu found herself in a state of bewilderment, pondering the meaning behind the actions of Yuehua and the others. Surely, they could not share such a profound understanding? Yuehua shook her head, equally perplexed. Perhaps it was best to let the two of them be. After all, their antics would not disturb the master. Meanwhile, at the Guo temple, Xie Yanchuan, having heard the emperor's admonishment directed at the guards, was acutely aware of the implications. The punishment of the guards was merely a pretext, a means to exert pressure upon him. Yet, he had indeed lost his senses the previous night, unable to fathom why he had acted in such a manner. Even uttering those words to Pei Yunshu, a person he harbored no affection for. Chapter 81. He values the crown prince position more. When Jiang Luyan beheld Prince Xie Yanchuan, she discerned that this crown prince was, in truth, somewhat oblivious to his own sentiments. For Xie Yanchuan exhibited a certain vexation regarding his recent actions, lamenting the trouble he had unwittingly stirred and the impropriety of his deeds. The prince appeared somewhat troubled. Yet what could have transpired? Jiang Luyan had brought an array of offerings, ensuring she did not infringe upon the temple's regulations. At that moment, she prepared tea using the pristine snow collected from the plum blossoms during this year's first snowfall, infusing the brew with a delicate fragrance of plum. "Please, Your Highness, do take a sip." Jiang Luyan seemed unhurried to hear of Xie Yanchuan's distress, gently brewing the tea with movements as fluid as flowing water, inviting tranquility upon those who watched. It appeared as though she had committed a misstep. How could the prince, being the heir apparent, ever err? Jiang Luyan gazed at Xie Yanchuan. "Is this your belief?" "Naturally, Your Highness is the crown prince of Dichun, endowed with both virtue and talent, possessing martial prowess and literary finesse, and has consistently acted with prudence over the years, never faltering. How could you err? Perhaps it was but a moment of folly." Xie Yanchuan sighed. "Yet, is it regarding my sister's affairs? You are aware? She bears the dual auspicious fate, and it is certain she shall enter the palace. Though this matter has not been widely disclosed, those within the duke's household are undoubtedly cognizant. Is this truly the case?" Xie Yanchuan inquired, his gaze fixed upon the teacup, the brew light yet imbued with a subtle fragrance. Yet he found it overly bitter as he drank. Indeed, that day the duke's residence was in disarray. His Majesty personally attended, accompanied by the diviners from the Bureau of Astronomy. How could there be an error? However, by that time, you had already arrived at the Guardian Temple, and I could not convey the message. Thus, it appears I was the last to learn of this matter. Xie Yanchuan tightened his grip on the teacup, his knuckles whitening, veins surfacing on the back of his hand. "Is it this matter concerning my sister that troubles you?" "Perhaps." His nocturnal incursion into the Duke's residence was undoubtedly prompted by such concerns. "Are you worried that your sister may enter the palace and bear an heir?" "What?" Xie Yanchuan responded, as if perplexed, questioning her once more. "Is this not your concern? Your sister is entering the palace for this reason, and she will certainly be valued by His Majesty, which could lead to the birth of an heir. Indeed, an heir, the offspring of Xie Yanchuan." The stability of your position as crown prince is contingent upon Xie Yanchuan's lack of descendants. Now, in the prime of his life, should he have an heir, your standing is bound to be precarious. Jiang Luyan observed Xie Changyin in silence, awaiting his realization of the gravity of the situation. There was no need for her to awaken Xie Changyin to the depths of his affections for her. Such matters were far from her purview. She was acutely aware of her place in Xie Changyin's heart, perhaps slightly elevated above the ordinary, yet ultimately overshadowed by the crown prince's desire for dominion. However, she understood well what Xie Changyin truly valued, the throne of the crown prince. To him, she, Pei Yunshu, was but a mere fraction of all the women in the world, eclipsed by the significance of his princely title. For Jiang Luyan, this holds true as well. How could a favored concubine of a future crown prince compare with a deposed prince's concubine? Jiang Luyan chuckled softly as she recounted, before my arrival, my sister asked me to beseech the Buddha on her behalf, hoping for enduring affection with his majesty and the blessing of offspring. Jiang Luyan did not linger for long, as the crown prince was currently engaged in seclusion. Luyan, I cannot be disturbed by worldly affairs while in the temple. I entrust you to keep an eye on the matters in the capital. Jiang Luyan responded, since I am to marry his highness, we shall naturally be united as husband and wife, and thus I must share in his highness's concerns. Once Jiang Luyan departed, only Xie Changyin remained in the room, and it was then that the sound of shattered porcelain reached the ears of those outside. Xie Changyin swept the items from the table to the floor. Early birth of children? I shall never permit any offspring in the harem. When he recalled the name Pei Yunshu, his eyes were filled with malice. After a while, Xie Changyin summoned someone in. I accidentally broke the teapot. Have someone clean it up? Yes. Jiang Luyan spent only 3 days at the Huguo Temple. Aside from her initial visit with Xie Changyin, she spent the rest of her time attending to the Empress Dowager. You need not remain by my side at all times. Go and check on the crown prince, the Empress Dowager remarked, observing Jiang Luyan's composure. No wonder the crown prince is fond of you. I have already visited. The crown prince is engrossed in his cultivation, and my presence would only be a distraction. The Empress Dowager nodded. The crown prince is always obedient to the emperor. Much like you, a dutiful child. Jiang Luyan smiled faintly, remaining silent as she copied Buddhist scriptures. On the day of her departure, Jiang Luyan burned all the scriptures she had transcribed before the Buddha. She ought to have made many requests, yet in the end, she asked for nothing. What she sought had always relied solely on her own efforts. On the day Jiang Luyan returned to her residence, she happened upon a visitor, Princess Jingyang. Even in the cold weather, Xie Sifeng was dressed in a fitted outfit, draped in a dark cloak adorned with gold trim. Miss Jiang, have you just returned from a long journey? Yes, Princess Jingyang. You must be here to see my sister. I shall take my leave. Wait, Miss Jiang. The Grand Princess is hosting a warm banquet tomorrow. It seems Nian cannot attend. Would you like to go? Before Jiang Luyan could respond, Xie Sifeng had already handed her the invitation, insisting it would be wise to attend. Many will be present tomorrow. Thank you for the information. I shall go. The invitation is from the Grand Princess. I merely passed it along. No need for thanks. Xie Sifeng waved her hand dismissively. She and Jiang Luyan had little connection. In the past, when Pei Yunshu was close with his cousin, they would play together, but now, any bond with Jiang Luyan had completely faded. Pei Yunshu, upon seeing Xie Sifeng rush in, exclaimed before she had even settled, I just saw Jiang Luyan when I entered. What was she doing? She went to Huguo Temple to see the crown prince. Pei Yunshu looked at Xie Sifeng. After all, I am still a patient. Xie Sifeng was already indulging in tea and snacks, yet he did not forget to offer his comments. Upon hearing his words, I turned to scrutinize him closely. You appear radiant and full of vitality, not at all resembling someone recovering from serious illness. I have regained my strength, consuming medicinal dishes 10 to 8 times a day. I feel as though I might bleed from my nose. Xie Sifeng directly reached out to touch Pei Yunshu's face. Indeed, it is quite warm. What are you doing? Are you being inappropriate? There is no choice. Such opportunities may not arise again. You truly are destined to become my imperial aunt. That is indeed a certainty, without a doubt. Pei Yunshu slightly adjusted the book in her hands, revealing a pair of elegantly curved brows and eyes. What is the nature of your relationship with my imperial uncle? Mutual affection, long contemplated, unwavering until death. Pei Yunshu perused the book in her hands. Long contemplated? Who is this person? Heaven knows. Chapter 82. The foreign male favored each year. After the first snowfall in the capital, gatherings are held around warm stoves, inviting the noble ladies of the city to enjoy wine and admire the snow in the warmth of the halls. Pei Yunshu should not have attended. She was meant to rest at home, to recover. Yet today, she found herself lured here by Xie Yanchuan. Do you know how lively the warm stove banquet at the princess's residence is today? How lively? Will there be many people this year? It's not merely the number of guests. Today, the princess has invited all 3 ladies who will marry into the Eastern Palace after the new year. And not one of them is absent. Pei Yunshu was intrigued by this revelation and donned her rabbit fur cloak to join Xie Yanchuan on this escapade. Was the princess intentionally orchestrating this? Perhaps not. In the past, she had also invited them, but back then, no one had known they would all wed into the Eastern Palace. After all, Jiang Luyin and that Miss Sun were quite close. Xie Yanchuan usually paid little heed to such matters, yet she was well aware of the connections between individuals. However, it seems they indeed have a bond. After all, they are to marry the same man, and their ranks are identical. I wonder if their relationship remains as amicable now that they meet. Xie Yanchuan's tone was devoid of worry, filled instead with a sense of schadenfreude. How could I possibly witness such a spectacle alone? Pei Yunshu, with her eyes half closed, remarked, "You're eager to see the spectacle unfold, aren't you? I knew dragging me along would not bode well. There's no choice in this entire capital. Anyone could be disregarded, except for you, Pei Yunshu. Fear not. I made arrangements with my aunt. If you wish to avoid encounters, we shall observe from a distance." Xie Yanchuan, Pei Yunshu interrupted, her attention drawn to someone outside. "Who is that person? I noticed them just now." "Who?" Xie Yanchuan replied with a smile. Her demeanor suddenly relaxed as she leaned against the carriage window. Her expression grew cold, as if someone owed her money, but the most crucial detail caught Pei Yunshu's attention. She frowned. That person's features do not resemble those of the Central Plains. Xie Yanchuan, have you found yourself a foreigner? This city is not lacking in foreigners. As Xie Yanchuan partially opened the window, the person riding a horse beside them turned to look at her upon hearing the commotion, and his stern brows softened instantly. "Princess, it's cold outside. Don't get chilled. Our little you is quite thoughtful," Xie Yanchuan remarked before closing the window. "I've heard rumors that Princess Jingyang keeps a favorite hidden away. Do not tell me this is the one you intend to conceal. Close enough. Is he not handsome?" Xie Yanchuan replied with a nonchalant air. "What use his looks?" Pei Yunshu retorted, unable to muster a smile. "What is this person's identity? What is his name? How is it that he has fortuitously come to be by your side? Have you truly considered this?" Pei Yunshu was genuinely concerned. Her family had long been engaged in warfare, making her more acutely aware of issues regarding foreigners. "Xie Yanchuan, do not invite trouble upon yourself. I understand. He says his surname is Yu. As for his identity and name, those are likely fabrications. After all, do you think someone with such demeanor could merely be a simple servant?" Pei Yunshu reflected for a moment. Indeed, that individual exuded an unmistakable air of nobility and arrogance, a demeanor far removed from that of a mere servant. While appearances can be deceiving, the essence of one's character is often indelible. Much like a maid, adorned in the most opulent attire, can never truly embody the stature of a lady. Xie Yanchuan lifted the curtain of the carriage window, gazing through the glass at the indistinct silhouettes beyond. I am uncertain of his intentions towards me, yet at this moment, I find myself captivated by his beauty, merely a fleeting infatuation devoid of any deeper significance. Even if his lineage were indeed remarkable, it would hold little sway over my existence. After all, I remain the esteemed Princess Jingyang. Never mind. As long as you are aware, it suffices, provided you do not genuinely become ensnared by your emotions. Who could ever manipulate you? The illustrious Princess Jingyang. Matters of love and affection may serve as a diversion, but indulging too deeply would be unwise. Without my title, how would I continue to wield influence in the future? Moreover, by next year, I shall be choosing a husband. Do you truly intend to marry? Who can say? It may simply depend on a fleeting glance. As for Xiao Yu, I shall likely discern his true identity by next spring. Whether he stays or departs will probably not be my concern. Why is that? Knowing that Xie Yanchuan's affections are not sincere, she feels no anxiety. Such pretentious devotion seldom leads to a favorable conclusion. Xie Yanchuan is, in fact, far more discerning than Pei Yunshu realizes. By next spring, the hostage sent by the kingdom of Wuheng will arrive in the capital, a matter closely tied to the duke's household. Are you truly unaware? What transpired? The kingdom of Wuheng's voluntary dispatch of a hostage to the capital must have been prompted by the duke's severe reprimands, if I recall correctly. Pei Yunshu vaguely remembered this incident, though she had paid it little mind in her past life and remained uninformed. Do you believe he is connected to that hostage from Wuheng? It seems plausible. He does not strike one as someone who would willingly serve me for a lifetime. Yuhi rode alongside the carriage, having been at a loss himself, deliberately encountering this infamous princess in the capital. He presumed she was merely a naive victim of her own desires, yet Xie Yanchuan never played games with her. What do you seek? Protection. Yuhi had stated as much, and Xie Yanchuan nodded in agreement, but with a caveat. Should you bring me trouble, you must leave at once. If you cannot, I shall have no choice but to eliminate you, thus earning a modicum of merit for the Wang residence. Consequently, Yuhi remained by Xie Yanchuan's side, seemingly transformed into her favored companion. Though he found the princess perplexing, he was irresistibly drawn to her audacity. It is time. Dismount from the carriage. Xie Yanchuan stepped out, and Yuhi extended his hand to her, addressing her as princess. Xie Yanchuan raised an eyebrow and crouched down. Yuhi, obediently lowering his gaze, also crouched. Xie Yanchuan placed her foot upon his thigh to alight from the carriage, exerting minimal effort, her boots merely brushing against Yuhi's leg. He looked up, catching a glimpse of Xie Yanchuan's elevated gaze upon him, prompting Yuhi to bow his head. Be careful, princess. Yes, quite well behaved. After stepping down from the carriage, Xie Yanchuan proceeded to greet Pei Yunshu, who could not help but roll her eyes. One would think that in such a setting, one might exhibit a modicum of decorum. What decorum? A figure brushed past Xie Yanchuan, taking Pei Yunshu's hand. Sir! Xie Yanchuan watched in astonishment as Pei Yunshu appeared to transform entirely, even going so far as to allow her imperial uncle to lift her from the carriage in an overly theatrical manner. It was a case of the pot calling the kettle black. How could she dare to criticize her? Standing behind Xie Yanchuan, Xie Yanchuan shot a fierce glare at Pei Yunshu. What brings you here, sir? I came out of the palace today to see you. Upon hearing you had arrived at the princess's residence, I came directly. And today, you are still unwell. You must not act recklessly. Come back with me. As Xie Yanchuan spoke, he turned to look at Xie Yanchuan, his gaze sweeping over Yoha. Xie Yanchuan immediately intended to pay her respects, but Xie Yanchuan raised a hand to indicate that it was unnecessary. Princess Jingyang, do not lead your imperial aunt astray. She is still quite young and easily tempted. For the first time, Pei Yunshu felt an overwhelming sense of shame. Chapter 83. There is no better teacher than me. You would do well to harbor no ill intentions. Before Xie Yanchuan entered the residence, he cast a glance at the two attendants of Yuhi. If you provoke even one of them, I assure you, you shall not see the light of another day. At that moment, I shall be unable to protect you. Yuhi lowered his head, understanding perfectly. You had better understand well. Xie Yanchuan proceeded into the princess's residence to meet the eldest princess. Aunt, you shall not meet anyone today, she said. What is the matter? Is your health still poor? Not at all. I brought someone to the gate, yet your royal uncle arrived and snatched them away, Xie Yanchuan replied. Your royal uncle took them away? The eldest princess, shunning, expressed her surprise. I did not expect your royal uncle to engage in such actions. Indeed, it startled me. Xie Yanchuan sighed, patting his chest. You could still be startled? It seems His Majesty truly favors the young lady from the Duke's residence. This is for the best. The eldest princess gazed outside the screen at the young ladies frolicking in the warm pavilion. This way, it also quells some people's aspirations. Aspirations? What do you mean, Aunt? Nothing of consequence. Why speak of such things with you young ones? Go and join them in their merriment. The eldest princess urged Xie Yanchuan out. My lady, the matron beside her sighed as she observed the eldest princess, who appeared weary against her chair. It is not easy for His Majesty. In their ineptitude, The late emperor could only pass the throne to him. Over the years, His Majesty has exhibited the demeanor of a wise ruler. Yet how much hardship has he endured behind the scenes? As his elder siblings, they think only of their own glory and wealth, neglecting his well-being. ISNT Your Highness, still by His Majesty's side? Before the late emperor departed, he instructed me to care for His Majesty, yet despite being their elder sister, I find myself often powerless. Now that His Majesty has someone to cherish, it is indeed a good thing. The matron massaged the legs of the eldest princess. The young lady from the Duke's residence is indeed charming, yet her temperament may cause trouble once she enters the palace. Etiquette can be learned. As for temperament, it will be tempered upon entering the palace. What matters most is that His Majesty is fond of her. The rest is of little consequence. Pei Yunshu was taken away by Xie Yanchuan from the entrance of the eldest princess's residence. Through the carriage window, she observed the retreating figure of the eldest princess and realized that she must already be aware of today's events. Surely, she would laugh at me behind my back. Why would she laugh at you? Xie Yanchuan tightened the cloak around her shoulders, finding amusement in Pei Yunshu's puffed, delicate cheeks. Come here. The wind by the window is strong. If you catch a cold, I shall have to find a physician to reside in the Duke's residence, ensuring you drink bitter medicine thrice daily. Pei Yunshu's face scrunched up at the thought, and Xie Yanchuan chuckled, beckoning her closer. Pei Yunshu glanced at Xie Yanchuan's hand, inching towards him until she leaned against him, feeling quite miserable. Her parents would not indulge her, nor would they allow others to do so, insisting that she be more sensible. Sensible? Pei Yunshu leaned against Xie Yanchuan, who looked down to see only the crown of her head and the curve of her neck. Xie Yanchuan gently grasped Pei Yunshu's nape, eliciting a slight struggle from her. Why do you always squeeze my neck, sir? I'm not a cat. Since childhood, you have been like a raccoon. While humans train dogs, have you ever seen anyone teach a raccoon to behave? The Duke's residence is not the kind of family that demands decorum from their daughters. However, aren't we about to enter the palace soon? I certainly do not wish to bring shame to my family. After the new year, will I need to be educated by the matron as well? Do you desire that? Xie Yanchuan gently caressed Pei Yunshu's hair. No, she replied, extending her palm. Recently, I observed the matron accompanying my cousin. They even used a ruler for discipline. It has been a long time since I faced such punishment. Xie Yanchuan pinched her palm lightly. If you do not want it, then it shall not be so. The palace has many rules, but aside from me and the Empress Dowager, no one will impose regulations upon you. As for other matters, once you become a noble consort, I shall personally instruct you. The harem is not vast. You need not concern yourself with others, yet you must not allow anyone to bully you. As long as you stand by my side, who would dare to bully me? It is different. While I can resolve all your troubles, I cannot attend to every detail. You must establish your own presence within the palace, allowing others to understand that my Zayagwifii is not to be trifled with. Xie Yanchuan held Pei Yunshu close, advising her to learn attentively, for now may be the time for such teachings. How troublesome! I believed that simply serving you would suffice, much like my father's concubines in the inner chambers. Concubine? Xie Yanchuan retorted, how could you be a concubine? Since I have married you, you're my wife. As for serving me, naturally, I know best how to be served. No outsider can comprehend this. You speak truly. No one teaches better than you do. Xie Yanchuan was clad in a cloak, and Pei Yunshu's fingertips stealthily slipped inside it. His waist was lean, cinched with a belt, firm to the touch. She grasped the belt's fastening and gave it a gentle tug. Like this? She smiled mischievously, akin to a playful cat. Not quite the right place. It cannot be fully expressed. If a disturbance arises, it will ultimately be oneself who suffers. Xie Yanchuan did not deter her, merely observing Pei Yunshu, his fingers applying a gentle pressure at the back of her neck, carrying a hint of warning. The carriage is small. If my belt were to come undone, it would be you who suffers, and furthermore. Xie Yanchuan lightly tapped the interior of the carriage, the sounds audible from outside. Tell me, upon reaching the Duke's residence, should I emerge from this carriage or remain hidden? Xie Yanchuan did not hinder her, yet hoped that when the time came, Pei Yunshu would not obstruct him. Now, must we continue this? The emperor's garments were crafted from fine silk or cloud brocade, warm in winter and cool in summer. The fabric supple. Once the belt loosened, the outer robe would easily fall apart. Though she still wore an inner garment, once the outer robe was undone, a gentle tug would suffice to let it drop. Pei Yunshu gazed at Xie Yanchuan's inner garment for a moment, then grasped the belt in her hand to tie it for him. How do those around you attend to your needs? Not even knowing how to properly fasten the belt for the gentleman. Look, merely riding in a carriage, and yet unable to withstand such a minor jolt. How can this be deemed acceptable? It is imperative to find someone capable. Though Xie Yanchuan as attire appears rather unremarkable at first glance, it is, in fact, exquisitely intricate. He typically has a dedicated young eunuch to assist him in dressing. As for Pei Yunshu, she struggles to even comprehend her own garments, and thus, upon arriving at the Duke's residence, Xie Yanchuan disembarks the carriage in a disheveled state, his outer robe in disarray. Pei Yunshu has made an earnest attempt, yet it is clear that she lacks proficiency in this matter, managing only to keep the belt from falling. In this state, I find myself at a loss as to how to explain this to the Duke. Pei Yunshu pushed him onto the carriage. Didn't you come to escort me, sir? I want to wander off. You may leave now. In recent days, Xie Yanchuan has been occupied with the imminent conferral of the imperial seal before the new year, followed by a period of rest, making it a rare occasion to glimpse him. In the past, their meetings were infrequent, yet now, even a few days apart feels unbearable. Upon their brief encounter, he appears disheveled, despite having done nothing to warrant such a state. Zhengluan, do you think I am losing face in front of her? Your Majesty, it is not for a servant to comment on matters concerning the Emperor. Very well, let us return to the palace. Today was merely to ensure she does not proceed to the Princess's residence. Your Majesty, the Prince of Yin would not dare to act against Miss Pei at this time. I'm aware, but I do not wish for her to witness such matters so soon. What if she becomes frightened and decides against marriage? If Pei Yunshu truly wishes to avoid marriage, Xie Yanchuan, having entered the carriage, would not be so easily willing to let her go as he once was. Chapter 84. The approach of the new year. On that day, Pei Yunshu indeed faced the reprimand of Madame Jiang, particularly upon learning that she had been returned by Xie Yanchuan. Although His Majesty has bestowed upon you the title of imperial concubine, and it remains unproclaimed to the public, those who ought to be aware within the capital have likely already discerned it. Look at you, standing there. How many eyes are upon you now? The more His Majesty values you, the greater the number of those who will perceive you as a thorn in their side. Are you not courting trouble for both yourself and His Majesty? Pei Yunshu retorted, Mother, you cannot solely blame me. His Majesty sought me. Could I possibly refuse? She was acutely aware that Xie Yanchuan had purposely dismounted the carriage so that the Duke's household could witness his presence. It seemed he had anticipated her parents' displeasure. Yet her father remained silent, while her mother, typically mild-mannered, displayed unexpected assertiveness. What my husband? Will he accompany me into the palace as well? The Duke fell silent, turning his attention to Pei Yunshu. Your mother is correct. Your health is still fragile, so why venture about recklessly? Before the new year, the young lady was confined to the house, forbidden to step outside. Anyone who dared to let her leave would be sold off. Madame Jiang was resolute. Pei Yunshu understood that it was in her best interest to comply, for her mother rarely lost her temper, but when she did, no one in the Duke's household would dare oppose her. I will heed your words, Mother. Please do not let your health suffer. As the new year approached, there were numerous tasks to attend to, and Pei Yunshu was to stay by her mother's side to learn. While conditions in the palace would undoubtedly differ, familiarity with certain matters was essential. Pei Yunshu glanced at her father, who secretly gestured for her to heed her mother's counsel. Indeed, after sharing lunch and afternoon tea with her parents, she was eventually urged to return home by her mother. My lady, the madam is also concerned for you, Yuhua remarked, observing Pei Yunshu's glum demeanor. Of course I am aware. My only worry is that the position of imperial concubine appears to be exceedingly challenging. If she were merely a concubine, gaining favor would suffice. However, ascending to the position of Empress required far more than mere favor. Pei Yunshu extended her hand, gathering a handful of snow from a nearby branch and shaping it into a snowball. She seemed to mutter this casually before returning to her snowball making, prompting Yuhua to remain silent. interpreting her mistress's actions as signs of anxiety. "You seem to have leisure to spare," Jiang Luyan remarked, having observed Pei Yunshu playing with the snow for some time. Her expression, rarely softened, bore a genuine warmth. Though she felt envious of Pei Yunshu's carefree demeanor, she acknowledged that, having witnessed the warmth of the recent banquet, such innocence was indeed a rarity. "Did you return from the banquet, cousin? How was it?" Pei Yunshu inquired, as Jiang Luyan approached gracefully, her cloak trailing softly behind her, erasing the footprints left in the snow. "Indeed, the banquet hosted by the Grand Princess was splendid. Did my cousin meet the person she wished to see?" Pei Yunshu observed Jiang Luyan. "It was merely a warm stove banquet. Did my sister think there was someone she longed to encounter? The young lady from Xing family was likely present. In the past, she might have been absent. But now that the new year has passed, she is to be the crown princess, so her attendance is expected." Jiang Luyan glanced at Pei Yunshu, who appeared utterly at ease. "Did my cousin not get to see her?" "Naturally, she did. That Miss Xing even inquired about my sister's well-being. I had no prior knowledge that my sister was acquainted with her. They are not very close, just a few encounters. Does my cousin find her agreeable?" Pei Yunshu looked at Jiang Luyan and softly remarked that, after all, they would share a husband in the future, so they ought to find some common ground. Thus, my sister need not concern herself. After all, she does not have to enter the Eastern Palace, and life within the harem is likely no better than that. "This is indeed true. Thank you for the reminder, cousin." Pei Yunshu turned to leave, and Yuehua followed. "Miss, will you not inquire further?" "Inquire about what?" It is evident from her demeanor that she did not fare well today. "But, my lady, I observed that Miss Pei bore no particular expression. She even managed to mock me in return. Is that not enough? It indicates that my cousin's mood must be quite dreadful. Otherwise, she would not speak to me thus in such a place, regardless of the presence of others in the Duke's residence." Therefore, Jiang Luyan likely did not have a pleasant day. However, this is quite normal. Someone like Xing Jun, after being encountered and understood, would reveal themselves as a formidable opponent. My cousin always exploited her naivety, and now facing a worthy adversary, it is no surprise she struggles. Pei Yunshu was correct. Jiang Luyan attended the warm stove banquet today, where the young lady from the Sun family, who once shared a good rapport with her, suddenly adopted an air of superiority upon their reunion, revealing her disdain without reservation. In a single evening, a decree of marriage was issued, and the Sun lady suddenly deemed her unworthy of regard. Jiang Luyan felt neither anger nor sadness. To her, the Sun lady's actions were almost foolish. Even upon entering the Eastern Palace, being a mere secondary consort would pose little threat. What truly concerned her was the Crown Princess, Xing Jun. She perceived a familiar shadow in Xing Jun, intelligent, restrained, and not one to display emotions, with a clear purpose. A person strikingly like her, yet of a higher status, naturally instilled a profound sense of vigilance within Jiang Luyan. After changing her attire, she lamented that had the position of Crown Princess been bestowed upon Pei Yunshu, she would not be facing such troubles. Each year, it seems that time accelerates after the onset of the 12th lunar month. Pei Yunshu followed the Jiang family, learning to manage household affairs. Red threads adorned the trees, and red lanterns hung beneath the eaves. Even the winter garments made in the household were red. This year, Pei Yuanzheng took Pei Yunshu to pay respects to their ancestors. Although his relationship with the Pei family is somewhat tenuous, he desires to avoid the reputation of being unfilial. As for Pei Yunshu, whether it proves beneficial or not, entering the palace surely warrants the blessing of their ancestors. On the 20th day of the 12th lunar month, the seal of Xie Yanchuan was lifted, and the court officially commenced its holiday. The final decree issued before the seal was lifted commanded the Crown Prince to return to the capital for the New Year celebrations. When Pei Yunshu learned of this development, she was busy directing the servants in the arrangement of various courtyards. A whole month. Indeed, the emperor was benevolent towards the Crown Prince. After all, with the New Year approaching, the royal family would certainly have their concerns if His Highness were absent from the capital. Pei Zimu stepped out to take a look, and the festive atmosphere was palpable. However, why was he still wearing a white cloak at this time? One should have prepared new attire for the new year. It is unnecessary, Pei Yunshu replied with a gentle smile. Yuehua interjected. His Majesty had specifically instructed that the clothing bureau would send garments, so there is no need for the residents to prepare anything. Pei Yunshu shook her old cloak, bemused by her elder brother's perennial lack of sensitivity to such matters. Chapter 85. Everything goes as desired. The vibrant red cloak, intricately embroidered with a phoenix poised to take flight in golden threads, was trimmed with white fur along its edges. On the 29th day of the 12th month, when Pei Zimu encountered Pei Yunshu once more, she donned this previously unseen garment. Lin Shi had begun to show signs of pregnancy. She had refrained from venturing outside in recent days, but with the arrival of the new year, Pei Zimu devoted his days to keeping her company at home, offering her support for brief outings. Lin Shi noticed the striking vermilion hue against the snowy landscape, which was indeed quite eye-catching. Such a color may not suit most, yet it was exceptionally fitting for his sister-in-law. What could possibly be amiss? Nothing at all, save for the fact that as Pei Yunshu approached, Pei Zimu caught sight of a corner of the cloak that bore an intricate pattern, while others might overlook it. A closer inspection revealed the dragon motif concealed beneath the elaborate designs. There was certainly nothing wrong. This cloak must be newly crafted, and we ought to prepare new garments for the child as well. By the time my nephew is born, I fear I may not be present in the manor. You are his dearest aunt. After all, it is only right that you should meet him eventually, is it not? Lin Shi regarded Pei Yunshu. Her sister-in-law was favored, and naturally, their relationship was amicable. With her impending entry into the palace, her status would soon elevate further. Lin Shi came to understand that her sister-in-law was indeed a person of remarkable fortune. Without a doubt, her own child would naturally be drawn to Pei Yunshu. This was only to be expected, as this would be the first child of the duke's household. Pei Yunshu stepped aside to assist Lin Shi further. The new year approached, and she felt guilty for having imposed on her sister during this time, regretting her own condition that left the household reliant on her mother and sister. It is only right, and mother has also mentioned that I should learn these matters well, for I will surely need them once I am married next year. When Lin Shi entered the manor, Pei Yunshu had yet to reach the age of coming of age. The duke's household indulged their daughters, even considering the prospect of a son-in-law who would marry into the family. However, suitors of this sort often turned out to be either lecherous and inept or had ulterior motives. The illustrious title of the duke's household attracted many, thus rendering their selection hesitant. Yet, while the duke's household educated Pei Yunshu in the arts, literature, and history, they had not meticulously instructed her in the management of domestic affairs. The intention had been to provide her with a basic understanding, believing that with the duke's household as support, she would be able to marry well without suffering any indignities. Little did they know, she would ultimately be summoned to the palace to become an imperial consort, a role vastly different from that of a household matriarch. Jiang Shi was now in a state of anxious urgency, exerting unprecedented strictness upon Pei Yunshu. Naturally, Pei Yunshu would not exhibit any petulance during such time. She diligently followed her mother, striving to learn these skills that she had neglected throughout her life. It was no wonder that in her previous life, her family had opposed her marrying into the Eastern Palace. Her ignorance of household management would surely have hindered her ability to oversee such a prestigious establishment. However, at that time, Pei Yunshu had been blinded by naivety, unable to perceive the truth, for throughout her life, she had never been deprived of anything. Back then, Xie Yanchuan had been a mere trinket to win her favor. Now, though uncertain of the utility of her newfound knowledge, acquiring more wisdom could only serve her better than in the past, when she had been easily deceived. Pei Zimu furrowed her brow, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but Lin hastily interjected, gently pressing down on her husband's arm. It is always wise to learn more. After all, the hearts of men are inscrutable. Pei Yunshu felt a surge of joy. She understood this sentiment, and when acknowledged by others, it was as if a weight had been lifted from her heart. Sister-in-law, please take your time. On New Year's Eve, His Majesty will host a banquet for the royal family and high officials. But today, we shall have our family reunion dinner, and I must oversee some matters. Once Pei Yunshu departed, Lin turned to Pei Zimu, inquiring what she wished to say. Naturally, it was to reassure her not to overthink. Not everyone in this world harbors such profound thoughts. Does my husband not comprehend these matters when dealing with the court? Those officials who criticize him, is it because they are unkind? Lin understood Pei Zimu's intelligence, but she felt he had yet to grasp the complexities surrounding Pei Yunshu's situation. Did you know that my sister is to enter the palace? What kind of place is that? Is it a sanctuary of benevolence? If she remains utterly unaware, will she rely solely on His Majesty's protection once she is inside? She must learn and understand the fickleness of human nature. Lin exhaled, contemplating, if he had spoken earlier, how would she face malice or even resort to scheming when the time comes? Pei Zimu was rendered speechless, and Lin grasped his hand. Thus, we must convey to her that this is the right path. It is what she must do. After saying this, Lin fell silent, continuing on their way, until she finally heard her companion speak. You are right, my lady. I have not been thorough in my considerations. His Majesty may not entirely shield her. There are some matters she must handle herself. On New Year's Eve, the palace would host a banquet for the royal family and court officials. In previous years, it sufficed for Pei Yunshu to attend with his wife, but this year, many from the Duke's residence were to participate. Therefore, Pei Yunshu decisively scheduled their family reunion dinner for the 29th, allowing them to celebrate the new year a little early. Pei Yunshu often found himself away at war, seldom home for the festivities. This year marked the most complete gathering of the Pei family in recent years. Next year, there would be fewer present. Several concubines were in attendance, and while their children could sit at the main table with the Duke, the concubines themselves could not, leading Jiang to set up a separate table nearby. Jiang Lu Yin also occupied a seat at the main table. Previously, she had shared this honor, but this year, it felt rather alien to her. She spoke little, merely sipping her tea in silence. Jiang Lu Yin had long understood that the Duke's residence valued her because of her ability to placate Pei Yunshu, but now, with Pei Yunshu treating her coldly and accusing her unjustly, the Duke's residence had unhesitatingly abandoned her as a cousin. No matter how dutiful Jiang Lu Yin had been in the past, or how meticulously she managed affairs within the household, it paled in comparison to the capriciousness of Pei Yunshu. Thus, the stark disparity left Jiang Lu Yin questioning how she could sincerely regard Pei Yunshu. She was the one who could be cast aside by the Duke's residence at any moment. Jiang Lu Yin glanced over, seeing Pei Yunshu seated beside Pei Yunshu and Jiang, separated from her by the furthest distance across the table. No matter how much she deceived herself, the chasm between her and Pei Yunshu had carved out two entirely distinct worlds, one favored and cherished, the other adrift like a mere weed. Pei Yunshu could only see the bright lights and the harmonious laughter of her family as they raised their cups in joyous celebration. Yet, she found herself unable to escape the haunting memories of her past life, wondering if her family had ultimately become mere memorial tablets. With a swift motion, Pei Yunshu drained her glass, and out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Jiang Lu Yin, a surge of murderous intent rising within her heart. Lian, don't drink too much. You'll regret it later, Jiang gently reminded her, causing Pei Yunshu to suppress the darkness in her gaze and heed her mother's words. Jiang observed her daughter for a moment, reflecting on the arrival of the new year, wishing Lian all the best in the coming days. She was perplexed by her daughter's frequent expressions of sorrow and anxiety, as if she had endured countless grievances yet remained tight-lipped before them. Jiang felt helpless, unsure of how to assist, and could only allow Pei Yunshu the freedom to pursue her desires. Mother, I will, Pei Yunshu reassured her. This time, she vowed to achieve success in all her endeavors. Chapter 86. Beauty as a Superior Weapon on the Eve of the New Year. Xie Yanchuan hosted a banquet at the Palace of Peace and Harmony for the royal family and esteemed officials. As dawn broke, Pei Yunshu was awakened by her maidservant. Following her morning rituals, the matron approached to cleanse her face, not neglecting to praise her for her exquisite complexion, reminiscent of the literary descriptions of skin as smooth as. After the matron departed, stating she had to attend to her cousin's courtyard, Yuehua and Yueyin stepped forward to assist Pei Yunshu with her makeup. Miss, what style shall we adopt today? Pei Yunshu gazed into the bronze mirror, recalling Xie Sifeng's words. True beauty, whether it be haughty and proud or cunning and venomous, always attracts throngs of admirers. Pei Yunshu acknowledged that her appearance was indeed a formidable weapon, provided one knew how to wield it. Yue nodded in agreement, acknowledging her mistress's beauty, while Yue bent down to retrieve powder. I understand. Yue, please fetch that colored wide sleeve flowing for the young lady. Yes. Yue departed with a little maid to fetch the gown. Is today of particular significance to you? Indeed. Though the emperor's decree has yet to be issued, all pertinent information has already been conveyed. This marks my first official entrance into the palace following this event. Pei Yunshu observed the lip balm spreading across her lips. Today, the emperor's 3 consorts would also be present, and an encounter was inevitable. She donned the and-colored wide-sleeved flowing, layers cascading gracefully to the floor. As she twirled, the light fabric fluttered like blooming petals. Yue presented a wooden box, revealing a hairpin adorned with a golden phoenix holding a pearl. Indeed, the crafted by Qilua Pavilion, taking 3 years for a single piece, lived up to its reputation. Pei Yunshu gently touched the dangling pearls. Yue received the cloak from the maidservant, unfurling it in her hands. Miss, the mistress has sent someone to urge us. We must take our leave. Very well. Pei Yunshu lightly adjusted her cloak. As the court officials entered the palace, the New Year's banquet was set to commence in 2 hours, allowing the duke's residents to arrive fashionably late. Upon seeing Pei Yunshu, Jiang Shi momentarily paused, then approached to adjust her cloak. Is today's attire not a touch too conspicuous? Perhaps being conspicuous is advantageous today. Pei Yunshu stood still, allowing Jiang Shi to rectify her cloak. The latter's hands hesitated, recalling that such a rare occasion, with both the former court and the harem gathered in one hall, occurred only once a year, warranting a proper display to those present. You are well aware of this, Jiang Shi remarked, before turning to board the carriage with Pei Yuanzheng. Once inside, Pei Yuanzheng could not restrain his curiosity. I know our daughter is beautiful, but today why does she seem so different than before? It is precisely because she is beautiful. If she were to further adorn herself, how could she not draw attention? Thus, I often remind my dear cousin to maintain a sense of modesty. However, Pei Yuanzheng expresses his profound dissatisfaction, questioning why the daughter of a duke's residence should need to be discreet. After all, beauty ought to be admired. Is it not enough that you fear for your cousin's potential troubles? Now that she is to enter the palace, it is imperative to be even more reserved. A princess-to-be should not be the subject of rumors, for the duke's household cannot bear such burdens. Pei Yuanzheng, however, remains unfazed by these concerns, as he himself was once known for his fierce reputation, capable of soothing the cries of children. Naturally, these matters should heed the wisdom of the lady of the house. Zhang Luyan also observes that Pei Yunshu, simply standing there, radiates brilliance. It is her first time attending a palace banquet on New Year's Eve. Due to her status as the Crown Prince's consort, Zhang Luyan is quite lovely herself, yet standing beside Pei Yunshu, she feels overshadowed, almost like a maid. Her own brilliance completely obscured. She glances at her gown, a new creation for this year. Yet she is not a young lady of the duke's residence and cannot afford to lavishly order a custom dress. Cousin, the palace is no place for idleness. Zhang Luyan snaps back to reality. Pei Yunshu does not even look at her, with so many prying eyes around. Her cousin likely wishes to avoid the impression that there is discord between them. I suppose today, my presence will not draw undue attention, she muses. Although she walks closely with Pei Yunshu, she feels no different from the maids nearby, and her words inadvertently take on a sharper tone. Cousin, your words are misplaced. Pei Yunshu replies with a gentle smile. In the past, you were ever so graceful in public, yet I never interjected. Are you suggesting that my past demeanor was solely due to your lack of intervention? Surely, that accounts for at least a portion of it. Though many assert that a woman's talent and virtue are paramount, it is always the visage that first captivates. Men's nature, after all, is something you understood far better than I. Zhang Luyan's lips move slightly as she responds, as you enter the palace. Attracting the Crown Prince's attention now would not be wise. You are mistaken, dear cousin. It is the Emperor's and the Crown Prince's attention that bears no consequence for me. However, the Crown Prince's affairs are his own. Or perhaps, do you harbor doubts about yourself? I have my own plans. Just do not let it all unravel in the end. Unravel? That will not occur. I have never overstepped my bounds. How the likes of Xie Yanchuan thinks is beyond my control. The Defei sits in her palanquin, resting her forehead, her striking brows slightly furrowed. The palanquin comes to a halt. The Empress has arrived. The palanquin cannot proceed all the way to the Bao Hall. This stretch must be traversed on foot. Indeed, Defei descends from her palanquin, shortly followed by the Xian Fei, whose palanquin also comes to a stop. Defei sister, you have arrived. Xian Fei remarks as she steps down, gazing at Defei. Defei nods in response. You have come early, Xian Fei sister. Indeed, I heard that today the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence would also be present, and I wish to make her acquaintance. Even before entering the palace, the emperor has already conferred the title of Gui Fei upon her. The consort Xian wore a placid expression. She had always been indifferent to the palace's power struggles, and her frail health had limited her to only a few nights of companionship since her entry into the palace. However, the sudden emergence of an additional imperial concubine compelled her to pay attention. The reaction of Consort De was more direct. It was astonishing what tactics the Duke's household had employed to gain entry into the palace. And to claim the title of imperial concubine was indeed a display of audacious ambition. Consort Xian remained silent, noting that His Majesty had not visited the inner court for an extended period. Previously, His Majesty had rarely frequented the harem, yet he had never been so distant. Consort Xian had not given it much thought before, as the current emperor had always shown little interest in the affairs of the harem. However, upon learning of His Majesty's intention to bestow the title of imperial concubine, an incredulous thought crossed her mind. Could His Majesty's absence from the harem be for the sake of this new imperial concubine? The one seated on the dragon throne was not someone easily swayed by court officials or the harem. Observing consort de indignation, consorction listenait d'entendre. This new imperial concubine possessed remarkable beauty. Consort De snorted lightly, declaring that she must take a good look at this lady from the Duke's household and observe how she intends to captivate those around her. Chapter 87. The Royal Banquet's Display of Authority upon entering the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Pei Yunshu gracefully shed her cloak and handed it to the waiting maid beside her. Pei Yunshu, a prominent minister, held a position of great esteem, naturally seated towards the front, directly opposite the Prince of Cheng. Xie Yanchuan sat beside the princess, today adorned in elaborate finery, reluctantly painted and dressed in a meticulously crafted gown. While the garment was undeniably beautiful, it offered little comfort. Xie Yanchuan tugged at her attire, feeling as if she were bound. The princess observed Xie Yanchuan's lack of decorum with growing irritation, thinking, at such a moment, one ought to exhibit some understanding of propriety. My dear, your extravagant attire is nothing short of a trial for me, Xie Yanchuan lamented inwardly. You are a princess, not some trifling rogue. Under ordinary circumstances, I would not intervene, but should you bring shame upon the royal household today, I shall confine you to your quarters upon our return. As the princess spoke, she cast a glance of frustration at Xie Yanchuan. Look at Yunshu. Though she often teases you, in moments like this, she is always the epitome of decorum and grace. Xie Yanchuan, distracted, turned to regard her mother. Indeed, Pei Yunshu was well-mannered, though whether she could be deemed truly obedient remained debatable. The princess also observed that when Pei Yunshu entered the Hall of Supreme Harmony, she captured the gaze of all present. The Princess of Cheng watched as Pei Yunshu trailed behind her parents, moving with delicate steps, her countenance adorned with a smile. Her gown billowed like a wisp of ethereal mist, unmistakably striking amidst the brilliance of the hall's illumination. While I have always recognized Pei Yunshu's beauty, today it seems somewhat glaring, perhaps a calculated display of authority, especially given the rare gathering of the three imperial consorts. Xie Yanchuan regarded Pei Yunshu with satisfaction, nodding in approval. She had confidence in her discerning eye. This noble consort ought to make her presence known in both court and harem. You see, despite the praise often heaped upon a woman's virtue, it is her beauty that truly captivates. The princess fell silent, her gaze fixed on Xie Yanchuan. Such sentiments may be shared privately, but refrain from voicing them before others. Xie Yanchuan shrugged. choosing silence as she watched Pei Yunshu take her seat, their eyes meeting across the considerable distance that separated them. Though the space between them was vast, Xie Yanchuan felt she could discern the smile upon Pei Yunshu's face with remarkable clarity. You see, someone like Pei Yunshu, even when wielding authority, need not exert effort. Merely standing there is sufficient to evoke a torrent of admiration and envy. Is it audacity that defines you? Xie Yanchuan mused as the eunuch's sharp voice announced. His Majesty has arrived. It seems she merely wished to test the limits of the Emperor's patience. Upon the entrance of the consort De and the consort Xian, their eyes immediately fell upon Pei Yunshu, stationed within the Duke's domain. The consort Xian scrutinized her closely, assessing her beauty and stature, both undeniably impeccable. Clearly, the Duke's decision to send her to the palace was not without reason. Such a visage would undoubtedly capture the Emperor's favor. The virtuous consort gazed at the noble consort, who was on the verge of biting down on her silver teeth in frustration. Both the noble and virtuous consorts possessed temperaments that were rather indifferent. Hence she alone amongst the harem took the initiative to vie for favor. In times past, His Majesty had indeed favored her disposition. However, as a noble consort observed Pei Yunshu, she realized that this newcomer would undoubtedly be a formidable rival, not to be underestimated. It was imperative for her to find a way to send word to her family to be more vigilant. Initially, the virtuous consort had been momentarily captivated by the young lady seated there, for she possessed a rare and exquisite beauty. Yet, upon the noble consort taking her seat, her mood soured. After a moment's hesitation, the virtuous consort chose not to speak further, but when she glanced again, she found Pei Yunshu was also observing them. After meeting the virtuous consort's gaze, Pei Yunshu raised her wine cup and gave a slight nod. The virtuous consort returned the gesture with a nod of her own, realizing that this soon-to-be consort was also appraising them. However, a flicker of doubt arose within her heart. Pei Yunshu was of a striking type, her beauty magnified by makeup. Yet the virtuous consort felt a certain resemblance between Pei Yunshu and the noble consort. Whether this was merely an illusion or something intentionally perceived by His Majesty remained uncertain. Xie Yanchuan assisted the Empress Dowager into the Hall of Preserving Harmony, with Xie Changyan following closely behind. As the assembly rose to pay their respects, they welcomed His Majesty with deference. Be at ease, Xie Yanchuan instructed, helping the Empress Dowager to her seat before granting permission for the others to relax. He cast a glance at Pei Yunshu. He had been exceedingly busy of late and had not seen her for several days. A few days prior, he had received a letter from her, promising to deliver a surprise. Was this the surprise? Under the watchful eyes of the assembly, she had adorned herself so alluringly. Xie Changyan had noticed Pei Yunshu's appearance even before Xie Yanchuan, for amidst the myriad of colors, her shade of hibiscus was impossible to overlook. He found himself momentarily entranced, failing to notice Jiang Luyan, as Pei Yunshu's resplendent attire struck him as familiar, as if he had encountered it before, a moment known only to him. Yet soon he observed that Pei Yunshu sat there, her gaze directed at the throne above, fixated on the person seated there. Though the distance was not great, Xie Changyan, seated closest to the dragon throne, felt as though he were merely an outsider. Such tactics were simple and crude. Pei Yunshu had previously employed similar means with him, which he had always regarded with disdain. This coarse seduction was unworthy of consideration. It was only when the music and dance commenced that Xie Changyan regained his focus. Realizing the banquet had begun, Xie Yanchuan sat amidst a flurry of courtiers and ministers who approached him for conversation. At this moment, His Majesty appeared particularly amiable, with both familiar and unfamiliar faces seeking to strengthen their ties and gauge the Emperor's favor. As for the authenticity of their affections, after all, when His Majesty spoke, he addressed them as loyal subjects. When Pei Yuanzheng arrived, he brought only Pei Zimu along, firmly seating Pei Yunshu in her place. At this juncture, what business did she have approaching His Majesty? Yet Xie Yanchuan understood the nuances of the situation and felt a twinge of regret. Had she already entered the palace, she could have rightfully taken her place by his side. On the eve of the Lunar New Year, The imperial banquet would resonate with merriment from the afternoon until the stroke of midnight, the lights of the Hall of Preserving Harmony illuminating the night in their full splendor. The Empress Dowager, due to her advanced age, soon retired to rest after a brief period of attendance. Xie Yanchuan, too, took the opportunity to meet with select individuals, while the ministers below began to indulge in the exchange of cups, fostering camaraderie amongst themselves. In the absence of any authority upon the dragon throne, they found themselves somewhat liberated. Xie Changyan engaged with a few members of the royal clan with a sense of indifference. The emperor, lacking an heir, had named him as the Crown Prince, which inadvertently stirred ambitions among these noble scions. Once these individuals departed, Xie Changyan realized that he was alone upon the dragon throne. Almost instinctively, he turned his gaze toward the duke's residence. Pei Yunshu was nowhere to be seen. With the emperor absent and the crown prince in charge, Xie Changyan understood that he must seize this opportunity. Yet, it was merely Pei Yunshu, someone he had chosen to disregard. Chapter 88. Enticed by the emperor, Pei Yunshu was not as audacious as one might think. In such circumstances, even she would not dare to entice the emperor. Yet, who could resist when it was the emperor himself who took the initiative? A stranger from the palace, a maidservant, approached Pei Yunshu, claiming that His Majesty awaited her elsewhere. To dispel any doubt, she presented a note penned by Xie Yanchuan himself. As Pei Yunshu rose, she was promptly restrained by her elder brother, Pei Zimu, who questioned her intentions. "Where do you think you're going? To stroll outside? In the palace, where can you wander?" His disapproving gaze met hers, but Pei Yunshu, with a hint of reluctance, revealed the note to him. In that moment, Pei Zimu's expression twisted slightly. Were it not for the author of the note, he might have questioned whether the emperor was of sound mind. Go on, he sighed, weary, while we can manage the naivety of our sister. Who dares to interfere with the emperor's whims? Following the maidservant, Pei Yunshu exited the Hall of Supreme Harmony and made her way toward a secluded palace not far away. Xie Yanchuan stood in the courtyard, his gaze fixed on the path by which Pei Yunshu approached. "Why do you hide from me, even after entering the palace?" Xie Yanchuan observed as she emerged from the moonlit shadows. "This attire suits you splendidly. Of course, I would never conceal myself from you." "My brother's expression shifted when I stepped out," she replied. "The duke and the heir have no desire for you to enter the palace. After all, you have taken the pearl of the duke's residence for yourself." As she twirled before him, the layers of her skirt billowed gracefully. "Today, I wear this to showcase your exquisite taste, dear sir. Do you not find it appealing?" "Indeed, it is striking," Xie Yanchuan acknowledged, accepting the cloak offered by a nearby maidservant, giving it a shake before gesturing for Pei Yunshu to come closer. "But such beauty should have been mine to behold first. Alas, it seems others have laid eyes upon it before me." As he enveloped her within the cloak, he felt a tinge of jealousy. "Jealous?" she mused, tilting her face upward to meet his gaze, a mix of curiosity and pride in her expression. "If you are envious over mere attire, then I shall be confined to my home henceforth. To keep you hidden away," he murmured, "is a notion I could entertain. When did you cultivate such thoughts?" Pei Yunshu's tone was laced with complexity, for she could not fathom why, if he had such intentions, he had permitted her to marry the crown prince. "Perhaps after your coming of age, but I restrain myself. I have taught you self-respect and self-love, and I cannot retract the freedom I bestowed upon you as you matured." "I am willing," she declared, rising on her tiptoes to embrace Xie Yanchuan's neck. "It is precisely because you are willing that I permit my darker inclinations to flourish. However, the Hall of Supreme Harmony is now teeming with people. Is it acceptable for the gentleman to remain absent?" Xie Yanchuan gazed at Pei Yunshu, who was nestled comfortably in his embrace. He lifted her up and placed her on the nearby railing, spreading his cloak beneath her. As she sat there, looking down at him, it was as if she were surveying him from a great height. Whether the emperor was present or not was of little consequence. What mattered was that this was the first time they would celebrate the new year together. "My dear, let's spend a moment alone," he urged. The royal celebrations had grown monotonous over the past 20 years, and Xie Yanchuan had long since tired of them. Only the person beside him could spark his interest. "Stay with me a little longer. Soon the palace will set off fireworks, and we will have a clear view from here. If it were possible, Xie Yanchuan would have preferred to take her back to his chamber directly, but for now, this would have to suffice as consolation. After today, I shall be busy for a while, and I find myself eager to bring you from the Duke's residence to the palace. My father would certainly scold me, and besides, my dowry has yet to be prepared. I have also arranged a portion of the dowry for you. I shall send it to your residence on a later date to add to your collection. You wish to provide me with a dowry upon my entrance to the palace? Indeed, it is essential, as it is a gift from your mentor. What if I do not enter the palace? Even then, you shall receive it, though I might feel a tinge of reluctance at that moment. When Xie Yanchuan spoke these words, he did so lightly. Yet Pei Yunshu recalled that during her previous marriage, her dowry had indeed been quite substantial, yet she had no recollection of Xie Yanchuan contributing to it. Had no one ever revealed this to her? Not even Xie Yanchuan himself? She felt a sudden surge of gratitude. At least there were still things she could learn, unlike in her past life, when she had been entirely oblivious. Today, the palace was illuminated, with even this secluded hall adorned with 2 flickering lamps, casting a gentle glow sufficient to reveal the 2 figures nestled together in the courtyard. Pei Yunshu perched on the railing, her skirts billowing around her, the moonlight casting an ethereal halo behind her as she gazed down at him. It is rare to see you in such a state. I still prefer the way you used to be. Do you favor my unruly demeanor, sir? Pei Yunshu suddenly realized, if you liked it, you should have said so earlier. She leaped from the railing and rushed toward him, causing Xie Yanchuan to stumble slightly from her unexpected force. As the grand fireworks erupted above the palace, she declared, "This is for you, sir, the first New Year's gift of the year." Xie Yanchuan embraced her, responding, "I have received it." This year's fireworks were particularly dazzling. Xie Changyan stood outside the palace gates, observing the 2 within. The sight of Pei Yunshu, so entirely reliant on Xie Yanchuan, was one he had never witnessed before. He turned to leave, feeling as though he had been bewitched to come here. Indeed, he should not have come. Yet, as he clenched his fists, a sharp pang of bitterness welled within his heart. The moment he saw Pei Yunshu unreservedly embracing Xie Yanchuan, he could not suppress the feeling of resentment. Yes, it was resentment. After Pei Yunshu revealed to him that he was merely Xie Yanchuan's substitute, a sense of discontent began to fester within Xie Changyan. Was Pei Yunshu's affection only feigned in his presence? Was he truly the one cast aside? The actions Pei Yunshu performed with him seemed to flow more effortlessly when directed towards Xie Yanchuan. Was he merely a pastime for Pei Yunshu during moments of leisure? Finally, Xie Yanchuan had allowed him to depart. During the Lantern Festival, I shall seek you out. Once Pei Yunshu's figure vanished from